Chapter 1. At this moment, on the vast continent of the Eastern Isles, the world has finally come to realize that this is not some cinematic production, but a genuine and extraordinary transformation unfolding before their very eyes. Confronted with the monstrous beings that even heavy machine guns and artillery cannot shake, and witnessing the Japanese populace suffering and struggling amidst their torment, the crowd began to murmur, "My goodness, Japan has truly unleashed beasts. Huh, what a joyous occasion, a delightful spectacle indeed." 666. Let us applaud these monsters. Though they appear terrifying, the thought that they roam only within Japan brings an inexplicable sense of relief. Huh. I have captured the images of those little devils in their panic. A brand new meme is about to be born. While majority felt an exuberant sense of glee, there remained a few hypocrites and adversaries who, as if they had lost their own parents, displayed exaggerated sympathy. However, their sentiments were swiftly countered by the broader online community. Indeed, those hypocrites are correct. There are good people among the little devils of Japan. We cannot generalize. We should employ different tools to deal with them, such as hammers, mallets, or wrenches. A few more lessons will do them good. In summary, upon the announcement of Japan's invasion by these monsters, the internet resonated with applause, and numerous businesses seized the opportunity to hold celebratory events and promotional sales, which shall remain unmentioned here. Nevertheless, as the official spokesperson for the Great Hua Empire, it was imperative to adopt a facade of compassion, delivering platitudes of deep concern, close attention, and various forms of consolation. Yet, the spokesperson, while professing sorrow for Japan's plight, could not conceal the unmistakable air of triumph on their face. What could this mean? Clearing their throat, the spokesperson explained, "Ahem, we have a term in our country called bitter smile, which signifies that while I appear to be smiling on the surface, I am, in fact, deeply pained inside. You must believe me." 666. Our Great Hua Empire spokesperson is truly remarkable. 2333. So bitter smile is a new term. I've learned something. Ahem, dear friends in Japan. We truly sympathize with your situation. Just look at me. I'm smiling so much it feels like my stomach is about to cramp from laughter. The netizens eagerly imitated the bitter smile, yet in stark contrast to the Great Hua Empire's populace's mockery, Prime Minister Abe and Defense Minister Koizumi were genuinely in distress. Baka. In just 2 days, those monsters have seized over 10,000 square kilometers of forest, and now they're beginning to leave the woods and invade the cities. Just moments ago, 3 towns reported attacks from these beasts. Abe's expression darkened as he slammed the intelligence reports on Koizumi's desk, shouting furiously, "Not a single tourist in the occupied areas could be rescued. And our military has already suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Even worse, the occupied territory continues to expand, and you remain utterly helpless." A resounding slap from Abe then struck Koizumi's face, causing him to lose a tooth, underscoring the formidable strength behind Abe's action. "Your Excellency, the conventional weapons are utterly ineffective against those monstrous beasts. In my opinion, we should deploy bombers for carpet bombing." Despite the stinging pain on his face and the loss of a tooth, Koizumi managed to suggest with a wry smile, "Baka, is your brain made of tofu? You still wish to carpet bomb? Our nation possesses merely 300,000 square kilometers of territory, of which over 10,000 square kilometers is occupied by the monsters, all of which are forest. Nature reserves." Abe then shot Koizumi a weary glare and lamented, "If we were to proceed with such carpet bombing, we would be impeached by the next day, and our names would be forever tarnished in the annals of our nation's history. But if we don't take such measures, the current strength of the self-defense forces is utterly inadequate to confront those beasts." Koizumi shook his head in protest. "Sigh, we will think of a solution then. I have already promised the United States to dispatch special forces to assist us. With the might of this special forces unit equipped with the most advanced American technology, we should be able to handle those creatures," Abe Nan said, his face etched with worry as he let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, amidst all that transpired in their nation, Chun Jinan remained largely indifferent, for today marked the enrollment day for new students at his magic academy. In G-City, the Baiyun mountain range basked under a crystal-clear blue sky, bathed in radiant sunlight, and with it being the weekend, tourists flocked in droves. However, compared to the numerous attractions on the main peak, the yet-to-be-developed side peak attracted a considerable crowd. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the presence of streamers and journalists among the throng. These individuals were drawn by the message from the adorably naive little leader. Naturally, the news surrounding the Magic Academy had also trended recently, becoming a focal point that attracted various streamers and journalists seeking to capitalize on its popularity. Do you believe that Magic Academy is real? Is there truly magic in this world? Don't be ridiculous. I suspect it's just the author stirring up hype. If magic really existed, I would livestream myself dressed as a girl. I recall the adorably naive little leader mentioning that he is merely a new student at the Magic Academy, while the true headmaster is someone else. Could it be that the author fell victim to a scammer? Given the author's somewhat naive intellect, the likelihood of being deceived is quite high. No wonder. We must help the adorably naive little leader expose that fraud later. Chaos grass. It actually levitates. What law governs this phenomenon? Is it magnetic secret arts or the intricacies of anti-gravity? Everyone stood in awe, gazing at the shimmering orb suspended in midair, utterly astonished. That moment, they finally comprehended why the adorably naive little leader regarded Chun Jinan as a magician endowed with extraordinary powers. The marvel of the spell Chun Jinan had just exhibited was indeed astounding. Indeed, even though the whispers and the floating orbs astonished the onlookers, they merely categorized it as an extraordinary display of skill. After all, in an era rife with news that challenges the very fabric of understanding, people have witnessed countless inexplicable phenomena. Unless one behold an occurrence that defies explanation by contemporary science, few would readily accept the existence of magic. However, despite the absence of chaos, Chun Jinan remained unfazed. Instead, he summoned the adorable little summoner to gather the crowd for a talent assessment. Esteemed guests, please approach. Simply extend your hand to touch this crystal orb. If it glimmers, it signifies that you possess the potential for cultivation. Those who pass, kindly step to my right. With a smile, the little summoner gestured, and as most attendees were loyal readers, they complied. Before long, the spirit recognition test commenced in an orderly fashion. Half an hour later, the results were revealed, and they were rather disappointing. Out of the 500 to 600 participants, only a mere handful succeeded, 3 men and 2 women, totaling 5 individuals. Thus, I have decided to formally establish a magic academy. Seeing the selection complete, Chun Jinan rose, ready to embark on the creation of a genuine institution of magic. Ahem, you intend to build an academy now? This is utterly absurd. There is not a blade of grass on this mountain. Not even a single dwelling. How do you plan to create it? Skeptical voices emerged from the crowd, questioning Chun Jinan's words that is it all just empty talk. Those fortunate enough to be selected had hoped to learn wondrous spells from Chun Jinan, akin to the enigmatic magic he had previously demonstrated. However, it now seemed that everything was but a fleeting illusion, perhaps merely a jest on his part. Some in the crowd were elated, while others mocked, but soon, laughter would escape them. It is time to clear the area. With a serene smile, Chun Jinan gently raised his hand and cast a spell. In an instant, what is happening? Why am I suddenly floating? Those who had failed the test found themselves inexplicably airborne, and shortly thereafter, they were transported to the foot of the mountain. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Boom! 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 The crowd distinctly heard a series of thunderous roars emanating from the mountaintop. They looked up, utterly astonished. The majestic peak appeared as though it had been cleaved asunder, its summit vanishing into thin air, revealing a surface as smooth as glassy masterwork of divine craftsmanship. Could it be that magic truly exists in this world? The spectators were left speechless. Breakpoint 1, breakpoint 1, breakpoint 1. Unbelievable. Magic truly exists in this world. 1,000-meter-high mountain severed in half. Hundreds of people transported in an instant. What does this signify? A transformation of humanity or a descent into moral decay? Do you yearn for power? Are you aware of the hidden truths of this world? Do you wish to learn magic? On this day, news regarding the Chun Jinan Magic Academy spread like wildfire across the internet, igniting fervent discussions nationwide. Prior to this, the topic of Chun Jinan and his Magic Academy had already garnered substantial attention. Coupled with the bizarre phenomena occurring today, experienced firsthand by hundreds, including journalists and streamers broadcasting live, this matter rapidly escalated into a national sensation. Moreover, keen observers recognized that the founder of the Magic Academy, Chun Jinan, was none other than the enigmatic figure who had recently captured public interest by walking on air atop rooftops, causing a media frenzy. 666. I too wish to learn magic. Hey folks, is anyone forming a group to enroll at the G-City Magic Academy? What learning? What work? I'm done. I want to become a magical fairy. In a moment, countless young dreamers, fueled by fantasies of wielding magic to combat the forces of nature, were swept up in excitement. Meanwhile, amidst the national discourse, in a conference room in the capital, several elderly men with silver hair held a document. their expressions grave. Should anyone else have been present, they would have been left speechless by the sight of these elders, who held sway over the fate of the nation. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? The eldest, furrowing his brow, grasped the document, feeling the weight of the situation. In my opinion, we should deploy the military to eliminate these unstable elements. What can one individual do against our forces? The second elder proposed without hesitation. But can you ensure that the military can locate and engage him? It would be wise not to provoke him until we have countered his ability to teleport thousands at will, the second elder countered, presenting an alternative view. Had we previously attempted to make contact with him? The third elder inquired, puzzled that I dispatched someone to approach him after the incident of his aerial walking, but it seemed as though he had vanished from existence. Only today, with the uproar surrounding the Magic Academy, did I learn of his reemergence. The fourth elder replied with a wry smile. What should our response be now? The elders collectively turned to the eldest, anticipating his decision. In my view, it would be prudent to send someone to G-City to initiate contact, express goodwill, and cease the suppression of information regarding magic on the internet. The eldest frowned slightly, his tone betraying hesitation. Unacceptable. The second elder immediately refuted. How can our great nation bow and compromise before one individual? Then what strategy do you propose to deal with him? The third elder shook his head, let alone those monsters appearing in the land of the rising sun. Those monsters from the land of the rising sun. Upon mentioning this matter, the expressions of several elders grew exceptionally intricate. As high-ranking officials of the nation, they were naturally privy to numerous secrets unknown to the outside world. The bizarre creatures emerging from the land of the rising sun seemed to possess extraordinary abilities akin to the fantastical beasts depicted in novels, capable of devouring flames, spewing torrents of water, commanding the winds, and wielding thunder. The presence of these enigmatic beings alone would evoke astonishment, as if they had stepped straight out of a fantasy film. Now, with the advent of Chun Jinan's Magical Academy, one could not help but draw parallels between the two, igniting speculation that in the inscrutable realm of the East, those seemingly ordinary monsters had mastered ancient sorcery, blurring the boundaries between them and humanity. Yet, despite Chun Jinan's command over magic, the fundamental distinction between him and those creatures remained glaringly apparent. Was human. They were beasts. Within merely a few days, the once thriving nation of the East had been turned upside down by these irrational creatures, not to mention the humans endowed with wisdom and strength, far surpassing that of the beasts, especially Chun Jinan, whose magical prowess eclipsed all the monsters of the East. Very well, let us heed the great elder's counsel and extend our goodwill towards Chun Jinan. The second elder sighed, shaking his head, his eyes filled with resignation. Upon hearing these words, those present cast sidelong glances, for the second elder was not one to easily acquiesce. Alas, if even the East is tormented to the brink of despair by these monsters, what hope do we have against a fellow human who wields magic? The second elder pivoted his argument, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, regarding the Magical Academy, it ultimately presents more advantages than disadvantages for us. Let us not forget, although Chun Jinan is adept in sorcery, he remains one of us, a child of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, even though Chun Jinan possessed magical abilities, he was still fundamentally Huaxia. Since his emergence, he had never committed any act to endanger Huaxia. Rather, he had established a magical academy within Huaxia, enrolling only the children of Huaxia. Let us finalize this decision. All information suppression online shall be lifted, and the public narrative must be adjusted. We must demonstrate our sincerity and friendliness towards Chun Jinan, the Great Elder decisively proclaimed, opting to proactively extend goodwill towards him. Lastly, we shall dispatch envoys to engage with him, striving to earn his favor. If we can persuade him to serve Huaxia, it would be most fortuitous. The Great Elder gazed out the window, his expression complex as he murmured to himself. It seems a storm is brewing in the wake of the Elder's resolution. The nation's netizens remained in a state of disbelief. However, abruptly, a startling scene unfolded before their eyes. My goodness, look, the official Huaxia social media has released a new message. Not only on social media, major news outlets have collectively published this announcement. Good heavens, magic! This world truly possesses magic. It is utterly unbelievable. Within a single day, the names Magical Academy and Chun Jinan swiftly swept through every street and alley, becoming the focal point of national discourse. At this moment, the nation is in turmoil. Simultaneously, an event of great magnitude has erupted in the East, igniting fervor across the land. Today, those mythical beasts that had long concealed themselves in the depths of the forest, for reasons unknown, saw one of their numbers stealthily depart from its lair. This formidable creature, a colossal three-eyed wolf, advanced slowly toward the metropolis housing millions, under the astonished gaze of the populace. Currently, the entire nation of the East is engulfed in panic. They bear witness to towering skyscrapers, reaching heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters, crumbling like mere sandcastles beneath the relentless assault of the wolf. The self-defense forces unleash their assault rifles and mortars upon the beast, yet their efforts seem to vanish in a thin air, leaving the creature unscathed. The tank units, in the presence of the wolf, resembled mere toys in the hands of a child, crushed effortlessly beneath its paw. At this moment, monstrous beasts rampaged, transforming the entire city of the East Japan into a hellish nightmare. Countless citizens, under the onslaught of these creatures, found themselves unable to live or die. Observing that the army posed no threat to the demon wolves, Prime Minister Abe, feeling utterly powerless, had no choice but to dispatch fighter jets armed with their latest development, superior bombs for targeted strikes. Due to international prohibitions, East Japan could not develop nuclear weapons. Thus, these super bombs represented their most formidable conventional arsenal, only slightly less powerful than nuclear ordnance. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions of the super bombs reverberated through the air, smoke billowing as people distinctly heard the monstrous roars of the beasts. Had the colossal creature finally been vanquished? As the populace prepared to celebrate, astonishment washed over them when suddenly, a gigantic silhouette emerged from the haze. It was the massive, three-eyed demon wolf. Despite several gruesome wounds adorning its body, it remained fundamentally unscathed. While the failure to obliterate the demon wolf was anticipated, what was unforeseen was the rage that surged within it. Ignited by the recent assault from the East Japan military, a war, the demon wolf unleashed a deafening howl, followed by a beam of light erupting from its maw. Boom. In an instant, this beam struck its target, and several of East Japan's most advanced fighter jets were instantly consumed in a fiery explosion. Yet, the calamity did not end there. With a furious roar, the three-eyed demon wolf expelled an ocean of flames from its mouth, engulfing the entire city in a conflagration. Help me. Someone, please. I do not wish to die. It's on fire. Who can save me? Oh, Amaterasu, please save your people. The citizens of East Japan, trapped in the inferno, cried out for rescue, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Not only the ordinary populace, but even the military found themselves overwhelmed, powerless against the raging flames. In a mere half-minute, a city housing millions was reduced to ruins under the wrath of the demon wolf. Amidst the scorched earth, the towering three-eyed demon wolf stood proudly. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. At that moment, nations around the globe, observing through satellite surveillance, bore witness to the horrific tragedy unfolding in the East Japan city, left utterly astounded and in shock. Not only Prime Minister Abe, but even President Trump of the United States felt cold sweat bead upon his brow, rendered speechless. In this instant, the world was thrown into an uproar. Destruction points 1. Destruction points 1. Destruction points 1. On Bayan Mountain in G-City, Huaxia, Shenzhen, who had just completed the initial selection of disciples for the Magic Academy and was preparing for its establishment, suddenly noticed the value of destruction points within the divine realm soaring like a rocket, increasing by tens of millions in mere moments. What is happening? Shenzhen, feeling perplexed, retrieved a crystal ball for divination and could not help but smile faintly. It turned out that a high-level beast had intruded into the city. Shenzhen gently shook his head, feeling a wave of astonishment. After all, while others might not grasp the intricacies of the situation, he was acutely aware that demonic beasts typically dwell within the depths of secret forests, seldom venturing into the thriving realms of humanity. Yet, this three-eyed infernal wolf had evidently strayed into the city of the Yamato people. If the inhabitants of Yamato had not provoked this beast, it would likely have returned to the shadowy woods soon. However, the Yamato military, through their own folly, brazenly instigated conflict by launching an assault on the three-eyed wolf, drawing it into their urban confines. Upon entering the city, the Yamato forces further resorted to esoteric forbidden artifacts, severely wounding the three-eyed infernal wolf. This provocation unleashed the beast's primal fury, as it unleashed cataclysmic powers, instantly reducing the entire city to smoldering ruins. This incident garnered global attention, and as a result, Shenzhen was awarded millions of chaos points. These chaos points were contributions from the citizens of the Great Hua Nation. Now, following the events at the Magical Academy and the official acknowledgement of the existence of magic, all citizens of Great Hua firmly believed that the three-eyed infernal wolf hailed from a magical realm. In contrast, outside the borders of Great Hua, the world remained oblivious to the existence of magic, merely perceiving it as a bioweapon fabricated by Yamato, thus unable to offer chaos points. Witnessing the imminent departure of the three-eyed infernal wolf, Qin Jianan was not about to let this opportunity slip away. How could he refrain from stirring the waters? With a decisive thought, Qin Jianan, wielding the prowess of a universal mage, though his power was derived from exchange rather than personal cultivation, still exerted an irresistible pressure upon the high-level demonic beast. In an instant, the three-eyed infernal wolf was entirely under his control. At this moment, any who dared approach the three-eyed infernal wolf would be taken aback by the human-like expression that flickered across its visage, its dark, lively eyes sparkling with cunning and anticipation, as if eager to unleash its might. With a thunderous roar, the three-eyed infernal wolf, under Qin Jianan's command, charged towards the iconic Mount Fuji, a symbol of Yamato. In the wake of the demonic beast incident, the surroundings had long since been deserted. Boom! Qin Jianan lightly lifted her toes, and in an instant, the majestic peak of Mount Fuji vanished without a trace. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Stomp! Again, stomp! Relentlessly, she continued to trample. Under Qin Jianan's rampage, Mount Fuji collapsed into a mere heap of ruins. Now, her next target was the Asama Shrine in Ichinamiya town, which stood in close proximity to Mount Fuji. The Asama Shrine was a sacred site with a rich history in the land of Yamato, its significance rivaling that of the Great Wall and the Forbidden City in the Great Hua Nation. However, at this moment, a deafening roar erupted. The three-eyed infernal wolf's cry sent the monks within the shrine fleeing in terror. After all, with a population in the hundreds of millions, the tantalizing allure of chaos points meant that Qin Jianan would spare the innocent civilians. Once she confirmed that all had evacuated, she stepped into the shrine. With a resounding crash, the Asama Shrine in Ichinamiya town was reduced to rubble. Her next objective, the three great shrines of Yamato and the impure sanctuaries of the Jin Kingdom. Qin Jianan squinted slightly. The three great shrines of Japan are Ise Shrine, Heian Shrine, and Meiji Shrine. These shrines boast a rich history and are renowned, housing the spirits of war criminals from World War II. With official delegations from Japan visiting annually to pay their respects. Humph! Qin Jianan let out a cold snort, commanding the three-eyed hellwolf to rampage with reckless abandon, causing widespread destruction yet sparing any lives. It obliterated all the shrines dedicated to war criminals within the borders of Japan, particularly the Jingu Shrine, a site the Prime Minister of Japan visits annually, which was defiled by the wolf's excrement, tarnishing the memorials of those grade A war criminals. Naturally, this series of extraordinary actions by the three-eyed hellwolf immediately drew considerable attention. Especially when news of this reached the homeland, it incited an uproar. An urgent news bulletin reported, the monster that has wreaked havoc in a Japanese city has not ceased its rampage. Instead, it continues to unleash its fury upon the Jingu Shrine, Ise Jingu, Meiji Jingu, and other sacred sites honoring World War II war criminals. Notably, at the Jingu Shrine, the beast even left its waste upon the memorials of the war criminals. The citizens of Dawaguo were left in astonishment, as the sudden interruption on their television screens plunged them into deep contemplation. Hey, don't you find the behavior of that monster rather peculiar? I have a premonition that this creature is undoubtedly connected to our Dawaguo by blood. Could it be that the events of 99 can no longer be concealed? Alas, it seems I can no longer remain low-key. Let me share the truth. Back when I was raising the fire phoenix at the zoo, its egg was devoured by a wolf, which led to the birth of this monster. Thus it is indeed a genuine descendant of Yin and Huang. In a dimly lit conference room, a thunderous snore erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, leaving the assembled generals pale with fury. The general, unable to contain his rage, glared fiercely, demanding, "Who dares to slumber like a pig during such a significant oracle council?" The crowd furrowed their brows, glancing around until their collective gaze landed squarely on the foremost figure, President Chuan, who was lost in dreams, snoring like thunder, drool at the corner of his mouth, occasionally emitting sounds resembling chewing, provoking a wave of ire among the attendees. 9 nether hellfire. I must have been blind to have voted for him. Someone muttered in indignation. Chaos and confusion. How can he sleep at such a critical assembly? I am utterly in awe of his ability. Another general hissed through clenched teeth. Amen. This fellow is most likely a covert agent sent by the opposing faction. No, he is the enemy himself. Murmurs of suspicion rippled through the crowd. In the assembly, the high-ranking leaders from the United States were rendered speechless, their frustration boiling within, wishing they could exhale their pent-up anger. Yet, having elected this president, they could only support him through gritted teeth, even if they were reluctant. Why is everyone silent? Just as the room fell into a hush, President Chuan finally stirred from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning before asking, "What? Has the Oracle Council concluded?" The attendees exchanged glances, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. We convened this urgent council just to serve as your lullaby?" President Chuanda appeared to sense the subtle shift in atmosphere, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He forced a smile and inquired, "Gentlemen, what decisions have been made regarding the recent incursion of the demon beasts into Japan?" One of the generals from the Pentagon pondered for a moment, his expression grave, before responding, "Mr. President, Japan has requested our assistance. After consultations with various celestial sects, we have resolved to dispatch the 7th Divine Fleet to provide support." Demon beasts? Upon hearing this, President Chuanda's eyes glimmered with intrigue, clearly captivated by the news. Previously, it was widely believed that these creatures were bioweapons concocted by Japan through forbidden sorcery. To be informed otherwise was nothing short of astonishing. According to preliminary assessments from our Institute of Celestial Arts, these demon beasts appear to have materialized from thin air, as if they hail from another realm. Even more astonishing is their extraordinary power, reminiscent of the demons chronicled in ancient texts. The general shook his head repeatedly, his face etched with concern. "Demon?" President Chuan Da's brow furrowed slightly, his demeanor suddenly turning solemn, as if recalling a matter of utmost importance. He swiftly took out his communication artifact, preparing to contact his fellow celestial allies. However, those around him observed President Chuanda sitting upright, exuding an air of seriousness, his fingers tapping rapidly on the artifact screen. Yet, a glance from the individual seated beside him caused his lips to twitch. It turned out that during this critical national defense meeting, President Chuanda was earnestly using the artifact to send messages on a celestial social platform. Naturally, due to the distance, others could not ascertain the content of President Chuanda's messages. Had they known he was posting a message imbued with a playful tone, "Oh dear. The demon beasts of Japan are probably the legendary demons. I'm so scared. Seeking celestial fate, seeking elixirs. Several dozen miles off the eastern coast of Japan, a colossal fleet of celestial ships was quietly navigating towards Japanese territory. This fleet was none other than the 7th Divine Fleet of the United States, long stationed in the vicinity of Japan to guard against the celestial sentinels of the Great Huan Nation. At this moment, they were tasked with addressing the crisis posed by the demons within Japan's borders. "Esteemed colleagues, how shall we confront these demon beasts?" Commander George of the 7th Divine Fleet furrowed his brow as he perused a confidential letter from the White House. This is quite the predicament. Intelligence reports indicate that ordinary celestial talismans are ineffective against them, while more powerful artifacts risk compromising the integrity of the demon corpses. The White House insists we must return the demon bodies intact for the Academy of Sciences to study. This is a challenging demand, sighed Deputy Commander Ryan, crossing his arms in dismay. Perhaps we should deploy several celestial avian bombers, equipped with ethereal celestial bombs, to strike. George contemplated briefly before issuing a decisive order. Although the potency of ethereal celestial bombs may not rival that of Japan's forbidden spell bombs, they were certainly capable of inflicting significant damage. Given that Japan's celestial bombs could still harm the demon beasts, it was reasonable to conclude that those subjected to ethereal celestial bomb attacks would be severely injured, if not killed outright. What if the demon beasts were impervious to ethereal celestial bombs? The American Celestial Alliance possesses even mightier artifacts, such as the powerful Warhammer and Trident. What indestructible beasts could possibly stand against them? It is but a jest, in the face of the formidable power of the American Celestial Alliance. These creatures are merely moving targets. Whoosh! Several celestial bombers ascended from the celestial ships, soaring towards the land of Japan. The pilots, at ease and unperturbed, felt no trace of anxiety. After all, they firmly believed that no force could withstand the might of the American Celestial Alliance, including the monstrous beasts currently rampaging across Japan. Simultaneously, Prime Minister Abe Yoshihiro addressed the nation from the Tokyo Celestial Broadcast Station, assuring the public that there was no need for panic. For the American Celestial Alliance had dispatched reinforcements, and this crisis with the demonic creatures would surely be resolved. The populace of Japan erupted into ecstasy upon learning of the American Celestial Alliance's arrival to their aid. Ah, marvelous! The American Celestial Alliance has come. We are saved. What otherworldly demons could withstand them? In the presence of the American Celestial Alliance, they would be obliterated in an instant. The spirit of the American Celestial Alliance is formidable. The nation of Japan rejoiced, celebrating with exuberance. At this moment, the American Celestial bombers reach Japanese airspace. Tremble, beasts! Experience our ethereal celestial bombs. As the ferocious three-eyed demon wolf rampaged unchecked within Japan, the citizens were engulfed in terror, as if the sky itself were about to collapse. However, at this moment, this fearsome beast had finally been subdued. Yet, neither the jubilant citizens of Japan nor the exceedingly confident American envoys realized that the three-eyed demon wolf lay on the ground without a single mark upon its body. Ha ha. Prepare for a press conference at once. I shall announce to the world that the demon beast has been vanquished. Prime Minister Abe Yoshihiro was elated and promptly ordered the media to gather for coverage. This was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to bolster his reputation, and he would not let it slip by. The threat of the demon beast has been alleviated. Citizens may rest assured, for under my cabinet's leadership, the great nation of Japan shall fear nothing. Leading a cadre of senior officials, Abe Yoshihiro approached the scene of the three-eyed demon wolf to hold a press conference, even instructing the photography team to capture multiple angles of the motionless beast alongside his own commanding presence. In the face of the public's awe, Abe Yoshihiro confidently began to read from his scroll. However, why do the audience members appear so? Just as he recited from the scroll, he suddenly observed the crowd fall silent, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Some reporters and photographers even abandoned their microphones and cameras, fleeing in panic. What is happening? In confusion, Abe Yoshihiro turned to look, and he froze in place. The very three-eyed demon wolf, which was supposed to have been obliterated by the American divine lightnings, was now standing once more, gazing at him with apparent curiosity. Not dead yet. Let us see how anxious you become. The three-eyed demon wolf emitted a low growl towards Abe Yoshihiro, yet due to its inability to articulate, all he perceived was a deafening roar. At this moment, the press conference descended into chaos. Alas, the demon beast has returned. Help! Who can save me? Prime Minister, you must flee. Allow me to cover your retreat. Abe Yoshihiro silently cursed, yet there was little time for such thoughts. Ultimately, this press conference, convened to announce the eradication of the demon beast, had been an exceptional opportunity to elevate one's stature, and thus, dignitaries from all corners of Japan had gathered in attendance. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that the beast had merely been feigning death. Bang! Shun Jinan maneuvered the three-eyed demon wolf into the arena, its massive claws crashing down with tremendous force. In an instant, all members of the Japanese cabinet and senior officials present fell, leaving Japan's political landscape in ruins. At this moment, the Japanese government lay in shambles. This is impossible. Admiral George of the U.S. 7th Fleet and his deputy Ryan stared wide-eyed at the images relayed by the satellite, rendered speechless. Wasn't the beast previously destroyed by divine lightning? How could it have resurrected? Ryan's throat tightened as he tremulously inquired. No, we have all been deceived by the beast. Its divine lightning attack inflicted no damage. It merely feigned death to mock us. George elucidated the truth, recognizing the three-eyed demon wolf's ruse at a glance. What? Aghast, Ryan pressed on. What should we do now? Continue the bombardment. Utilize an even more potent divine lightning. George's expression darkened. As the commander of the forces dispatched to support Japan, the death of his prime minister before him was an immense affront to his dignity. Activate the Thunder War Axe Divine Lightning. If that proves insufficient, then deploy the Poseidon's Trident Divine Lightning. Fueled by rage, George resolved to spare no expense, commanding the aircraft to unleash the finest Thunder War Axe Divine Lightning upon the three-eyed demon wolf. Boom! With George's orders, 3 fighter jets ascended, armed with the unparalleled Thunder War Axe Divine Lightning, hurtling toward their target. Bang! Following the explosion, smoke billowed. Had the beast perished? It should have by now. The Japanese Self-Defense Forces Divine Lightning had already severely wounded it. Our Thunder War Axe Divine Lightning far exceeds that of Japan. It must be unable to escape its fate. George and Ryan whispered to each other, their hearts racing, yet still convinced that the three-eyed demon wolf was beyond salvation. However, a deafening roar pierced through the smoke, and a colossal figure emerged, a testament to the demon wolf's tenacious survival. What? George and Ryan were struck with horror. This entirely defied their expectations. By all logic, having endured the Thunder War Axe Divine Lightning's assault, even if it did not perish, it should have been grievously injured. Yet this beast remained unscathed, utterly contrary to reason. Of course, if Chun Jinan were present, he would undoubtedly respond. Nonsense. This is the power of magic. Impossible. The previous divine lightning from Japan managed to inflict some harm. Why then does our divine lightning have no effect? Cold sweat trickled down George and Ryan's foreheads, deeply perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. Yet they were unaware that under ordinary circumstances, the three-eyed demon wolf could not withstand the Thunder War Axe's assault. But with Chun Jinan at the helm, how could it easily fall? Chun Jinan intends to utilize the three-eyed demon wolf to plunge humanity into utter despair, only to emerge as a savior, thus subverting human perception. It seems they must resort to the trident of the sea god. George and Ryan, with a sense of resignation, decided to deploy the most formidable lightning weapon currently developed in the United States, aware that its advanced nature would undoubtedly attract envy from other nations if revealed in combat. However, the task of rescuing Japan has become widely known. Should they return empty-handed, the United States' prestige on the international stage would be irreparably damaged. Thus, they resolved to take the risk. Whoosh! Several fighter jets ascended into the skies, and soon, the mightiest lightning weapon, the trident of the sea god, locked onto the three-eyed demon wolf. Yet the outcome was painfully clear. It remained futile. My heavens, could it be that even the trident of the sea god cannot shake this beast? George and Ryan were utterly dumbfounded. The most advanced conventional weapon of the United States proved ineffective against this creature. Thus, their only remaining option was nuclear weaponry. Unbelievable. Must they truly resort to nuclear arms to eliminate this beast? The faces of George and Ryan, the captains of the 7th Star Fleet, turned as pale as paper. The looming crisis was beyond their control, compelling them to urgently contact the Star Palace for guidance. In the capital of the Celestial Realm, the hidden divine city, the highest authority of the Japanese royal family, Emperor Tsukikage Yabi Takeyoshi, was about to share a mysterious moment with Empress Tsukihan Shizuka when he was interrupted by a group of anxious guards. Your Majesty, come quickly. There is an anomaly. The guards' voices trembled with urgency, sending a jolt of concern through Yabi Takeyoshi. Since the end of the ancient hidden divine war, although the imperial authority ostensibly remained, it had been usurped by cabinet powers. The emperor now held only symbolic honor, with daily affairs entirely controlled by the prime minister. However, today's events clearly exceeded his expectations. Furrowing his brow, Yabi Takeyoshi donned his robes and entered the resplendent hall to face his ministers. Your Majesty, all members of the cabinet have been slaughtered by the beast. The political landscape is in turmoil and paralyzed. The people hope you will rise to the occasion and turn the tide. A minister reported, bowing deeply. What? Abe Saimai has fallen. Upon hearing this news, Yabi Takeyoshi leaped with joy, laughter echoing through the hall. Ha, ha, ha. That fellow has finally met his retribution. For ages, successive prime ministers had relied on their real power, while Yabi Takeyoshi, as emperor, had merely been a symbol of lofty position, often bullied. Particularly, he would never forget how Empress Shizuka would spend late nights at the prime minister's residence, practicing secret arts until her complexion glowed upon returning. Yet now, his rival Abe Saimai had perished. Ahem, Your Majesty, please maintain your composure, a minister observed, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though aware of the emperor's grievances against the prime minister, it was inappropriate to display such exuberance in light of recent events. Ah, yes, one must be mindful of appearances. Nobita repressed his smile, squeezing out a few tears as he feigned sorrow. Alas, Prime Minister Abe, how could you leave us? I am truly heartbroken, haha. The attendant shook his head in resignation, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. The cabinet has been decimated, our nation is leaderless. We implore your Majesty to take charge. Indeed, this matter cannot be neglected. Nobita exclaimed, filled with ecstatic joy. After decades of serving as a mere mascot, he finally had an opportunity to realize his ambitions, and he would not let it slip away. Your Majesty, urgent communication from the White House requests your attention. The attendant reverently handed the communication device to Nobita. However, upon connecting, a brazen voice erupted from the other end. Hello, Emperor of Japan? This is the unyielding Kawa of the Stellar Empire. I have a matter to discuss with you. We have decided to deploy meteorite bombs within your territory. What? How dare you? Nobita seethed with rage upon hearing the words of the American emperor. The chiefs and presidents from the small nations of Africa and Southeast Asia would bow in deference when visiting him, yet this Kawa emperor remained arrogantly dismissive. never acknowledging his stature. To make matters worse, the audacity to propose deploying meteorite bombs in his land was beyond comprehension. Kawa, you must not. Nobita vehemently rejected the notion. For although he had long played the role of a mere mascot, he understood that meteorite bombs were not to be used lightly. After all, while the monstrous beasts were indeed ferocious, their devastation was but fleeting. Once a meteorite bomb fell, its destructive power would linger for a millennium. Yet, how could they combat the beast without resorting to meteorite bombs? Let us not forget, it was your nation that sought our assistance. Kawa's tone was indifferent, as if this matter bore no weight upon him. Regardless of the outcome, Japan would be obliged to pay a substantial fee. The Stellar Empire would profit regardless. Nobita found himself ensnared in profound conflict upon hearing Kawa's words. He recognized the truth behind them. It appeared that only by wielding meteorite bombs could they hope to fend off the beast. However, should he resort to such measures, his image as emperor would forever be marred in the annals of Japan's history. He would become the first leader to request the deployment of destructive weapons upon his own soil, a figure of global ridicule. Just as Nobita wrestled with his indecision, a guard rushed in, breathless with excitement. Your Majesty, great news. The beast has departed our territory and is heading towards the 7th Starship Fleet of the Stellar Empire. What? Nobita's face lit up with joy. Ha ha, splendid. Let that beast wreak havoc upon the Stellar Empire. Yet, as he spoke, a sense of unease washed over him. He suddenly remembered he was still on the line with Kawa. Turning to the communication device, he was met with the furious roar of Kawa echoing back. Interstellar Minister. Immediately initiate the asteroid bomb deployment protocol. That monstrous beast is advancing towards our 7th Star Fleet. It is imperative that we annihilate it on our home front. We must not allow the 7th Star Fleet to sustain any damage. Upon hearing this, Nobita felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and hastily clarified, No. Your Imperial Majesty, I certainly did not harbor any malicious intent. I merely, however, Emperor Chuan did not afford him the opportunity to explain. And all that remained on the other end of the line was a series of busy signals. Damn it. Nobita seethed with rage and promptly commanded his attendants quickly. Evacuate the populace. Relocate all residents near the potential landing sites of the beast. The Star Empire is about to deploy asteroid bombs. Simultaneously, Commander George of the 7th Star Fleet received directives from the White House. The higher-ups demanded that the troops prepare for the deployment of asteroid bombs. George nodded to his deputy, Ryan, and began relaying orders to his subordinates. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a deep-sea nuclear submarine surged forth, launching a super missile armed with an asteroid bomb, swiftly locking onto its target and hurtling towards it. Whoosh. The missile, moving at an astonishing speed, closed in on the three-eyed giant wolf of a beast within mere seconds. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the asteroid bomb struck its target with precision, unleashing a terrifying storm of energy that altered the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The potent thunder pill accurately struck the three-eyed hellwolf, subsequently conjuring a mysterious cloud of thunder and flame that surged into the sky, with a violent shockwave reducing half of Hellwolf City to ruins. Haha, we have succeeded. The American soldiers erupted in jubilant celebration, particularly Commander George of the 7th Phantom Fleet, whose face radiated pride. With the thunder pill's impact, the beast was undoubtedly doomed, even if it survived the explosion. The devastating spiritual pressure unleashed would be sufficient to obliterate it. At this moment, in stark contrast to the ecstatic American soldiers, the citizens of Japan seethed with rage upon learning of the thunder pill's deployment on their homeland. Yet, their fury swiftly transformed into bitter laughter and resignation. After all, Japan had become a vassal of the United States. Despite their deep indignation towards American hegemony, what could they possibly do in resistance? Alas, the demise of that beast could be considered a small consolation. The people of Japan could only self-soothe in this manner. At this moment, whether in Japan or other nations, the public was deeply concerned about the beast's fate. After all, prior to this, even the Axe Thunder Pill and Trident Thunder Pill had failed to inflict any damage upon it. No one dared to guarantee the efficacy of the Thunder Pill. That creature had surely been vanquished by the power of the thunder. One must understand, the Thunder Pill is the most tyrannical artifact in existence. Indeed, one need not speak of the terrifying destructive force of the Thunder Pill upon detonation, even the devastating spiritual pressure that follows. What in this world can withstand such might? However, as the smoke from the immortal Thunder Pill dissipated, All present gazed in astonishment at the unscathed figure of the three-eyed nether wolf at the epicenter of the explosion, falling into an eerie silence. At this moment, whether it was the audience in the live-streaming room, the viewers in front of their television sets, or the military and political officials from various countries observing through satellite imagery, all collectively drew a sharp breath. Goodness, the beast remained entirely unharmed. Shock filled the eyes of the onlookers, each mouth agape as if capable of accommodating a fist. How could this be possible? This was a blatant violation of the established principles within the cultivation realm. Everyone began to question the reality of the scene before them. After all, while magical beasts might withstand attacks due to their tough hides and unique physiques, the immortal thunder pill was an assault that disregarded defenses and targeted the very essence of life. Under the direct impact of the immortal thunder pill, the three-eyed nether wolf, situated at the heart of the explosion, emerged unscathed, a notion too incredible to comprehend. This is disastrous. If even the immortal thunder pill could not subdue this terrifying creature, what could possibly kill it? Despair was evident in everyone's eyes, for the immortal thunder pill was already humanity's most formidable celestial weapon. If it could not vanquish this monster, did humanity still possess any hope? This is dire. Retreat. Quickly, let the fleet withdraw. Witnessing the futility of the immortal thunder pill against the three-eyed nether wolf, Commander George of the 7th Nether Fleet found himself in a frantic state. He observed via satellite imagery that the three-eyed nether wolf was launching an assault towards them, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Fortunately, it was merely a wolf. Incapable of swimming, all aircraft carriers of the 7th Nether Fleet immediately set sail at full speed, only breathing a sigh of relief once they had distanced themselves from the perilous zone. Under normal circumstances, indeed, as a member of the wolf clan, the three-eyed nether wolf would not possess the ability to swim. Yet now, controlling the beast, Qin Jianan smiled calmly. Following that, to the astonishment of all, a resplendent light emanated from the back of the three-eyed nether wolf, and then, to their disbelief, it let out a roar as it sprouted a pair of wings and took to the skies. Roar, roar. The airborne three-eyed nether wolf swiftly caught up with the 7th Nether Fleet, sending George and Ryan into a cold sweat. What on earth is this? George and Ryan gazed up at the colossal figure in the sky, filled with terror. Stay calm, maintain composure. George could only self-soothe, reminding himself that the creature was merely several dozen feet in size, not even a tenth of their aircraft carrier's dimensions, and thus may not possess the capacity to destroy their vessel. Just as George finished speaking, he witnessed the three-eyed nether wolf suddenly open its enormous maw, subsequently conjuring a terrifying orb of light within. The orb contained a chillingly dreadful power, and merely catching a glimpse was enough to instill fear deep within the soul, as if it threatened to consume their very essence. Flee. Gazing upon the terrifying sphere of light that sent shivers through the very essence of their souls, both George and Ryan realized that the events of the day had spiraled beyond their control. Quick! Immediately launch all fighter jets into the air. We must intercept it at all costs. The command center of the 7th Underworld Fleet descended into chaos, with George and Ryan both drenched in sweat, their minds a blank slate. In an instant, a beam of light erupted from the mouth of the three-eyed nether wolf, hurtling towards the 7th Underworld Fleet below. The destructive divine light. True to its name, the beam resembled a death ray unleashed by a god of annihilation, obliterating all in its path, and even creating voids within space itself. As the stunned onlookers realized that the three-eyed nether wolf possessed the ability to soar through the skies, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. After all, the land of Huaxia was merely a sea away from the island nation of eastern Japan. If this ferocious beast were to cross the waters and invade Huaxia, what could they possibly do in response? As the entire 7th Fleet of the United States faced annihilation, its remnants slowly sinking into the abyss, people around the globe were engulfed in a heavy sense of foreboding, each individual gripped by anxiety regarding the fate of humanity. The colossal three-eyed nether wolf circling above tightened every heart, its destructive power having already wrought significant havoc in eastern Japan. None could foresee where this beast would strike next. Suddenly, the three-eyed nether wolf emitted an uncharacteristic howl, astonishing all present. This cry was starkly different from its usual tyrannical roars, imbued instead with a tremor of fear and panic, akin to the mournful wail of a frail creature confronted by a formidable predator. Through satellite transmissions, global viewers were astonished to witness the once mighty three-eyed nether wolf now curled up, trembling on the ground, its visage betraying a distinctly human-like emotion of terror. At this moment, the world was gripped by astonishment and dread. What force could possibly instill such fear in a being so powerful that it remained impervious to nuclear weapons? Could it be that an even more terrifying beast had emerged from the depths of eastern Japan? Witnessing this scene, viewers around the world shone with glimmers of despair. Just then, a voice rang out like celestial music, leaving the entire world in shock. "Oh, you mischievous little creature, causing trouble everywhere. If this continues, our secret world will be exposed to the Muggles." Upon hearing this voice, everyone was rendered speechless. The individuals on screen held their breath, their hearts pounding with astonishment. Foreigners were perplexed, sensing familiarity in the voice, while the people of Huaxia erupted in fervor. Heavens! Someone is speaking to that monster. The magnetic tone reverberated through the air, stunning the populace of Huaxia into silence. Soon, they recalled the recent discussions surrounding the Magical Academy and the nation's public acknowledgement of the existence of magic, collectively conjuring the image of an individual in their minds. Could it be him? Just as the people of Huaxia brimmed with anticipation, while foreigners were engulfed in perplexity, the space before the three-eyed underworld wolf shimmered with ripples. And then a figure emerged from within. Chun Jianan suddenly emerged before the world. Good heavens! What on earth is happening? How could this person materialize from the void? Is he, perhaps, the legendary master of the realm of magic? Countless foreigners gazed in astonishment, utterly flabbergasted as they witnessed the moment Chun Jianan appeared in a live broadcast, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. In stark contrast, the people of Huaxia were brimming with exhilaration. Long before the news of Chun Jianan's magical academy swept across the internet, they instantly recognized this enigmatic figure. It is he, the magician Chun Jianan, the headmaster of the magical academy. The citizens of Huaxia were ecstatic, while the foreigners, upon seeing their enthusiastic discussions, were left utterly bewildered. What? A magician? A magical academy? What on earth are these things? All the foreigners were left dumbfounded. At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a thing as magic exist in this world? Scientists globally were left wide-eyed. Yet, if all of this were not due to magic, how could one explain it? A person manifesting from nothingness, standing in midair. If this is not magic, then what is it? Not to mention the recent appearances of those monstrous creatures in the east, seemingly materializing out of thin air, each endowed with supernatural powers. How does one explain that? If magic truly exists, then everything falls into place. The reason those monsters are so formidable is that they are the legendary beasts. Chun Jianan can stand in the air and emerge from the void because he is indeed the fabled magician. Breakpoint 1. Breakpoint 1. Breakpoint 1. At this moment, billions of viewers worldwide witnessed the scene through the live broadcast, their worldviews shattered, bringing Chun Jianan an unprecedented influx of billions of breakpoints, even surpassing his accumulation over the past decade in the Tang dynasty. After all, the modern society has a vast population base, and the surge of billions of breakpoints brought an uncontainable joy to Chun Jianan. Yet, he was acutely aware that the eyes of the entire world were fixed upon him. And as a mysterious magician, he must maintain a composed demeanor. Thus, he suppressed his inner delight, maintaining a tranquil expression, and calmly addressed the three-eyed hell wolf before him. Just in time, my newly established magical academy is in need of a gatekeeper beast, and you shall do nicely. With that, Chun Jianan drew a wand and swiftly uttered an incantation. In an instant, the wand emitted a dazzling purple light. Roar! To the three-eyed hell wolf, which could withstand a nuclear attack unscathed. This moment brought forth a visage of sheer terror, and before the gathered multitude, it turned and fled in panic. However, this was all part of Chun Jianan's plan. Why would he allow the hell wolf to escape so easily? The purple light rapidly expanded into a massive net, its speed outpacing that of the fleeing hell wolf by tenfold, capturing it in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the violet web began to constrict, transforming into a fist-sized iron cage, while the enormous figure of the three-eyed hell wolf diminished at a visibly rapid pace before the eyes of the onlookers, ultimately shrinking to the size of a fingertip, ensnared within the confines of the cage. Very well, it is time for me to take my leave. Chun Jianan smiled faintly before departing after his display of prowess. With a subtle flick of his wand, a rift in space opened instantaneously, and he vanished into the void, leaving behind a multitude of astonished onlookers. The creature that even a nuclear bomb could not vanquish was thus effortlessly resolved. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in the minds of the crowd. Could he be the fabled master of magic? In the aftermath of this extraordinary day, the world was engulfed in unprecedented commotion. Both governments and the populace sought information regarding Chun Jianan through myriad channels. What? He is the enigmatic headmaster of the illustrious Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was rumored that Hogwarts had recently concluded a clandestine enrollment process. How could we, belonging to esteemed families of wizards, have remained oblivious? There were vehement calls for Hogwarts to reopen its doors, allowing every being with magical potential the opportunity for training. The clamor of the crowd persisted, yet all efforts proved futile, for Yearn had already erected formidable magical barriers, preventing anyone but Hogwarts students from entering. Consequently, the enraged masses directed their protests towards the Magical Council. Protests. Why conceal the true nature of this magical realm from us? There were fervent demands for educational reform, advocating for the inclusion of magic in the basic education system, ensuring that every child has the chance to harness magical power. Every individual should possess the sacred right to learn magic. Faced with the outcry of the populace, the magical councils of various nations found themselves at a loss. Goodness, your protests are in vain. We cannot even approach the entrance of Hogwarts. Nevertheless, the turmoil outside did not disturb Yearn. At this moment, he had returned to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Perhaps with a touch of whimsical humor, Yearn had named this magical institution. Perched atop the White Cloud Mountain, Hogwarts, transforming it into a magnificent castle divided into 4 great houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Well, from this day forth, you shall guard the gates of Hogwarts. Upon returning to the academy, Yearn released a captive 3-eyed wolf, binding it with magical chains before the entrance. As a powerful magical beast, the 3-eyed wolf possessed a modicum of intelligence and understood Yearn's intentions. Though reluctant at heart, the wolf had no choice but to comply upon sensing Yearn's formidable power. Although the 3-eyed wolf nodded in resignation, acknowledging this turn of events. However, in this moment, it certainly did not intend to remain willingly, even plotting an opportunity to escape. Yet, in the future, it would be grateful for its unsuccessful attempts at fleeing. In time, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry became the pinnacle symbol of the magical world, with wizards from all corners of the globe taking immense pride in being part of Hogwarts. Within the halls of the academy, the faculty members are required to possess a minimum of the Grand Mage level of mastery. As one peruses the annals of the future magical world, it becomes evident that nearly all significant historical events are inextricably linked to the profound influence of Hogwarts. This esteemed institution, universally acknowledged to have been founded by the illustrious mage Yearn, remains a hallowed sanctuary in the hearts of all sorcerers. In those days, even the 3-eyed wolf, serving as the guardian beast, commanded such reverence that even the mightiest magical creatures dared not provoke it. After all, it was personally chosen by Mage Yearn as the protector of Hogwarts, having engaged in numerous intimate confrontations with him in corporeal form. Yearn inwardly scoffed. Humph. Having captured him after several attempts to flee, one could say this is a form of intimacy. However, he set those thoughts aside for the moment. After settling the 3-eyed demon wolf, Yearn proceeded to the magical arena outside the academy. Since the freshmen had been secretly admitted and commenced their lessons, they had already attended several classes. Unlike Yearn, whose prowess was acquired through divine exchanges, they were starting from scratch in their journey to master magic. Although their time learning was brief and their instructor, Yearn, had attained his skills through exchange rather than personal cultivation, he was a master of all magical disciplines. Under his meticulous guidance, all students had made remarkable advancements in their magical abilities. Before Yearn left the school to address the beast crisis, he had arranged a magical duel for the students, and upon his return, the competition was still fervently underway. You have arrived. I have come. You should not be here. But I am here. At that moment, on the elevated platform, the 2 contenders, Luringia and Lurunii, stood opposite each other, their expressions tense and serious as they fixed their gazes upon one another. Though their words lacked evident emotional fluctuations, the sound of their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner turmoil. These 2 individuals were distinct in stature, one tall and slender, the other short and stout, one with crossed eyes, the other with prominent ears, one with a nose held high, the other with a crooked mouth, each possessing a unique aura that could easily challenge Hegel's adage that existence is rational. Nonetheless, all matters possess duality. Viewed from another perspective, such as from behind, they indeed appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Very well, let us commence, Luringia stated in a calm tone. Agreed. Lurunii responded with a nod. Thus began a magical duel that would remain etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. As Qin Jinan returned to the arena, he was met with a rather absurd scene. Ah, it hurts so much. Let go of me. Don't touch my magic core. Humph. I want to let go unless you release your grip on my elemental guide. Ah, it's too painful. Please, let go. How about we count to 3 and release simultaneously? All right. 1, 2, 3. Lu Renjia and Lu Rin had both taken a step back, each nursing their injured spots, gazing at one another in astonishment. Such terrifying reflexes. A month later, Qin Jinan had been diligently instructing students at the enigmatic Star Moon Magic Academy. While the peculiar magical beasts under his control had taken residence in the land of the East, among them, the three-eyed magic wolf could soar through the skies. Consequently, the topic that had once captivated the world's attention gradually faded from public consciousness. Although the matter had garnered profound concern from the populace, the inability to access the Star Moon Magic Academy or to halt the rampage of magical beasts within the East meant that life in most regions had largely returned to normalcy. With the exception of the East, in that territory, they were engulfed in extreme panic and despair. The magical beasts had united into a formidable tide, relentlessly assaulting the city's defenses. Against those low-level beasts, the military could barely withstand with their upgraded weaponry. However, mid-tier beasts necessitated the deployment of heavy mechs and aerial battleships to combat. As for the high-tier and peak-level beasts, alas, upon encountering them, one could only hope for divine mercy and flee if possible. Despite the international aid forces and self-defense troops establishing numerous safe zones in the East, the continuous escalation in the number of magical beasts caused these zone safety perimeters to dwindle. Bakayaru, the Emperor of the East, Nobita Deo, wore a troubled expression as he clutched the intelligence presented by his subordinates, his heart heavy with bitterness. Day after day, countless citizens fell victim to the slaughter of magical beasts, and the safety zones we endeavored to isolate were weakening day by day. Within a mere month, over half of our territory had succumbed to the beast's grasp. What are we to do? Nobita Deo shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. And sighed inwardly. Your Majesty, our army has indeed exerted every effort, but in the current situation, we find ourselves powerless. Kozumi Keifu, the newly appointed Minister of the Defense Ministry, shrugged and proposed a seemingly feasible suggestion. Your Majesty, those magical beasts are immensely powerful. In my humble opinion, perhaps only the head of the Star Moon Magic Academy, Qin Jinan, can subdue them. Do you think I haven't considered that? The Emperor of the East, Nobita Deo, glared at him, responding wearily. A month ago, after Qin Jinan effortlessly tamed that magic wolf, I immediately ordered the Foreign Ministry to contact the Great Huagua. However, they replied that they had also been searching for Qin Jinan, yet they did not even have his contact information. I have a plan. Kakawa Nobita wore a sly smile at the corners of his mouth as he proposed. We could dispatch an elite force to capture the families of those students from the Magic Academy, thereby coercing Qin Jinan into serving our interests. Nanny. Nobita was taken aback by this suggestion and hesitantly replied, but what if Qin Jinan refuses to assist us? Not only would we fail to secure external aid, but we might also attract a formidable wizard as our adversary. Fear not, Your Majesty. As long as we hold hostages, Qin Jinan will undoubtedly heed our commands. Should he decline to cooperate, we could eliminate a few of the student's relatives. How would his classmates then perceive him? In order to uphold the Academy's reputation or to safeguard the trust of the students, Qin Jinan will fervently plead for the release of the hostages. Kakawa Nobita's confident demeanor and persuasive rhetoric convinced Nobita entirely, prompting him to issue orders for the immediate deployment of an elite unit and special forces to apprehend the relatives of the Magic Academy students. Meanwhile, within the Starry Moon Magic Academy, a sweet little girl with bright, large eyes and long eyelashes clutched her magical communicator, adorned with a pink crystal, and pouted in evident dissatisfaction. Suyong, what troubles you? In the distance, another little girl dressed in stockings and a lace skirt bounced over, inquiring with concern. Humph, Yegwang. Today is my birthday, yet my father and mother have yet to call me with their blessings, and I have been unable to reach them either. Oh dear. You two cannot get through to your parents? Yegwang, the little girl, blinked her big eyes in surprise and responded, I tried contacting my family recently, and it was the same situation. I couldn't get through. Ah, could something be amiss? Suyong scratched her head, looking worried. Uncertain. Let us seek out Brother Dean for answers. Yegwang took Suyong's hand, and together they went to Qin Jianan's office to inform him of the matter. You cannot reach your families. Upon hearing the two little girls' words, Qin Jianan furrowed his brow and retrieved a shimmering purple crystal divination ball to commence a reading. With his formidable prowess as a sage of magic, the results of the divination quickly manifested. After examining the outcome, his expression turned icy. Japan, your sins are unforgivable. Qin Jianan let out a furious roar. Jianan Gage, what happened? Su Yong and Yi Guang, the two little lowly girls, gazed at the suddenly enraged Qin Jianan, instinctively gripping each other's hands tightly, trembling with fear. Do not be afraid, you two. The director Gage shall return shortly. Qin Jianan managed to temper his emotions. Yet his countenance remained ominously grim. He nodded to Ye Guang and Su Yong, subsequently conjuring a space teleportation array shimmering with lightning runes, and in an instant, he vanished from the confines of the Magic Academy. In the next moment, Qin Jianan's figure materialized above the vast ocean, where a fleet of Japanese vessels, adorned with peculiar banners, rapidly surged towards the shores of the east. Splendid! All the relatives of the students from the Magic Academy have been captured by us. Henceforth, we shall use them as hostages to compel the entire Magic Academy to heed our commands from the east. While other nations fretted over how to infiltrate the Magic Academy, we had already commenced our control over its students. From this moment on, in the competitive landscape of this new era, we of the East shall be significantly ahead at the starting line. I firmly believe that this epic-making transformation heralded by magic will present a pivotal opportunity for our rise. Who knows, perhaps in the future, we of the East could ascend to global supremacy. The Japanese soldiers huddled together in exhilaration, gazing at their bound Chinese captives on the deck, their mouths stuffed with cloth. They danced with unbridled joy, cheering jubilantly. Baka, who dares to speak? Just as the Japanese soldiers reveled in their celebration, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of an ancient deity, reverberated from afar, resounding ominously in the ears of all, sending them into a state of panic. Japanese, do you dare to be so arrogant? A naval officer from Japan scanned the surroundings but found no one in sight. However, at that moment, when he inadvertently looked up to the sky, he was rendered speechless. Above him hovered a figure, surrounded by crackling thunder, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. I ask you, do you wish to court death? At the zenith of the firmament, Qin Jianan's tone was as frigid as glacial ice. Yet the mysterious aura of spiritual energy enveloping him betrayed the tempestuous turmoil within. The scene resembled a chaotic storm before the dawn of creation, instilling profound awe in the hearts of every soldier aboard the Japanese fleet. Who exactly are you? The Japanese commander, struck with terror, turned pale in an instant. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the tremors in his legs betrayed his fear. Qin Jianan did not respond. He merely descended alone onto the deck of the ship, confronting the hundreds of soldiers of the Japanese Navy. Despite being but one man against a formidable army, none could withstand the imposing aura he exuded, causing them to retreat in haste. The vast elemental energy permeated the air, emanating a chilling presence. The sea around them was affected, with dark clouds swirling, thunder rumbling in the heavens, and the ocean seemingly roaring in fury. As fierce winds raged, everything evoked a sense of dread. Are you a deity or a demon? The Japanese general, his face a mask of panic and unease, gazed at Qin Jianan with eyes full of terror. Yet, Qin Jianan paid no heed to his words and steadily advanced towards him. Do not come any closer, cried the general, his voice tinged with desperation. Akin to a frail creature on the grasslands facing a ferocious beast, revering this man who appeared to have emerged from the depths of hell. You dare to abduct the family members of my academy's students, and yet you remain oblivious to my identity? Qin Jianan let out a cold laugh, his gaze towards the Japanese commander imbued with an icy disdain, as if he were scrutinizing a corpse. You are the headmaster of that prestigious magic academy in Dawa. The Japanese commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon learning Qin Jianan's identity, his fear not only persisted but intensified. How could he forget that aboard the ship were the loved ones of hundreds of Magic Academy students? What do you intend to do? Stay back. If you advance any closer, I will command my archers to fire. Do not approach. Fire. The Japanese commander, feeling his legs weaken, could only crawl backward in terror as Qin Jianan advanced towards him, desperately issuing orders to shoot. In an instant, the area around Qin Jianan was riddled with arrows. The once smooth surface of the ship was now pockmarked and uneven. Yet, even the magical arrows, capable of piercing through iron, could not penetrate Qin Jianan's defenses. Nor could they even graze the hem of his garments. How was this possible? The Japanese commander was filled with shock. Although the images of Qin Jianan confronting the three-eyed demon wolf had already stirred considerable commotion online, information within their military was transmitted slowly. While he had heard of Chun Jinnan's prowess, the reality of witnessing it firsthand far eclipsed mere rumors. Quick, bring the hostages up. The Japanese commander, fully aware that he was no match for Chun Jinnan, decided to abandon a direct confrontation and immediately commanded his subordinates to bring the captured hostages forward. Humph, Chun Jinnan. Once all the hostages were brought behind Chun Jinnan, their heads targeted by soldiers' magical arrows, the Japanese commander felt a slight sense of relief, even a tinge of smugness. Ha! Even if you possess extraordinary power and are immensely formidable, what of it? If I cannot deal with you, can I not handle them? Chun Jinnan, I command you to surrender at once, or my men will mistakenly shoot these hostages. The Japanese commander took pride in his ability to threaten Chun Jinnan. Even if he was the headmaster of a magic academy, a being impervious to magical arrows, what could he do? In my presence, he would still have to bow his head. However, Chun Jinnan did not respond to the Japanese commander. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Do you have any last words?" What? The Japanese commander was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, Chun Jinnan lightly snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, all aboard the Japanese fleet, whether commanders or soldiers, were astonished to find themselves turning to stone, and moments later, they crumbled to ashes, scattering with the wind. Destruction points 1. Destruction points 1. Destruction points 1. Is everyone all right? No need for thanks. As the headmaster of the Magic Academy, it is my duty to rescue you. Chun Jinnan smiled at the astonished crowd of survivors. Seeing them standing there in a daze, he mistakenly believed that his rescue efforts had profoundly moved them. The crowd murmured, hesitant and frozen in place. "You all should return to Huaxia first," he said. "I will be back shortly." Chun Jinnan waved his hand, opening a portal of spatial transmission that transported everyone back to the Magic Academy. He then turned to gaze at the distant island nation. Humph, Japan. You dare to challenge me time and again. Chun Jinnan's expression darkened, her heart seething with indignation. In a fleeting moment, she appeared outside the imperial palace of the Yamato. "Yamato Emperor, come forth." The furious roar of Chun Jinnan reverberated throughout Kyoto. What is that sound? Since Chun spoke in Chinese, many Japanese citizens were perplexed, unable to comprehend his words. Yet, they instinctively sensed that the voice belonged to a formidable presence, sending shivers down their spines. Naturally, some Japanese who understood Chinese, along with a segment of the Chinese community residing in Kyoto, were incensed by his declaration. How dare someone treat His Majesty, the Emperor, with such disrespect? They seethed in anger, for the Emperor, a perpetual symbol of their spirit, must never be subjected to such humiliation. Meanwhile, the nationalists, those who had forgotten their roots, were equally enraged upon witnessing a Chinese person audaciously insult the Emperor of Japan. They wished nothing more than to see Chun Jinnan meet a gruesome end. Who is this fool that dares to challenge the Emperor in Kyoto? Are they tired of living? It is an utter disregard for our existence as nationalists. Do they not believe that I can send someone to eliminate him? The great Emperor is our sovereign, and we, as humble nationalists, shall not tolerate anyone tarnishing our Lord's honor. Indeed, it is a disgrace for us nationalists, as members of the Chinese community, to have such an uncouth compatriot who dares to insult the Japanese sovereign. Truly, a display of utter barbarism. However, whether it was the outrage of the Japanese citizens or the protest of the nationalists, Chun Jinnan remained unfazed, gazing at the stillness within the imperial city of Japan. A subtle smile played upon his lips. Very well, very well, very well. Since you refuse to emerge, let it be that you shall never again see the light of day. Chun Jinnan tightly grasped the wand adorned with enigmatic runes, her smile blazing more fiercely than fire. Abyssal Inferno, by my name, I summon you to descend upon this realm. Chun Jinnan slowly raised his wand, reciting an ancient incantation. Flame of the Nine Nether. With a mere flick of his finger, the skies above Kyoto were instantly suffused with a crimson glow, as the boundless clouds appeared to blaze like a roaring inferno. Immediately, fiery orbs cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the imperial city of Kyoto in their fierce embrace. At this moment, whether it was the emperor hiding deep within the palace or the terrified citizens surrounding Kyoto, all were rendered breathless by the spectacle before them. What is happening? Has Amaterasu truly forsaken us and unleashed divine retribution? The bewildered masses, faces etched with despair, knelt in supplication, pleading for forgiveness from the gods. Meanwhile, those in the know were consumed with regret. Oh heavens! How could Chun Jinnan be so formidable? Had I known of his might, I would never have dared to provoke him. Tears streamed down the face of Emperor Yabi Daiyong, lamenting that if time could reverse, he would never have allowed anyone to threaten the families of Hogwarts students. Why entangle ourselves with the magical academy? Japan had enough to contend with in the face of beastly invasions. Yet now, due to their provocation, they had summoned forth a terror greater than any beast. Chunjinan. It is over. Today we are surely doomed. I can only hope that this secret chamber, capable of withstanding the encroaching magical flames, will shelter me through this calamity. Yabi Daiyong concealed himself in a hidden underground palace within the imperial grounds, a refuge long prepared for the royal family, fortified against magical fire, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters and assaults. However, he remained unaware that the pinnacle of human technological civilization, the nuclear weapon, was utterly powerless before Chunjinan. Not to mention, the magical assaults he wielded surpassed the devastation of a nuclear explosion. Boom. While in the underground palace, Yabi Daiyong was suddenly jolted by a deafening roar above. Looking up, he was met with a wave of searing heat, and then silence enveloped the air. In mere seconds, the entire city of Kyoto was transformed into a wasteland of charred earth. Witnessing this scene, leaders from around the world were left aghast. Dispatch immediately to dismantle all nuclear weapons. Furthermore, those celebrities who insulted De Hua must be blacklisted. The Foreign Affairs Department swiftly issued an apology to De Hua. Huangyan Island belongs to De Hua, as does the South China Sea. Henceforth, we shall never again dare to assault their fishermen. A congressional meeting will be convened at once to cancel the trade war and reduce tariffs. Tomorrow, I will personally visit De Hua. At this moment, currents of change surged across the globe, with the terms magic ancient Jinan frequently appearing in the documents of world leaders. Crisis Point 1. Crisis Point 1. Crisis Point 1. Yet, in response to the reactions from other nations, De Hua found itself in a bittersweet position, as if in an instant, they had gained friends across the globe. As for the inability to establish contact with Chunjinan thus far, they naturally remained tight-lipped. Regarding the shifting tides of international affairs, Chunjinan paid them little heed. At this moment, he had effortlessly obliterated Kyoto, Japan, and then calmly gazed skyward, locking eyes with the satellites that surveilled him. With a cold voice, he declared, Those who dare to offend Hogwarts Academy shall find no refuge, no matter where they may flee. I am aware that you are all watching. Should there be dissent, feel free to challenge me. However, next time, it may not merely be the destruction of a city. With that, Chunjinan vanished in a flash, reappearing at the academy. As time progressed, the students of the Magical Academy had gradually matured into formidable sorcerers. Chunjinan resolved that it was time to orchestrate a grand event. The emergence of magical beasts in Japan alone was evidently insufficient to propagate magical power, although it had captured global attention and many yearned to learn magic. The prevailing lack of urgency led most to adopt a frivolous attitude, which was clearly untenable. Let the magical beast roam across the world. When the time comes to unveil the existence of magic, humanity will strive with all their might to acquire it. Chunjinan smiled faintly, and then began to exchange a substantial quantity of monster eggs. Now possessing a fortune of tens of billions of ruin points, he was wealthier than nations. Purchasing 1 million monster eggs in one go, which he subsequently scattered across the far reaches of the world. Naturally, even during the distribution, he harbored a preference for the Great Hua nation. For instance, the monsters within Great Hua predominantly manifested in remote, uninhabited mountains and wildernesses, as well as deserts and grasslands. Whereas in other countries, they appeared randomly across hills and within urban landscapes. Simultaneously, thanks to the rapid dissemination of information in this digital age, within mere minutes, major news outlets erupted with headlines. Shock! Monsters akin to those previously encountered in Japan suddenly emerged on a global scale, plunging humanity into panic and raising fears of an impending apocalypse. Top-tier monsters launched an assault on Washington, D.C., leading to a complete collapse of order in the city, prompting President Chuan to hastily flee the White House. Monsters rampaged unchecked. The world faced an onslaught of these creatures. Could humanity evade the catastrophe of genocide? People around the globe were utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been relieved at Japan's misfortune, only to find monsters descending upon their very doorsteps. The sensation was acutely bittersweet. It seems that the time has come to dispatch students from the Magic Academy to assist me in enhancing my reputation. Chunjinan nodded thoughtfully. His prowess had long been publicly acknowledged, and no matter how he showcased it further, while people might express astonishment, their hearts had already braced themselves. The image of Chunjinan, akin to a deity-like sorcerer, had firmly entrenched itself in the minds of the populace, rendering any possibility of a paradigm shift improbable, thus eliminating any potential for disruption. However, Should he send these students out to hone their skills, the circumstances would transform dramatically. It was well known across the globe that these students, under his tutelage, had rapidly evolved into formidable beings capable of standing on their own. At that moment, they would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar worldwide. Bang! Qin Jinan waved her wand, traversing the realms of space to return to the academy, where she summoned all the students. You have all been diligently studying magic for an extended period. Even the least skilled among you has attained the rank of an apprentice, while the most talented have ascended to the status of a mage. Therefore, I intend to assign you a mission. Qin Jinan directly announced to the crowd, the world is currently besieged by monstrous beasts, and your mission is to eradicate these creatures while showcasing your prowess for all to witness. At that moment, the student with the most followers will receive a magical companion and be taught a forbidden spell. In the enigmatic realm of Phelan, within the grand confines of a prestigious magical academy, Qin Jinan's words resonated like thunder, bestowing upon them a guardian spirit and imparting the secrets of arcane magic. The students, upon hearing this, were left speechless, their eyes igniting with fervor and yearning. As scholars of the magical arts, they understood the formidable power of spirits and forbidden arcana. Having achieved his objective, Qin Jinan elegantly waved his arm, employing a spatial transfer technique that instantaneously transported the students beyond the academy's gates, awaiting their grand adventure that would surely shake the world. In the bustling streets of City H, a dark silhouette suddenly streaked across the sky, leaving behind an eerie trace. Ah, help! A beast is attacking. With this piercing scream shattering the tranquility, chaos erupted in the street as people fled in terror, their faces pale as they beheld a lizard-like beast towering at 4 meters. My goodness! I thought such beasts only existed in the East. How could they appear in the Great Xia dynasty? A young man clad in a t-shirt and shorts, gripping his phone, was in shock. He was Qinghu, a renowned outdoor streamer on the Douyu platform, live broadcasting this unforeseen calamity, while thousands of viewers bore witness to the unfolding horror. Roaring fiercely, the gigantic lizard beast leapt with a speed surpassing that of Bolt, closing the distance in an instant to pounce on a passerby, devouring them whole. Ah, the beast has killed someone. What should we do? Who can save them? Save them. We are mere mortals. Rushing in would only serve as a meal for the beast. The enforcers have been notified. We can only wait for their arrival. While the beast is busy feasting, let us flee. At this moment, the duality of human nature was laid bare. Some fled with indifference, others wept silently, some dialed for help, while others prayed in hushed tones. Amidst the chaos, countless individuals seized the opportunity to escape as the beast consumed its prey, transforming the once bustling street into a desolate expanse. Yet, a few curious souls chose to linger and observe. Qinghu stood frozen, his legs weakened. Despite his overwhelming desire to flee, he found himself paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. To his viewers, he cried out in despair, "It's over, my friends. This time, I'm truly finished." However, unbeknownst to him, the chat room erupted with excitement. Look, what is that? How can 2 people be floating in midair? What is happening? Could they be magicians? The Azure Fox tightly shut his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, yet suddenly sensed that the lizard beast had ceased its movements. After a moment, he gradually opened his eyes, only to be utterly astounded by the sight before him. To his astonishment, 2 young girls stood in front of him. One was clad in a pink dress, while the other wore a light blue gown, both adorned with white knee-high socks and exquisite little boots. They possessed bright, large eyes, long eyelashes, delicate faces, and angelic visages, each an epitome of cuteness. Could this be a celestial visitation? No, it was divine retribution. At this moment, not only was the Azure Fox taken aback, but the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast were also rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Goodness! How could such enchanting and adorable celestial beings exist in this world? Forget about celestial beings. They are clearly destined to be my future wives. Beasts. They do not even spare such young children. What if I am a beast? Beauty is justice, and I am prepared to offer the highest praise. At this juncture, the discussions in the Azure Fox's live stream veered increasingly off topic, even casting aside the matter of the beast, all due to the overwhelming cuteness of the 2 celestial beings. However, while the audience was spellbound, the Azure Fox remained acutely aware. Upon witnessing the 2 celestial beings standing before him, confronting the lizard beast, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "Little sisters, you must flee. That creature is a beast." Having previously closed his eyes and missed the moment of the celestial being's descent, the Azure Fox instinctively shouted. Yet, he failed to notice that the lizard beast was trembling. Its gaze towards the two celestial beings filled with terror. Just as the azure fox intended to push the celestial girls away, he suddenly froze. Before him, the two celestial beings conjured two splendid little wands out of thin air. The azure fox seemed to recall something. He had previously witnessed a video of Chun Jianan subduing the three-eyed evil wolf, during which Chun Jianan had also summoned a wand from nowhere. Indeed, the two celestial beings stepped forward, pointing their wands at the beast, their youthful voices imbued with resolve. You, vile beast, are truly heinous to dare harm others. We shall not let you go unpunished." As the two celestial beings chanted incantations, two blazing fireballs erupted from their wands, instantly reducing the lizard beast to ashes. Yueying. "We must go now, to the next location." MMHM? All right, Xingqian. It turned out that these two celestial beings were the distinguished disciples of the Magic Academy, Wei Ying and Xingqian. At this moment, they were hand in hand, executing a special mission to eradicate the beasts that had infiltrated the city. Although Chun Jianan had deliberately sheltered the great Xia dynasty, most of the beasts that descended upon this land were concentrated in remote wilderness. However, a few stragglers had infiltrated the city, and the task of cleansing these beasts fell upon the duo of Wei Ying and Xingqian. "Excuse me, are you mages?" After the lizard beast was vanquished, the azure fox swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice. "Yes, indeed." The moonlight and stardust exchanged glances, their eyes catching sight of the phone in the hands of the azure fox, a flicker of surprise shimmering within them. "Are you live streaming?" Yes. The azure fox replied, momentarily taken aback by the interest the two celestial children exhibited towards the act of streaming. "Ha ha ha, what a fortuitous opportunity. We have been grappling with how to showcase our abilities. Dear friends, we are students from the Starry Magic Academy, Nightlight, and Su Yong. On the behest of our esteemed principal, we have ventured into the secret realm to hunt magical beasts, and we seize this chance to exhibit our prowess. We cordially invite you all to follow our spiritual network updates." The two young maidens, clad in magical robes, chatted animatedly, their online presence skyrocketing, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky, igniting fervent discussions across various circles. However, the other adventurers were not as fortunate. They engaged in fierce battles with magical beasts in desolate lands, and as anticipated, the generous rewards announced by Chun Jianan would likely elude them. Among the most pitiable was the endearing team leader, who bellowed in indignation, "Damn it. Why must I encounter a top-tier magical beast in the entire Starry Empire? Help! Come quickly, esteemed principal. Don't come near, don't approach. Oh, great beast. I have erred. I shall not dare again. Spare me, Almighty One." Thanks to the students dispatched by Chun Jianan from the Starry Magic Academy, the plight of magical beasts within the Starry Empire was swiftly quelled. As for those from foreign lands, well, even the Golden Avenue of the United States had fallen into ruin, resembling a wasteland, not to mention other regions. We implore the Starry Empire to send mages for assistance. We are willing to exchange cutting-edge technology for the help of your esteemed mages. Please extend your hand. Oh, rulers of the Starry Empire, we were mistaken. We shall never oppose you again. Nations were filled with lamentations, yearning to ally with the Starry Empire. Yet the official response from the Starry Empire was, alas, those mages refused to heed our summons. We are powerless. Fortunately, the students did not forget the mission entrusted to them by Chun Jianan. After resolving domestic matters, they swiftly journeyed overseas. Within mere days, they restored order to the global chaos wrought by magical beasts. Of course, completely eradicating the beasts was not feasible. They were merely driven back to the depths of forests and desolate lands, which was also Chun Jianan's original intent. After all, without the existence of magical beasts, the motivation for humanity to learn magic would wane, and perhaps one day, magic would be lost to time. Thus, establishing such an adversary was indeed a sagacious move. In the wake of these events, the Starry Magic Academy commenced a new round of enrollment efforts, in stark contrast to the mere hundreds of applicants during its inaugural enrollment, which resulted in the admission of only a handful of students. The perception of the Magic Academy has undergone a remarkable transformation following the tumultuous beast calamity and the subsequent resolution of the beast-related incidents by the Academy scholars. As the Magic Academy once again opened its gates, a throng of people surged from both the mountains and the valleys. The crowd was not only composed of citizens from the Starry Empire, but also included numerous foreign individuals with golden hair and azure eyes, creating a breathtaking spectacle as the sea of humanity stretched as far as the eye could see. Despite the global nature of the admissions process, Qin harbored a particular fondness for the Starry Empire, sharing a common heritage. For instance, those aspiring to enroll in the Starry Magic Academy must pass an 8th-level examination in the Starry language, which stands as the Academy's sole official language. Upon the announcement of this regulation, a fervor for learning the Starry language erupted worldwide. Foreigners immersed themselves in their studies, tears in their eyes, fully aware that mastering the Starry language was essential to avoid missing out on the wonders of magic. As for the future proliferation of the Starry language on a global scale, that is a matter for another time, best left unaddressed for now. At this moment, with the recruitment of new students concluded, alumni from previous years have stepped into teaching roles, as the number of second-year students is indeed substantial. Were Qin Jianan to shoulder the entire burden of instruction alone, it would surely overwhelm him. Time flies, and the years weave by. With each graduating class, magical knowledge has gradually disseminated across the globe. Today, not only the Starry Magic Academy, but nearly every nation boasts its own dedicated magic institution, with many even incorporating magical education into their foundational educational systems. Qin Jianan spent 2 decades on this land, only feeling at ease to depart once someone reached the realm of the Law Saint, passing the position of dean to that once naive and endearing squad leader. Though he slipped away quietly, the impact he left behind was profound. For instance, in the future, despite the proliferation of magical academies worldwide, in the hearts of all, only the Starry Magic Academy, personally founded by Qin Jianan, would be regarded as the true sanctuary. In the generations to come, the legendary tales of Qin Jianan would be fervently recounted, and he would be venerated as the god of magic. Having left the urban dimension within the divine space, Qin Jianan gazed at the small world that had transformed into a symbol, feeling a surge of nostalgia. As a modern individual, he always harbored a unique sentiment towards the urban dimension. Now that he had departed, amidst the countless realms of the multiverse, he wondered when he might once again encounter the urban dimension. Shaking his head, he resolved to dwell in the present. Having arrived here, he would embrace whatever came his way. Qin Jianan understood that his objective was to conquer the myriad realms of the universe. With a toss of his head, he cast aside the memories of his past life, retrieving the time-traveling compass from his pocket and gently adjusting it. With a swish, the compass needle spun for a moment before gradually settling in the area of the magical dimension. The magical dimension? Qin Jianan's lips curled into a complex smile. After all, in his previous life, he had just obliterated a technological world with magic, and now he was to upend a magical realm with another civilization. Naturally, aside from a tinge of nostalgia, what surged within Qin Jianan was a sense of exhilaration. After all, the 2 worlds he had traversed before were mundane plains devoid of extraordinary powers. Now, he finally had the opportunity to step into a realm brimming with supernatural forces. Let us first examine the fundamental circumstances of this world. Qin Jianan casually clicked on the introduction of this world, and the first line of text left him momentarily astonished. A 5th-level magical plane? Qin Jianan was utterly astonished. A 5th-level realm represented an immensely formidable existence. For one must understand that the power of a nuclear explosion is merely at the 3rd level. The might of the 5th level, if unleashed upon Earth, would be sufficient to obliterate half of the solar system. It appears that this world harbors sorcerers of the saintly rank. Qin Jianan let out a long sigh, continuing to explore, gradually grasping the fundamental information of this world. This realm is known as Middle-earth, where humanity is divided into 3 great empires: the Empire of Ionia, the Empire of Zon, and the Empire of Loxias, all situated in the central region of the continent. The Empire of Ionia lies to the north, while the Empire of Zon is positioned in the southeast, and the Empire of Loxias resides in the southwest, with these 3 powers dividing the core area of the continent. To the north of the Empire of Ionia stretches the vast mountain of 10,000 Greats, a territory inhabited by goblins and dwarves. The southern regions of the empires of Zon and Loxias are cloaked in an endless forest, where the elves thrive in peace and prosperity. The western front of the 3 kingdoms is characterized by a sea dotted with thousands of islands, home to the fishfolk. Occupying the expansive eastern territories are the demon kin and half-orcs. The demon kin naturally possess magical talents, each exhibiting extraordinary strength, while the countless half-orcs serve as their loyal minions. At this moment, the Dark Abyss's demon race and the half-demon clans are rapidly rising under the iron-fisted rule of Demon King Solar, sweeping through the western realms like a tempest. In response, humans, elves, dwarves, goblins, and the aquatic merfolk have united to form the Holy Spirit Council, vowing to resist the malevolent forces emerging from the eastern abyss. How intriguing! Chen Jianan's lips curled into a faint smile. Undoubtedly, the supreme being of this world is the demon Emperor Sorrow, who stands as a pinnacle existence among the ninth-tier sorcerers. Slightly inferior to him are the three titans of the council, the white-robed Grand Sorcerer Gandalf, King Elrond of the Elven Kingdom, and Poseidon, the leader of the Dwarven tribe and the merfolk of the sea. Each commands formidable powers of 7th, 5th, and 3rd-tier sorcery, respectively. Although individually they cannot contend against Sorrow, their combined strength is sufficient to challenge him, plunging the two factions into a protracted stalemate. In this fantastical realm composed of 5 great civilizations, the Primal Secret Realm, the Path of Immortal Cultivation, the Martial Arts Masters, Technological Machinery, and the Ascendance of Combat Aura, Chen Jianan did not hesitate and decisively chose the first primordial secret realm. In the next instant, all beings across the Middle-earth continent felt a pressure emanating from the depths of their souls, a mysterious reverence that arose naturally within them. Subsequently, extraordinary phenomena manifested between heaven and earth. Celestial flowers cascaded, golden lotuses surged forth, ethereal melodies resonated, auspicious clouds stretched for miles, and fragrant airs wafted in abundance. While purple chi emerged from the east, simultaneously, a voice reverberated in the ears of every being. A voice that resonated deeply within their souls. In the heights of the heavens I reside, comprehending the profound truths of the Tao. Beyond the chaos I stand. I am the sovereign of enlightenment. At the dawn of creation by Pangu, the dualities of yin and yang were born. The 3 friends of the primordial chaos transmitted teachings, dividing the realms of immortals, Buddhas, Confucians, and Taoists. In the realm of the ancients, one breath transforms into Chen Jianan. What is happening? All beings on the Middle-earth continent stood frozen in shock upon hearing that solemn voice seemingly descending from the heavens. Could it be the demon Emperor Sauron? The white-robed Grand Mage Gandalf, the Elven King Elrond, and the High Priest Poseidon all wore expressions of astonishment. In their view, the existence capable of evoking such extraordinary phenomena must be more powerful than they, and in all of Middle-earth, only the demon Emperor Sauron surpassed them in strength. However, this conjecture was swiftly dismissed. It could not be Sauron. If it were he, a malevolent aura would undoubtedly accompany him. Yet the presence that had manifested exuded an unparalleled purity and nobility, inspiring deep reverence and prompting worship. At the same moment, the demon Emperor Sauron experienced an unprecedented terror. What on earth is happening? Merely the pressure contained within the words has compelled even this 9th-tier mage saint to kneel. If this individual sought my life, it would surely be simpler than crushing an ant. Sauron's complexion shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing. He believed that even the legendary mage god could not compare to this terrifying presence before him. Who could this speaker be? At that moment, the hearts of countless beings in Middle-earth held but one question. Yet soon, they received an answer. I am Chen Jianan. Today, I have attained the sacred path. 3 months hence, I shall establish a platform on Olympus' sacred mountain to impart teachings. Those destined may come to listen. The voice of the Supreme Being resounded once more. And this time, the people began to grasp a semblance of meaning. So, this exalted being is named Chen Jianan. Upon learning his name, their confusion did not diminish, but rather deepened. What does it mean to attain the sacred? Could it be an ascension to mage saint? Yet even a mage saint could not possess such terrifying power. What does it mean to establish a platform for teachings? Is he to enlighten us with wisdom? Is he a great master? Alas, we shall see for ourselves in 3 months on Olympus' sacred mountain. Amidst a myriad of creatures burdened with trepidation, the enigmatic vision dissipated, compelling them to temporarily set aside their uncertainties. Yet, the phrase 3 months hence, upon Olympus Mons resonated deeply within every heart. At this juncture, both the Demon Kin and the Holy Spirit Joint Council hastily mobilized, inciting a monumental upheaval across the entirety of the central continent. However, Chen Jianan remained unfazed by the unfolding events. Having now stepped into this realm brimming with mystical energies, he felt a flutter of exhilaration within. He resolved to embark on a leisurely exploration of this enchanting world, postponing his endeavors for a span of 3 months. Indeed, he would grant himself a 3-month reprieve before initiating any pursuits within this land. Consulting his map, Chen Jianan confirmed his current whereabouts. He was likely within the territory of the Ionia Empire. Once assured of his direction, he made his way toward the nearest quaint town to the east. As he traversed a lush forest, A small village soon came into view. Yet, before he could approach, a cacophony of cries for help reached his ears. Help! Someone, please. Two striking young maidens, golden-haired and azure-eyed, appeared in a state of panic, fleeing while casting fearful glances behind them. Sister, look, there is someone over there, the younger sister exclaimed, pointing towards Qinjianan. The elder sister raised her gaze at the sound, her eyes briefly flickering with hope. However, upon noticing the absence of any distinguishing mage insignia on Qinjianan's attire, her expression dimmed instantly. Alas, he bears no marks of a mage. What assistance could he possibly provide? She sighed in resignation. Oh no, the younger sister, hearing her sibling's words, turned to Qinjianan once more, her excitement fading to despair. This is it, we're truly doomed. These sisters, Lucy and Luna, belonged to the Maple Leaf Mercenary Guild. They had come to this town alongside their guild members to fulfill a mission, only to be unexpectedly besieged by a relentless horde of half-beasts. As the only female support mages in their party, they had been urged by their comrades to escape while they held the line. However, the assault from the half-beasts was unprecedentedly ferocious, despite their allies' valiant stand. The sisters had barely escaped the town before the relentless pursuers closed in on them. We're finished. We're genuinely doomed. As they beheld the throng of monstrous creatures, fierce visages, armed with sharp weapons, charging towards them with alarming ferocity, Lucy and Luna's faces drained of color, their despair palpable. Qinjianan, you must flee. We are cultivators and can buy you some time. You are a man, strong and capable. Perhaps you might evade this calamity. Luna and Lucy simultaneously called out to Qinjianan, leaving him momentarily astonished. In a world on the brink of being dominated by the demon race along with their half-beast minions, an unprecedented unity emerged among various beings, humans, elves, goblins, dwarves, and even mermen. Though they had never met before, in times of peril, they rallied together, embodying the spirit of mutual aid. Clearly, Lucy and Luna were willing to remain behind to fend off the monstrous beasts for Qinjianan. However, he understood that if the three of them fled together, none would likely escape unharmed. Yet, if one were to willingly sacrifice themselves, it was conceivable that the stronger Qinjianan might still have a chance of survival. Thus, Lucy and Luna resolutely chose to grant the opportunity for escape to Qinjianan. Rest assured, I will protect you both. Qinjianan bestowed a gentle smile upon Lucy and Luna. Although he was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he could not stand idly by in the face of the impending crisis, particularly after witnessing the courageous actions of the two young women. He felt a profound sense of admiration. How could they possibly remain unscathed? There were thousands of monstrous beasts. Even a senior practitioner would struggle to confront such a horde, let alone two novice cultivators accompanied by an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Lucy and Luna exchanged a resigned smile, fully aware that Qinjianan bore no insignia of a practitioner upon his chest, indicating that he was merely an ordinary individual. In this dire situation, plunging into the throng of beasts would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. However, to their astonishment, rather than retreating, Qinjianan chose to remain by their side. And together the three found themselves encircled by the monstrous beasts. Lucy and Luna understood that as novice cultivators, they were outmatched against these naturally fierce beast soldiers. Each adult half-beast possessed formidable strength. Even a single ordinary half-beast could contend with 10 regular human soldiers, while the sisters could cast spells. Their combined efforts would barely suffice against a mere 10 beasts, and any hope for Qinjianan, the ordinary man, was utterly unfounded. Alas, it appeared they were destined to meet their end here. Lucy and Luna shared a bittersweet glance, bracing themselves for the grim fate that awaited them. Yet, at that moment, Qinjianan resolutely shook his head and declared, I have assured you, you shall not come to harm. Upon hearing this, the leading half-beast commander could not help but let out a derisive laugh. He clearly recognized that Qinjianan bore no markers of a practitioner, signifying that he was merely an ordinary man. How audacious for a commoner to boast before a multitude of beasts, guaranteeing the safety of two young women. Such arrogance was nothing short of folly. It was important to note that the half-beast army he commanded numbered over 1,000. In the face of such a force, even senior practitioners would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Yet, Qinjianan's brash words were a blatant affront to him. Humph. Ignorant human, daring to act so brazenly before me. Soldiers, advance. Annihilate these humans. With a command from the half-beast leader, the surrounding soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave towards Qinjianan, Lucy, and Luna. Sister, are you ready? Yes, all is prepared. Lucy and Luna nodded to each other, then drew forth their respective magical artifacts, commencing their incantations to launch an assault on the advancing beasts. Boom, boom, boom. As their attacks landed, several monstrous beasts fell to the ground. However, the chanting of their spells required time, and by the time they felled a few beasts, the horde had already closed in on them. It was over. They had truly given their all this time. Lucy and Luna helplessly closed their eyes, bracing themselves for the arrival of death. However, after a brief moment, they did not encounter the anticipated attack. Upon opening their eyes in confusion, they were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. At some point, Chun Jianan had positioned herself before them, enveloped in an enigmatic aura of ethereal beauty, radiating vibrant hues of 9 colors, as if she had descended from the realms of mythology. In stark contrast, the once ferocious half-orcs now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in agony, seemingly enduring unspeakable torment. Who are you? The half-orc leader inquired, his face ashen and voice quaking as he confronted Chun Jianan. Who am I? Chun Jianan smiled serenely and uttered 4 words, which resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. My name is Jianan. Jianan? The leader of the half-beasts murmured this name, suddenly recalling the powerful and almost unbelievable figure seen in the early morning, the great being who proclaimed that he would deliver a sermon on Mount Olympus in 3 months. Could it be that Chun Jianan is that person? In an instant, the half-beast leader grasped the gravity of the situation, his gaze towards Jianan filled with dread. With a gentle wave of his hand, thousands of magical beasts were transformed into stone statues, vanishing with the wind. How is this even possible? Lucy and Luna stared in astonishment, utterly unable to believe the sheer might of Chun Jianan. To effortlessly defeat over 1,000 magical beasts, one must possess a cultivation level at least on par with the Void Refinement realm. In their homeland of the Ionia Empire, the strongest individual, the headmaster of the War Academy, Dumbledore, is merely a practitioner of the Void Refinement realm. In other words, this young man before them possesses a level of power capable of rivaling that of Dumbledore, who has cultivated for 100 years. This is truly inconceivable. Lord Jianan, please allow us to follow you. The 2 young women, no longer speculating about Chun Jianan's identity like the half-beast leader, earnestly requested to join his ranks with reverence. In the mysterious continent of the Middle Earth, the unique naming customs led the 2 young women to mistakenly believe that Chun Jianan's surname was Nan and his given name was Jia, referring to him as Jianan. However, Chun Jianan did not correct this misunderstanding. He intended to traverse this fantastical world while concealing his true identity. Do you 2 wish to accompany me? Upon hearing Lucy and Luna's request, Chun Jianan gently shook her head and replied, No need. My stay here shall not be prolonged. Chun Jianan is merely a traveler who has traversed into this world, with the mission of exploring the realms of collapse and collecting precious points of disruption. Wherever your journey leads, we are eager to accompany you. The 2 young maidens remained oblivious to the profound implications of Chun Jianan's words, perceiving him simply as a visitor from a distant land. I do not require followers. Chun Jianan resolutely declined their invitation. Upon hearing this, Luna felt a twinge of disappointment. However, they soon noticed that Chun Jianan was not adorned with a mage's insignia, leading them to speculate that he might be a powerful wizard dedicated to a life of seclusion. Realizing that such reclusive mages typically prefer to remain undisturbed, they felt a sense of relief. Sir, your presence in our Bandle province, could it be for the purpose of exploration? We are the daughters of Count Lucifer and would be honored to serve as your guides, offering you a deeper understanding of this land. Upon hearing their proposal, Chun Jianan inclined his head slightly. Having traversed countless worlds, he possessed a keen insight into human nature and understood the intentions of these 2 young women. Yet, he chose not to expose their motives, but rather to let events unfold naturally. Since fate had brought him together with these 2 maidens, he found no harm in allowing them to act as his guides, planning to bestow upon them a token of fortune as a parting gift in the future. Then I sincerely appreciate the kindness of both young ladies. Chun Jianan graciously accepted the invitation. Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Bandle province of the Ionia Empire. Upon receiving Chun Jianan's consent, Luna smiled with a sense of relief. My Lord Nan, this is our residence. We happen to be hosting a banquet today. Might you please wait for a moment in the hall? Within a manor brimming with exotic charm, a grand celebration was underway, with guests arriving in a continuous stream. The atmosphere vibrantly animated. After guiding Chun Jianan into the hall, Luna slightly bowed and remarked, The recent orc raid on the town is of utmost importance. For that land belongs to my father, Count Lucifer. Thus, we must inform him of this matter and introduce you to him, concerned that Qin Jinan might misinterpret their arrangements. The Luciluna's sisters promptly offered clarification. Qin Jinan nodded in understanding, and soon Lucy and Luna departed, leaving him to meander alone at the banquet. The event featured a buffet-style dining arrangement, with guests forming various social circles, engaging in spirited conversations over drinks or savoring exquisite delicacies. Only Qin Jinan traversed between the tables, indulging in the unique culinary offerings that this magical realm had to offer, despite having traversed numerous worlds and sampled countless gourmet delights. The distinctive dishes crafted from previously unseen ingredients in this magical world truly tantalized his palate. However, Qin Jinan's unconventional behavior and casual attire quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. Who is this person? Upon entering, he seems solely focused on feasting, lacking any semblance of noble demeanor. His appearance is unfamiliar, and he has not been seen in our circles before, suggesting he is not one of us. His casual clothing indicates he is likely a commoner. The noble guests furrowed their brows as the line between nobility and commoners was distinctly drawn in this world. They had assumed that today's banquet was exclusive to the aristocracy, only to be confronted with the presence of a commoner, which left everyone feeling displeased. What is the guard thinking? How could they allow such a person to enter? It is said he came in with Miss Lucy and Miss Luna. He must be a friend of theirs. Ah, that explains it. I heard that during the recent holiday, Lucy and Luna felt bored at home and decided to join the mercenary guild to hone their skills, and their father specifically asked us to look after them. Upon learning that Qin Jinan was a friend of Lucy and Luna, disdain flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. They speculated that he must have met these young ladies through the mercenary group. How unfortunate for him, as it is rumored that Lord Dracula's son, Erickson, has just returned from the front lines and is also attending this banquet. Some whispered with glee. It is said that Master Erickson has long harbored feelings for Miss Lucy and Miss Luna, but his declarations have always been met with rejection. However, it seems that seeing the sisters remain indifferent to the advances of other young men has gradually quelled his jealousy. Master Erickson is quite the prodigy. He completed all the courses at the Magic Academy on his own 3 years ago, graduated early, and joined the front lines, rising through the ranks to become a second lieutenant thanks to his military achievements. That impoverished fellow appears to be the first male friend Miss Lucy and Miss Luna have brought home. The crowd chuckled, anticipating a good show to unfold shortly. This country bumpkin clearly has never encountered such grandeur. Upon seeing the lavish spread, he seems as if he has been starving for years, eager to sample everything, likely having never tasted such exquisite food before. Meanwhile, in the study of the Count's estate, Count Lucifer was engaged in jovial conversation with an elder. This elder was none other than Dumbledore, the foremost powerhouse of the Bandle province and the headmaster of the War Academy, who was fortuitously passing through Maple Leaf City and had taken a respite at Count Lucifer's residence. To this end, Count Lucifer specifically hosted this banquet in his honor. Father, something is terribly amiss. The door to the study swung open abruptly, and before the Luciluna sisters could step inside, they anxiously delivered the grim news. Father, the nearby town by the Beast Forest has been ravaged by 1,000 half-beast soldiers, and it has been utterly slaughtered. The Luciluna sisters hurriedly reported this dire tidings to their father. Yes, I am already aware of this matter. However, Count Lucifer appeared remarkably unperturbed, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Mr. Dumbledore has already informed me of this, and he has come to Maple Leaf City today specifically to address this situation. Mr. Dumbledore? Upon hearing Count Lucifer's words, Lucy and Luna were momentarily taken aback, raising their eyes to discover a mysterious presence beside their father, the esteemed Elemental Master. As students of the War God Academy, Lucy and Luna could not fail to recognize the venerable elder before them. Haha, it has been a long time since I last saw you two. Master Dumbledore greeted Lucy and Luna with a warm smile and a nod before continuing. It is said that the secret half-demon beast legion that has penetrated deep into the Ionian Empire is a military secret. Even I only learned of this intelligence yesterday and rushed here. How did you two come to know of this? We recently joined the mercenary guild of the Mystic Realm, and during a mission, we happened to encounter that half-demon beast legion at the border town. Lucy and Luna responded candidly. Oh, a fleeting look of perplexity crossed Master Dumbledore's face. That half-demon beast legion is composed of elites. Given your strength, if you truly encountered them, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. How is it that a spirit array master named Yearn saved you? A spirit array master? Could it be Merlin, Salamander, or Master Reynolds? Master Dumbledore pondered, slightly confounded, for there were but a handful of spirit array masters within the Bandle territory. And he had not heard of any recent additions in Maple Leaf City. He is a spirit array master we have never seen before, named Yearn. Lucy and Luna shook their heads in unison. Yearn? That name seems unfamiliar. Master Dumbledore squinted, inquisitively asking, what does he look like? His curiosity about this emerging spirit array master was piqued, for such masters were immensely powerful, and there were only a few in the entire Bandle territory. The emergence of a new one, naturally, captivated his interest greatly. Master Nan is remarkably handsome, with jet black hair and deep black eyes. Appearing to be around 20 years of age, Lucy and Luna recounted his image as they reminisced. 20. Upon hearing this, Master Dumbledore could not help but raise his voice. A spirit array master at the age of 20? This is simply unprecedented. You too, inexperienced as you are, must have encountered a deceiver. How is it conceivable that there exists a 20-year-old spirit array master? Historical records of our central continent reveal that even the most exceptional prodigies, by the age of 20, have only ascended to the rank of advanced mage. Indeed, it is my belief that you have fallen prey to a fraud. Count Lucifer and Master Dumbledore shook their heads in unison, expressing their disbelief in the words of Lucy and Luna. Becoming a mage is an arduous endeavor. One must engage in daily meditation and toil to harness the magical energies of the world, while also diligently studying an array of spells, delving into numerous tomes of magic, and becoming acquainted with various magical creatures and alchemical potions. More critically, mages are forbidden from practicing magic before the age of 12 due to their inability to control their mental powers, lest they incite a magical upheaval. In other words, if this individual is indeed 20 years old, they would have had a maximum of merely 8 years to practice magic. In such a brief span, even with relentless dedication, how much could their mental power truly accumulate? At best, they would reach the level of an advanced mage. Furthermore, to become a magical apprentice, one must master 10 spells. To ascend to a mage, one must grasp 100. For a grand mage, 1,000. And for a saint of magic, 5,000. As for a spirit array master, mastery of 10,000 spells is required. Accomplishing such a feat in 8 years is nothing short of impossible, even if one were to recite daily. Merely memorizing them would be a formidable challenge, let alone mastering them to the point of effortless execution. Throughout the entirety of the central continent, which spirit array master is not a venerable elder with hair as white as snow? Even those with remarkable talent have long surpassed their 30s by the time they attain the title of Spirit Array Master. A 20-year-old Spirit Array Master? That is utterly preposterous. Yet, we have witnessed firsthand how he casually obliterated over 1,000 half-demon soldiers with a mere flick of his hand. At this moment, seeing their father and Master Dumbledore's skepticism, Lucy and Luna began to waver in their convictions, sensing that they might indeed have erred. Is Lord Nin truly not a Spirit Array Master? The ability to annihilate 1,000 half-demon soldiers with a single strike is certainly characteristic of a Spirit Array Master. Yet the notion of a 20-year-old possessing such prowess is absolutely unfathomable. Master Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, in my estimation, he is most likely a light mage. Light mage? Upon hearing this, Lucy and Luna exchanged bewildered glances. It is well known that mages are categorized into various schools, with light mages possessing relatively low offensive capabilities against humans, their primary strength lying in healing. However, against dark creatures, their destructive power is astonishing. The attack potency of a grand mage can nearly rival that of a spirit array master. However, due to the scarcity of light mages, with fewer than 10 existing across the entire continent, coupled with their generally low levels, the forces of darkness continue to maintain an advantage. Could it be that Lord Nan is merely a high-ranking light mage? Lucy and Luna felt a twinge of confusion, but soon found clarity. After all, the path to becoming an array master is unprecedentedly arduous. A 20-year-old array master is practically unheard of. If he is merely a 20-year-old high mage, while still considered a prodigy, it is not nearly as astonishing. How infuriating. It is unexpected that this person has deceived us. Lucy and Luna pouted in indignation, their spirits aflame with outrage. To them, Chun Jinan was exceedingly contemptible, clearly just a light mage, yet masquerading as an array master. Humph. Those of the Nan family are exceedingly cunning. Why do you deceive us, claiming to be a chaos sorcerer? Lucy and Luna crossed their swords over their chests, their eyes blazing as they fixed their gaze upon Chun Jinan. Unless he provides a reasonable explanation, they would not easily relent. When have I ever claimed to be a chaos sorcerer? Upon hearing these words, Qin Jianan could not help but feel a wave of confusion. In this enigmatic and fantastical realm, he was unable to wield any magic. Instead, he chose to cultivate the primordial power. And now his cultivation had reached the level of a saint. The sisters Lucy and Luna wished to refute him, but upon reflection, they realized that Qin Jianan had never explicitly claimed to be a mage. All along, it had been their own misconception that he had single-handedly slaughtered over 1,000 half-beasts, leading them to erroneously conclude that he must be a mage. I don't care, it's all your fault. Lucy Luna, unable to counter Qin Jianan's argument, pouted in a fit of temper. Meanwhile, Count Lucifer burst into hearty laughter. What a clever lad! To leave these two girls at a loss for words, quite impressive. Typically, at home, the sisters Lucy and Luna were notorious for their mischievousness. Whenever Count Lucifer attempted to engage them in debate, they would outwit him with their sharp tongues, leaving him speechless. Today, witnessing their embarrassment brought him immense joy, rather than irritation. However, amidst the jesting, Count Lucifer did not forget the matter at hand. Young man, you must be the Holy Light Mage, correct? Regarding your impersonation of a mage to deceive Lucy and Luna, Master Dumbledore and I have long been aware. Before he could finish his sentence, Master Dumbledore suddenly froze. How is this possible? At that moment, Dumbledore's face turned pale, his heart racing. Just moments ago, he had attempted to probe Qin Jianan's true power with his mind, but upon making contact, he was engulfed in profound doubt about his own understanding. Dumbledore felt that, as a mage, he appeared as insignificant as a grain of sand before the vast ocean in comparison to Qin Jianan. The man before him was astonishingly powerful, exuding an indescribable majesty, far beyond that of a mere mage. Even a sage would have to bow in submission before him. Dumbledore pays his respects to the elder. Weak in his legs, the once arrogant Dumbledore knelt before Qin Jianan without hesitation, a gesture that left Lucy, Luna, and Count Lucifer utterly astounded. What is happening here? The sisters found themselves momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Yet, before they could voice their inquiries, Count Lucifer had already taken their hands, leading them to kneel before Qin Jianan as well. We pay our respects to the elder. Count Lucifer's voice trembled slightly, although he was not a mage. As a shrewd politician, he certainly understood the gravity of the situation before him. Qin Jianan is a formidable force, an unequivocal powerhouse. He surpasses even Dumbledore, the most powerful adept in the Bandle province. For someone who is merely a shade stronger than Dumbledore, the latter might still maintain a modicum of respect. For every magician possesses their own dignity, especially one as esteemed as Dumbledore himself. However, the reverence with which Qin Jianan commands Dumbledore's unwavering devotion indicates that the disparity in their strengths is far from trivial. Dumbledore alone is already beyond the reach of Lucifer, and to fathom the dreadfulness of Qin Jianan, whose might eclipses Dumbledore 1,000-fold, is simply unimaginable. Alas, this is a grave predicament. At this moment, the sisters Luna finally comprehend that Qin Jianan is no mere beacon of light, but rather a true powerhouse. How could they have ever questioned such an awe-inspiring existence? Rise. For ignorance bears no guilt. Qin Jianan gently shook his head, displaying indifference to the matter at hand. With his current level of enlightenment, he was far too elevated to be troubled by such trifles. Thank you for your leniency, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Qin Jianan's lack of reproach, Count Lucifer and Dumbledore slowly rose to their feet. Though they appeared calm on the surface, their trembling forms betrayed the fear and unease within. It was akin to students standing before a teacher. Even in the absence of any overt incident, the reverence they felt would cause their hearts to race, especially when confronted by an enigmatic and formidable presence. Thank you for gracing my humble abode, Elder Nan. I wondered why the estate suddenly radiated such brilliance today. Count Lucifer and his companions lavished praise upon Qin Jianan, yet to him, their flattery seemed rather mundane. Having once served as the national master in the Tang dynasty and as a god of magic in a previous realm, he had long been accustomed to high station and the sycophantic adulations that accompanied it. It was precisely due to his prolonged tenure in positions of power, where he was met with trembling deference, that he had chosen to conceal his identity, opting to present himself as an ordinary person to the world. Thus, upon witnessing the demeanor of Dumbledore and Count Lucifer, he found their overt displays of reverence quite tiresome. However, given their cordial reception, he felt compelled to maintain decorum. Thus, the atmosphere remained awkwardly charged, with one side feeling exasperated and the other anxious. Yet, the tension was soon alleviated by an unexpected interruption. "Ha ha, dear brother Lucifer. It has been ages." A hearty laugh echoed from outside, and a golden-haired man with a full beard strode into the room. The middle-aged man noticed that Lucifer had not come forward to greet him, but was instead bowing to a young stranger alongside Dumbledore, causing him to pause in surprise. This individual was none other than Marquis Dracula, a figure who had managed to maintain his position of power due to his keen insight. He quickly tempered his presence and humbly inquired, "Who might this be?" "This is the esteemed sorcerer, Elder Nan," Count Lucifer replied in a hushed tone. Elder Nan, the sorcerer? Marquis Dracula swallowed hard. While a sorcerer held immense prestige, there were few of such stature worthy of being addressed as my lord by those of noble rank like himself. Furthermore, although he had not heard of this Elder Nan's illustrious name, witnessing Dumbledore, the strongest in the Bandle province, display such deference made him instantly cautious. "Elder Nan, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Marquis Dracula of the Bandle province, here to pay my respects." Marquis Dracula beamed with a wide smile, humbly bowing to Qin. Relieved by the arrival of Marquis Dracula, Qin exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking, "You must be here to seek Lucifer for something. I shall not intrude. I will take my leave to the dining hall." Qin's figure flickered and vanished in an instant, leaving Lucifer and the others feeling a sense of relief. However, almost immediately, Lucifer turned his gaze toward the motionless Lucy Luna sisters and admonished sharply, "You two girls, why are you not hastening to serve Master Nan? Should you provoke his displeasure, I shall ensure you face the consequences." As they entered the grand hall, the banquet continued unabated. Yet, when Qin was followed by the Lucy Luna sisters, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixated upon him. "Oh dear. Lucy Luna is actually accompanying that fellow," exclaimed the young master of the Dracula Marquis, Erickson, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is going to be quite the spectacle. I wonder if young Master Erickson intends to employ some secret arts to expel that scoundrel, or simply reduce him to a state of utter helplessness." It was common knowledge that Erickson had pursued the Lucy Luna sisters for many years, yet the sum of their conversations could scarcely amount to 10 words. As whispers filled the air, Qin furrowed his brow. At that moment, a striking young man clad in ornate knightly armor, adorned with numerous honorific medals and appearing to be in his 20s, approached Qin with a grim expression. Who might this esteemed individual be? The young man pointed at Qin, yet his gaze remained firmly locked on the Lucy Luna sisters behind him. Erickson immediately apologized to Master Nan. "You shall not treat him with such disrespect." Upon hearing Erickson's words, the Lucy Luna sisters' brows knitted tightly in astonishment. Qin was a figure deserving of reverence, even from the enigmatic representative Dumbledore. Erickson's actions were undoubtedly tantamount to courting disaster, especially on the territory of the Lucy Luna family. You dare to protect this man and demand I apologize to him?" Erickson's fury ignited upon hearing the sister's retort. He strode directly to Qin, finger pointed accusingly, and declared, "Listen here, I warn you, keep your distance from the Lucy Luna sisters, or you shall bear the consequences. Let me inform you, this is the Bandle secret realm, and I, Erickson, possess 100 means to render you powerless. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Do you understand the magnitude of my strength?" As Erickson boasted arrogantly before Qin, he was abruptly interrupted. Qin cast a fleeting glance at the pale, trembling, and perspiring figure of Marquis Dracula behind Erickson, his expression shifting to one of subtle complexity. He gently pinched the bridge of his nose and addressed Erickson. "You carry yourself with such arrogance. Does your father know of your demeanor?" You are aware of my father? Let me tell you, he is quite formidable. He is the guardian of the Dracula territory, the Marquis Dracula," Erickson declared with an air of pride. Yet, before he could finish his proclamation, a thunderous roar interrupted the moment. "Scoundrel!" In an instant, the Marquis Dracula, consumed by rage, delivered a forceful kick that sent Erickson sprawling to the ground. "Father, why did you kick me?" Erickson exclaimed, seething with indignation. Upon realizing the identity of his assailant was his own father, he could only rub his backside and mutter in discontent. "Father, I must inform you that this individual is insufferably arrogant and has completely disregarded me. You must have him apprehended, despite the unjust kick he had just received." Erickson did not forget about Qin. With his father present, he felt emboldened, his arrogance amplified. You insolent brat. Do you not look in the mirror? How dare you compete with me for Lucy Luna? You must be tired of living." Erickson sneered, his gaze towards Chun Jianan laden with contempt. Huh. That rustic villager has now caught the attention of the young Master Erickson. He is surely doomed. Little did they know, Erickson's prowess was indeed formidable. A true testament to his lineage as the pride of Marquis Dracula. Behold, the Marquis Dracula is visibly trembling with excitement at Erickson's display. Wait. Why is the Marquis not only trembling but also turning pale and rolling his eyes? Oh no, the Marquis has fainted. Panic ensued among the guests, and Erickson, taken aback, hurried over to check on his father. After a brief moment, the Marquis awoke with a start. Scoundrel, was the first thing the Marquis uttered as he delivered a sharp slap to Erickson's face, leaving him utterly bewildered. Father, why are you hitting me? Erickson stammered, confused by his father's sudden aggression towards him. You wretched son, apologize to Master Nan at once. The Marquis, trembling, pointed a shaky finger at Chun Jianan, commanding Erickson. What Master Nan? It's him. Erickson gaped in disbelief, following his father's. There was Chun Jianan, leisurely savoring his meal. How is this possible? Erickson was rendered speechless. Chun Jianan appeared in tattered clothing, devoid of any semblance of a mage. How could his father refer to him as a master? Was his father suffering from senility? Not only Erickson, but the surrounding guests were equally bewildered, questioning him. A master? Surely, the Marquis is jesting. The demeanor and conduct exhibited lacked any semblance of noble grace. There was no emblem of a sorcerer adorning his chest, revealing him to be nothing more than a rustic simpleton. The crowd murmured, their gazes directed towards Marquis Dracula, as if he were a fool. Erickson realized he was not alone in his sentiments. Nearly everyone present shared this opinion, which emboldened him further. Father, could it be that your eyes have dimmed with age? Mistaking any commoner for a master? Erickson remained haughty and impudent, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Jianan. Master Nan was an entity surpassing the mage class. The Marquis of Dracula lamented this truth. What? Upon hearing the Marquis's declaration, Erickson's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, who among those who achieved the rank of mage had not endured decades of arduous training? Yet Chun Jianan appeared to be merely in his 20s. And he was already in existence beyond the mage class. How could this be possible? Despite the turmoil of doubt within him, Erickson understood that his father would never deceive him. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary young man was indeed a formidable being beyond the mage class? At that moment, Erickson stood frozen in shock. If this were true, then his earlier mockery and attempts to provoke that esteemed figure filled him with profound regret. Good heavens! What had he done? Now, Erickson finally comprehended why his father had previously chastised him as a wretched son and delivered a kick. If only time could rewind, he would gladly return to that moment and give himself several resounding slaps, for he had been utterly ignorant of his own insignificance. And Master Nan, Realizing the person before him was indeed an entity transcending the legendary mage, Erickson trembled uncontrollably, his voice quaking with fear. Master Nan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Let me be like a breeze that passes by. Erickson fell to his knees before Chun Jianan, his heart filled with remorse akin to an unending torrent. In this world governed by elemental laws, the boundaries between social strata were as distinct as iron. His previous behavior towards Chun Jianan had undoubtedly transgressed the sacred hierarchy of respect. Were this to occur in the outside world, even if Chun Jianan were to take his life, society would deem it justified, offering no sympathy for him. Oh, how true it is that one should not judge by appearances. Master Nan, seemingly unremarkable, was in fact a profoundly extraordinary force, the strongest individual in our Bandle province. Lord Dumbledore was merely a mage, yet Master Nan surpassed him by a considerable margin. Oh, how splendid Master Nan appears. I wish to bear his progeny. Get away with that nonsense. You, a grown man, wish to bear children? I could don a disguise. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Erickson was engulfed in trepidation. Observing this scene, Chun Jianan merely waved his hand with indifference. There is no need to concern yourselves. Chun Jianan shook his head with a faint smile. He had no desire to engage in a dispute with Erickson. More importantly, at this moment, his consciousness perceived a vast assembly of half-orc troops silently advancing towards Maple Leaf City from 2 kilometers away. The sheer number was astonishing, a sight that could leave one speechless. The half-orc army was densely packed, stretching endlessly into the horizon, resembling a dark cloud engulfing the earth, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in anyone who beheld it. With the current strength of Maple Leaf City, attempting to withstand the onslaught of this half-orc horde would be as futile as striking a stone with an egg, utterly devoid of hope. How could there be such an immense gathering of half-orcs? Chun Jinan squinted slightly, murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, in the distance, the half-orc army was fervently advancing towards Maple Leaf City with great fervor. Oh ho ho! Brothers, charge together. The general has decreed that once we breach Maple Leaf City, all treasures within shall belong to you. Oh ho ho! Forward! Let us conquer Maple Leaf City. Slay them all. Seize their wealth. The half-orc army was instantly ignited with fervent passion, surging towards the city like a tidal wave. Chapter 87. Unmatched in the world, Chun Jinan takes action. This is bad. The half-orcs are coming. Help! I do not wish to die. Who can save me? Do not crowd. Let me escape first. As Count Lucifer held a grand banquet within his estate, chaos had already engulfed the exterior of Maple Leaf City. The tremendous commotion naturally captured the attention of the guests. Quickly, go see what is happening outside. Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? Count Lucifer furrowed his brow, aware that many prominent figures were present at the banquet. If the disturbance outside affected the atmosphere, it would be a disgrace for him. For nobles, reputation is paramount. Should the commoners dare to create chaos at this moment, Count Lucifer would not hesitate to teach them a bloody lesson. After all, who is Chun Jinan? She is a being beyond the realm of archmages. Even a mere archmage would be beyond their capacity to contend with, let alone a being more powerful than an archmage. Sir, there is grave news. The half-orcs are assaulting Maple Leaf City, and the entire city is heavily surrounded. From a distance, the sheer number of half-orcs is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. What? Count Lucifer's face turned pale at these words. How could one withstand an army of hundreds of thousands of half-orcs? Only the elite soldiers of their alliance might stand a chance. It is well known that even a grand mage, faced with such overwhelming numbers, would only meet defeat. Even a sage of magic would not dare to confront a regular army head-on, for no matter how powerful an individual may be, their strength is ultimately limited. And an aggregation of hundreds of thousands is an insurmountable behemoth. It's over. We are surely doomed. In an instant, the entire hall descended into panic, with the sounds of running, screaming, roaring, and weeping intertwining. Quickly, send someone to rally the troops for resistance. Someone shouted anxiously. It is futile. The population of Maple Leaf City is only a few 100,000, and the city's defense forces number merely over 10,000. This meager force is not even enough to fill the gaps in the half-orc ranks. At this moment, despair filled everyone's eyes, for they knew that escape from today's calamity was unlikely. What should we do? What course of action can we take? The crowd anxiously pondered their options. Yet faced with such overwhelming power, they felt utterly powerless. If only a formidable mage were here. Some lamented helplessly, acknowledging that despite their words, they understood deep down that even a powerful sorcerer would be powerless in such circumstances. To contend against hundreds of thousands of half-orcs without the prowess of a grand mage was simply unattainable. However, the existence of grand mages was nearly a matter of fate. Rarely encountered. In the entire Eloria Empire, the number of grand mages that could be named did not exceed a mere handful. Where has Lord Chun Jinan gone? At that moment, someone noticed the absence of Chun Jinan's figure. Where could he be? Soon, some sharp-eyed individuals spotted his location and called out. It turned out that Chun Jinan had unknowingly ascended the city walls, gazing down from his elevated position at the vast army of half-orcs beyond the gates. What was happening? What was this grand figure doing? Was it possible that this was his first visit to Maple Leaf City, and he had taken a wrong turn, intending to sneak out through the back entrance but inadvertently found himself on the front battlements? The crowd buzzed with speculation, puzzled and unable to comprehend the deeper meaning behind Chun Jinan's actions. Could it be that Lord Nin intended to confront hundreds of thousands of half-orcs all alone? A strange thought suddenly flickered in the minds of Lucy and Luna, but it was fleeting, and they quickly shook off the notion. Impossible. That was the formidable Reina Legion of monstrous beasts. Even the most exalted of sorcerers would find it exceedingly difficult to face them. All present wore expressions of confusion, their gazes fixed upon Chun Jinan, eagerly anticipating his remarkable actions. At that moment, indeed, Chun Jinan made his move. He stepped boldly to the edge of the city wall and strode forth from Maple Leaf City, standing resolutely against the overwhelming Reina Legion of beasts. Huh. You humans are eager to meet your demise, are you? A beastly general laughed heartily at Chun Jinan's audacity, though Chun Jinan had leaped from the walls unscathed. Revealing his enigmatic strength, what difference would it make? Despite Chun Jinan's immense strength, can he truly withstand the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts? Those formidable beings at the level of heavenly profound sorcerers may wield forbidden spells capable of obliterating vast armies. However, in the grand tapestry of the world, true heavenly profound sorcerers are exceedingly rare. As for practitioners beneath this exalted rank, no matter how profound their cultivation, they would either find themselves unable to triumph or be gradually worn down in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Younglings, advance. Capture this individual, the beast general commanded, raising a hand in a display of authority. Instantly, the legion of monstrous beasts surged forward, rushing towards Chun Jianan with fervor. The sight of the advancing horde, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, resembled a dark cloud eclipsing the sun, with billowing dust ascending into the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. Any ordinary person, upon witnessing such a scene, would surely be struck with terror. Yet at this moment, Chun Jianan stood composed, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the approaching tide of adversaries. Lord Nan, please return swiftly. We have discreetly opened a gap in the city gate. You must come in and take refuge. On the city wall, Lucy and Luna anxiously called out to Chun Jianan, for they had invested considerable effort in aligning themselves with this powerful figure and could not bear the thought of his demise. Lord Nan, the opposing force consists of hundreds of thousands of monstrous beast legions. We stand no chance against them. Please, return. Their voices were laced with urgency, and as the beasts drew nearer, their anxiety intensified. Rest assured, I shall deal with these beasts and return shortly. Chun Jianan smiled and nodded reassuringly at Lucy and Luna. Arrogant. Such a young age, yet a tone so bold. The beast general, upon hearing Chun Jianan's words to Lucy and Luna, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. They commanded an army of several 100,000 elite beasts, and even Gandalf and Poseidon, the two celestial law saints, would not dare to claim they could handle the situation with ease. However, before he could utter another word, Chun Jianan had already taken action. Stepping forward, he raised one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, softly reciting a mysterious incantation. In the realm of heaven and earth, I alone hold supremacy. Buzz. As Chun Jianan's words fell, in an instant, a resplendent beam of light cleaved through the horizon, its velocity so swift it eluded perception. Immediately thereafter, the sound of thuds echoed as one by one, the monstrous beasts known as Reyna collapsed, their heads severed from their bodies. Not a single soldier among the countless thousands survived. All met their demise. What transpired just moments ago? The details remained shrouded in mystery. It seemed as if only a flicker of light had passed, and then there was silence. In the blink of an eye, a legion of hundreds of thousands of Reyna was annihilated. Even the most formidable of celestial sorcerers could not achieve such composure. At this moment, the inhabitants of Maple Leaf City stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. A miracle. Only a miracle could elucidate this phenomenon. The hearts of all present could conjure no other word to encapsulate the bizarre scene unfolding before them. It was truly extraordinary. While spells capable of instantaneously vanquishing hundreds of thousands of Reyna do exist, such arcane incantations require several minutes of chanting, even for a celestial sorcerer. Yet, Chun Jianan had uttered not a single incantation. As if with a mere flick of his wrist, he had accomplished it all. Lord Jianan. Lucy and Luna were left utterly dumbfounded. Though they were aware of Chun Jianan's exceptional prowess, they had lacked a tangible sense of just how formidable he truly was. Now, having witnessed him obliterate the legion of Reyna in an instant, Lucy and Luna were plunged into profound silence. Such a terrifying presence had likely never been chronicled in any of the historical tomes they had perused. Clear's throat, this matter has reached its conclusion, and I must take my leave. Chun Jianan originally intended to wander freely and had no desire to linger in Maple Leaf City. Having resolved the crisis there, he decided to embark on his departure. To him, both humans and the beastly Reyna were fundamentally potential sources of instability. For any sentient being could present a challenge he must confront. Therefore, in his estimation, there was little distinction between the two. It was akin to how humans perceive ants. Regardless of their size or color, they are all regarded as insignificant. Chun Jianan's actions today were merely a gesture of gratitude for the warm hospitality extended by the sisters Lucy and Luna. Sir Nan, where are you headed? Lucy and Luna inquired anxiously. I am merely wandering about. Next, I wish to visit the imperial city of your Ionian Empire, he replied. Chun Jianan did not conceal his intentions, candidly revealing his destination. The Ionian imperial city? Lucy and Luna had yet to respond, but Count Dracula leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Lord Nan, I hail from the Imperial City myself. If you wish to go there, allow me to guide you. Ever since witnessing Qin Jianan's formidable prowess, Count Dracula had grown increasingly anxious about his son's previous offense against him. Now, having stumbled upon a rare opportunity to atone for his misdeeds, he was determined not to let it slip away. In truth, Count Dracula was indeed born into a noble family of the Imperial City. But following the death of his father and the subsequent division of the family, he, as the younger son, was relegated to the desolate land of Maple Leaf City. Once a dandy, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the Ionian Empire's imperial city, capable of sketching a detailed map of it with his eyes closed. Well then, I shall trouble Count Dracula to lead the way. Qin Jianan nodded slightly, since there was a noble well-versed in the imperial city who volunteered to serve as his guide. Why should he refuse? After bidding farewell to Lucy and Luna, Qin Jianan, accompanied by Count Dracula, soared directly towards the imperial city of the Ionian Empire. However, unbeknownst to him, the news of his annihilation of the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts in the Reina Legion had already stirred a tempest within the demon race. Report to the commander. Disaster is upon us. Our elite forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, have suffered total annihilation within the borders of the Ionian Empire. Inside a dark and foreboding fortress of the demon race, a trembling demon general, drenched in cold sweat, reported to a fierce-looking man in the central hall. On the throne sat a man adorned with a pair of demonic horns and exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. He was Pippi Demon, the commander of the 2nd Legion of Demons. What? Upon hearing this, Pippi Demon's eyes widened with incredulity. Instinctively, he deemed it impossible. Yet he understood that his subordinates would never deceive him, leaving him in shock. Have we not already ascertained that Maple Leaf City lacks powerful mages? The strongest among them is merely Dumbledore, a temporary resident from the War Academy. Even if he is the foremost power of the Bandle province, he is merely a high-level archmage. How could he possibly annihilate my elite troops? Pippi Demon's heart raced with both astonishment and fear. Those hundreds of thousands of soldiers were the essence of his 2nd Legion, and now they lay completely vanquished on human territory. He feared that upon returning to the demon realm, he would not escape unscathed. Report to the commander. According to scouts, a mysterious powerhouse has emerged in Maple Leaf City, whose strength is not inferior to that of a top-tier archmage. It was this individual who cast forbidden magic, leading to the complete destruction of our forces. A soldier knelt tremblingly on the ground, cautiously relaying the information. Preposterous. Merely a top-tier archmage, and yet it has led to my mission's failure. I shall make him witness my might. Pippi Demon, relieved to hear that the adversary was only a top-tier archmage, sighed. After all, as the commander of the 2nd Legion, he was already a mage emperor, a full tier above the top-tier archmage. Today's events not only resulted in the obliteration of hundreds of thousands of troops, but also provided his political enemies with an opportunity to suppress him. If he could eliminate this human top-tier archmage, he might quell some of the public outcry. Even if he were to be dismissed afterward, he would at least avoid total ruin. Let us depart. Lead the way. I must personally confront this individual who dares to trespass upon my bottom line. Pippi Demon, accompanied by his elite forces, headed straight for Maple Leaf City, brimming with arrogance and lacking any sense of restraint. As a mage emperor, he had already reached one of the peaks of this world. Though legendary mage saints existed above him, there were only 4 in the entire continent, and they remained entrenched within their own realms, seldom making an appearance. In other words, as long as the demon Lord Pai Pai does not cause trouble in places guarded by the sorcerer saints, he can exert his dominance throughout this vast world, especially in the remote province of Bandle in the Ionian Empire. Qin Jianan, show yourself. A thunderous roar reverberated through Maple Leaf City, instilling terror in the hearts of the townspeople. What has transpired? How could this happen? Ah, it is a demon. Look to the sky. There stands a demon. I recognize him. He is the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Demon Clan, having reached the realm of the Sorcerer Emperor. The crowd was left in utter astonishment, never expecting such a formidable demon to appear in their humble Maple Leaf City. Qin Jianan, come forth and face your demise, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The demon Lord Pai Pai hovered in midair, gazing down upon the entire city with extreme arrogance. In the face of the commanding presence of Pai Pai, the citizens of Maple Leaf City were thrown into chaos. Despite their remote location, they had heard whispers of such top-tier demons. Pai Pai was not only the commander of the 2nd Legion, but also a being of Sorcerer Emperor caliber. Given his immense power, even if all of them united, they could not challenge his absolute authority. I shall ask once more, Where have you hidden Qin Jianan? Pai Pai bellowed in fury, his voice piercing and filled with menace. As his words echoed, the crowd trembled with fear, for they understood that even if Qin Jianan could contend with Pai Pai, how could they, mere ordinary citizens, withstand his wrath? Moreover, Qin Jianan was not present at that moment, witnessing Pai Pai's fury. All that remained for the people was a profound sense of dread. I asked for the final time, will you speak or remain silent? Rather than roaring again. Pai Pai's tone turned chillingly calm as he inquired. The crowd in Maple Leaf City fell into a deathly silence. It was not that they were unwilling to respond, but Pai Pai's piercing gaze rendered them paralyzed, unable even to utter a word. Lord Nin has already gone to the imperial capital. Despite Pai Pai's overwhelming power, faced with the threat of death, the crowd ultimately divulged the truth. To the imperial capital? Pai Pai paused momentarily. For the imperial capital of the Ionian Empire housed individuals of equal strength, and he dared not act recklessly. He then shook his head and declared, in that case, let him come to the Demon Clan to find me personally. Pai Pai's gaze sharpened as he turned to Lucy and Luna, his voice cold as he addressed them. You two are the ones who received Qin Jianan that day, are you not? No sooner had he spoken, than with a mere flick of his hand, Lucy and Luna lost control of their bodies, drifting towards Pai Pai, who effortlessly captured them. Tell Qin Jianan, if he does not come within a month, these two will lose their lives. With that, Pai Pai departed Maple Leaf City, taking Lucy and Luna with him back to the Demon Clan. However, today's events have stirred a considerable uproar in Maple Leaf City. Luna and Luna, due to the involvement of Lord Nan, have been seized by the formidable Pai Pai demon of the Demon Clan. This news swiftly spread throughout the city, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. The Pai Pai demon is a renowned powerhouse, the commander of the second largest legion of the Demon Clan, a being of emperor-level prowess. Although Lord Nan is indeed formidable, his reputation is not yet well established, and it is presumed that he may not stand a chance against the illustrious Pai Pai demon. Alas, the plight of the two young ladies, Luna and Luna, is truly lamentable. The atmosphere within Maple Leaf City is one of chaos, with the majority doubting whether Qin Jianan has the capability to triumph over the illustrious demon expert, given that the latter is a long-celebrated emperor, whereas Qin Jianan is merely an obscure junior. Yet, amidst the multitude of spectators, one individual is filled with anxiety, Luna's father, Lucifer. Oh dear. Steward, quickly prepare the carriage. I must see Lord Nan in the imperial capital at once. At this moment, Lucifer is engulfed in regret, initially believing that aligning with the powerful Qin Jianan was a wise choice, only to inadvertently attract the attention of a superlative demon. He wonders if Lord Nan will indeed consent to rescue his daughter. Lucifer's eyes reflect a deep bitterness. Just as Qin Jianan accompanies Duke Jianan on their journey to the Divine Radiance imperial capital, a mysterious object in the arms of Marquis Dracula suddenly emits a resonant hum. He hastily retrieves an item from his bosom, a translucent crystal communication gem, shimmering faintly. This artifact, crafted through secret arts inscribed with instantaneous communication runes on a spirit essence stone, is extraordinarily costly to produce, reserved solely for the elite noble families. Even then, it is not commonly possessed by ordinary aristocrats. Your Excellency, I am the Seraph Lucifer. May I inquire if Duke Qin Jianan is by your side? The anxious voice of Lucifer reverberates through the communication gem. What is the matter? Qin Jianan, sitting beside the carriage, raises an eyebrow, keenly sensing the tension and distress in Lucifer's voice. Duke Qin Jianan, my twin daughters, Lucy and Luna, have unfortunately been kidnapped by the Demon Clan's Grand Sorcerer, the malevolent Pai Pai demon. He claims that unless you personally venture to his domain, he will bring harm to them. Lucifer's voice breaks with emotion, and Qin Jianan, utilizing his extraordinary powers, quickly comprehends the situation's gravity. Damn that malevolent Pai Pai demon. As a sanctified realm powerhouse, Qin Jianan instantly grasps the entirety of the scenario, recognizing that this predicament arose due to his own actions, and thus, he hesitates no longer. Marquis Dracula, please wait in the next city. I shall set forth immediately. After Qin Jianan nodded in acknowledgement to Dracula, his form flickered and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the Maple Leaf Fairy domain. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original position. Oh, dear Duke Qin Jianan, I implore you to hurry. If you do not arrive soon, my two daughters may be in grave peril. In the Earl's residence within the Maple Leaf Fairy domain, Lucifer was engulfed in despair. At that moment, the melodious voice of Qin Jianan resonated behind him. Rest assured, With my presence, both Lucy and Luna shall undoubtedly return safely. Jin'an's entire being surged with vibrant energy, an overwhelming force akin to an ocean erupting from within, causing a profound tremor in the souls of all beings within the maple leaf immortal domain, as the words Jinan has arrived, vividly materialized in their minds. At that moment, the hearts of all creatures in the maple leaf immortal domain resonated with the echo of those 5 words. Jinan has come. In a shadowy expanse, a castle cloaked in the aura of death stood ominously, surrounded by remnants of shattered limbs and corpses. The heavens were shrouded by a dense layer of dark clouds, and even the winds carried the scent of fragmented stars. This was the heartland of the demon race, the infernal evil domain. Roar. On the plains, numerous half-beasts wandered aimlessly until, all at once, they halted, their gazes fixed intently in a singular direction. Growl. That was the unmistakable essence of vibrant life. While the half-beasts were not averse to devouring decayed corpses, even those that reeked of rot, the sudden appearance of fresh, living humans stirred their excitement. Let us feast upon him. A horde of half-beasts surged forward, lunging at the unexpectedly manifested human. However, Jinan merely cast a nonchalant glance in their direction and uttered a single word: halt. Jinan was indeed that individual who, unaware of the exact location of the Pipimo, ventured into this perilous realm after discerning its approximate coordinates within the maple leaf fairy domain. Roar. All the half-beasts were rendered utterly terrified by Jinan's sudden immobilization spell, their souls seemingly fleeing, each one trembling with trepidation and drenched in cold sweat. Who on earth are you? The half-beasts, both astonished and fearful, found themselves shaken to their cores by Jinan's intimidating gaze, a sight they had never encountered despite their usual resilience against storms. However, in response to the half-beast's inquiries, Jinan remained indifferent, merely inquiring with an air of detachment. Where's the Pipimo? Where's the Pipimo? Jinan's gaze was as frigid as ice as he fixed his eyes upon the half-orc before him, his voice a low murmur. In that moment, the coldness in Jinan's eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, causing even these battle-hardened half-orcs to shudder in terror, cold sweat cascading down their brows. Who are you? A group of half-orcs, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Jinan, turned pale, their bodies trembling with fear. Although they had longed for the chance to encounter humans for the sake of hunting, now that a living human stood before them, not a single one dared to make a reckless move. After all, they were not fools. They understood that this place was the very heart of the demon clan. And the fact that this individual could arrive here silently and effortlessly cast a binding spell left them utterly helpless, indicating that he was far beyond what these mere half-orcs could contend with. I ask you, where's the Lord Pipima? Observing the half-orc's speechless expressions, Jinan's brow furrowed. And though his tone remained devoid of emotional fluctuation, it undeniably grew more intense. The Lord Pipima is in the Lord's mansion of the Abyssal Eye. The half-orcs, motivated by their instinct for self-preservation, were immediately intimidated by Jinan's formidable presence, and they hastily divulged the whereabouts of their ally. The Lord's mansion, is it? Very well. You may disappear now. Upon learning the location of Pipima, Jinan did not hesitate to raise his hand and unleashed a devastating attack upon the group of half-orcs. In an instant, severed heads tumbled to the ground. Of course, those half-orcs could never comprehend why, after answering Jinan's inquiry, he would still execute them without mercy. Yet, throughout his life, Jinan had never felt the need to explain himself to others. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion of the demon clan, the Abyssal Eye, the proud and imposing Pipima sat high upon his throne, surrounded by the senior generals of the demon clan's Second Legion. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to 2 human maidens ensnared above in the hall, Lucy and Luna. Sister, do you think Lord Nan will come to rescue us? Lucy's voice quivered as she asked Luna. Perhaps he will come, Luna replied, her own uncertainty evident. Are you Jinan? The shadow demon Lord Pipima stared at the man before him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had presumed Jinan to be an ordinary practitioner, yet to his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern the true depth of his cultivation. The inability to perceive another's cultivation level could only imply 2 possibilities. Either the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, or the individual possessed a powerful artifact capable of concealing their cultivation. As a great archmage, the only existence more formidable than Pipima was the legendary Archmage Sage. It was widely known that merely 4 Archmage Sages remained in the entire realm of gods and demons. Thus, Pipima naturally concluded that Jianan had concealed his true power through some mysterious device. Jianan, you dare to slaughter my hundreds of thousands of troops? Today, you shall pay the price for your actions. Pai Mo proclaimed with an air of arrogant superiority, his presence imposing as he addressed Jianan with a chilling tone. After all, no matter how astonishing Jianan might be, how could he possibly reach the heights of the divine sage? Thus, even if he were formidable, he could only be regarded as a being of the same tier, at best. Even if he had a slight advantage, how formidable could he truly be? Furthermore, this was the sacred land of his demon tribe. Oh, you seek an explanation from me? However, Jianan's response took Pai Mo by surprise. His expression remained indifferent, as though he did not regard Pai Mo at all. The words that followed rendered Pai Mo's face ashen in an instant. Then, would my killing you suffice as an explanation? Jianan's words flowed with a tranquil demeanor, yet ignited a conflagration of fury among all present from the demon clan. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you threaten to slay Lord Pipima? You are undeniably brazen and overbearing. Our Lord Pipima is a grand sorcerer, second only to the divine sage, a paragon of strength. How could a mere nobody like you dare to challenge Lord Pipima? Such delusions are laughable. The murmurs of the demon crowd swirled around, for although they could not fathom Jianan's true prowess, their confidence in Pipima remained unshaken. After all, having long dwelled under Pipima's protection, they believed him to be an invincible entity. Yet, in that moment, Pipima felt a flicker of unease, as he sensed a surge of formidable energy emanating from Jianan, enveloping everyone in its overwhelming presence. Make your move. Jianan spoke little, directly issuing orders to Pipima. Observing Jianan's demeanor, Pipima could not help but scoff. After all, he had never encountered such an audacious provocateur in all his years. Though he could not discern the depth of Jianan's cultivation, Pipima remained confident, for this was his territory, the sacred land of the demons. You are doomed. Without hesitation, Pipima unleashed his most formidable attack. With a flourish of his wand, he began to chant an ancient incantation, intending to vanquish Jianan with a thunderous strike. However, Pipima could not have anticipated that Jianan was not the feeble opponent he envisioned. Instead, he was astonishingly powerful. Behold my technique, the extraordinary fire spirit slash. Pipima roared, as a blazing mass of fire elements coalesced into a ferocious fire spirit beast, charging toward Jianan. At that moment, Pipima took the initiative, unleashing the extraordinary fire spirit slash. Under his command, the fire spirit beast morphed into a grotesque visage of flames, hurtling toward Jianan. This extraordinary fire spirit slash was Pipima's signature move, a B-class fire spell with astonishing destructive power. In the past, during the battle against the coalition of humans and elves, it was this very technique that enabled Pipima to slay tens of thousands of their elite warriors, earning him great renown and the position of commander of the demon army. Moreover, our master is a grand sorcerer of the highest caliber. Across the entire realm of gods and demons, none can rival him, save for the 4 esteemed archmages. Furthermore, being on our own demonic territory grants us a natural advantage in casting spells. It seems that today, this Jianan is destined to face dire consequences. A group of demon soldiers hid in the shadows, secretly observing the events unfolding in the hall, engaging in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Pipima's attack was about to strike Jianan. Break. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught, Jianan merely shook his head slightly, then extended his index finger and gently pointed. In an instant, a deep and pure beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, effortlessly dismantling Pipima's extraordinary fire spirit slash in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. The demon soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly speechless, each one astounded. They had anticipated that Jianan might withstand Pipima's assault, but they could never have imagined that he would so nonchalantly neutralize Pipima's ultimate technique. Even the most elite grand sorcerer might struggle to achieve such a feat, unless he were an archmage. But could Jianan possibly be an archmage? It is known that whenever a new archmage is born, the entire world displays signs to commemorate the event. Thus, everyone is aware that there are currently only 4 archmages in existence, and Jianan clearly cannot be among them. For this reason, their astonishment only deepened. The existence of a non-archmage so effortlessly dismantling Pipima's signature spell, how could such a thing be possible? Certainly. The astonishment was not limited to the soldiers. Even the Dark Lord Pipima found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Goodness! he exhibited such terrifying power. In comparison to our esteemed Dark Lord Pipimo, it was akin to the disparity between stars and mire. This individual must not be provoked lightly. A group of abyssal demon soldiers stared in disbelief, their gazes towards Chun Jianan filled with shock and reverence, leaving them utterly speechless, a cacophony of astonishment enveloping the air. Not only the soldiers, but even Pipimo himself, as the Dark Lord, could not help but feel his pupils constrict to pinprick size. Every hair on his body standing on end, an undeniable dread permeating his very core. Impossible. How could you possess such formidable strength? Pipimo's complexion shifted dramatically, a tempest of turmoil raging within. As the Grand Sorcerer of the Abyss, he was not invincible even amongst equals. Yet he held confidence in his ability to preserve himself against any peak Grand Sorcerer. However, confronted with Chun Jianan, Pipimo found himself unable to conceive even the slightest thought of resistance. Could he be a god-tier mage? This thought flickered through Pipimo's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, it was common knowledge that only 4 god-tier mages remained in the entire underworld continent, and it was evident that Chun Jianan could not possibly be among them. If he was not a god-tier mage, then no matter how formidable, what could he do? Pipimo possessed secret treasures. Haha, Chun Jianan, even if your power surpasses mine. What of it? Let me tell you, as the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Demon Clan, I wield the gifts bestowed upon me by our Dark Sovereign, Lord Solar. As he spoke, Pipimo retrieved a black bone-carved skull, roughly the size of a thumb, from his robes, beginning to chant a mysterious incantation. As the chant reverberated, the skull gradually emanated a dazzling light, and all present acutely sensed the suffocating, formidable pressure contained within. As time passed, the pressure intensified, and after approximately 2 minutes, Pipimo finally ceased his incantation. At that moment, the black skull became translucent, radiating a crimson glow, as an eerie, dark mist billowed forth, completely enveloping Pipimo's hand that grasped the skull. Simultaneously, Pipimo's aura surged dramatically, a stark contrast to his previous state. The surrounding abyssal demon soldiers trembled, some of the weaker ones even prostrating themselves on the ground, too fearful to move. What an awe-inspiring force this is. Indeed. The power bestowed upon Pipimo by the Dark Sovereign Solar is astonishing. The legendary god-tier mage is truly terrifying. Fear gripped everyone, their eyes filled with trepidation. As each individual acutely felt the overwhelming power in Pipimo's grasp, even the slightest release of it could obliterate their very souls. Fortunately, we are all followers of Lord Pipimo. He would not turn against us. Countless abyssal demon soldiers clutched their chests in relief. Chun Jianan, this is a treasure I obtained from His Majesty Soloro, containing the full force strike of a divine-level mage. Since acquiring it, I have never unleashed its power upon anyone. Today, I shall use you as a test subject for its might. The chilling voice of Pipimo echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all those present. Yet, Chun Jianan remained composed, unwavering. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous, for I too possess numerous untested skills. Today, I shall put them to the test against you. Burn forth. Samadhi true fire. With a resounding roar, Chun Jianan unleashed a torrent of intense heat from his hand. The onlookers were astounded to witness that, at some point, a triad of flames in red, yellow, and green had ignited upon his palm. These 3 hues of fire, expertly woven and compressed by Chun Jianan's unparalleled magical prowess, emitted energy waves that rippled through the surrounding space. Each individual flame was already incredibly fierce, but as they converged to form a violet flame, the temperature soared to unimaginable heights. With a sweeping motion, Chun Jianan transformed the violet flame into a fearsome fire dragon, its fiery body pulsating with an ominous glow that sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it. What kind of divine art is this? Why has it never been spoken of before? Confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. For this true fire of the 3 mysteries was a secret technique from the celestial realm that predated the awakening of chaos, not native to this continent. Beads of sweat dripped from the brows of those present. Despite their lack of understanding, they instinctively sensed the terror embodied in the true fire of the 3 mysteries. Even those at a distance felt the overwhelming dread of the true fire, let alone the nearby Pipimo. Though Chun Jianan had not yet launched an attack, a mere glance at the fire dragon sent shivers through Pipimo's very soul. Go forth. Chun Jianan gently snapped his fingers, and immediately, a fiery dragon roared as it surged towards Pipimo with astonishing speed, its form rapidly expanding and its momentum growing ever more formidable, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Hold it back. Pipimo resolutely decided to unleash the full might of the god-level sorcery bestowed upon him by the Dark Lord Sorrow. For he understood all too well that without invoking Sorrow's power, he would surely meet his demise this day. Go. He abruptly activated the sealing scroll, and a dense surge of demonic energy propelled towards the fire dragon conjured by Chun Jianan, resulting in an instantaneous clash. On one side was Chun Jianan's Samadhi True Fire, and on the other, the full-force strike of the god-level sorcerer from Dark Lord Sorrow, colliding violently in the air. Boom. The collision of these two formidable forces unleashed a powerful shockwave, the terrifying strength seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its path. Even spectators distant from the battlefield felt the repercussions of this fierce energy. You possess such formidable abilities. Pipimo, ensnared in a sea of blood, his breath faint and teetering on the brink of life and death, still gazed fervently at Chun Jianan ahead. Humph. Were it not for the fact that today is not my domain, the Abyss Fortress, I would have long since returned to the underworld. Yet fate has smiled upon me. My journey has not reached its end. Pipimo struggled to straighten his body, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Chun Jianan. This Abyss Fortress is the very foundation of my existence. Since its inception, I have secretly established a mysterious magical formation, its influence permeating the entire castle. As he spoke, Pipimo produced an ancient magical scroll from his bosom and tore it open without hesitation. A brilliant beam of light erupted from it, piercing the ground. Soon, mysterious runes sprang to life upon the castle's stone walls, as if animated, and in an instant, the entire fortress was enveloped by a dense aura of magical formation power. This formation has consumed hundreds of thousands of abyssal magic crystals to meticulously construct. Even you, the formidable sorcerer Chun Jianan, shall find it impossible to depart unscathed today. This formation is known as Devouring Life, and once activated, it can siphon the magical essence from all beings within. With a fierce roar, Pipimo's face twisted in rage as he proclaimed, "Today, all of you shall perish here, no one shall escape. For this formation serves but one purpose, to devour life and extract magical essence." As Pipimo's howl echoed, the runes on the castle's walls immediately glimmered with a dark purple light, transforming into eerie mist that swiftly enveloped the entire fortress, ensnaring everyone within, including Chun Jianan. Without exception, "Lord Pipimo, what are you doing?" "I am your loyal subordinate, Erguzi. Lord Pipimo, I beseech you to spare me. I have always followed you faithfully. Pipimo, you have lost all compassion. You shall face divine retribution." Panic ensued among the crowd as they witnessed the dark purple mist tightly entwining every individual within the fortress, including Pipimo's trusted subordinates. "Enough of this clamor. You often proclaim your willingness to brave flames for me, and now is the moment for your devotion to manifest." The malevolent Pai Pai, disregarding the pleas of his subordinates, waved his hand, swiftly draining the magical essence from everyone within the fortress at a visible pace. "Ah, Lord Pai Pai, if you continue, we shall perish." The castle echoed with cries of despair, yet Pai Pai remained undeterred, voraciously consuming the magical energy. As he relentlessly siphoned the essence, his strength surged, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the realm of magic. "Chun Jianan, I have ascended to the apex of magical cultivation. Today marks your doom." Pai Pai laughed maniacally, launching an assault on Chun Jianan. "Prepare yourself." Dark Pai Pai fist. With a clenched right fist, he charged towards Chun Jianan. But before he could even graze the hem of his opponent's garment, he observed Chun Jianan calmly shake his head and extend his own fist in response. Boom. A confrontation that appeared evenly matched, yet was devoid of suspense. Boom. With a single punch, Pai Pai was sent hurtling backwards, his head grotesquely deformed, vitality extinguished. This blow was delivered in vengeance for the sisters, Lucy and Luna. Boom. Another punch landed in the same place. This strike was a retribution for your arrogant words. Boom. This punch remains unaccounted for, to be addressed at a later time. Boom. 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 Ultimately, Pai Pai was relentlessly battered by Chun Jianan, reduced to mere dust, vanishing from the abyssal fortress that once belonged to him. Silence, an eerie silence. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving all present in a state of shock. Rooted to the spot, wide-eyed, those remaining soldiers of the demon race, still clinging to life, now prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. Chun Jianan paid no heed to the soldiers of the demon clan, instead making her way directly to the imprisoned sisters, Luna. With a gentle wave of her hand, she released the restraints that bound them. "I apologize for the fright you endured." Chun Jianan lowered her head slightly in apology. "Lord Jianan, The sisters Lucy Luna were momentarily stunned, tears welling in their eyes. In this world that venerates strength, they felt as insignificant and powerless as ants. The fact that a top-tier powerhouse like Chun Jianan ventured deep into the demon realm for their sake, even personally slaying the commander of the second-largest demon legion, Pipamo, was simply unbelievable. As this thought crossed their minds, the sisters' cheeks flushed, and their hearts raced as if a fawn were bounding within their chests. Lord Jianan, we are profoundly grateful to you. We wish to follow you and become your servants. Lucy Luna summoned her courage to express her intentions to Chun Jianan. At present, I have no plans to establish a faction and do not require anyone. Chun Jianan shook his head, gracefully declining their offer. Having established a formidable influence in the previous two worlds, he was acutely aware of the hardships that accompanied such power. Thus, he resolved to embrace a more leisurely existence in this realm, free from the need for any followers. The Lysaluna sisters exchanged glances. Taken aback by Chun Jianan's misunderstanding of their intentions, with a hint of shyness, they explained further, My Lord Jianan, we merely experienced a fright today and are certain we shall struggle to find sleep tonight without companionship. There's no need for concern, he replied, for I can effortlessly escort you back to the Earl's residence in Maple Leaf City, where you shall soon be reunited with your father. With a gentle smile, Chun Jianan responded, his tone serene. The imperial capital of Ionia resembled a celestial palace, grand and magnificent. The towering outer walls reached heights of 100 feet, each stone meticulously crafted from spiritual essence. This monumental structure encircled a vast city that spanned tens of thousands of miles, resembling a realm of immortals, and the resources expended in its creation were utterly astonishing. A few miles from the imperial capital, Chun Jianan and Dumbledore gracefully descended from the clouds, landing in a tranquil area on the outskirts. Dumbledore had previously mentioned that the imperial capital of Ionia was protected by an aerial barrier. While this enchantment posed little challenge for a practitioner of Chun Jianan's caliber, whose mastery had reached the realm of transformation, his intention was to conceal his true abilities and experience the mundane life. Thus, he had no intention of revealing even a fraction of his prowess. Master Jianan, the imperial capital lies not far ahead. Shall we proceed into the city? Dumbledore inquired humbly, bowing slightly in respect. Chun Jianan nodded slightly, but in an instant, his brow furrowed, and his gaze fixated in a particular direction. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? A sudden scream from a woman pierced the air, clearly indicating a dire situation. Master Jianan, someone is calling for help ahead, Dumbledore remarked, glancing at Chun Jianan, awaiting his decision. With a fleeting thought, Chun Jianan's consciousness swept across the site of the incident, and a faint smile graced his lips. Mountain bandits? He uttered these words with casual nonchalance, feeling a sense of intrigue within. After all, his life on Earth had been serene and uneventful. Even the rare sight of a thief was a novelty. In the Tang dynasty, due to his presence, the nation thrived in the practice of cultivation, and peace reigned supreme. Though his previous existence was set in an urban landscape, it too was marked by tranquility. Thus, this was his first encounter with mountain bandits in this lifetime, sparking a curiosity within him. Let us go and take a look. Chun Jianan's figure flickered, her feet breaking through the void as she instantaneously vanished from her original position. As the Grand Sorcerer, Dumbledore followed closely behind. Although his speed was slightly inferior to that of Chun Jianan, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, rapidly arriving at the scene. Chun Jianan and Dumbledore quietly arrived. Witnessing the scene before them, several skilled guards tightly encircled two young maidens at the center, while around them, a formation of elite sentinels surrounded an opulent carriage. Inside, the two maidens trembled in fear, clinging to one another. Surrounding them was a group of fearsome bandits, exuding an air of menace. Chun Jianan and Dumbledore instantly discerned that these guards hailed from elite military ranks, having undergone rigorous training. From this, they inferred that the two young ladies possessed extraordinary backgrounds. To have bodyguards of military lineage in the imperial capital indicated that their family heritage was undoubtedly affluent. With this realization, Chun Jianan resolved to extend his assistance without further hesitation. Sister, I do not wish to perish, cried the shorter girl, tears streaming down her face in despair. Fear not. We are but a few steps away from the capital. Father will surely dispatch a grand army to rescue us. Her sister reassured her. But sister, they have begun their assault. The younger sibling screamed in terror, just as the bandits lunged at the guards. Although these guards had once served in the military, their prolonged residence in the estate had dulled their battlefield ferocity. Faced with the fearless bandits, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. Woe is me, I do not wish to die. The sisters wept, embracing each other in anguish, and at that moment, Chun Jianan finally took action. Oh dear sister, what shall we do? The guards fell one after another, leaving the sisters in utter devastation. Just then, a mighty and solemn voice resounded, commanding, "Halt." This voice struck like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. A palpable pressure enveloped everyone, rendering their breath shallow. The bandits, in particular, felt a tremor deep within their souls, as if a single step forward would plunge them into an abyss of despair. Who speaks? Who dares to utter such words? The bandit leader swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure, yet no one replied. Who was that just now? Scanning the surroundings, the leader found no presence, his confusion mounting. No one. Could I have been mistaken? Or perhaps those we have captured are merely conjuring illusions to frighten us. The leader dismissed the notion, believing the voice to be a trick. With a disdainful smirk, he commanded his men to continue their assault. At that moment, the voice echoed once more, "How dare you defy my command? Do you seek your own demise?" This utterance was more severe than the previous, with unmistakable fury resonating within it. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. The bandit leader, incensed, searched for the source of the voice, but found nothing. Impossible. How could there be no one present? Who spoke just now? The leader's face flushed with anger, feeling as though he were being mocked. His fury ignited. He bellowed, "Find that person. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will ensure they are obliterated." Oh, is that so? The chilling voice returned, sending a shiver through all present. Who could it be? Where are they? The bandit leader, consumed by rage, felt utterly powerless. Just then, one of the bandits suddenly shrieked, pointing skyward, trembling as he exclaimed, "Look, in the sky." As the crowd gazed upward, they beheld a young man standing suspended in midair, enveloped in an aura of formidable power, clearly having attained the level of a grand sorcerer. This signified that, despite his youthful appearance, the young man's strength had ascended to a remarkably elevated tier. Chun Jianan descended gracefully from the heavens, gazing down upon a throng of bandits gathered below. With a delicate parting of her crimson lips, she uttered a single word: "Flee." Humph. Do you think we will retreat at your command? Would that not be a disgrace to our bandit pride? What is she but a mere high-ranking star mage? What is there to fear? The bandit leader, brimming with arrogance, unleashed a formidable aura, revealing that he too was a high-ranking star mage. However, in a shocking turn of events, before the bandit leader's words could fully escape his lips, the surrounding bandits turned pale, blood spurting from their mouths as they were hurled away like kites severed from their strings. You are a star mage?" All the bandits stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with horror. They never dreamed they would encounter a being of Chun Jianan's caliber in the midst of their exploits. "Star mage, you say?" 2 women named Alice and Avel, slightly taken aback, quickly regained their composure. They hailed from the Ionian Star Empire, daughters of General Edward, the eldest and second eldest young ladies of the household. Today, while their father Edward was away at the palace conferring with the Star Emperor on important matters, Alice and Avel had secretly ventured out with their personal guard, only to unexpectedly encounter bandits shortly after leaving the royal city. The members of their guard, the strongest among them merely initial star mages, were no match for these bandits. In an instant, their guard was overwhelmed and embroiled in a fierce struggle, prompting the sisters to call for help. The bandits, witnessing Chun Jianan harnessing the power of the stars to soar through the air, were struck with unparalleled astonishment. It is known that only those who attain the rank of star mage possess such abilities, instilling in the bandits an unprecedented fear. The hierarchy of star mages consists of star apprentices, star mages, star sorcerers, high-ranking star mages, star masters, star mages, star mentors, high-ranking star mentors, star mentor titans, and the supreme star saints. In the Ionian Star Empire, an ancient adage prevails: star mages must not be insulted. This signifies that upon becoming a star mage, one ascends to the ranks of the elite, renowned throughout the empire as a formidable presence. The number of experts surpassing the star mage rank is exceedingly scarce. Avel and Alice did not react with the same fervor as the bandits, for their father Edward was himself a high-ranking star mage, second only to the star saint. Thus, even upon witnessing a star mage as youthful as Chun Jianan, they were merely astonished by his age, without harboring excessive thoughts. Yet, he truly appeared remarkably young, likely no more than 20 years of age. Exchanging a glance filled with astonishment, Alice and Avel, being daughters of a prestigious family, quickly composed themselves. After a brief pause, They stepped out of their carriage and bowed respectfully to Qin Jianan. We, Alice and Abel, pay our respects to the esteemed elder and express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Recognizing the rarity of such talent at Qin Jianan's age, they decided to extend their goodwill proactively. At this moment, the band of mountain bandits, trembling in fear and shedding tears, fell to their knees in supplication, pleading, "My lord, we acknowledge our misdeeds. Please grant us your mercy." Qin Jianan furrowed his brow and issued another command: "Depart at once. Should you err again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." The bandits hastily retreated, and Qin Jianan began to scrutinize the two women before him. "We are Aviel and Alice, daughters of General Edward of the Ionian Stellar Empire. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention today, and we would like to invite you to our residence as a token of our appreciation." Aviel and Alice spoke respectfully to Qin Jianan after the bandits had vanished. After all, not only had Qin Jianan rescued them, but at such a young age, he had already attained the status of a star mage, making it imperative to forge a connection with him. The invitation from Aviel and Alice aligned perfectly with Qin Jianan's intentions. He had planned to explore this unfamiliar territory. And now, with two distinguished locals as his guides, especially two enchanting women, he was more than willing to accept their offer. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Dumbledore, will you join us as well?" Qin Jianan turned to inquire of Dumbledore, who stood beside him. "My lord, I shall obey your command. I am at your service." "Then let us set forth." Qin Jianan nodded in agreement and subsequently followed Alice and Avel, leading the remaining soldiers back to the Ionian Star Empire. During their journey, through conversations with Alice and Avel, Qin Jianan learned that the Ionian Star Empire is currently governed by three major factions: the Astromancers Guild, the Mercenaries Guild, and the Alchemists Guild, which dictate the fate of the entire nation. Among these, the Astromancers Guild is the most powerful, followed by the Mercenaries Guild and the Alchemists Guild. Notably, Alice and Avel's father, Edward, is the senior brother of the Mercenaries Guild leader. As their discussion unfolded, Alice and Avel discovered that Qin Jianan is a self-taught cultivator who has ascended to the pinnacle of astromancy through his own efforts, which ignited their enthusiasm for him even further. "Dear sir, have you not yet joined any family or sect? Why not come to our general's mansion as a guest? My father serves as a grand general in the court, commanding formidable forces, second only to the emperor. Should you join us, I assure you that all kinds of elixirs and secret manuals you require will be at your disposal." However, Qin Jianan did not take Alice and Avel's invitation to heart. Given his current identity, status, and strength, what kind of family or sect could he not find? In Qin Jianan's view, Alice and Avel's words were insufficient to sway his resolve. "Utterly absurd. Ignorant fools," the sisters exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Initially, they regarded Qin Jianan's achievement of ascending to the rank of Magus at such a young age as remarkable. Now, they perceived him as nothing more than an arrogant individual. The three grand sorcerers are the most outstanding masters of the magical realm, standing at the pinnacle of spellcasting, with only the Demon King's sorcerer, Sorrow, capable of challenging them. "How dare you, a mere Magus, show contempt for the three grand sorcerers? You are truly unaware of your own insignificance." The sisters spoke with unwavering conviction, their words laden with indignation, seemingly intent on belittling Qin Jianan. I hold no reverence for your three grand sorcerers. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me." Qin Jianan smiled indifferently, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of those around him. "Humph. You claim to be more formidable than the three great sorcerers. Then allow me to witness your prowess." This was the secret technique, the Ice Heart Seal, which I learned from the sorcerer Gandalf. As Alice's voice trailed off, the surging magic within her surged forth like a roaring river, flowing through her meridians. With the incantation softly escaping her lips, it coalesced into a formidable force, transforming into a colossal blizzard. Ice Heart Seal. The tempest unleashed as numerous ice crystals, each the size of a fist, fell like meteors, instantaneously forming a massive ice pit with a diameter of 1 meter before her. "Can you offer me some guidance?" Alice crossed her arms, her gaze provocative as she awaited Qin Jianan's response to her technique. This Ice Heart Seal, bestowed by the sorcerer Gandalf himself, was taught to Alice and Evil by him during his travels in the Ionian Empire, when he specifically visited the general's residence. Thanks to their extraordinary talents, they mastered the secret technique in merely a few days and, over the years, continuously refined it. surpassing Gandalf's own mastery and becoming unparalleled in the domain of the Ice Heart Seal. However, in Chun Jinnan's eyes, this so-called Ice Heart Seal was riddled with flaws. Crude and unrefined. He discerned at least 100 errors with a mere glance. Yet, considering the opponent was a woman of exceptional beauty, Chun Jinnan refrained from bluntly stating its deficiencies, instead vaguely remarking, "Ahem, it's not bad. Perhaps there are a dozen or so errors." "What? A dozen errors? Are you jesting?" Alice and Evil were incredulous, for they distinctly recalled Gandalf praising their mastery of the Ice Heart Seal as nothing short of perfect. Now, to hear someone claim there were a dozen errors was utterly absurd. "Oh, then do enlighten me. Which errors do you speak of?" Alice sneered, her eyes glinting with disdain. Convinced that Chun Jiannan was merely attempting to belittle them under the guise of critique, Chun Jiannan shook his head and said, "There are too many issues to address. Let us begin with the first. You just employed an ice element spell. I recommend attempting to substitute it with a fire element." "Fire element?" Both Alice and Avel were taken aback, their expressions morphing into incredulity, followed by a twitch at the corners of their mouths. The Ice Heart Seal was undeniably an ice-based spell. Would it not be a farce to replace it with fire? Humph. What utter nonsense. The sisters silently cursed in their hearts, deciding to humor Chun Jiannan for a while longer to see what other absurdities he might utter. Following his suggestion, Alice replaced the ice element with fire and whimsically directed it at a nearby hill. Boom. Upon completing her incantation, just as Alice was about to mock Chun Jiannan, the sight before her left her utterly speechless, momentarily rendered voiceless. The hill she had just attacked had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. How could this be possible? Both Alice and Avel were astounded, their hearts brimming with shock. They had always believed that the Ice Heart Seal, established by the legendary wizard Gandalf himself, was the pinnacle of magical achievement. Yet, Chun Jiannan, with merely a glance at their spellcasting, not only identified the error but also improved upon it, demonstrating such terrifying power. It was simply unbelievable. Could he truly be the reincarnation of a legendary sage? At that moment, the commotion they had stirred within the imperial capital of Ionia soon attracted the attention of the palace guards. Who dares to cast spells in this place? A few Grand Magisters, leading a group of high-ranking sorcerers, swiftly approached the scene. As the daughters of General Edward, the guards naturally recognized Alice and Avel. Upon witnessing the heavy casualties among the soldiers nearby and the fear in the sisters' eyes as they looked at Chun Jiannan, the guards instinctively assumed that he was bullying the two young ladies. What audacity, to dare to humiliate the daughters of General Edward. Without waiting for further inquiries, the magicians began chanting spells, launching an assault on Chun Jiannan. "Stop!" Alice and Avel exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to intervene. Yet their speed could not match that of the high-level sorcerers. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of colorful spells surged toward Chun Jiannan. Humph! Chun Jiannan let out a cold laugh and casually conjured a spell. Bang! All attacks were repelled, hurtling back towards the sorcerers. How was this possible? Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished by the sheer power that Chun Jiannan possessed. "Old fool, do you think yourself remarkable? Let me enlighten you. There are always greater beings beyond the horizon. Coincidentally, the Sage of Magic, Gandalf, is currently a guest in our Ionian Empire, and he will surely deal with you." The sorcerers hastily retrieved their emergency communication tokens, swiftly activating them to summon Gandalf. In this realm, the Sage of Magic stands as the supreme authority in the domain of spells. The three great sages of the righteous path, along with one sage from the demon clan, form the pinnacle of power in this world. Thus, Gandalf, aside from the three great sages, holds little regard for anyone else. Upon receiving the communication token and learning that someone dared to challenge the two great princesses within the imperial capital, displaying astonishing strength, he was consumed by fury and immediately set forth to the scene. "Wretched being, your end is nigh." Without a moment's hesitation, a wave of destructive magical energy flickered in Gandalf's hands, unleashing a thunderous supreme attack aimed directly at Chun Jiannan, causing the very fabric of reality around him to shift. The overwhelming force of the attack reverberated through mountains and rivers, and whether Chun Jiannan could withstand it became the focal point of all eyes. However, the answer would soon reveal itself. Buzz! Upon the form of Chun Jiannan, a radiant golden light shimmered, reminiscent of a deity awakening. The thunderous assault dissipated before him, rendered inconsequential. Simultaneously, Gandalf appeared to sense something extraordinary, his countenance shifting dramatically. It must be noted that in Gandalf's perception, no one could conceal their true prowess in his presence, not even the three other titans of the magical realm. Thus, at their first encounter, He regarded Chun Jianan merely as an unremarkable mortal devoid of cultivation. However, it became evident that Chun Jianan was far from an ordinary individual. He was an enigmatic master, unfathomable even to himself. Such an exalted being existed in this world. The news of the magical realm titan Gandalf being vanquished in a single strike during the battle in the Ionian Empire swept across the continent like a tempest, and the name Chun Jianan resonated throughout the land once more. In the past, when Chun Jianan first arrived in this world, the celestial phenomena that accompanied his descent were noteworthy, yet people had not delved deeply into their significance. Now, with the revelation of his triumph over Gandalf, the entire world was set ablaze with astonishment. Who is Gandalf? He is a titan of the magical realm, an entity standing atop the pinnacle of existence. Even the other 3 titans of equivalent stature could not easily defeat him, let alone anyone else. Yet, the reality was astonishing, especially after Gandalf himself confirmed the event, transforming it into a globally discussed sensation. What? The magical realm titan Gandalf was defeated? Unbelievable. To be struck down in a single blow. Could this truly be Gandalf? Was he merely an imposter? Everyone was astounded, but soon the shock was supplanted by boundless joy. Earlier, upon his emergence, Chun Jianan had proclaimed his intention to expound upon his profound secrets and techniques. Since he could defeat a titan of the magical realm with a mere strike, it was evident that his teachings held immense significance. Thus, whether among the common folk or the great powers, including the remaining 3 titans of the magical realm and the demon king Sorrow, all decided to attend Chun Jianan's discourse. After all, Gandalf had personally witnessed Chun Jianan's might and understood its magnitude. As for the other 3 titans who had yet to encounter Chun Jianan, it was clear that if he could vanquish Gandalf so effortlessly, he could likewise dispatch them with ease. On the day of Chun Jianan's lecture, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded, with listeners extending from the mountaintop down to the base. Among them, the more powerful individuals naturally gravitated closer to Chun Jianan, with Gandalf, Sorrow, and the other titans enjoying reserved seating. On that day, Chun Jianan lectured tirelessly for 3 consecutive days and nights, captivating countless strong individuals with his profound and expansive philosophies. Of course, while some embraced his teachings with joy, others struggled to adapt, for the prevailing magical system had long dominated this world. Under Chun Jianan's influence, a monumental clash between the philosophies of the Great Way and magic was set into motion. In this grand conflict, the involvement of Chun Jianan resulted in the demise of countless beings, inflicting severe damage upon the vitality of the entire continent, while the traces of magic vanished forever, marking the event as the struggle between the Great Path and magic. However, this was not the culmination of the tale. Decades later, as the continent gradually rejuvenated, Chun Jianan discerned that races such as the elves, demons, and merfolk, despite their remarkable talents, vast territories, and abundant resources, possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan. Even without cultivation, they could live for several centuries, and their fertility rates were exceedingly low. In other words, while the same amount of resources could allow the human race to proliferate into thousands within a millennium, these other races, even after enduring a millennium, would struggle to produce a single offspring, thus contributing negligible amounts to the points of collapse. Considering the long-term development, Chun Jianan once again took to the podium to preach, enticing many of these races, led by the elves, demons, and merfolk, to engage in a cataclysmic war among the 3 factions. In the aftermath of this conflict, nearly all life on the continent was extinguished, with only a few from the participating races remaining. Though the human race suffered grievously, their rapid reproductive capabilities soon enabled them to repopulate, while the surviving races ultimately assimilated into humanity, leaving only the teachings of Chun Jianan's doctrine in this world. What was once a realm of magic had been irrevocably transformed by Chun Jianan into a new world governed by the principles of the Great Path. The erstwhile magical world, with its extraordinary powers spanning countless ages, took Chun Jianan considerable time to dismantle entirely. Perhaps the inhabitants of that world could never have imagined that my claims of attaining the pinnacle of cultivation to ascend to the celestial realm and achieve immortality were, in fact, a trap. Chun Jianan's lips curled into a sly smile. Although the path of cultivation appears to lead to immortality, in reality, the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more resources one must expend. The total amount of spiritual energy within a world is finite. Thus, Chun Jianan informed them that only by breaking through to the celestial immortal realm could one ascend to the realm of immortals. However, The question remains, where exactly is this realm of immortals? Beyond the barriers of the world, he has established an endless sea of thunder. Any who attempt to ascend will be obliterated in a baptism of lightning, their essences returning as spiritual energy to this world. In other words, for Qin, this world is akin to a breeding ground, where all beings commence their cultivation journey from birth, providing him with points of collapse. Those of low cultivation will rapidly age and perish, while the more adept will strive for ascension, only to be met with annihilation. In this vast, unfathomable world, an era filled with sorrow and regret is dawning, and Qin's arrival is destined to erase those regrets. Ensuring that this central land will no longer be ravaged and its inhabitants suffer, he vows to lead his entire clan to rise together. Standing at the pinnacle of the universe, time is of the essence. We are at a critical juncture for the survival of Huaxia. Even the sage Kong Yaich, rare as he is in a millennium, has declared, regardless of region or age, all bear the responsibility of guarding their homeland and resisting formidable foes. When the final moment arrives, only by uniting the strength of the entire clan can we salvage the nation from oblivion. When that decisive moment comes, we must charge forward without hesitation until our last breath. Embrace the path of martial arts. Qin no longer hesitated and turned directly to the untouched first page, which contained a tome on the civilization of martial arts. The cultivation resources accumulated within him instantaneously transformed into a formidable power at the pinnacle of martial arts. In the distance, the sounds of fierce battles could be heard, indicating that a conflict was indeed unfolding. Little devils, are you prepared to confront the wrath of the martial god? Whoosh! Qin executed the ethereal wave step, her form darting forward like a bolt of lightning. A mile away, an independent battalion belonging to my clan engaged fiercely with an enemy contingent. Commander, dire news. Our spirit stone ammunition has been depleted. A soldier rushed in, panic-stricken, reporting to the leader of the independent battalion, Zhao Yunlong. Understood. Continue the fight. Utilize melee weapons and delay as much as possible. No one is to retreat. Let us not forget, behind us are hundreds of thousands of civilians fleeing. Every minute we stall grants them a greater chance of survival. Brothers, charge with me. Zhao Yunlong roared, seizing his divine weapon, prepared to engage in close combat with the enemy. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this endeavor. Clutching tightly to the self-destruct token in his possession, ready to detonate it should it fall into enemy hands, ensuring secrets remained concealed. Commander, look over there, a figure. Just as Zhao Yunlong awaited the opportune moment in the trench to confront the enemy in close quarters, a nearby soldier suddenly exclaimed, prompting him to lift his gaze in curiosity. What is going on? How could there be a person on the battlefield, dressed as an ancient swordsman, wielding a long sword? What is their purpose here? Who are you? What brings you here at this hour? Barked the commander of the enemy contingent, Takashi Ono, who led several hundred Japanese soldiers upon noticing Qin's sudden appearance in the midst of the battlefield. Previously, as the fierce battle against the Huaxia army raged on, smoke and dust enveloped the area, causing both sides to be oblivious to the change in the battlefield. It was only when the Huaxia army's spirit stone ammunition ran out and the smoke began to clear that the Japanese forces recognized Qin's presence. Takashi Ono found himself perplexed, for Qin's attire was exceedingly peculiar, clad in ancient garb with a soft sword at her waist. Standing at the very heart of the conflict, an enigma indeed. Hey, the commander is asking you a question. Who are you? What are you doing here? The lackeys nearby translated, seeing Qin remain silent, and they arrogantly shouted. Yet, Qin paid no heed to their inquiries, simply uttering softly, Who are you? What night is this? Although Qin's voice was soft, on this battlefield, whether among the Chinese forces or the Japanese invaders, everyone distinctly heard his words, as if someone were whispering in their ears. What on earth is happening? Zhao Yunlong of the Independent Legion widened his eyes in astonishment. It is important to note that he was quite far from Qin for him to hear clearly. Qin would have needed to shout loudly for his voice to reach him. Yet now, Qin's words seemed to resonate, as if whispered directly beside him, reminiscent of the secret transmissions described in martial arts novels. Similarly, the Japanese soldiers were equally startled by Qin's unexpected actions. Baka, what is this nonsense? Koyamataro trembled at Qin's recent display, but he quickly flushed with shame. In his view, this damned Chinese dared to speak to them in such a manner. It was utterly intolerable. Sir, he is asking who we are and what time it is, the obsequious translator explained, bowing deeply. The moment of embarrassment experienced by Koyama Taro, who had been unsettled by Qin Jinan's words, now transformed into an opportunity for retaliation. Baka. Of course, I know what he means. Damn it. How dare he speak to our imperial army like that? Koyama Taro turned his head and commanded the soldiers behind him. Fire. Shoot him down. Eliminate this scoundrel. Then, with a haughty glare directed at Qin Jinan, he seemed to convey, did you think you could intimidate me? Now, let me show you what happens amidst a hail of bullets. Indeed, he truly deserves it. The translator, feeling aggrieved, covered his face. His gaze toward Qin Jinan filled with hatred. If it weren't for Qin Jinan, he would not be subjected to Koyama Taro's wrath. This is bad. That young man is in deep trouble. The little devils are going to attack him. From a distance. Zhao Yunlong also noticed this scene and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Qin Jinan. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted, causing the soldiers of the Independent Legion to instinctively turn away, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. However, Koyama Taro, who was fixated on the battlefield, eager to see how Qin Jinan would respond, was about to witness an unforgettable spectacle. Countless bullets flew toward Qin Jinan. Yet he merely drew his long sword with a graceful flourish and effortlessly danced it through the air, resulting in a series of metallic clinks as the bullets were deflected, landing harmlessly at his feet. Impossible. Koyama Taro gasped, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, trembling as he gazed at Qin Jinan, his face as pale as a sheet. Are you human or a demon? Koyama Taro stammered, his speech becoming incoherent. What had he just witnessed? A single individual, armed only with a sword, had managed to intercept countless bullets. And this was not a mere stroke of luck. It was in the face of a machine gun barrage from hundreds of soldiers. At this moment, Taro Ono felt on the brink of collapse. Fire the cannons, unleash the mortars, and hurl the grenades. However, all these assaults appeared utterly feeble before Qin Jinan, who resembled a divine warrior from another realm, effortlessly neutralizing every threat. In that instant, it became clear to all that Qin Jinan was no ordinary individual, but a martial artist endowed with extraordinary prowess. Sweat poured from Taro Ono's forehead like rain. He had traversed countless battlefields, but had never encountered such an enigmatic situation. Could it be that his opponent had mastered the ancestral martial arts of the Hua Nation? Yet, these so-called martial techniques were merely the culmination of millennia of combat skills. Perhaps they could hold their ground in a one-on-one duel, but what could they achieve in the face of modern bullets? Even if you could withstand the bullets. What of it? I refuse to believe that you possess any means to counter the heavy artillery capable of obliterating a small hill or the lethal grenades. A hint of madness flickered across Taro Ono's face. Yet Qin Jinan merely shook his head in indifference. Who was Qin Jinan? Without even mentioning his identity as the saint of law and the ancestor of Tao, in this world alone, he had attained the golden core stage through his martial cultivation. The hierarchy of martial prowess ranges from third-rate masters to second-rate and first-rate masters, progressing through acquired, innate, grandmasters, and great-grandmasters, culminating in the pinnacle of the golden core realm, even transcending into the void. A third-rate master can contend against 10 foes. A second-rate master strikes with the grace of a painting, and a first-rate master's internal energy penetrates the bones. What fear do they have of modern weaponry? Not to mention Qin Jinan, who had reached the golden core stage. To him, even mortars or nuclear weapons were child's play. Boom, boom, boom. Fire roared, smoke billowed, and countless shells exploded violently where Qin Jinan stood. Yet, amidst the epicenter of the explosions, he merely smiled slightly, his thoughts stirring as the unique protective energy of an innate master circulated around him, emanating a faint golden glow. After a relentless barrage, the ground around him was pockmarked with deep craters, yet Qin Jinan stood firm, showing no sign of wavering. How could this be? All the Japanese soldiers were left speechless, and Taro Ono, in sheer astonishment, let his command knife slip from his grasp. However, Qin Jinan paid no heed to Taro Ono's words. It is only courteous to reciprocate. At this moment, the true energy within Qin Jinan surged, causing the surrounding space to ripple. He gently wielded his Ziwei soft sword, narrowing his eyes as he stepped toward the array of Japanese soldiers. With a thunderous shout, Qin Jinan gracefully lifted his sword in an indescribable elegance, lightly sweeping it forward. In an instant, the sword light erupted, blossoming like flowers in full bloom, swaying with the wind, transforming into myriad figures, all ultimately resembling Qin Jinan. Each of these manifestations of Qin Jinan was extraordinary, as if celestial beings had descended, serenely entering the ranks of the Japanese soldiers. And those Chun Jinan figures, conjured from the sword light, appeared as ethereal entities, so close, yet utterly untouchable. In the blink of an eye, all the Japanese soldiers were engulfed in panic. Flee. The ranks of the Japanese army disintegrated in an instant, with over 100 soldiers abandoning their weapons and scattering in a desperate bid for survival, jostling one another in their frantic haste. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not match the speed of Chun Jinan. All phantoms moved in unison, though intangible and formless, they could claim lives within 10 paces, leaving no trace from 1,000 miles away. The Japanese soldiers merely perceived a flash of light before feeling a chill at their throats. A quick touch revealed the warmth of bright red blood, and then all fell silent. In scarcely the blink of an eye, Chun Jinan navigated effortlessly among the Japanese soldiers. And by the time he returned to his original position, every single one lay lifeless on the ground, each having succumbed to a fatal thrust of his sword. Such terror emanated from this individual. The members of the independent regiment, witnessing this spectacle, were left in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly unhinged, rendered speechless for an extended period. One man with one sword effortlessly obliterated a well-equipped battalion of 100 Japanese soldiers. This was nothing short of extraordinary. It must be noted that even the soldiers of their own nation would require a sacrifice of at least 5 times the cost to vanquish an equally sized Japanese force. Yet Chun Jinan? Merely one man with a single sword. Catastrophe points 1. Catastrophe points 1. Catastrophe points 1. Chun Jinan swiftly amassed hundreds of ruin points, all generously provided by the members of the independent group. While he reveled in the increase of these points, he was keenly aware that his enigmatic and aloof persona must be preserved. He approached the trembling figure of Koyotaro, who was seated on the ground, quaking in fear. The latter, having been thoroughly frightened, had soiled his trousers, his entire body shaking, a grotesque expression of terror etched upon his face. His eyes fixated intently on the Ziwei soft sword held by Chun Jinan. Chun Jinan maintained a calm demeanor, reiterating the earlier question, "What year is it tonight?" Sir, it is the year of our Lord 1940, replied Shayataro with trepidation. The year 1942? After a moment's contemplation, Chun Jinan realized that the current moment coincided with the full-scale outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan. He had resolved to assume the role of a venerable master in this world. After all, in his previous existence, he had been preoccupied with accumulating points in the realm of the Tang dynasty, while in another dimension, he dedicated his days to teaching students. In yet another realm, he had been orchestrating events from behind the scenes, never truly experiencing the life of a revered elder. Now, he intended to embrace such a role, seizing the opportunity to promote the culture of martial arts. How many years had elapsed since the reign of Jingguan and the Tang dynasty until now? Chun Jinan inquired with an air of indifference towards Onotaro. The Tang dynasty's Jingguan era. Upon hearing Chun Jinan's words, Onotaro was utterly bewildered. Goodness, are you implying that you are indeed a person from the Tang dynasty, and that you have survived to this day? My lord, the Tang dynasty has been extinct for over a millennium. At this moment, Onotaro had already come to a conclusion regarding Chun Jinan's identity. Given that a figure impervious to bullets, grenades, and mortars had emerged, it did not seem so implausible that someone could live for 1,000 years. So, my beloved Tang has indeed fallen into decay? Alas, truly, the vicissitudes of life are profound. Chun Jinan's face reflected a poignant sense of change, before she swiftly dispatched Xiao Yutaro with a wave of her hand, and approached Zhao Yunlong from the independent battalion. And master, what are your instructions? Zhao Yunlong inquired with utmost respect upon witnessing the scene. He wiped the cold sweat of spiritual essence from his forehead, speaking with a hint of anxiety. For the individual before him had withstood the might of cannon fire. From her conversation with Xiao Yutaro, he surmised that she was perhaps an elder of the demon clan, having cultivated for a millennium. Young man, there is no need for alarm. I sense the bloodline power of our Chinese ancestry flowing within you, and I, too, am a descendant of Huaxia. Chun Jinan gently patted Zhao Yunlong's shoulder and continued, Child, you may refer to me as your senior. Pray tell, why do you find yourselves engaged in fierce combat with these Japanese practitioners in this place? Senior. Zhao Yunlong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze reflecting a certain bewilderment. The events of the day were indeed hard to fathom. A being with the power to upheave the very seas. An elder who had lived for a millennium. This was all beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. However, regardless of the identity of this individual, Zhao Yunlong was certain that there was no trace of the Japanese presence beside him, and that was sufficient. Esteemed senior, you may not be aware, but our homeland, Huaxia, now stands at the precipice of life and death. Our territory has been lost, and the common people suffer in dire straits. The central plains are ravaged, and we, the Huaxia people, can only cling to a corner, struggling to survive. As a soldier unversed in the written word, Zhao Yunlong might not recall the exact date of the Japanese invasion, nor grasp the deeper motives and significance behind it. Yet he would never forget the heinous crimes committed by the Japanese on Huaxia soil. This was not merely his memory. The entire Huaxia nation was acutely aware of it. Alas, just last month, the Peace City, a mere 100 miles to the north, fell, and tens of thousands of innocent civilians were brutally slaughtered. Not even infants in their cradles were spared, with none surviving. Truly appalling. A few days ago, Renai town, 20 miles to the east, was besieged by malevolent forces, enacting their vicious policy of 3 alls, leaving no possessions unplundered, and those that could not be taken were set ablaze, resulting in the annihilation of all its inhabitants. Men suffered, yet women faced the additional horror of violence before their demise. As Zhao Yunlong spoke, sorrow overwhelmed him, rendering him nearly speechless. Qin Jinan, listening intently, felt a surge of righteous indignation. She understood that Zhao Yunlong's account was but a glimpse of the horrors he knew. Tragedies in places such as Elshan and Nanjing had claimed hundreds of thousands of victims. Just as Zhao Yunlong poured out his heart to Qin Jinan, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Senior, be cautious. The enemy's demonic avian approaches. Is this monstrous creature truly targeting us? He pondered, perplexed. We possess only an independent regiment and a battalion of a few hundred men. The Japanese need not deploy such forces against us. He gazed upward at the bizarre beast, increasingly confused. In this age of total warfare against demons, creatures like these, akin to strategic weaponry such as tanks, typically appeared only in major battles. They should not be aiming at us, he thought. However, Zhao Yunlong soon observed that the demonic avian did not seem to be heading directly towards them, but rather speeding off in another direction. Narrowing his eyes, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened in alarm. This is terrible. That direction is where the civilians are evacuating. Their target is the hundreds of thousands of people in the county town. Quickly, comrades, counterattack immediately and divert the attention of the avian. With urgency etched across his face, Zhao Yunlong commanded his soldiers. Their mission was to ensure the safe evacuation of the populace. Although the Yamato coalition had been vanquished, if they allowed the monstrous avians to prevail, their undertaking would undoubtedly be deemed a failure. Fortunately, with the assistance of Qin Jinan, despite the annihilation of the Yamato forces, the equipment left behind was of superior quality compared to that of their independent regiment. While it might not inflict substantial damage upon the monstrous birds, it was more than sufficient to disrupt their movements. Suddenly, Dexiong Heir, who was commanding the monstrous avians in the sky, heard a series of sounds emanating from below. Baka, what is happening? Are we under attack? At this moment, they were soaring at an altitude of 700 to 800 zhang. How could Huaxia's weaponry possibly harm them? Dexiong Heir, feeling perplexed, quickly surmised a seemingly logical conclusion. He had heard rumors of an independent regiment from Huaxia engaged in fierce combat with their demonic coalition. That regiment was certainly no match for his forces and could not possibly possess such superior equipment. Could it be that the intelligence was flawed? Perhaps the Huaxia new army, equipped with American artifacts, had not evacuated with the civilians, but remained behind to cover their retreat? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of excitement sparkled into Dexiong Heir's eyes, and he exclaimed, "Haha, truly, it is a stroke of fortune to stumble upon this opportunity without any effort." It turned out that Dexiong Heir's mission was predicated on intelligence indicating that an entirely American artifact-armed Huaxia new army would retreat alongside the civilians from the county. And his task was to eliminate this army. Originally, amidst hundreds of thousands of civilians mingled a single army. Completely annihilating it would be no easy feat. After all, they could hardly slaughter hundreds of thousands of innocents. Not even a single monstrous avian, let alone 100 armed with artifacts, could achieve such a feat. His initial plan was to inflict as heavy a blow as possible upon this army. However, it seemed that this army had gathered at this location. For him, this was akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. Even if he could not eradicate it entirely, he could certainly ensure that only a fraction remained. The terrain here resembled a gourd's mouth, narrow at both ends and expansive in the middle, surrounded by towering mountains, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. Dexiong Heir immediately ascended the monstrous avian by 300 zhang, reaching an altitude of 1,000 zhang, where even American artifacts could not reach. He then gazed down, proclaiming, "Senior, you remain unaware. This is the swift-wind flying cloud shuttle, capable of traversing hundreds of miles in an instant, carrying the devastating thunder of annihilation with astonishing power. What say you of its might?" Zhao Yunlong could only smile wryly and shake his head. He understood that Chun Jianan had traversed from ancient times and was naturally unfamiliar with these modern artifacts. Thus, the ignorant are often unafraid. However, even though Chun Jianan had once been a formidable being that shook the heavens in ancient times, the present era had transformed, and the divine abilities of Yearn may not withstand the technological prowess of today, even if one's martial prowess reached its zenith, enabling them to contend with 100 foes or react faster than ordinary artifacts. How could they withstand the divine bombardment of the swift-wind flying cloud shuttle and the thunderous onslaught of annihilating lightning? They disregard your speed, descending with divine retribution in an onslaught as dense as a net cast across the heavens. No matter how agile you may be, what difference does it make? Zhao Yunlong originally intended to leverage the might of the swift winds and soaring clouds to dissuade Chun Jianan from confronting the impending calamity. After all, an entity of Chun Jianan's extraordinary caliber holds immense value even today. If his martial prowess were to be disseminated, even if one could not reach Chun Jianan's level, possessing merely 1/10 of his strength would exponentially enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the army. Not to mention, Chun Jianan's profound martial skills render his individual combat abilities immeasurable. Once he engages on the battlefield, he will undoubtedly become an indelible terror looming over the enemy. Thus, it is imperative that this esteemed senior, Chun Jianan, encounters no mishaps whatsoever. Senior, quickly retreat. The Demon Clan's swift cloud shuttle is about to descend. Senior, if you do not evade now, it will be too late. Senior, please return at once. Zhao Yunlong urgently called out, yet Chun Jianan remained composed, his expression as serene as water, gazing coldly ahead. In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic divine thunderbolt plummeted from the skies, directly targeting Chun Jianan's location. Senior, please hasten back with me. The cataclysmic divine thunder has already fallen. If you do not evade, escape may become impossible. Seeing Chun Jianan still unmoved, Zhao Yunlong, in vain attempts to persuade him, had no choice but to take refuge within the defensive formation. After all, the cataclysmic divine thunder, descending from thousands of feet above, would require but a few moments to reach the ground. Once Zhao Yunlong hid within the formation and peered outside, he was utterly astounded. It turned out that Chun Jianan had already taken action, striding directly towards the impending cataclysmic divine thunder. Senior, what is your intention? Zhao Yunlong exclaimed in shock, while Chun Jianan merely smiled nonchalantly, extending his right hand with a tone that was calm yet authoritative. I aim to intercept that swift cloud shuttle. You intend to strike down that swift cloud shuttle from the sky? Zhao Yunlong gasped in disbelief, never imagining that Chun Jianan would dare to confront the shuttle with mere physical strength at such dizzying heights. That was a height beyond even the reach of the cataclysmic divine thunder. How could it possibly be brought down? Moreover, the divine thunder launched by the swift cloud shuttle was already perilously close, and Chun Jianan showed no inclination to evade, clearly courting his own demise. Zhao Yunlong's face was drenched in cold sweat, anxiety churning within him. Yet, Chun Jianan, facing the approaching divine thunder, remained composed, his eyes shimmering with unyielding confidence and an air of superiority. What is there to fear from mere divine thunder? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong's mouth twitched involuntarily. The cataclysmic divine thunder, unleashed from a bomber, possessed tremendous power, capable of creating massive craters dozens of feet deep, ensuring that none within several dozen paces could escape misfortune. How could Chun Jianan claim it was not formidable? However, in the next moment, Zhao Yunlong stood frozen in place, as did everyone around him, utterly astonished. Just as the divine thunder was about to strike Chun Jianan, he finally made his move. With an air of ease, he raised his right hand and advanced towards the oncoming divine thunder, exuding an effortless composure in every gesture. He calmly extended his index and middle fingers, and in a fleeting moment, astonishingly managed to secure the divine thunder between them. This was the renowned technique known as the Lingxi finger, a celebrated martial art in the realm of combat. It is said that its creator, Lu Xiaofeng, once withstood the unparalleled swordplay of Yi Guqing using merely 2 fingers. Now, with Chun Jianan having reached the golden core stage of martial arts, on the brink of transcending to the realm of void shattering, Executing this maneuver to capture the Divine Thunder was as effortless as a mere flick of his wrist. Let alone the trivial Divine Thunder, even the catastrophic Dao Pill, celestial elixirs, and the more terrifying Qingdan would be ensnared between his fingers, rendered utterly immobile. Hiss. All the soldiers of the Independent Legion present gasped in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. At this moment, aside from the intermittent sounds of swallowing, silence reigned supreme. Could it be that even the Divine Thunder from the Shangyun shuttle could be caught? Zhao Yunlong's mind was shaken. The worldview he had constructed over the years crumbled in an instant. He had always believed that the so-called martial arts and national techniques were mere figments of fictional tales. Yet now, who would dare claim such things were false? Let me not strike them down. Breakdown points 1. Breakdown points 1. Breakdown points 1. Meanwhile, the demon clan leader controlling the Shangyun shuttle, Da Xianghao, wore a perplexed expression. How strange. Why had the Divine Thunder he had just launched not exploded? Had it malfunctioned? Shaking his head, Da Xianghao dismissed further thoughts. As an experienced flying cultivator, encountering silent thunder was not a novel occurrence for him. And he remained remarkably composed as he once again maneuvered the Shangyun shuttle to deploy a second Divine Thunder. After all, his shuttle was well stocked with Divine Thunder. If one proved ineffective, he could simply try another. He refused to believe that silent thunder would strike twice. Pressing the launch button, the second Divine Thunder plummeted downward in an instant. This time, equipped with binoculars, he observed the scene below and was left dumbfounded. On the battlefield stood a figure clad in ancient attire, a long sword hanging at his waist. How peculiar. How could such an ancient person appear in a situation like this? Da Xianghao was filled with confusion. A person capable of pinching thunderous projectiles between two fingers was certainly no ordinary individual, yet why was his name unknown to the world? Of course, delving into this person's identity was not Da Xianghao's immediate concern. His foremost priority was to eliminate this individual. His instincts warned him that should this person remain in the world, he would pose an immeasurable and lethal threat to their great Yamato divine empire. Humph. Can you catch one or two projectiles? Can you withstand dozens at once? Without hesitation, Da Xianghao decisively pressed the button, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles from the thunderous machine, all aimed directly at Qin Jianan. Senior, be careful. Zhao Yunlong and his companions were struck with astonishment. Even though Qin Jianan had previously astounded them with his remarkable feat of pinching a cannonball between his fingers, the sheer force of multiple cannonballs could not be matched by mere fists. No matter how formidable Qin Jianan was, he was ultimately limited to his two hands. How could he possibly intercept every single projectile? Should even one of them detonate, it would trigger a chain reaction, causing all surrounding cannonballs to explode. Being at the epicenter of this barrage, Qin Jianan was undoubtedly facing a perilous situation. As Zhao Yunlong and his companions fretted over Qin Jianan's safety, the latter remained remarkably composed in the face of the relentless rain of cannonballs descending from the heavens, as if oblivious to the impending danger. Calmly, he uttered 4 words, "Finger of divine power." In an instant, the sound of whistling projectiles filled the air, and Qin Jianan's fingers moved with such blinding speed that they were nearly imperceptible. The 2 cannonballs he had been holding were propelled skyward at an astonishing velocity, exceeding the speed of their descent by over tenfold. The rapidity of this act left onlookers in a state of disbelief, as Zhao Yunlong and his companions could only witness the miraculous event through the fleeting afterimages of the vanishing cannonballs. The 2 shells fired by Qin Jianan collided violently with the multitude of projectiles descending from the sky. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, as if the sun itself had erupted, unleashing a searing inferno that engulfed the earth in a crimson glow. Is this what you refer to as a formidable bomber? To my eyes, it is nothing remarkable. Qin Jianan turned around and offered a faint smile to Zhao Yunlong, who stood frozen in the trench. How could this be possible? Da Xianghao gazed in horror at the inferno below, his mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by boundless fear and trepidation, devoid of any thought of resistance. Escape. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Da Xianghao was left with but a singular thought: to flee for his life. He needed to vacate this place post-haste. Confronted by such a formidable opponent as Qin Jianan, he fully understood the futility of attempting to resist. Fortunately, being an aerial rider, he piloted his craft above. For had he been grounded, he surely would have met his demise by now. Shaken yet relieved, Da Xianghao patted his chest and, feeling fortunate, immediately pressed the throttle to the floor, racing back in the direction from whence he came. Meanwhile, on the ground, Qin Jianan and his companions also sensed the unusual movements of the bomber in the sky. You wish to leave? Have you considered my opinion? Qin Jianan gazed coldly at the airplane receding into the distance, shaking his head slightly. Beside him, Zhao Yunlong, upon hearing Qin Jianan's words, was struck with astonishment. Did the senior imply that he could still contend with that aircraft? How could that be possible? The onlookers were left speechless. After all, while they acknowledged Qin Jianan's extraordinary prowess, able to catch artillery shells barehanded and deflect them with a mere flick, he was up against an airplane. That machine soared at an altitude of several thousand meters, reaching speeds of hundreds of kilometers per hour. Could Qin Jianan possibly pursue it? They all shook their heads, convinced he was jesting. Yet, in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Qin Jianan abruptly stomped the ground, his figure leaping dozens of meters into the air as if springing from the earth itself. The senior truly is formidable. With such abilities, it seemed impossible for any army to defeat him. However, human strength is ultimately limited, even with such divine skills. It appeared implausible for him to catch up to the airplane. Although the crowd was amazed by Qin Jianan's aerial leap, having witnessed his earlier feats of agility and skill, the impact of this display was not as profound. Besides, they could see that Qin Jianan's ascent reached only a few dozen meters, and he began to descend rapidly, seemingly about to touch the ground. Yet, at that moment, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Qin Jianan planted his right foot on his left, leveraging the force to soar again, and then stepped back onto his left foot, rising several more meters. This cycle continued, with him stepping repeatedly, and to their astonishment, he had already ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Silence. An overwhelming silence. At this moment, every member of the independent regiment was rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, some nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with awe. To ascend to a height of 1,000 meters solely through lightness of foot was a testament to Qin Jianan's unparalleled martial prowess, unmatched throughout the ages. In an instant, the entire independent regiment fell into a hushed stillness, hundreds of gazes fixated on Qin Jianan. Qin Jianan had anticipated this scene. He was showcasing the extraordinary technique known as the cloud ladder. With profound mastery, ascending to the clouds was well within reach. Of course, those who could attain such heights were exceedingly rare, including the originator of this technique, who could not reach such an altitude. After all, they lacked divine attributes and the support of a mysterious exchange marketplace. Meanwhile, in a frantic escape piloting the aircraft, the Xianghao Air, upon catching a glimpse of Qin Jianan's movements in the rearview mirror, froze in disbelief. By the gods, a single individual could soar to 1,000 meters? This was utterly inconceivable. Despite his inability to believe the reality of the situation, De Xianghao Air understood that this was no dream. Everything was indeed transpiring in front of him, and if he fell into Qin Jianan's grasp, his demise was assured. Thus, he immediately pushed the airplane's throttle to its limit, fleeing with all his might. After all, the airplane enjoyed unrestricted freedom in the sky, with speed and maneuverability on its side. In the brief moments following Qin Jianan's ascent into the air, De Xianghao Air had already soared a kilometer away, appearing as nothing more than a diminutive black speck from a distance. Alas, it is regrettable, he has managed to elude capture once more. On the ground, Zhao Yunlong and his companions shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the lost opportunity. Yet, high above in the sky, Qin Jianan let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Do you truly believe you can escape so easily?" As he surveyed his surroundings, feeling the fierce winds rushing towards him, Qin Jianan suddenly lifted his leg and gently tapped the tip of his right foot. Whoosh! In a blur imperceptible to the naked eye, Qin Jianan's body surged forth like a fleeting specter, pursuing the enigmatic bomber racing through the skies, accompanied by the shattering of the wind beneath his feet. Qin Jianan's speed abruptly escalated, enabling him to effortlessly catch up with the soaring aircraft. Good heavens! What level of martial prowess is this? De Xianghao Air, a man of the Yamato race, was well versed in the martial culture of Huaxia. Since his youth, he had aspired to become a chivalrous hero of unparalleled skill. Yet as the years passed, he gradually came to the realization that such mythical martial arts were mere fabrications. Even the renowned masters of Huaxia were simply adept in the art of combat, their techniques stemming from the accumulated wisdom of warfare throughout the frigid epochs, rather than the wondrous and inscrutable feats of legend. However, today, De Xianghao Air's worldview crumbled. He finally recognized that martial arts indeed exist in this world. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the relentless pursuit of Qin Jianan, De Xianghao Air could only smile wryly and murmur to himself, "True martial arts are perhaps even more astonishing than the legendary tales suggest." Resolute in his decision to abandon resistance, De Xianghao Air swiftly retrieved his parachute, intending to leap from the aircraft to escape. Yet, Qin Jianan did not afford him that opportunity. With a gentle flourish, he unsheathed his sword and executed a seemingly unremarkable strike forward. This seemingly simple sword move, light as air, concealed an astonishing power. A brilliant golden sword aura erupted instantaneously, piercing through the aircraft. Moreover, the immense sword energy continued to extend beyond the plane, reaching a staggering 3,000 kilometers, nearly enveloping half of the northern region before it gradually dissipated. In that very moment, both the Xiong Hao air and his bomber vanished without a trace. There was no explosion, not even a spark remained. The plane disintegrated instantly under the onslaught of the sword light, its fragments scattering until they ultimately transformed into indistinguishable dust, disappearing into the vast expanse of the world. Qin Jianan, with a sword that could traverse 3,000 miles, effortlessly cleaved an aircraft in two. A single stroke to sever an airplane? Is he even human? The entire independent regiment stood in awe, gazing upwards at the celestial figure of Qin Jianan, rendered speechless. After the aircraft was obliterated, Qin Jianan gracefully descended, akin to a falling leaf, touching the ground without stirring a speck of dust. Senior, Zhao Yunlong choked on his words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Faced with the smiling presence of Qin Jianan, he ultimately fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." In unison, every member of the independent regiment followed suit, bowing deeply to Qin Jianan. "We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention." They felt genuine appreciation for Qin Jianan. For had he not intervened at their moment of desperation, they would have perished on the battlefield, let alone achieving a miraculous turnaround by annihilating an entire detachment of the Ghost Tribe and destroying an enemy fighter jet. "Senior, do you have a moment? I would like to invite you to meet our commander," Zhao Yunlong said, rubbing his hands together, his heart filled with trepidation. After all, how could someone of Qin Jianan's extraordinary caliber, capable of obliterating an aircraft with a mere gesture, possibly find any interest in his humble request? Yet, Zhao Yunlong understood that a figure like Qin Jianan could wield the power of 10 divisions single-handedly. Therefore, regardless of the odds, he was determined to extend the invitation. "To meet your commander, you say?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jianan nodded in agreement. Although he possessed formidable strength, he ultimately found himself outnumbered and recognized that the complete eradication of the Ghost Clan would require time. Should he impart his martial arts to others, it would swiftly proliferate, not only enabling the rapid annihilation of the Ghost Clan, but also attracting a multitude of practitioners to join the fight against them. Furthermore, he would inevitably pass down his martial heritage in due course, and he would require a solid foundation of support. It was impractical to teach each individual personally. "Very well. Lead the way." Qin Jianan nodded slightly, and Zhao Yunlong, upon receiving the news, was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly led Qin Jianan towards their division. Due to Zhao Yunlong's independent regiment being relegated to the rear as cannon fodder, the division had long since abandoned any expectations of them and had fled alongside the evacuating populace. Even though Zhao Yunlong and his companions journeyed tirelessly day and night, it took them 3 days and nights to catch up with the division. "Senior, the troops on the hill ahead are our division." At this moment, they had reached the mid-slope, and Zhao Yunlong excitedly pointed at the swiftly marching troops in the distance. "Yes, let us hasten our steps." Qin Jianan nodded in agreement and then accelerated forward alongside the independent regiment. Meanwhile, the movements of the independent regiment caught the attention of the division. "Report to the commander. A troop of several hundred is rapidly approaching from the rear." A soldier hurriedly rushed to inform Division Commander Long Tao. Long Tao, a rotund man with a handlebar mustache, weighing over 300 pounds, was taken aback by this news, his fleshy face quivering in alarm. "What? Pursuers behind us? The enemy is moving so swiftly? Quickly, send someone to hold them back and cover our strategic retreat." In a state of panic, Long Tao began to scurry away, his short legs moving frantically. After a few steps, he gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Quick, some strong men carry me." "My lord, the pursuers are not the enemy. They appear to be the independent regiment led by Commander Zhao." The soldier awkwardly smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow as he explained to Long Tao. "What? Zhao Yunlong's independent regiment? Wasn't I the one who sent him to be cannon fodder? How did he return?" Long Tao was quite astonished. But upon learning it was Zhao Yunlong's troops, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew Zhao Yunlong was a man singularly focused on battling the enemy. Driven by the deep-seated hatred for the enemy that had slaughtered his family, he fought tirelessly, disregarding Long Tao's commands. Although he felt a pang of regret for using such a capable force as mere cannon fodder, He would naturally prefer to sacrifice the independent regiment over those who were compliant. Furthermore, understanding Zhao Yunlong's profound enmity toward the enemy assured Long Tao that he would never surrender. Thus, upon hearing of Zhao Yunlong's return, he felt considerably more at ease. Since Zhao Yunlong's arrival in this area, Long Tao was certain that the pursuing forces had vanished. While he marveled at how Zhao Yunlong managed to survive amidst the encirclement of the enemy army, he felt a deep sense of comfort seeing Zhao Yunlong return unscathed. Come, let us go greet Commander Zhao," Long Tao exclaimed with a hearty laugh, pulling the nearby soldiers along as they made their way to Zhao Yunlong. "Haha, brother Zhao. I truly missed you dearly." Long Tao enveloped Zhao Yunlong in a bear hug, feigning tears at the corners of his eyes and dramatically expressing, "Yunlong, do you know how much anguish I felt when you stayed behind? I regretted it at the time, but now, seeing you return safely, I am truly relieved." "Thank you for your concern, Commander," Zhao Yunlong replied politely, fully aware that Long Tao's words were merely formalities. "Did the reports not indicate that you encountered the enemy army? How is it that your troops seem unscathed?" After a round of pleasantries, Long Tao could no longer suppress his curiosity. "My lord, we owe our survival entirely to this esteemed individual." Zhao Yunlong introduced Qin Jianan, saying, "Commander, you may not yet be aware, but during our fierce battle with the enemy army, we exhausted all our spiritual talismans and were on the brink of annihilation when this esteemed individual appeared." Esteemed individual? Long Tao squinted slightly, scrutinizing Qin Jianan, his face a mask of bewilderment. Could it be that he rescued you? Long Tao, utterly perplexed, glanced once more at Qin Jianan, pondering inwardly. This individual's attire is peculiar, adorned in ancient garb, and bearing a steel sword upon his back. How could he possibly have saved a tribe besieged by the legion of the ghostly clan? However, the words that followed from Zhao Yunlong left Long Tao utterly speechless. "Master, this esteemed elder is a legendary martial arts grandmaster, and astonishingly, he has lived from the Tang dynasty to the present day. Unbeknownst to you, the legion of the ghostly clan, numbering in the hundreds, was annihilated in an instant by this elder." Zhao Yunlong recounted with profound admiration. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Zhao Yunlong's account, Long Tao nearly choked, coughing profusely before finally managing to point at Qin Jianan and exclaim to Zhao Yunlong, "Are you saying he single-handedly vanquished the ghostly clan's legion and has lived for over 1,000 years? Moreover, he even felled the ghostly clan's thunder beast with a mere sword stroke?" Long Tao observed Zhao Yunlong's reverence for Qin Jianan and couldn't he help but internally scoff, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, that is correct. Furthermore, the elder even caught the ghostly clan's lightning projectiles with his bare hands. Long Tao retorted, "Are you not just fooling a 3-year-old? Catching lightning projectiles with bare hands? Why not claim he can also command the forces of heaven and earth?" Old Zhao, the youth must not be easily deceived. Long Tao rolled his eyes, his expression rife with skepticism. No matter how formidable those so-called martial arts grandmasters may be, can he withstand even a single blow from my profound energy? What if he truly could? Qin Jianan merely smiled and shook her head in response to Long Tao's words. "If you can truly withstand a strike of my profound energy, I shall unhesitatingly take you as my master." Long Tao retorted with disdain. "Very well, let us put your profound energy to the test." Qin Jianan beckoned to Long Tao, signaling him to unleash his profound energy attack. "What?" Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, questioning if he had misheard. "You want me to directly unleash my profound energy on you?" Long Tao was utterly flabbergasted. The onlookers, apart from the tribal members who had witnessed Qin Jianan's prowess, were convinced that he had lost his senses. Is he out of his mind? He actually wants his master to strike him with profound energy. He must be insane. Who could possibly withstand a thunderbolt? It's utterly preposterous. Several soldiers shook their heads in dismay, their gazes towards Qin Jianan filled with pity, lamenting the plight of such a robust and handsome young man whose mind seemed to have faltered. "Huh, you fool." Long Tao was both amused and bewildered by Qin Jianan's earnest demeanor and the solemn expressions of the tribal members led by Zhao Yunlong. He found the situation quite humorous. "You should leave." Long Tao waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further with Qin Jianan, completely dismissing everything Zhao Yunlong had just said. However, just as Long Tao turned to depart, he suddenly halted, the smile fading from his face. Audacious, insolent. 2 of Long Tao's disciples were the first to rebuke Qin Jianan. And at the same moment, Long Tao turned back, his expression darkening as he glared at Qin Jianan, his tone stern. "Kid, what did you just say?" "I referred to the worthless, not just to you alone, but to all present here as worthless." Qin Jianan's astonishing words ignited Long Tao's fury in an instant. Without hesitation, he drew the Xuanli gun from his waist, roaring, "You dare to insult me? Witness how I shall teach you a lesson." Boom. Accompanied by a deafening crack of the Xuanli gun, a thunderous projectile erupted from the barrel at a speed beyond the naked eye's grasp, hurtling towards Qin Jianan with extraordinary force. Such a close-range assault could not be evaded even with defensive armor, let alone with Qin Jianan's mere azure robe providing no protection whatsoever. A hush fell over the crowd, their gazes swiftly shifting to Qin Jianan as the thunderbolt approached. And then, collectively, they were left in a state of shock. Qin Jianan appeared unfazed, as if casually waving his hand, and in the next moment, he effortlessly pinched the very thunderbolt that Long Tao had just fired between his middle and index fingers. As the onlookers focused, they gasped in astonishment. The golden object was indeed the projectile shot by Long Tao, now delicately held at Qin Jianan's fingertips. "Did you just express disbelief in my ability to catch a broken yuan stone projectile with bare hands? Do you believe now?" Qin Jianan's tone was calm, yet authoritative. "Yes. Yes." Long Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face filled with reverence. As a master in the cultivation realm, he held considerable authority. Yet he had never heard of anyone catching a broken yuan stone projectile barehanded. Witnessing such a feat firsthand made him realize that the unknown does not equate to the non-existent. Recalling Zhao Yunlong's earlier mention of his exploits, venturing alone into the realm of the Ghost Clan and slashing down the Flying Eagle warship, he understood that while some embellishments may exist, these tales were not beyond the realm of possibility. "Rise." Qin Jianan gently shook his head, forgiving Long Tao. After all, Long Tao possessed a commendable character and had not committed any heinous acts. Moreover, Qin Jianan wished to promote martial arts and would require his assistance, thus choosing to spare him for the time being. "Senior, just now Brother Zhao referred to you as a grandmaster of martial arts. I wonder what tasks you require of us juniors upon your return?" Long Tao inquired with utmost respect, fully aware that an individual of Qin Jianan's caliber, if not hindered by unforeseen circumstances, was destined to become a legendary figure of great renown. "I indeed have a significant matter to address," Qin Jianan replied nonchalantly. "My purpose in returning is to expel demons and promote martial arts. Rest assured, Senior, I shall take charge of this endeavor." Long Tao readily consented, recognizing that if Qin Jianan were to impart martial arts knowledge, having his own troops learn first would undoubtedly place them a step ahead compared to other factions in the future. "Very well, in that case, let us not delay. Please find an appropriate time." Qin Jianan expressed her approval of Long Tao's determination with a faint smile. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. "Master, grave news. Grave news." A scout hurriedly rushed in, breathless as he reported to Long Tao. "Master, 3 miles ahead, a multitude of demon armies has been discovered. Their numbers exceed 1,000, and they are advancing towards our position." "What?" Upon hearing this, Long Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly grasped his spiritual telescope to gaze into the distance. Indeed, 3 miles away, a dense horde of demon soldiers surged forth like a relentless tide, heading straight for their location. These demon troops were well-equipped and expertly trained, evidently the main force of the demon clan. As autumn waned, leaves danced in the wind, and the setting sun painted the sky with its golden hues. On the ancient road, a grand army of over 1,000 demons was seen advancing towards a distant mountain. This demon army was the regular force of the demon clan, each member armed with the most advanced magical artifacts. On the battlefield, even when faced with an army of 10,000 cultivators from the Flower Kingdom, they could emerge victorious. "Report to the general. We have detected enemy activity ahead." A sycophantic demon translator eagerly relayed the information to the army's commander, Abe Saimai. "Oh, is that so? Order the entire army to prepare. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of that cultivator army from the Flower Kingdom." Abe Saimai stepped forward with his crooked legs, his bulging eyes gleaming with ecstatic anticipation, a trace of greed glistening at the corners of his mouth as he commanded the translator. "At once, General." The translator nodded vigorously, swiftly transmitting Abe Saimai's orders. As an elite force of the demon clan, this army was incredibly responsive, ready for battle in mere moments. In truth, their presence here was closely linked to Qin Jianan. Had it not been for her intervention, Zhao Yunlong's independent regiment would have likely perished, and the demon bombers would have returned unchallenged. However, now that the coalition had been entirely annihilated, and the bombers had vanished without a trace, this immediately drew the attention of the higher-ups in the demon clan. Thus, the army led by Abe Saimai was dispatched to this location to investigate the matter. At this moment, due to Abe Saimai's misdirection, they unexpectedly crossed paths with Chun Jianan and her companions. As for the Long Tao regiment led by Chun Jianan, Abe Saimai regarded them with disdain. It is important to note that they were the elite troops of the demon clan, capable of utterly defeating even an army of 10,000 cultivators from the Flower Kingdom. To eliminate them completely would require at least 100,000 soldiers. Observing through his telescope, Abe Saimai noted that the opposing Long Tao regiment consisted of merely a little over 1,000 troops. Today's battle would surely not spare them from disaster. Oh, all units, heed my command, charge. With Abe Saimai's order, the demon soldiers erupted in fervent cries, akin to wolves unleashed, launching a fierce assault towards the location of the Long Tao regiment. Simultaneously, upon discovering that the demon army had initiated an offensive, panic ensued throughout Long Tao's camp. This is dire. The demonic forces across the way have commenced their assault. How shall we respond? Long Tao was in a state of acute anxiety, pacing around the command tent with fervor. He understood that the army of demons before him was no mere rabble, but rather the regular troops of the demon race. The scant forces at his disposal were utterly insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. As for retreating, that was an even more daunting prospect. They had initially intended to withdraw to the rear, seeking refuge in a safer location. Retracing their steps would only lead them into the clutches of the enemy's encirclement. My lord, what are we to do now? Long Tao exclaimed, utterly at a loss, his restlessness manifesting in beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he paced incessantly, consumed by anxiety. There is no need for alarm. They are but a trifling army of demons. With a mere flick of my fingers, I can obliterate them all. Chun Jianan smiled serenely, attempting to reassure Long Tao. My lord, do not jest. While I acknowledge your remarkable prowess, capable even of catching a broken Yuan stone bullet with bare hands, we are confronted by an army of over 1,000. Regardless of your martial skills, whether 1 against 10 or 1 against 100, can you truly contend with 10,000? Long Tao sighed in resignation, pondering. Even if your martial arts are unparalleled and you can catch a broken Yuan stone bullet, how would you respond if they unleashed cannons or magical artifacts upon you? Yet, unbeknownst to Long Tao, who had yet to witness Chun Jianan's full capability, the soldiers of his independent regiment appeared remarkably at ease. Some watched the approaching demonic army with casual interest, while others chatted leisurely, munching on spiritual fruits. How long do you think Senior Jianan will take to conclude the battle? One mused. I wager no more than a minute. A minute? You underestimate Senior Jianan. I believe it will take at most 3 seconds. The soldiers of the independent regiment exhibited a remarkable nonchalance in the face of the advancing demonic forces, appearing relaxed and content, as if everything were well within their control. In the distant Songqian continent, the independent regiment was regarded as the mightiest team within their sect, likely due to their tactical disdain for the enemy and unwavering belief in their own strength. Other teams were left astounded witnessing the independent regiment's composure as the demonic army approached. They, in contrast, clenched their fists in trepidation, filled with fear at the sight of the advancing horde, lacking the independent regiment's ease and bravado. Furthermore, the regiment leader, Zhao Yunlong, was uniquely composed. As the demonic army drew near, he leisurely prepared a pot of spiritual wine. Captain Zhao, would you care for a taste of this fiery spiritual wine before we head into battle against the demons? Zhao Yunlong proposed, raising his cup towards Chun Jianan. Chun Jianan shook his head in refusal, effortlessly grasping the divine sword beside him, and resolutely turned to charge towards the monstrous army ahead. Senior Chun, what do you mean by this? Long Tao gazed at Chun Jianan's actions with confusion, his heart filled with dread. He understood that a martial arts master like Chun Jianan was an incredibly rare existence. Experts such as Sun Lutong and Du Xinwu were revered as esteemed guests by various powers, let alone a peerless warrior like Chun Jianan, who could catch missiles with his bare hands. If anything were to happen to Chun Jianan, Long Tao would suffer immense losses, especially since Chun Jianan had promised to impart martial arts secrets to his troops. Senior Chun, please return. You cannot withstand the onslaught of that monstrous army. Long Tao called out anxiously, desperately wishing to pull Chun Jianan back. However, Chun Jianan remained oblivious, continuing his solitary advance. At last, when he was merely 100 paces away from the monstrous army, Chun Jianan halted and slowly drew forth the divine sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and the temperature plummeted. In an instant, a blinding beam of sword light shot forth, resembling a rainbow piercing the sun, bearing an unstoppable force that surged towards the monstrous army. In that fleeting moment, the world fell silent. All present heard the resonant cry of the sword, followed by an eerie stillness. The monstrous army led by Anbei Jingming was utterly annihilated. Qin Jinan had vanquished 1,000 troops with a single stroke. Upon returning to the independent regiment's camp, Qin Jinan picked up a goblet, the spirit wine within still steaming. At the headquarters of the Kanto army, a beautiful woman hurried to the office of the Special High Command. Lord Okamura, grave news. The monstrous army commanded by Captain Anbei Jingming has been completely annihilated in Pingan City, with no survivors. Moreover, we have lost an aircraft there. This woman, named Kawashima Yoshiko, was in fact a survivor of my clan, born into the royal lineage of the fallen dynasty. After the fall of her dynasty, Kawashima Yoshiko was sent to be raised by the demon tribe and trained as a spy, committing numerous atrocities during our clan's resistance against Japan. The Lord Okamura she mentioned was the infamous Class A war criminal, Okamura Ninji. Hearing Kawashima Yoshiko's report, his face was filled with shock. What did you say? Okamura Ninji could hardly believe it. The monstrous army led by Anbei Jingming was a well-trained elite force, equipped with various advanced demon weaponry, and was among the finest in the entire demon army. With its excellent equipment, rigorous training, and thousands in number, it was a formidable presence even in significant battles. Even the most outstanding troops would require tens of thousands to defeat such a monstrous army. Yet in Pingan City, our forces there totaled less than 3,000. Remarkably, not only was Anbei Jingming's monstrous army completely obliterated, but we also lost an aircraft. It must be noted that our clan currently possesses no weapons capable of downing an aircraft. Ninji Okamura hastily took the document handed to him by Yoshiko Kawashima, and after a swift perusal, his expression grew exceedingly peculiar. How could this be possible? A single individual annihilating 1,000 troops, a sword cleaving through aircraft? Are you certain this is not merely a myth? Okamura's initial reaction to the descriptions within the document was one of absolute disbelief, yet as he meticulously reviewed it, his countenance darkened. After repeatedly studying the document, the astonishment in Okamura's heart intensified. Numerous reports from scouts unanimously indicated that the root cause of this phenomenon was the sudden emergence of a martial arts master in Pingan City. Okamura, well acquainted with the martial prowess of my people, found himself increasingly disheartened the deeper he delved into the research. He discovered that what our clan referred to as martial arts was merely a compilation of combat techniques accumulated from the cold weapon era. Even if one were exceptionally skilled in martial arts, the advantage in one-on-one or multiple confrontations would be negligible against thousands of soldiers before even approaching. One might already meet their demise, rendering it utterly ineffective. Thus, Okamura maintained a skeptical stance towards the notion of martial arts. After all, no matter how formidable the skills, how could one withstand the artillery and missiles of the demon clan? Yet now, upon reviewing the records in this report, a single sword strike sweeping across 1,000 miles, lightness of foot soaring directly into the clouds, 2 fingers pinching a missile, no matter how one regarded it, such feats seemed utterly impossible. Yoshiko Kawashima, I command you to immediately lead a team of spies to investigate and uncover the truth. Okamura's face was etched with worry. This incident undoubtedly represented the greatest setback he had encountered since his invasion of our clan. Kawashima promptly acknowledged the order and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Longtao unit stationed in Pingan City exchanged glances. What on earth is the commander up to, gathering all the troops so early in the morning? Claiming a martial arts master would come to guide our training, yet here we are, nearing noon with no sign of him. I hear he is some kind of martial arts master. That's just laughable. I wonder if the commander has lost his mind. What relevance does martial training hold in this day and age? Indeed, no matter how adept one might be, can anyone withstand a missile? The soldiers engaged in animated discussions. After all, those who served in this era were seasoned killers who had witnessed bloodshed. Being made to stand under the scorching sun for half a day awaiting this so-called instructor was utterly ridiculous. Utterly absurd. It is said that this so-called instructor is merely a youth who has yet to reach maturity, frail and gaunt, and he expects to instruct us warriors? Let us see how he begs for mercy under my command. Laughter erupted among the crowd. After all, when Qin Jinan showcased his astonishing prowess yesterday, only the members of the Duli Regiment and the elite guards under Longtao had witnessed it. Most soldiers speculated based on hearsay, and the rumors only grew wilder. Those in the know were acutely aware of Chun Jianan's extraordinary identity and dared not spread the word indiscriminately. Silence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Instantly silencing the raucous soldiers, their gazes turned toward the speaker, filled with reverence. This individual is Li Gang, the esteemed commander of the 1st Regiment of the Long Tao Division. In his 30s, he possesses a robust physique and consistently leads by example, maintaining strict discipline, earning him profound respect within the military and establishing his high reputation. Just moments ago, while all others were staggering and some even collapsed to the ground, Li Gang stood resolutely like a towering pine, embodying unwavering determination. More significantly, he is celebrated within the division as a master of combat. Even a coalition of 10 could not budge him an inch, earning him the title of a legendary warrior known far and wide. Indeed, Commander Li commands admiration. It is perplexing why the division leader would summon such an obscure individual. Can he truly be stronger than Commander Li? Certainly. We must show him a thing or two for making us wait so long. The soldiers, filled with indignation, recognize that the military values achievements and combat experience. Each of them is a hardened warrior forged in the crucible of battle. Yet here stands a newly appointed instructor, elevated above them. Who could willingly submit to such a circumstance? Humph, if he wishes to be our instructor, he must first pass our test. At this moment, in the distance amidst the dense forest, Qin Jianan had just awakened from his training. After enjoying a leisurely breakfast, he ambled a bit and, upon glancing up, noticed the sun already high in the sky. He summoned Long Tao and Zhao Yunlong, and the 3 of them proceeded towards Long Tao's troops. Today marks Qin Jianan's inaugural day of imparting martial arts in this enigmatic realm. Ha, senior, they are already waiting up ahead, Long Tao remarked, leading the way while gesturing towards an open area beyond the forest, where thousands of soldiers from his direct command were assembled. He respectfully addressed Qin Jianan, saying, Senior, these individuals are ones who believe only in what they see. Initially, they may doubt your prowess, but once they witness your extraordinary skills, they will undoubtedly follow you in earnest to learn martial arts. Long Tao chuckled as they conversed, and soon they arrived at the clearing. Upon the arrival of their commander, the soldiers immediately stood in perfect formation. Ahem, let me introduce to you all, this esteemed individual is Lord Qin Jianan, who will henceforth serve as our chief instructor, responsible for imparting martial arts skills to everyone. Long Tao announced with a serious demeanor. However, upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted in murmurs. What? That young lad looks so inexperienced. He probably hasn't even fully grown a beard yet, and he wishes to be our chief instructor. Is this some sort of jest? They scrutinized his frail appearance, with not an ounce of muscle to be seen, and one remarked unceremoniously, with such a physique, I could easily take down 10 of him with one hand. Humph, a senior? An elder? He seems more like a scion from some wealthy family seeking to gild his resume here. The soldiers shook their heads in disbelief, disregarding Qin Jianan entirely. After all, in a military culture that venerates strength and accomplishments, who could genuinely place their faith in this seemingly fragile youth? Commander, is this child truly the chief instructor you spoke of? In the eyes of the soldiers, today's events were utterly absurd. A group of impetuous individuals could not restrain themselves from provoking remarks. Preposterous. He should be addressed as Master Qin Jianan. Long Tao first sternly reprimanded the soldier, then, with a serious demeanor, declared, Master Qin Jianan shall henceforth be our chief instructor, responsible for imparting to you the skills of martial arts. Attend to your lessons with utmost diligence. Upon hearing this, the soldiers below exchanged incredulous glances, a chorus of disbelief erupting amongst them. A mere youth, barely out of adolescence, was to become their chief instructor and even dared to refer to himself as master? It was nothing short of a farce, not to mention his frail appearance, which suggested that a mere gust of wind could topple him. Commander, we now live in a new era. Notions of martial arts and cold weapons are antiquated. What use is even the most formidable skill against a bullet? Indeed, if we must train our bodies, surely a common person would serve as a better guide than he. Just look at him. One punch from me, and I guarantee he wouldn't rise from bed for 3 days and nights. The soldiers spoke their minds candidly, believing their words to be self-evident truths, expressing their thoughts without reservation, which caused Long Tao to furrow his brow in disapproval. How dare you? What nonsense are you uttering? Master Qin Jianan is a genuine grandmaster of martial arts. To have him guide your practice is a fortune accrued over several lifetimes. Yet you dare to be so insubordinate. With a thunderous reprimand, Long Tao silenced the soldiers, for as their commander, his authority was absolute and unchallenged. However, despite their lips being sealed, the soldiers' inner discontent towards Chun Jianan remained unabated. They were seasoned warriors, forged in the crucible of life and death battles, capable of dispatching multiple common foes with ease. How could this seemingly ineffectual Chun Jianan possibly possess the audacity to assume the role of their instructor? Moreover, in this modern age of warfare, where guns have replaced swords, the relevance of martial arts had long since faded. There was no necessity to learn such antiquated skills. Disdain was etched upon the faces of the soldiers, their gazes towards Chun Jianan brimming with contempt, yet before Long Tao, they suppressed their indignation, unwilling to voice their frustrations. Observing the unmasked scorn directed at him, Chun Jianan stepped forward, calmly shaking his head and stating, "I understand that many of you harbor reservations about me, perceiving my youth and frail physique. Devoid of even a single muscle, coupled with the belief that martial arts are outdated, correct?" Chun Jianan candidly articulated the sentiments of those present, rendering them momentarily speechless. None anticipated his forthright acknowledgement of his shortcomings. "If you are aware of your inadequacies, then you should promptly depart." The soldiers erupted in laughter, urging Chun Jianan to leave swiftly, asserting that they could not afford to waste time, as they had battles against monsters to prepare for. However, the next words that escaped Chun Jianan's lips caused the smiles on the faces of all present to freeze. "You want me to leave? Humph. What I intend to convey is not directed at any one individual here, but rather at all of you inept fools." With a disdainful expression, Chun Jianan loudly rebuked the multitude of soldiers surrounding him, instantly igniting the fervor of everyone present. "Humph. Such audacious youngsters, truly arrogant. How dare they belittle us as worthless? While we are fighting valiantly on the battlefield, you are probably still honing your skills in obscurity. If you possess the courage, come forth and challenge us." The soldiers responded with a chorus of angry shouts directed at Chun Jianan, yet he merely replied with indifference. "Do you wish to compete with me? Very well. I understand that without practical combat, none of you will genuinely submit to me. Therefore, let us engage in a contest." He then proclaimed a stirring declaration that sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. "If I show even the slightest lapse during the competition, you may declare me defeated, and I shall willingly relinquish my position as chief instructor to you." As his words resonated, every soldier's spirit surged, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. It is well known that Chun Jianan's flamboyant demeanor has long attracted attention, and to triumph over him in front of such a crowd would undoubtedly catapult one to fame overnight, shining brightly within the entire brigade. Moreover, the position of chief instructor ranks just below that of the brigade commander. In an instant, the soldiers' fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited, at which point Chun Jianan casually added, "However, if you happen to be unfortunate enough to lose, you will thereafter have no choice but to obey my commands and adhere strictly to my training regimen. You may not realize, but I am not one to be trifled with." Chun Jianan's seemingly tranquil gaze swept over the soldiers before him. Despite the impassive expression on his face, the atmosphere around them dropped several degrees. TSK, it appears this group of youngsters has crossed the threshold of their elder," Long Tao remarked, retracting his neck and speaking in a hushed tone. "Humph. He dares to challenge us, claiming that if we lose, we must heed his commands? This is undoubtedly the grandest jest of this era. A mere child, barely past his youth, dares to confront a seasoned warriors. I fear that with just one punch, he would be unable to maintain his footing." The soldiers wore expressions of derision, dismissing Chun Jianan's words as mere attempts to seek attention. Upon hearing their remarks, Long Tao furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand them, but was halted by a wave of Chun Jianan's hand. Soldiers, by nature, possess a stubborn streak. They will not be genuinely convinced until they have experienced my prowess firsthand. You need not intervene. Yet, Long Tao remained troubled. He had witnessed Chun Jianan's formidable strength, a force capable of standing against 1,000. How could his soldiers possibly withstand such might? In Long Tao's eyes, it would take but a gentle breath from Chun Jianan to send his soldiers tumbling down, let alone engage him in combat. "Come now. Who among you wishes to step forward first? One-on-one, or shall you all attack en masse? The choice is yours." Chun Jianan took a resolute step forward, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon the group of soldiers, her eyes profound and devoid of any tremor. Though her words were delivered in a plain manner, they ignited a spark akin to a match striking a powder keg, instantly detonating the collective fury of the soldiers present. "How dare you? Do you truly believe we would shy away from teaching you, an inexperienced youth, a lesson? You expect us to bow down to you? Dream on. I could single-handedly deal with 10 of you." The soldiers erupted in a torrent of curses, yet, constrained by their pride, they hesitated to engage with one they deemed weaker. Chun Jianan observed everything with keen insight, a cold smile playing upon her lips. What's the matter? Is there no one brave enough to step forward and test their mettle? Indeed, they are worthless, perpetually doomed to be worthless. Chun Jianan's unreserved mockery incensed one individual, the most formidable presence in the division, Commander Li Gang. In the prime of his life, Li Gang was at the zenith of his strength. His martial prowess honed through life and death battles, far surpassing any mere fayade. As the mightiest warrior in the entire brigade, the punch Li Gang unleashed in his fury was of unimaginable force. His massive fist, infused with a ferocious aura akin to that of a wolf or tiger, surged towards Chun Jianan with unmatched speed, the air splitting with a hissing sound beneath its trajectory. Should that punch connect with an ordinary person, the consequences would be dire indeed. My goodness, Commander Li Gang himself has taken action. With such overwhelming power, coupled with his current rage, even a steel bull would likely bow beneath his blow. That audacious young man, who persistently provoked us, has surely met his match this time. Haha. Today is destined to be his downfall. The soldiers, arms crossed and watching closely, were filled with schadenfreude. After all, Chun Jianan's earlier taunts had left them breathless, and now no one harbored even a shred of sympathy for him. Instead, they cheered and applauded. Look, Commander Li's fist is about to strike that man. Everyone's eyes widened, fixed upon Li Gang's thunderous punch as it hurtled towards Chun Jianan's heart. Boom. Without any ostentation, Chun Jianan did not even attempt to evade, allowing Li Gang's fist, brimming with extraordinary power, to crash heavily upon his chest. What followed left all in attendance utterly astounded. At the instant Li Gang's fist made contact with Chun Jianan's chest, it was as if a colossal hammer had struck an impenetrable wall. A deafening roar reverberated, clear to all. Crack. Then came a sharp sound of fracture, causing everyone present to hold their breath in tense anticipation. Li Gang's fist had shattered. How could this be possible? Enduring the excruciating pain of his broken bones, Li Gang's eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his punch, potent enough to obliterate a steel bull, had struck Chun Jianan's chest with no effect whatsoever. Not only was Chun Jianan unscathed, but Li Gang's own fist had fractured. Even more bizarrely, Chun Jianan remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. How could this be? Li Gang was horrified, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpoints, his entire body trembling. The shock within him beyond the capacity of words to convey. Not only him, but the surrounding soldiers were also frozen in disbelief, each one gaping in astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The thunderous roar had clearly struck its target, yet the individual remained unscathed. This was truly beyond reason, defying belief. My heavens, I must be trapped in an illusion. The assembled warriors engaged in fervent discussion, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. Li Gang was no exception. He stood speechless, his gaze wide with disbelief, and stammered with a trembling voice, How is this even possible? Chun Jianan smiled calmly, shaking his head as he declared, This is the supreme protective technique of the Wudong sect, the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Upon hearing this, Li Gang trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a miraculous martial art exist in this world? It is worth noting that in this realm brimming with enigmatic powers, Li Gang had witnessed countless formidable heroes of the martial arts world, and he himself had once been celebrated as the greatest hero south of the Yangtze River, unmatched by any. Yet now, confronted with a person who wielded such unfathomable abilities, Li Gang found himself at a loss, his jaw agape. Could it be that the ancient martial arts texts truly describe reality? With his understanding collapsing, Li Gang's inner world crumbled, yet this was not Chun Jianan's intention. He sought not just the subjugation of Li Gang alone, but the complete surrender of all soldiers present. At this moment, Chun Jianan finally made his move. He stepped forward, raising his hand and seemingly casually pointing at Li Gang before him. What transpired next etched itself indelibly in the memories of all who were present. Li Gang, a robust commander weighing over 200 pounds and nearly 6 feet tall, was struck by Chun Jianan's seemingly effortless finger, catapulting him into the air. Then, with a gentle flick of Chun Jianan's finger, bang, Li Gang crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The onlookers were astonished to discover that the earth trembled in response, revealing the overwhelming force of Chun Jianan's strike. The scene fell into a profound silence. At that moment, everyone was petrified, even forgetting to breathe, their eyes filled with shock and fear. gazing at Chen Jianan with hearts brimming with reverence. They had all witnessed the moment Chen Jianan made his move, the grace of his actions resulting in such a staggering outcome. Even Li Gang, who could not be budged by the combined strength of several strong men, was tossed aside like a child, utterly defenseless. However, as the crowd remained engulfed in amazement, a sudden realization struck them. They had seemingly overlooked the fate of Li Gang. After a brief moment, they regained their senses and hurriedly turned to where Li Gang had fallen, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly horrified. The place where he had stood was now devoid of his presence, replaced instead by an unfathomably deep chasm. The realization hit them. Their understanding was collapsing further. The soldiers stood speechless, their faces etched with terror, never having imagined that Chen Jianan's strength could be so terrifying. Heavens! That pit must be at least several dozen feet deep. How is this possible? The weight of Commander Li Gang could create such a deep hole. It was simply inconceivable. Even the most powerful artillery might not produce such a profound cavity upon impact. Was the force of that strike not even greater than that of cannon fire? The soldiers who once mocked Chen Jianan now found their legs trembling and their trousers slightly damp. Their gazes towards him were imbued with a profound reverence, born from a deep-seated fear, as if a rabbit encountered an eagle or a mouse crossed paths with a cat, their very souls quaking in trepidation. Commander Li, is he unharmed? Long Tao inquired, peering into the unfathomable abyss of the giant pit. A bitter pang surged within him. After all, Li Gang was a formidable warrior under his command. How could he endure the thought of losing him in such a manner? Chen Jianan gently shook her head and then softly stamped her foot. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind surged along the ground, propelling Li Gang out of the pit. Just as Chen Jianan had stated, she had only used 1% of her strength, sparing Li Gang from a fatal fate. Moreover, she had employed the unique technique of the Wudong sect, the One Yang Finger, which possesses remarkable healing properties. At this moment, although Li Gang's physical injuries had mostly healed, he was profoundly shaken on a spiritual level. In the moment Chen Jianan struck him, Li Gang felt as if he were ensnared by an ancient ferocious beast. The overwhelming sense of helplessness binding him tightly, rendering him unable to escape, that fear and despair, arising from the depths of his soul, caused his spirit to tremble, leaving him entrapped. When he was struck into the abyss, he could temporarily evade Chen Jianan's gaze and catch his breath, yet before he could revel in his brief reprieve, she reappeared, her eyes fixated upon him, and that pale, powerless sensation washed over him once more, draining the color from his face, leaving him utterly despondent. This was the true essence of martial arts, he realized. Li Gang's face was etched with bitterness as he came to the stark realization of his grievous error. He had long believed that martial arts were mere figments of imagination, the depictions in martial arts novels nothing but fabrications. It was only upon encountering Chen Jianan that he understood the prowess of the warriors portrayed in those novels paled in comparison to her strength. Even the formidable protagonists within those tales would meet their demise when faced with Chen Jianan. After a brief silence, Li Gang soon fell into an unusual fit of laughter. Images suddenly flashed in his mind of Long Tao's earlier words, revealing that Chen Jianan was to become the chief mentor of their mysterious legion, guiding them onto the path of cultivation. At this thought, Li Gang's blood surged with fervor, envisioning a day when he too could become a powerful cultivator, commanding respect like Chen Jianan. A smile broke across his face, his eyes shimmering with fiery intensity. What has happened to Captain Li Gang? Why is he grinning foolishly and drooling? Goodness, could it be that Captain Li Gang was overcome by a mysterious force just moments ago? The surrounding warriors noticed Li Gang's odd behavior, their faces filled with confusion. Hearing the murmurs around him, Li Gang quickly regained his composure. At this moment, his gaze toward Chen Jianan brimmed with greed and desire, akin to a parched cultivator encountering a life-giving elixir, his anticipation palpable. Senior, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have questioned your prowess. Please illuminate my path and teach me the ways of cultivation. I yearn to become as formidable as you. To combat those wicked forces, Li Gang stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt before Chen Jianan, earnestly bowing repeatedly. This act left those around him in astonishment. Yet they soon grasped Li Gang's intentions and followed suit, kneeling before Chen Jianan in unison. We beseech you, esteemed mentor, to guide us in the true principles of martial arts. Thousands of warriors raised their voices in unison, their resonant cries echoing through the heavens and earth, stirring all surrounding entities with profound emotion. At this moment, the entire battalion was united in their fervent aspiration to pursue the path of martial arts. Please, esteemed elder, impart to us the ways of combat. Please, esteemed elder, impart to us the ways of combat. Please, esteemed elder, Impart to us the ways of combat. The collective shout of the mighty forces reverberated like a thunderclap, soaring into the skies and causing the very cosmos to tremble. Each soldier's eyes blazed with an intense flame, fervently yearning to learn the martial techniques of Chun Jianan, which could vanquish foes in an instant, rendering them invisible. Do you truly wish to learn the art of combat from me? Chun Jianan gazed at the resolute warriors before him and smiled calmly. What do you think? The warriors replied in unison. Excellent. From this day forward, you shall all dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to your training. Chun Jianan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Kawashima Yoshiko, accompanied by several agents from the Ghost Clan, hurriedly arrived at the mysterious location where Chun Jianan resided. Excuse me, kind sir. She inquired with a beaming smile to an elderly farmer by the roadside. I have heard whispers of a master here possessing extraordinary martial prowess. Is this true? The old farmer's eyes sparkled with reverence at the mention of Chun Jianan, as though he were gazing upon a revered idol, filled with admiration. Indeed. You must be referring to Master Chun Jianan, the chief instructor of the 23rd Division, he affirmed. Kawashima Yoshiko nodded in confirmation, oblivious to the farmer's profound reaction and feigned excitement, nodding vigorously. Ah, you two are seeking to study martial arts under Master Chun, are you? Let me tell you, in recent days, people from all corners have flocked here, eager to apprentice themselves to him. The farmer proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Is this Chun Jianan truly so formidable? Kawashima Yoshiko feigned inquiry, but as a seasoned intelligence officer, she was not easily swayed by the descriptions of rural folk. After all, such simple villagers often lack discernment. Even the most basic illusions, like water freezing midair or holding boiling oil, could leave them awestruck, revering them as divine. Thus, she deemed the farmer's claims of Chun Jianan's prowess to be largely exaggerated. Do you see that great tree over there? The farmer pointed to a massive ancient tree that required two people to embrace. A tree of such girth, Master Chun could shatter it with a single punch. Kawashima Yoshiko rolled her eyes at this statement, thinking to herself, you could obliterate such a large tree with a single punch? How absurd. However, the farmer's subsequent words made her lips twitch in disbelief. That's not all. When Master Chun unleashes his full strength, he can even destroy a mountain with one punch. The farmer asserted with unwavering conviction, while Kawashima and her fellow agents exchanged derisive smirks. The intelligence reports they had previously encountered, which spoke of Chun Jianan single-handedly battling thousands and slicing down aircraft with his sword, sounded utterly fantastical, more akin to legendary tales. Observing the farmer's earnest demeanor, she concluded that the villagers were likely embellishing the truth, passing along exaggerated tales. Perhaps the notion of shattering a tree with a punch was remotely believable. But annihilating a mountain with a mere blow? That was sheer folly, a joke. Humph, this Master Chun truly is a hidden gem. Kawashima Yoshiko rolled her eyes, internally shaking her head, deciding not to squander any more time on the obviously deluded farmer. The mastery of this Chun Jianan surely surpasses even bullets, grenades, and mortars. The farmer proclaimed with fervor. Oh, is this Master Chun truly so powerful? Can he also soar through the clouds? Kawashima Yoshiko could not help but let out a sardonic laugh, the words escaping her lips without a moment's thought. However, the old farmer failed to perceive the irony in her tone, mistakenly believing she was expressing admiration for Chun Jianan, and immediately began to recount tales with great fervor. Ah, young lady, you are aware that Master Chun can ride the clouds? Kawashima Yoshiko, with a resigned smile, prepared to take her leave. To her, this old farmer was clearly fabricating stories, and continuing to listen was merely a waste of time. That day when Master Chun imparted his martial arts, I witnessed with my own eyes as he employed the skill of Lingbo Weibo, walking effortlessly upon the surface of the lake, traversing from one side to the other. And upon reaching the shore, not a single drop of water sullied his shoes, especially his Tingxiani technique, which genuinely allows one to ascend to the heavens. I saw him vanish in a flash, leaping to the clouds, soaring far above even the white clouds. It was truly astonishing. The old farmer spoke with such fervor that spittle flew, causing Kawashima Yoshiko and her companions to furrow their brows. Yes, we understand. Master Chun is indeed formidable, and we hold him in great esteem. Kawashima Yoshiko smiled awkwardly before bidding farewell. Her primary mission was to uncover the reasons behind the annihilation of the Japanese army and the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of the aircraft. Shock, confusion, silence. Kawashima Yoshiko and her team, a cohort of agents from the underworld, stared in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary old farmer before them. This man, capable of vanquishing our underworld coalition with a single blow, must surely command an army of tens of thousands of elite warriors, a force unparalleled in the mortal realm, possessing treasures capable of downing celestial beings. And that much talk about Master Qin Jianan was likely just a pawn meant to obfuscate the truth. Kawashima Yoshiko nodded slightly, as if she had stumbled upon a seemingly reasonable explanation, yet in the next moment, she fell into deep contemplation. Ahem, I must tell you. While Master Qin imparted his martial arts, I too secretly followed and learned. Though my cultivation is still shallow, I have achieved some minor progress. The old farmer revealed a hint of a concealed smile, speaking mysteriously to Kawashima Yoshiko and the others. I am particularly adept at agile footwork, and today I shall let you witness it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a palpable change enveloped him, layers of pressure cascading upon all present, leaving them in awe. The subsequent scene left the disciples of the Zhangjian villa utterly speechless. The old farmer casually tossed his farming tool to the ground, then suddenly stomped his foot, and to everyone's astonishment, he soared into the sky, rising several dozen feet. How is this possible? Kawashima Yoshiko and her companions were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Haha, I am ashamed. My time in cultivation is still short, and my skills are far inferior to those of Master Chun. The old farmer swiftly descended, his laughter resonant, with a hint of bashfulness and apology upon his face, as if he felt his performance had fallen short, truly a matter of disgrace. Hey, young lady, why have you fallen silent? The old farmer noticed Kawashima Yoshiko dazed in place and could not help but call out. Upon hearing the summons, Kawashima Yoshiko took a moment to regain her composure. At this moment, she sensed a need for solitude, yet she found herself too preoccupied to consider the nature of that silence. Not only Kawashima Yoshiko, but each accompanying spirit agent was also engulfed in confusion and astonishment. These elite agents, who had long been educated in technology and firmly believed in scientific truths, now faced an extraordinary phenomenon that seemed to shatter their worldviews in an instant. This cannot possibly be real, can it? Several agents swallowed hard, exchanging bitter smiles, their faces etched with disbelief. They were reluctant to accept the reality before them, yet the evidence was undeniable and inescapable. Meanwhile, within the village, Qin Jianan, who was instructing others in cultivation, suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy, an increase of several points, which took him by surprise. However, he did not dwell on it, for these individuals were bestowing spiritual energy upon him, and even if something were amiss with his strength in this world, no one could rival him. All right, let us continue our training. I have just taught you the earth escape technique. Next, we shall learn heavenly steed soaring. I will demonstrate it first, so observe closely. Following this, a vigorous scene of martial arts training unfolded. On the other side, with Kawashima Yoshiko, the old farmer chuckled. Ah, it is getting late, and I must return for my meal. Should the young lady wish to learn martial arts from Master Qin, she need only visit the village square, where Master Qin teaches daily. With a broad smile, the old farmer glided away as if walking on air, his sleeves fluttering gently, leaving not a trace of smoke. Captain, what shall we do now? One agent wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sought Kawashima Yoshiko's counsel. Clearly, there is something amiss here. Kawashima Yoshiko replied with a wry shake of her head. Once, she had heard tales of martial arts existing in the mortal realm, which had sparked her yearning. However, upon discovering these were contradictions to scientific principles, her interest had waned. Yet today, witnessing a humble farmer as a hidden master, she found herself lost in deep contemplation. At this moment, Kawashima Yoshiko was filled with astonishment, gazing at the distant village, feeling as if the world had become utterly unfamiliar. Let us go to the village. There must be significant secrets hidden here. I can sense that Master Chun is no ordinary individual and could very well become a formidable adversary for our Empire of Shadows in the future. Kawashima Yoshiko nodded resolutely. Even without having faced Qin Jianan directly, she had already developed a profound wariness towards him. Regarding the reports of Qin Jianan single-handedly sweeping through armies and slaying a divine eagle with a sword, she now believed it to be 7 or 8 parts true. Let us depart, stealthily infiltrate the village, and proceed with utmost caution. We must not reveal our identities. I yearn to witness firsthand the formidable prowess of Qin Jianan. With a furrowed brow, Kawashima Yoshiko tightened her grip on the artifact at her waist, murmuring to herself, Qin Jianan, oh Qin Jianan, I never anticipated your extraordinary strength. I shall endeavor to recruit you to our nether empire. I hope you recognize the circumstances, for otherwise, do not blame us for our mercilessness. After all, Should such terrifying martial power erupt in the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly pose a significant obstacle to our grand ambitions of annexing the human world. With a shake of her head, Kawashima Yoshiko led her subordinates stealthily deeper into the village. As they drew closer, their perceptions shattered repeatedly, leaving their worldviews fragmented. First, they witnessed several children effortlessly hurling stones, striking soaring eagles a kilometer away with astonishing accuracy, leaving Kawashima and her companions in utter astonishment. Later, they encountered an elderly man, seemingly on the verge of collapse, whose mere stopping caused the fruits high in the trees to cascade down like raindrops, a sight that had become all too familiar for them. Let us proceed. It is said that Chun Jianan is just ahead, imparting his martial teachings. With a mixture of emotions, Kawashima and her entourage stepped into this village brimming with wonder and enigma, poised to unveil the astonishing secrets behind Chun Jianan and the village itself. Upon entering Lingyin village, their gaze fell upon the heart of the settlement, where a throng of people converged, creating a mysterious sea of humanity. All appeared as if they were practitioners, exuding an extraordinary tranquility, with only Chun Jianan's voice resonating throughout the square, as though he were the sole being remaining in existence. That must be Chun Jianan, Kawashima thought, her eyes fixed on the young man at the center of the square. Barely 20 years of age, he possessed striking features. Yet, according to the intelligence she had gathered, this Chun Jianan was a powerful entity whose renown echoed across the lands. How could he be so young? It is well understood that even those who embark on the path of cultivation from birth could not achieve such astounding feats at this tender age. In an instant, the crowd was enveloped in reverence for Chun Jianan. Despite the awe swelling within her, Kawashima Yoshiko did not forget the purpose of her visit. Senior Chun Jianan, might you spare a moment to impart your wisdom? She inquired softly. A member of the demon clan? Chun Jianan, possessing profound cultivation, discerned at a glance the origins of Kawashima Yoshiko and her companions, prompting a subtle furrow of his brow. In this moment, as tensions between the human race and the demon clan reached a boiling point, the unexpected presence of these demon individuals in this location naturally instilled a sense of heightened vigilance within Chun Jianan. What, pray tell, brings you here? With a commanding shout, Chun Jianan swiftly surrounded Kawashima Yoshiko and her companions. His earlier revelation of their identities had ignited the crowd's fury, and they cast furious glares at the intruders. I am the esteemed envoy of the great demon empire, Kawashima Yoshiko. I urge you to recognize the gravity of the situation and join our empire, or bear the consequences. Her audacity was staggering. Her words ignited a fierce atmosphere that enveloped the square. Those who followed Chun Jianan in martial training, whether soldiers under Long Tao or local villagers, were filled with righteous indignation, unable to contain their anger. Every individual present directed their wrathful gazes at Kawashima Yoshiko and her entourage. Had looks been lethal, they would have been pierced countless times by the daggers of their stares. After days of training alongside Chun Jianan, they had come to understand his extraordinary prowess. As they delved deeper into their own martial arts journey, they felt increasingly aware of the unfathomable depth of his strength. In their hearts, Chun Jianan was akin to thunder and sunlight, a unique mythos, their eternal faith. A blazing sun leading them to the pinnacle of martial arts, a revered mentor without whom their endeavors would be aimless. At this moment, Chun Jianan, radiating brilliance like the sun and moon, was subjected to such humiliation by the emissaries of the demon clan. How could the assembly possibly contain their fury? They bore a profound enmity towards the demon race, who had ravaged their homes and slaughtered their kin. For every member of the human race, a deep-seated hatred for the demons lay at the core of their being. Moreover, the audacity of these demon representatives to openly challenge Chun Jianan was intolerable. You have crossed the line, daring to insult Lord Chun Jianan. The martial practitioners, filled with fervor, were resolute in their loyalties and grievances. In an instant, a throng surged forward, unable to endure the provocation, shouting angrily at Kawashima Yoshiko and her companions. Humph! Do you think that sheer numbers can grant you arrogance? Let me remind you, we are no longer in an era of cold steel. Kawashima Yoshiko, arms crossed and an air of arrogance about her, retorted coldly. Since the outbreak of war between the two nations, many weak-hearted individuals among the human race had eagerly flocked to the great demon empire, willing to betray their ancestors and kneel in submission. Thus, she surmised that if even the filth of the demon empire could attract numerous followers, then her current offer would surely be coveted by the humans. Little did she expect that while there were indeed those among the human ranks willing to grovel, there were far more heroes of unyielding spirit, valuing integrity above life itself. With her words, the crowd of righteous individuals erupted in fury, shouting, "Prepare to meet your end, demon." In an instant, they surged forward, intent on confronting Kawashima Yoshiko and her kind. Yet she remained undaunted, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Humph. Do you think that sheer numbers grant you the right to be brazen? Let me remind you, this is no longer an age of swords drawn against one another." She waved her hand, and in an instant, the emissaries of the demon clan behind her acted with remarkable swiftness, brandishing rows of arcane firearms that materialized in their grasp. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at the crowd. Hiss. The indignant masses, upon witnessing this display, involuntarily halted in their tracks, though they had trained in martial arts. They had yet to reach a state where their physical forms could withstand the onslaught of such mystical weaponry. They turned to gaze at Shinjianon, each person filled with hopeful anticipation, yearning for him to deliver a stern lesson to these loathsome demons, for their arrogance was intolerable. In that moment, the sight of the demon emissaries drawing forth their arcane instruments compelled Shinjianon to rise, fully aware that if he did not take decisive action today, those who had trained alongside him in martial arts would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Despite their recent initiation into the martial path and their guidance under the formidable Shinjianon, they had yet to attain the prowess to confront 100 foes, though they could certainly handle 10 with ease. However, as novices, their strength was still woefully inadequate against such advanced artifacts. In Shinjianon's eyes, each individual who accompanied him on this martial journey was a precious gem. In this vast world, it was impossible for him to impart his teachings to each one personally. They were like sparks destined to ignite a great conflagration in the future. How could he allow them to be extinguished by the demons at this moment? "You are utterly unforgivable." Shinjianon let out a thunderous roar, gradually rising to his feet. In an instant, a formidable aura, reminiscent of a cataclysmic thunderstorm, erupted forth. With each step he took, it surged like towering waves, sweeping relentlessly towards Chuan Dao Fangzi and her compatriots. In that fleeting moment, Chuan Dao Fangzi and her demonic envoy subordinates found themselves ensnared by Shinjianon's kingly presence. A profound sense of dread welled up from the depths of their souls, an icy chill racing from their feet to the nape of their necks, rendering them quaking in fear, paralyzed by terror. Crack, crack, crack. Shinjianon advanced with an air of enigmatic grace. Each step, though light as a feather, echoed with the might of an ancient behemoth shattering the fabric of time and space. The resonance of her footsteps reverberated through the hearts of those present, akin to a symphony woven from the clangor of a brass bell and the roar of thunder, piercing deep into the soul. Kawashima Yoshiko and her entourage were enveloped in an unprecedented sense of dread, as if they were prey ensnared by a primal beast emerging from the abyss of time. The shadow of death encircling them in an instant. Trembling, Kawashima commanded, "Form the formation. Quickly, form the formation." Her voice cracked and shrieked, slicing through the stillness of the night like a piercing wail. She felt akin to a mouse ensnared by a cat's gaze, engulfed in a suffocating terror that rendered her breathless. Initially, she had believed that even if Shinjianon were a master of martial arts, she would ultimately be unable to withstand the arcane techniques of the immortals, let alone the might of foreign artillery. Yet now, Kawashima realized the magnitude of her miscalculation. The aura radiating from Shinjianon was far more formidable than any of the finest artifacts wielded by the Japanese forces she had ever encountered. In comparison, the most advanced weaponry of the Japanese army was but a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos, insignificant and powerless. "Form the formation." Kawashima's voice nearly shattered. Sharp and piercing, the covert team sprang into action, their weapons unleashing scorching beams of spiritual energy that transformed into rapid spiritual stone projectiles, hurtling toward Shinjianon with a speed beyond the naked eye. This time, you shall surely meet your demise, Kawashima thought, a sinister smile creeping onto her face as she witnessed her agents activate the formation for an attack. However, her mirth was abruptly halted. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual projectiles collided with Shinjianon, yet the impact was akin to striking a millennia-old cold iron, producing a metallic clang. Subsequently, all the projectiles fell to the ground, while Shinjianon remained steadfast, motionless, her garments flowing as if caressed by an unseen wind, as though the preceding chaos had never transpired. How can this be possible? Kawashima's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks, shock coursing through her entire body trembling, her legs weak and wobbly as if a mere breeze could topple her. You cannot kill me. Do you understand? In the village 2 miles away, the villagers have already been ensnared by the demons I dispatched. If I meet an ill fate, those villagers will face utter ruin. Realizing her precarious situation, Kawashima swiftly resorted to her trump card, threatening her opponent with the lives of the innocent villagers. A flicker of disdain crossed Shinjanon's eyes. He harbored an unwavering abhorrence for those who threatened others. As a cultivator from the land of flower planters, he was filled with animosity towards demons and monsters, particularly detesting the senseless slaughter of the innocent. Before him stood Kawashima Yoshiko, who was guilty of all three heinous charges, yet oblivious to the fury simmering within Shinjanon. She misinterpreted his silence as fear. In her hubris, she leaped with glee, taunting, "Ha! How does it feel? Realizing my might now? If you wish for the villagers to remain unharmed, you must kneel and apologize." At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Kawashima felt a tremendous blow to her chest. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Looking up, she beheld Shinjanon, his hand glowing with an exquisite golden light, wielding the legendary and unparalleled skill of the Chuanjin school, the One Yang Finger. Shinjanon's expression was as cold as ice as she looked down upon the kneeling Kawashima Yoshiko. Her voice laced with disdain. "Do you intend to threaten me with the common people? And no, I was wrong, esteemed elder, I was wrong." Kawashima Yoshiko pleaded desperately, her fear palpable. Shinjanon let out a cold laugh, gracefully flicking his fingers, unleashing a beam of golden light that struck directly at Chuan Daofengzi's left leg. A chilling scream escaped her lips as she endured excruciating agony. She realized that her left leg was irreparably damaged. Yet, Shinjanon showed no signs of mercy. He continued to chuckle ominously, stepping forward, the golden light emanating from his fingertips becoming even more dazzling. The aura, imbued with an unfathomable power, compelled those around him to instinctively retreat. "Do you intend to threaten me with the common people?" Shinjanon once again waved his finger, and golden light surged forth like a dragon, swiftly striking toward Kawashima Yoshiko's right leg. A piercing scream echoed through the air as the golden light made contact, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. However, the technique known as the One Yang Finger employed by Shinjanon was not merely a tool for infliction. It harbored a unique vitality that, while capable of delivering grievous harm, also ensured the victim's continued existence, albeit with suffering magnified manifold. Kawashima Yoshiko writhed in agony, acutely aware that Shinjanon harbored no intention of sparing her. This woman had committed heinous acts, leading to the untimely demise of countless innocent citizens of her homeland. Such a deeply sinful individual could not be permitted to perish easily. Shinjanon resolved to make her experience a torment worse than death. "Please, I beg you, spare my life," Kawashima Yoshiko exclaimed, disregarding the intense pain in her legs as she struggled to crawl toward Shinjanon, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Her head soon bloodied from the relentless strikes against the ground. She recognized with chilling clarity that Shinjanon had set his sights on her demise, without his forgiveness. Her fate was indeed sealed. "Ha ha!" Shinjanon let out a cold laugh, raising his right hand once more, his fingers poised to unleash a lethal strike. In that fleeting moment, Kawashima Yoshiko found herself paralyzed by Shinjanon's overwhelming presence, too intimidated even to entertain the thought of escape. "Humph! How dare you command your subordinates to enact the frozen technique upon me just moments ago?" Shinjanon advanced step by step, gazing down upon Kawashima Yuki. With a casual wave of his hand, a wave of ethereal light sliced through the air. "We acknowledge our mistakes and earnestly beseech your mercy, esteemed one." Kawashima Yuki, gritting her teeth and enduring the piercing agony, pleaded with tears streaming down her face. "Humph! Do you still dare to hope that I would serve you wretched creatures of the demon clan?" Shinjanon stepped forward once more, issuing a sharp rebuke as he waved his hand, unleashing another wave of divine power. The excruciating agony caused Kawashima Yoshiko to lose control, filth seeping from the seams of her clothing, staining the ground beneath her. "We acknowledge our mistakes. We beseech the esteemed one to grant us the mercy of a swift death." Kawashima Yoshiko had succumbed to utter despair, her limbs rendered useless, reduced to a mere shell of her former self. Yet, due to the aura of compassion emanating from Shinjanon, untouched by the scent of slaughter, she found herself in a state worse than death. In this moment, Kawashima Yoshiko no longer dared to hope for mercy. Her only desire was for liberation. "Esteemed one, I have erred. I implore you to grant me a swift demise. I can no longer bear this torment." Shinjanon gazed upon the writhing figure of Kawashima Yoshiko on the ground, shaking his head with a sigh. "Very well, since it has come to this, I shall grant you your wish." In your next life, do not ever set foot on the land of Huaxia. With a resounding boom, a beam of spiritual light flashed, and a gaping wound appeared on Kawashima Yukaheim's forehead, causing her to collapse into a pool of blood. After resolving the matter of Kawashima Yukaheim, Chen Qingnan waved his hand once more, and the surrounding demonic agents were reduced to ashes. Although Kawashima Yukaheim was now deceased, this incident was far from over. After all, she had decreed that if she did not return, the entire village would face annihilation. Naturally, Chen Qingnan could not remain indifferent to this threat. Does anyone among you know the whereabouts of the village mentioned by Kawashima Yukaheim? Chen Qingnan surveyed his surroundings and inquired among the villagers. The village mentioned by Kawashima Yukiki was approximately 2 miles away, likely referring to Tsiyu village. Indeed, this area is sparsely populated, and the nearest settlement is Tsiyu village. Any farther would be at least 7 or 8 miles away. I am familiar with Sueyu village by taking the mountain path behind our village and traversing 2 peaks. One can arrive there. The villagers eagerly provided Chen Qingnan with the precise location. Upon hearing their responses, Chen Qingnan pointed to the first person in the crowd who had answered and asked, "What is your name?" The man replied, "Respectful sir, my name is Zhang San. Come here. I wish to impart to you a technique of lightness." Chen Qingnan whispered in a secretive tone, imparting the wondrous art of instantaneous movement to Zhang San, while also assisting him in unblocking his meridians throughout his body. Try to practice this skill, take a few steps, and see how it feels. With a gentle smile, Chen Qingnan nodded towards Zhang San. Zhang San's complexion flushed with excitement. He could feel a tremendous transformation occurring within him. Realizing that he was now entirely different from his former self, as if he had been reborn. Bang! Following the techniques imparted by Chen Qingnan, Zhang San concentrated his true essence in his dantian and channeled his strength to the tips of his toes, lightly tapping the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang San vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow that swept past the onlookers. Immediately, he leveraged the grass, his figure gliding like a phantom, while the ground beneath remained untouched by his presence. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The eyes of the spectators nearly bulged in disbelief. Everyone was familiar with Zhang San, being neighbors and acquaintances. Yet the Zhang San before them was unrecognizable, a stark contrast to his prior self, leaving them utterly astonished. My goodness! Is this truly Zhang San? Surely, I'm not dreaming. Such speed, even the iron cavalry of the demon race would struggle to keep pace. Master Chen Qingnan merely guided him for a few moments. And Zhang San has become so formidable? Indeed, Master Chen Qingnan's depth of knowledge is unfathomable. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chatter, all marveling at Zhang San's transformation, while their admiration for the already revered Chen Qingnan deepened. In their eyes, Chen Qingnan's abilities seemed to defy the very laws of existence. Let's offer the master a cigarette. Let's present the master with tea. Let's pay our respects to the master. Everyone's hearts brimmed with astonishment, for the once inconspicuous Zhang San had, in the blink of an eye, become extraordinarily powerful, his prowess akin to that of a specter, truly remarkable. However, amidst the astonished crowd and the exhilaration surrounding the soaring Zhang San, Chen Qingnan merely waved his hand, signaling for silence. For there were still more pressing matters to attend to. All right, Zhang San, Chen Qingnan softly commanded, and Zhang San immediately fell silent, standing respectfully before him, awaiting his instructions. Let us proceed to Tsiyu village. We must rescue the captured townsfolk. At your command. Meanwhile, in Tsiyu village, the chief of staff of the 21st and 13th battalions of the demon clan, Mingji Yechio, languidly sat indoors, cursing incessantly. Baka, that Kawashima Yukiki is utterly insufferable. There are so many women in the village, yet I am forbidden from choosing a couple for my amusement. She even threatened that upon her return, if she discovers I have indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent or defiled women, she would report me to the commander for my lax military discipline. Mingji Yechio rolled his eyes, stuffing his mouth with meat and gulping down wine. The fish, meat, and fine wine on the table had all been pillaged from the villagers' homes. In these tumultuous times, when the populace was impoverished, this meal was akin to the villagers' half-year or even year's worth of food reserves. Yet, he cared little, all of it was seized, and he could discard it as he pleased. At that very moment, the substantial forces of the alien coalition were rigorously patrolling and controlling the entire Lingyin village. Heavily armed troops guarded every passage, and patrols monitored the streets and alleys. The villagers of Lingyin, meanwhile, were imprisoned within a vast courtyard, kneeling on the ground, closely watched by a contingent of guards clad in mysterious armor. Master Chen, There are as many as 3,000 of those alien troops, and judging by their equipment, they appear to be elite forces. A hint of hesitation crossed Zhang San's face. He was not from the Longyuan Legion, merely an ordinary villager of this land. Although he had heard tales of Chen Qingnan's legendary exploits, he had never witnessed them firsthand, leaving him with lingering doubts. After all, even though he had been enlightened by Chen Qingnan, unlocking his meridians and mastering the teleportation technique known as Xiaoyu, he was still regarded as a rare master in the martial realm, quick enough that even the fastest projectile could not catch him. However, should he be struck by a missile, he would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. Not to mention, the aliens possessed not only missile weaponry, but also aerial warships and armored vehicles. Even now, facing such modern instruments of warfare, Zhang San felt utterly powerless. Do not worry. Qin Jinan calmly shook her head, disregarding Zhang San's astonishment, and strode forward, heading straight towards the grand entrance. Evil spirits of the Eight Desolations, who are you? The haughty demeanor of Qin Jianan immediately captured the attention of the alien guards. Soon, two soldiers wielding peculiar spears approached him. Who do you think you are? They queried. Their faces etched with confusion. The common folk of this land typically regarded them with terror, shunning them as if they were harbingers of doom. Yet this individual before them exhibited no fear, instead boldly advancing towards them. What do you intend to do? Several alien soldiers tightened their grips on their spears, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could hardly fathom such audacity. Shun Jianan dared to blatantly disregard their warnings. Impudent fool, depart at once. The alien soldiers barked again. However, Shun Jianan remained unfazed, steadily progressing forward, silent yet resolute, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the aliens. The soldiers were unnerved by Chun Jianan's piercing stare, which seemed as deep and foreboding as an abyss, inducing a palpable fear that gripped their very souls, making it difficult for them to breathe. The temperature around them plummeted, as if they had stepped into a frigid vault. What brings you here? The soldiers stammered, a chill coursing through them, prompting them to retreat until they reached the village gate, where they halted, anxiously watching Qin Jianan. I have come to retrieve something, he replied. Qin Jianan responded with a calm demeanor. Borrow something? The group of foreign soldiers exchanged glances, already intimidated by Qin Jianan's formidable presence. The aura of inviolability that emanated from him far surpassed that of their commander, the infernal Wolf King. These soldiers were not foolish. They understood that Qin Jianan was no ordinary foe. Faced with such an insurmountable character, fear began to creep into their hearts. Since Qin Jianan sought to borrow something, they resolved to comply quickly, eager to avoid further entanglement with him. What do you wish to borrow? One of the soldiers asked, swallowing hard and clenching his fists in a feigned display of composure. I wish to borrow your heads. What? Upon hearing Qin Jianan's response, the soldiers stood dumbfounded. Although they could not comprehend his language fully, the meaning of his words was unmistakable, leaving them in a state of shock. You seek death. Several soldiers erupted in rage. Their spears raised menacingly towards Qin Jianan, their faces etched with fury. They were the elite cavalry of the great demon empire, and to be humiliated by a mere mortal was an affront beyond measure. Moreover, Qin Jianan stood alone and unarmed, while they commanded an army of 3,000. In that instant, they could no longer restrain themselves and lunged to strike him down. However, the opportunity for such an act was forever lost to them. With a subtle stomp, Qin Jianan caused the earth beneath him to fissure. The crack expanded at lightning speed, transforming into a profound abyss that surged towards the foreign soldiers, relentlessly widening. By the time it reached them, it had morphed into an enormous black void. Ah, demon, save us. In the blink of an eye, all the foreign soldiers plummeted into the abyss, and with another gentle step, Qin Jianan channeled his power through the soles of his shoes, causing the ground to seal itself once more. With a resounding rumble, the earth returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired, save for the vanishment of the soldiers at the village entrance. Silence reigned. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the scene. At this moment, the foreign soldiers had met their demise beneath the earth. Zhang San, who witnessed this spectacle, could not help but gasp, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Although he knew that he and Qin Jianan were on the same side, the sight of Qin Jianan's back made his legs weak, and he instinctively knelt, fearing any displeasure from him. A mere step could rend the earth, and after the rending, it could return to its pristine state. What a staggering display of power. Shin. Zhang San stammered, his lips quivering, struggling to utter a coherent word. Let us go. Qin Jianan paid no heed to the stunned Zhang San and continued to stride forward. It was only then that Zhang San regained his senses and hurriedly followed in Qin Jianan's wake, his face increasingly etched with reverence. Master Qin, it seems those foreign tribes are approaching, Zhang San murmured, casting a glance in the distance as he alerted Qin Jianan. After all, the tremendous upheaval caused by Qin Jianan moments ago was so profound that it could be felt by the entire village of foreign tribes. Moreover, these tribes were not deaf. They had clearly heard the cries of the sentinels stationed at the gates, prompting them to hasten toward this direction. There is no need for concern. Qin Jianan was acutely aware of the source of Zhang San's inner trepidation. After all, although Zhang San had ascended to the status of a cultivator, he was once an ordinary mortal, having long dwelled in the shadow of demons and marauders, making it difficult for him to entirely shed his fears in a short span of time. Now, confronted by a multitude of marauding soldiers, it was only natural for Zhang San to feel a sense of panic and unease, while Qin Jianan himself harbored no fear of the demonic essence. For Zhang San at this moment, the ability to withstand such forces remained an unattainable aspiration. Who are you, Val demons? Where are the valiant warriors of my Eastern Shura Empire? Given the village's diminutive size, the hastily arrived marauder soldiers swiftly reached the village entrance, only to find no guardians in sight, save for Qin Jianan and Zhang San standing resolutely together. The marauder soldiers immediately turned to Qin Jianan and Zhang San, roaring their inquiries. They had all retreated. Qin Jianan responded with a calm demeanor. Retreat? The invaders were momentarily perplexed by her intent, yet they did not require comprehension. For Qin Jianan harbored no desire to elucidate. She casually plucked several leaves from the roadside, as if imbuing them with a mysterious force, or perhaps they appeared utterly ordinary. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the leaves surged forth as if animated, tracing a semicircular trajectory as they danced through the air, ultimately embedding themselves deeply into the ground, each leaf penetrating 3 inches below the surface. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the invaders felt an unsettling itch at their necks. Instinctively, they reached to investigate, only to discover that the warmth and stickiness beneath their fingers was, in fact, blood. They were struck with terror, yet found themselves unable to utter a sound, as one by one, they collapsed to the earth, none escaping alive. Qin Jianan, with a mere flick of his hand, could wield the power of death through the gentlest of petals and leaves. Zhang San, once again rendered speechless, found this seemingly celestial ability, though not as shocking as the earlier display of earth-shattering prowess, profoundly unsettling in its proximity. It is essential to recognize that leaves, being among the most delicate of entities, are weaker than even paper. Yet Qin Jianan could effortlessly pluck them to dispatch several foes with ease, revealing a truly surreal reality. Let us depart. Qin Jianan spoke with an indifferent tone, his heart unmoved by the act of killing, for in his relentless pursuit of power, his spirit had long since grown numb. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhang San and coldly remarked, "How can such a timid character as yourself harness the divine power within?" Zhang San trembled in fear. As an ordinary man, he had yet to acclimate to this sudden surge of strength. Despite possessing some cultivation, his unchanged mindset rendered it ultimately futile. Master Qin, I am still quite frightened. Could you possibly teach me some secret techniques to dispel this fear, even if just a little? Even if such techniques existed, I would not impart them to you. To do so would be akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. Do you wish to become as powerful as I? Or would you prefer to remain in your stable, original self? Qin Jianan's gaze pierced through Zhang San, reflecting a sea of corpses and blood, with countless souls swirling within. He was a formidable being, traversing the endless realms, capable of withstanding the explosive force of demonic cores, with the blood on his hands far too numerous to count. Should one peer deeply into his eyes, they would discern the horrific cycle of slaughter concealed within. A terror so profound it could be described as karmic retribution reaching to the heavens. Thus, he resolved to impose suitable pressure upon Zhang San, compelling him to clarify his choices to avoid lifelong regret. Cultivation resembles the construction of a house. Without a solid foundation, it is prone to collapse. Zhang San hesitated, lowering his gaze. He indeed yearned to learn those secret techniques, yet upon hearing of their potential side effects, doubt crept in once more, leaving him vacillating between 2 choices. After a brief period of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head and resolutely declared to Qin Jianan, "I have come to a realization. I should not rely on such hasty power. I must conquer my fears through my own strength." At that moment, as he spoke these words, Qin Jianan sensed a transformation occurring within Zhang San, as if the utterance had awakened the latent power within him. Qin Jianan understood that this change stemmed from Zhang San's decision, His spirit had undergone a baptism, emerging more resilient and enlightened. It seemed he had not misjudged the man before him. In the depths of Chen Jianan's gaze flickered a fleeting sense of satisfaction, unnoticed even by Zhang San. He calmly addressed Zhang San, saying, "You may consider yourself fortunate now. I wish you success in your endeavors. Let us proceed." "Indeed," Zhang San promptly replied, accustomed to Chen Jianan's unremarkable and indifferent tone. At this moment, he closely followed Chen Jianan, continuing their mission of salvation. Upon entering the village, they encountered the attire of the marauders once again, but this time, the numbers had swelled to dozens, led by a small captain. Upon seeing only Chen Jianan and Zhang San, the captain could not help but feel disdain, brandishing his sinister firearm arrogantly as he questioned them. "Have you two ever laid eyes upon the demon legion of my Eastern Sure Empire?" "Indeed," Chen Jianan replied nonchalantly, weary of such inquiries. Having encountered the same question and answer previously, finding it exceedingly dull. Upon hearing Chen Jianan's response, the captain's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he pressed, "Where are they? Lead the way, or I shall ensure your demise without a trace." "Oh, you deem yourself qualified to wish for my death? Go ahead, shoot if you dare." Chen Jianan responded, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone dripping with indifference. This provoked the captain's fury. It had been long since he had faced someone audacious enough to challenge him. The last individual who dared to provoke him had left no grave, reduced to mere pulp for the dogs. Yet this young man before him had the audacity to speak thus, igniting his rage, and he immediately issued the command, "Fire! Shoot him dead." As the command was given, the soldiers behind the captain swiftly took aim, pulling their triggers, and in an instant, a cacophony akin to a symphony of death echoed in the captain's ears. He envisioned the audacious challenger before him being riddled with bullets, already preparing his signature cruel smile. However, the scene that unfolded next filled him with regret. Golden projectiles suspended in midair before Chen Jianan, merely a meter away. As if an invisible barrier held them at bay, silently embedded in the air. The invaders stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the surreal spectacle that intertwined realms of fantasy and malevolence. They had been indoctrinated in their barracks by the celestial brightness sect with the supreme belief that no extraordinary power existed in the world. Yet now they felt that even the celestial brightness deity's presence could not convince them. They would not hesitate to confront him with their fists. Such an unfathomable sight instilled a chill in the hearts of all present invaders, for it was a clear manifestation of power beyond the realm of humanity. This resonated profoundly within their souls. "Now it is your turn, a portion for each, quite fair." Chen Jianan remained expressionless, her cold demeanor only serving to instill greater fear. Who has ever maintained such composure in the midst of slaughter? These warriors from another realm had never witnessed such a sight. Chen Jianan extended his right hand, holding it parallel to his chest, and with a gentle tap of his index finger, in an instant, under his guidance, the energy orbs suspended in the void like stars all flew back, charging toward the panicked invaders. The sound of energy orbs piercing flesh resonated in a chilling chorus, as they erupted with a sanguine glow upon contact, resembling both enchanting and lethal blossoms. It was not until the last echo of an energy orb embedding itself into flesh faded that Chen Jianan turned to Zhang San and said, with an air of nonchalance, "It is time for us to proceed to our next objective." Gulp. Zhang San's throat tightened, fear overtaking him as he stammered, "Oh, yes, let us go." He was utterly awestruck by Chen Jianan's merciless methods, appearing particularly feeble. Good heavens! A cadre of otherworldly warriors, arriving on the scene, stood frozen in shock, all profoundly shaken. They were horrified by Chen Jianan's formidable, almost divine power, and their trepidation drove them to retreat in haste. "Form the formation! Form the formation!" A voice rose from the crowd, and in an instant, the array surged to life, intertwining screams and cries of terror, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The otherworldly warriors simultaneously unleashed a barrage of array attacks toward Chen Jianan while gradually stepping back. However, their efforts proved futile. As all the energy orbs neared Chen Jianan, they were deflected by the protective barrier formed by the true essence surging within him, hovering serenely in midair. The great shift of the universe. Chen Jianan embraced the sphere with both arms, gently rotating it. Subsequently, the energy orbs astonishingly converged in accordance with her gestures, swirling and dancing before ultimately coalescing into an exquisite Tai Chi symbol. "Go." Chen Jianan gently extended a hand, and in the blink of an eye, energy orbs forming the intricate patterns of Tai Chi surged forth with a breathtaking velocity, hurtling towards the assembly of otherworldly warriors. A thunderous roar ensued. Following a barrage of concentrated energy impacts, the otherworldly warriors encircling Qin Jianan fell en masse. Alas, an ambush. They were beset by foes. The tumultuous noise drew more otherworldly warriors to the scene, yet upon witnessing the grim tableau, they fell into a stunned silence. The ground was strewn with corpses. All of them their comrades. At the entrance of the village lay a chaotic array of hundreds of bodies. All the otherworldly warriors were enveloped in a profound silence. It is crucial to note that their warriors, in terms of training and equipment, vastly outclassed the troops of Huagua by countless measures. In a direct confrontation, a single otherworldly warrior was undoubtedly superior to a Huagua soldier, yet in a skirmish of 10 against 10, the outcome would be uncertain. And in a clash of 100 against 100, victory would assuredly belong to the otherworldly warriors. In those significant battles, Huagua often had to pay a price of lives that was tens or even hundreds of times greater than that of the otherworldly soldiers to secure a victory. Yet at this moment, silence reigned. At the entrance of the village, only two figures remained standing, Qin Jianan and Zhang San. Observe how Zhang San stood at a distance, hesitant to step forward, clearly indicating that only Qin Jianan had engaged in combat. One person taking on 100 foes? This seemed utterly absurd. However, the mountain of otherworldly warrior corpses laid bare the truth that this was no mere jest. Flee. It was uncertain who first cried out, but soon, all the otherworldly warriors, like a collapsing mountain or a surging tsunami, were in disarray, fleeing in panic. Yet would Qin Jianan allow them to escape? Qin Jianan caught a glimpse of the otherworldly warriors ahead, who were turning to flee in a frenzy. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips as he casually picked up a spirit blade from the ground. With the grace of a phantom, he stepped into the throng of otherworldly warriors, gliding like a nimble swallow, darting effortlessly from side to side. With each leap, one more warrior succumbed to his assault. The spirit blade in his hand slashed and cleaved with abandon, decapitating, bisecting, or cleaving in two, each strike accompanied by the piercing cries of the fallen and a spray of crimson. The ground bore witness to the growing number of lifeless bodies. With a speed that sent shivers down the spine, Qin Jianan harvested their lives as if he were reaping wheat, even with 1,000 warriors before him. Faced with such a terrifying presence, the otherworldly warriors were paralyzed with fear. The mere mention of Qin Jianan's name sent their minds reeling. Each individual felt overshadowed by his menace, unaware of when or how they would meet their demise. This silent torment was, in fact, the most harrowing of all. Oh heavens! Fight with all your might. Some warriors, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere any longer, broke down completely. They seized their weapons and frantically unleashed a barrage of fire upon Qin Jianan. Yet, how could they possibly withstand his might? Each energy projectile aimed at him was deftly evaded, while his spirit blade, with each delicate sweep, summoned a mist of vivid red blood. The number of fallen warriors from the otherworldly realm continues to rise, while the survivors dwindle. Spare us, my lord. We were compelled to join the Flower Kingdom. We became traitors out of sheer desperation, pleaded the few traitors accompanying the otherworldly army, hastily prostrating themselves on the ground, beseeching Qin Jianan for mercy. Yet, how could Qin Jianan find it within himself to forgive them? He could understand the actions of those otherworldly warriors who invaded the Flower Kingdom, though their aggression wrought profound calamity upon the land. From their perspective, they were loyal soldiers devoted to the Dawei imperial family. But what of these traitors? They forsook their homeland, driven by fear of death, betraying not only their compatriots but also forgetting their national grievances and their identity as descendants of Yin and Huang. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. Death. Qin Jianan's furious roar echoed through the heavens, as the celestial sword in his hand danced with ethereal grace, slicing through the air with a swift, resounding whoosh. The horde of malevolent fiends was utterly reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining demon warriors stood frozen in terror, some instinctively pinching their own skin, as if to confirm that the day's events were but a fantastical dream. A chilling breeze swept through, enveloping the demon warriors in a bone-deep coldness and a profound sense of despair. Begone! May you never trespass upon the sacred land of the divine realm in your next life. Despite the overwhelming fear that cloaked these demon warriors, Qin Jianan showed no mercy. For no creature of the demon race could cleanse their hands stained with the blood of the heroic souls of the divine realm. Each and every one bore the weight of the bloodshed of the sons and daughters of Huaxia, thus their sins were grave, and their demise was of no lamentation. With a resonant hum, the celestial sword swept through the air, and in an instant, the entire village lay desolate and abandoned. The patrolling demon soldiers on the streets met their end at the hands of Qin without exception. Simultaneously, the gates of the courtyard where the illustrious Ming Ji Yi Quan resided creaked open. What audacity is this, invoking the vile curses of the 8 desolations? How dare you disturb Lord Ming Ji during his sacred meditation? 2 demon soldiers, brimming with arrogance, burst forth, yet before they could utter another word, they stood agape, transfixed in shock. Silence, an oppressive, deathly silence. At that moment, the 2 soldiers who had ventured to investigate the disturbance were utterly paralyzed. Their bodies trembled, eyes wide with terror, as they beheld the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood before them, strewn with the remains of their demon kin, and before them stood Qin, whose ethereal appearance belied the malevolence of an abyssal demon. They felt a chill run down their spines, their throats constricted, unable to utter a single word. Even too frightened to breathe. The terrifying aura of Qin seemed to encompass the ancient vicissitudes and frigidness of time, instilling a profound dread in the hearts of the 2 minor demon soldiers. Flee. In unison, the soldiers conceived the same desperate thought to escape this place. They could no longer concern themselves with the sight of thousands of their comrades lying lifeless in pools of blood. Nor could they afford to ponder the presence of the Meiji wild dog chief of staff in the courtyard. With every ounce of strength, they fled for their lives. This was less an act of bravery and more an instinctive response to the perilous grasp of mortality. In that moment, they lamented that their parents had not gifted them an additional pair of legs. Yet, under the looming specter of death, their latent potential seemed to surge forth, propelling them to a speed rivaling that of a galloping steed. But what of it? Could mere speed guarantee their escape? Qin smiled serenely, gently raising his palm and whispering to the front, star-devouring technique. In an instant, a vast gravitational force surged forth from the palm of Qin. The air around him began to swirl, gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex. The terrifying pull even made the earth tremble, with sand and stone swirling and leaves fluttering, all moving rapidly under the influence of that immense power. Meanwhile, the 2 demon soldiers appeared exceedingly comical. It seemed as though they were trapped on a treadmill, their feet racing tirelessly while their bodies remained motionless. In reality, as they ran forward, they were continuously being drawn backward. As time passed, their retreat accelerated until, ultimately, they were drawn directly into the palm of Qin. Shattered heart palm. With a decisive strike from Qin, 2 soldiers of the demon clan widened their eyes in astonishment, their necks twisting at an unnatural angle, and they perished instantly. Oh, great Amaterasu! At that very moment, Meiji Inahito had just stepped out of the building and was rendered speechless by the scene before him, particularly when Qin turned upon hearing his voice. The piercing gaze akin to a lightning bolt caused Meiji Inahito's legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground in a thud. Spare me, please, esteemed elder. Grant me mercy. As the chief strategist of the demon clan, Meiji Inahito reacted swiftly, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of his comrades outside, then at Qin, who appeared as a harbinger of death, he suddenly recalled the words of Yoshiko Kawashima. She had mentioned her arrival was to seek a martial arts master from the Zhanghua family, a figure reputed not only to withstand cannon fire, but also capable of bringing down soaring aircraft. Initially, Meiji Inahito had dismissed such claims as mere jest. After all, how could a mere human withstand cannonballs, let alone shoot down a flying plane? However, witnessing Qin prowess firsthand, he now believed. He recognized that such formidable beings truly existed. Esteemed elder, I beg for your mercy. I was wrong. I truly repent. Meiji Inahito prostrated repeatedly, each impact of his forehead against the ground resonating like thunder, his eyes brimming with tears of regret. Had he known this fate awaited him, he would have preferred to never set foot in the divine land. Yet, no matter how earnestly he pleaded for forgiveness, his destiny remained unaltered. Qin gently lifted a foot. With a thunderous roar, a mighty stomp sent the Meiji wild dogs soaring into the air, only to crash down violently upon the ground. The once flat terrain instantly fractured, creating a vast abyss that seemed to descend into the depths of the earth. Let us go and rescue those innocent people. Qin spoke calmly to Zhang Sen behind him. Yes, senior. Zhang Sen followed Qin with reverence, advancing together. Within the courtyard that held many citizens of Shaowang village, everyone was in a state of panic, trembling at the strange sounds that occasionally emanated from outside. Oh, what on earth is happening out there? That sound resembles the clash of weapons, I am too frightened to even sleep, a middle-aged man said to the burly man beside him. Perhaps someone has come to rescue us? The burly man speculated. But if someone were here to save us, we should hear the sounds of battle. Why do we only hear the cries of the demon race and the sounds of weapons being fired? The man questioned, bewildered. I do not know, let them be. In any case, we have already been captured by the demons. It could only end in death, the burly man responded with a sense of resignation. 8 Desolate evil curse. Cease your whispering. A demon officer, overseeing the citizens, bellowed, causing the 2 villagers of Shaowang to immediately seal their lips. 8 Desolate evil curse. What on earth is happening outside? We have sent out several groups to investigate, yet not one has returned. The officer shook his head in despair and was about to designate another demon soldier for reconnaissance when a heavy thudding sound echoed from outside. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps resounded at the door. Has the one who went out to investigate returned? A ghostly figure flickered in the darkness. A young man clad in silver armor that shimmered like moonlight descended as if walking through the air. With a single step, the once massive ironwood door shattered into fragments beneath his feet, scattering wood shavings everywhere. His visage was strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, and his gaze was as profound as the stars. As he leisurely entered the courtyard, heretical fiend, who are you? A demon general exclaimed in horror, while several demon soldiers within the courtyard swiftly aimed their ghostly spears at Chen Jianan. However, Chen Jianan paid no heed to the general's inquiry. Instead, he turned to the villagers of Shaowang, his voice gentle as a spring breeze. Are any of you injured? I have come to rescue you. Heretical fiend, how dare you ignore my words? The demon general, now consumed with rage at Chen Jianan's disregard, shouted. This time, his outburst finally captured Chen Jianan's attention. Noisemakers. Chen Jianan furrowed his brow, releasing a cold exclamation. With a swift gesture, several formidable streams of true essence erupted forth, and in an instant, the ghostly soldiers fell silently to the ground, devoid of life. At this moment, all the ghostly forces within Shaowang village had been thoroughly eradicated by Chen Jianan. Thank you, Master Chen, for saving our lives. Thank you, Master Chen, for saving our lives. Thank you, Master Chen, for saving our lives. The villagers of Shaowang, who dwelled in close proximity to Chen Jianan, had long witnessed his extraordinary prowess, especially in the recent display when, with a mere wave of his hand, numerous adversaries were reduced to ashes. Such a remarkable individual needed no further introduction. Chen Jianan nodded reassuringly, signaling the villagers to return to their homes, before accompanying Zhang Sen back to the military camp of Commander Long Tao. Not long ago, Chen Jianan had decisively annihilated a coalition of ghost tribe forces along with a phantom war eagle, and since Long Tao's army was the sole presence in the area, Chiang Kai-shek naturally credited this triumph to Long Tao. In an era where the ghost tribe threatened to eradicate the Flower Nation within 3 months, leading to the loss of its territories, any act of valor, such as slaying 100 ghost soldiers, was celebrated as heroic. Thus, Chen Jianan's remarkable feat of slaughtering thousands of ghost warriors and destroying a phantom war eagle was undoubtedly a victory worthy of grand proclamation. Consequently, Chiang Kai-shek issued an announcement of this victory nationwide, sparking nationwide celebrations. And Long Tao's accomplishment of annihilating an entire ghost tribe battalion and a phantom war eagle elevated him to the status of a national hero. However, despite Long Tao's steadfast assertion that all credit belonged to Chen Jianan, few were inclined to believe him. After all, the notion that a martial artist could single-handedly take on 1,000 foes or cleave down a war eagle with a single strike was almost unfathomable. It was not only the common folk who found it hard to accept, even those in positions of power were reluctant to embrace such a narrative. Moreover, this shocking news needed to be communicated to the outside world, who would believe that the Flower Nation triumphed over the Ghost Tribe through martial prowess. With one individual impervious to weapons, annihilating an entire battalion and downing a war eagle? In summary, whether due to public opinion or other reasons, the reports of Long Tao submitting Chen Jianan's accomplishments were ultimately shelved by the higher-ups. Although the authorities disregarded the matter, they did not forget Chen Jianan, as he was highly recommended by Long Tao. Now that Long Tao had become a household name, the higher-ups could not afford to treat this lightly. Thus, they dispatched 2 junior officials to bestow upon Chen Jianan a symbolic honor in the form of a Xianzhu crystal token, along with a generous monetary reward and a minor official title as consolation. Nevertheless, despite these arrangements, Long Tao and Chen Jianan remained unaware. Long Tao recognized that Chun Jianan was destined to become a prominent figure in the future, so he endeavored to introduce Chun Jianan to influential individuals in the upper echelons, hoping that when Chun Jianan achieved success, there would be a bond between them. Therefore, whenever the opportunity arose to recommend Chun Jianan to the higher-ups, Long Tao would fervently extol Chun Jianan's remarkable abilities. Thus, when he learned that someone from above was coming, he mistakenly believed it was a sign that the authorities were beginning to recognize Chun Jianan, and he took the opportunity to extend his congratulations to him. Chun Jianan was naturally elated about this matter. For him, the prospect of engaging with the higher-ups not only promised a more effortless promotion of martial arts, but also offered the potential to play a more significant role in the war against the demon clan. However, neither Long Tao nor Chun Jianan anticipated that, in reality, the higher-ups had never regarded Chun Jianan with any seriousness. Had it not been for their consideration of Long Tao's reputation, they likely would not have dispatched even 2 representatives. Master Chun, you have finally arrived. Upon returning to the camp, Chun Jianan was met by Long Tao, whose face was suffused with indignation. Gazing at Chun Jianan, he bore an expression tinged with a hint of bitterness. What has happened? Chun Jianan furrowed her brows, perplexed by Long Tao's expression. Alas, Master Chun, I am truly sorry for you. Long Tao hesitated, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Chun Jianan had already grasped the situation. Excuse me, are you Chun Jianan? The 2 representatives from the upper echelons, upon noticing Chun Jianan's arrival, immediately adopted a haughty demeanor and inquired. Indeed, it is I. May I ask what brings you here? Chun Jianan frowned, yet the 2 representatives appeared exceedingly impatient, raising their voices in exasperation. Here, take it. This is your mystic crystal order and military rank token. From this moment forth, you are promoted to lieutenant. They carelessly tossed the token to the ground, but Chun Jianan did not reach down to retrieve it. Hey, you must swiftly apologize to Master Chun. Dragon Tao exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he hurried forward, calling out to the 2 envoys, who remained utterly indifferent to his pleas. Could it be that he possesses other extraordinary identities? The 2 envoys exchanged eye rolls, mocking, do not tell me he can withstand the might of thunder with his flesh. Single-handedly vanquish legions, or wield his sword to unravel the mysteries of heaven. Such fanciful tales may deceive the ignorant common folk. But do you truly believe we would be swayed by them? With their heads held high, the envoys exhibited an air of arrogance, completely oblivious to the bitterness and helplessness etched on Dragon Tao's face. He murmured softly to himself, Alas, I know you will not believe, but in truth, Master Chun Jianan is indeed as remarkable as the legends suggest, if not more so. At this moment, Chun Jianan, who had been enduring the humiliation from the 2 envoys, could no longer restrain himself. You there, pick this up? He commanded. Chun Jianan's voice was as tranquil as the cold waters of an ancient pool, devoid of any ripples or disturbances. Humph, you suggest we pick it up? Would that not be too degrading? The 2 emissaries snorted disdainfully, stepping forward, one of them forcefully crushing the token beneath his foot, then bursting into boisterous laughter. Ah, my apologies, I wasn't paying attention and accidentally stepped on the token. Haha. The 2 emissaries exchanged knowing glances, their laughter echoing without restraint, completely disregarding Chun Jianan beside them. They considered themselves to be divine envoys dispatched from the heavens. Holding an exalted status, what did it matter if they insulted Chun Jianan? Could he possibly turn the tide against them? You shall bear the weight of your unforgivable sins. Chun Jianan furrowed his brows tightly, speaking in a cold tone. As his words fell, he slowly raised his fist, and in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from his palm. That chilling aura resonated like the shock of a soul, the overwhelming pressure akin to divine authority descending upon them, instantly enveloping all in a terrifying force of supreme magnitude. The starry river breaking the heavens fist. With a thunderous roar, Chun Jianan unleashed a punch at a velocity beyond the capacity of the naked eye, imbued with an indescribable and formidable power, directed straight towards the 2 messengers. In an instant, 2 piercing screams echoed as the messengers shot upwards into the sky, only to crash heavily back to the ground. With a resounding thud and a tremor beneath, Long Tao stood in stunned silence, gazing at the 2 messengers embedded in the wall, his throat constricted to the mere sound of swallowing. Chun, Master Chun. Long Tao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, appearing somewhat flustered. After all, these 2 individuals hailed from the heavenly court, representing the exalted Chiang Kai-shun, and now, having been thoroughly battered by Chun Jianan, it was undeniably a slap in the face to the esteemed Chiang Kai-shun. Humph. It must be remembered that within our martial world, there exists a profound admonition. A master must not be lightly insulted. Chun Jianan let out a cold laugh, harboring an unspoken thought. Those who offend her, regardless of distance or location, shall inevitably face retribution. Come, accompany me to the Mist Spirit Realm. I wish to meet the esteemed immortal Chang Kaishan. Chun Jianan coldly commanded Long Tao. At your service. Long Tao replied with a wry smile. As the actual commander of thousands of elite soldiers, and having recently become a household name due to his heroic deeds, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to arrange for a flying artifact to traverse to the Mist Spirit Realm. Departing from the front line aboard the flying artifact, it took merely half an hour to reach the temporary imperial capital of the Mist Spirit Realm, Mist City. Although this place endured daily bombardments from the demon race, as the most prosperous area in the human realm, Mist City remained bustling with activity. As night fell, the streets thronged with people, seemingly unaffected by the chaos of war. Mist City was built against the mountains, with houses stacked upon one another, resembling a picturesque scroll. The palace of the immortal Lord Chang Kaishan was situated in the heart of Mist City, which was delineated into 4 primary districts. To the east lay the academies and military camps. The west was home to the common populace. The north was a gathering place of taverns, tea houses, inns, and red light districts, frequented by passers-by, while the south housed the residences of the affluent and powerful. The landing area for flying artifacts was located in the southern district, as those who traveled by such means were either wealthy or noble, making this location convenient for their journeys. My lord, we have arrived. Upon disembarking from the flying artifact, Long Tao courteously stepped out of the cabin, respectfully gesturing for Chun Jianan to proceed. Chun Jianan slightly nodded, dismounting from the magical chariot. He then summoned a cloud shuttle, driven by a beast, to carry himself and Long Tao directly to the palace of the esteemed immortal Chang Kaishan. The wide and straight road leading to the palace was flanked by the grand residences of the powerful and affluent, arranged in a harmonious yet varied layout, breathtakingly exquisite and overwhelming to behold. As Chun Jianan admired the scenic route, he suddenly caught sight of a young boy, around 10 years of age, practicing martial arts diligently beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside. Although the boy's abilities appeared trivial in Chun Jianan's eyes, he was astonished to discover that the boy was executing a genuine martial technique. Regrettably, the boy had yet to grasp the art of internal energy cultivation and could only practice the technique using external force, rendering it incapable of unleashing its full potential. Alas, what a pity! If he continued training in this manner, he would only be able to contend with a few dozen adversaries at most, and without the means to strengthen his physique through internal energy refinement. Even if he became exceptionally strong, he would be powerless against the mystical attacks of the demon clan. Reflecting on this, Chun Jianan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. For one who had already reached the pinnacle of martial arts and could shatter the void at any moment, the boy's prowess was indeed insignificant. However, Chun Jianan's gesture of shaking his head caught the attention of the practicing youth. Ever since Chun Jianan had appeared on this grand avenue in the cloud shuttle, the boy had been observing him. After all, this was the misty southern city, a place where only the affluent or powerful resided, and the cloud shuttle was not something an ordinary person could board. Although the boy had seen Chun Jianan, he chose to ignore him to avoid trouble. Yet when Chun Jianan stood aside shaking his head, the boy could no longer contain himself. To him, it seemed as if Chun Jianan was mocking his martial prowess. Hey, stop right there. The boy halted his punches and strode a few steps towards Chun Jianan, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Du Xinliu, a direct disciple of the martial arts titan Du Xinwu and a prodigious talent among the younger generation, would not tolerate such disdain. How could this seemingly younger individual dare to provoke him? Regrettably, Du Xinliu was oblivious to the reality of the situation. Perhaps his martial skills were indeed exceptional among his peers, but in Chun Jianan's eyes, including his master Du Xinwu, they were all as inconsequential as dust. Nonetheless, Du Xinliu remained unaware of these truths, viewing Chun Jianan as merely an ordinary individual without any cultivation. As the leader of the younger generation of martial artists, why should he endure the mockery of someone so obscure, appearing devoid of any skill? Moreover, Du Xinliu was well known among the prominent youths of the martial world. If a peer of equal talent were to shake their head at him, it could be perceived as a friendly sparring of sorts. Yet this nameless and unremarkable individual dared to look down upon him. What audacity! Du Xinliu's expression darkened instantly as he ceased his punching motions and approached Chun Jianan directly, coldly questioning, "Boy, why were you shaking your head just now?" Do you even know what martial technique I was performing? Do you understand what martial arts truly are? I am not well versed in martial arts. Upon hearing Du Xinliu's words, Chen Jianan could not help but chuckle in disbelief. How could I be ignorant? As a formidable practitioner at the golden core stage of martial arts, Chen Jianan was not only familiar with the crude techniques exhibited by this young man before him, but he also possessed an intimate knowledge of the wondrous martial skills that even the most elaborate tales of chivalry could scarcely describe. After all, Chen Jianan had exchanged for a complete martial arts legacy from the divine, which meant that he embodied the essence of martial arts himself. Perhaps Du Xinliu's technique could be considered adept within the martial realm of the Wuling continent, yet in Chen Jianan's eyes, it was hardly worthy of mention. For the martial skills he casually devised could effortlessly surpass Du Xinliu's punches by 100-fold or more. Humph! With a scoff, Chen Jianan chose not to linger any longer and prepared to turn away. However, Du Xinliu was unwilling to concede, following closely behind. Admit it, you, my friend, since you lack understanding, should not shake your head so dismissively. Our martial arts are profound and extensive. It is not a domain that anyone can easily traverse. How audacious! How dare you speak to Master Chen in such a manner? At this moment, Long Tao interjected, leaping forth. Master Chen is a top-tier expert in the martial world, a figure capable of standing against 1,000 foes single-handedly. You, young man, must not utter such ridiculous words. However, upon hearing Long Tao's proclamation, Du Xinliu's expression grew even more exaggerated. Huh? One man standing against 1,000? You must still be dreaming. His immediate thought was that this was nothing short of a fantastical tale. Even if his master, Du Xinwu, was hailed as the foremost expert in the world, he could at most face 100 opponents in a one-on-one scenario, and that was only under the condition that both parties were unarmed. If the adversaries wielded weapons, even his master would surely be defeated. The notion of one man confronting 1,000 was utterly absurd. With a dismissive glance at Chen Jianan, Du Xinliu rolled his eyes. He understood that martial arts training was unlike any other pursuit. It demanded rigorous practice through the harshest winters and scorching summers, with progress achieved through relentless effort over time. Every accomplished martial artist had endured the ravages of time. Yet, Chen Jianan appeared to be no older than in his 20s. Even if he had begun training in the womb, it was implausible for him to reach such a level. Do not jest. Do you take me for a fool? Du Xinliu waved his hand dismissively, challenging, if you claim he is a martial arts master, would you dare to exchange blows with me? With a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth, Du Xinliu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jianan, seeming convinced that Chen Jianan was merely a charlatan. You claim to be able to face 1,000 foes? Then come and exchange a few moves with me. Very well, let us engage in a few exchanges. Chen Jianan nodded in agreement, much to Du Xinliu's surprise. He had assumed Chen Jianan was merely a braggart. How could he dare to accept so readily? Nevertheless, even with the acceptance, Du Xinliu felt confident, believing that it would take only 2 moves to utterly humiliate Chen Jianan. Prepare yourself. Du Xinliu unleashed his most powerful strike, his fist charging towards Chen Jianan like a raging bull, a tempest of force barreling forward. Bang! Crack! Du Xinliu's fist struck Chen Jianan's chest with tremendous force. Yet what transpired next left him utterly astounded. He felt as though his wrist had shattered. How could this be possible? Du Xinliu's face was a mask of shock and sheer terror. However, what ensued was even more astonishing. Chen Jianan, using merely 2 fingers, effortlessly sent him soaring like a piece of paper. Then with a gentle flick, bang, Du Xinliu crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if all his bones were about to disintegrate, rendered utterly immobile. Are you convinced? Chen Jianan inquired in a calm tone. Yes, I am convinced. Du Xinliu nodded repeatedly, his expression laced with bitterness. He had initially believed that his opponent was merely putting on an act, only to discover that Chen Jianan was a genuine master. Given his opponent's prowess, even 100 of his own master, Du Xinwu, combined would pale in comparison. Senior, please wait a moment. My master is the greatest martial artist in the world, Du Xinwu. I would like to invite you to meet him. In the realm of martial arts, the strong command respect. After defeating Du Xinliu, he was thoroughly enamored by Chen Jianan's capabilities and resolved to introduce his master to him. Upon mentioning Du Xinwu, Chen Jianan was well aware of his reputation. Known also as Du Xinwu, styled as Shun, and titled as the Scholar Hero. With the Taoist name of Dumi Guanju, he was a highly esteemed martial artist and the founding master of his clan. Due to his slender physique, He was often referred to as a figure of chivalry. During his studies in Japan, he had famously defeated a sumo wrestler with a flying kick, earning him the moniker of the Divine Leg. Although there were not many masters who could rival Du Xinwu, they certainly existed. Thus, the title of the greatest martial artist in the world, as proclaimed by Du Xinliu, might very well be a personal honorific for his master. Nonetheless, Qin Jinan held no objections, for while this world may lack true martial arts, it was rich with martial disciplines in the chivalrous realm, and he was eager to delve deeper into it. Very well, then let me meet him. Qin Jinan harbored a profound fascination for the legendary martial artist. He was aware that true martial arts did not exist in this world, yet the essence of martial arts in the realm of chivalry remained vibrant. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for his imminent meeting with Du Xinwu. With a devilish smile, Du Xinliu swiftly entered the mansion like a specter. Moments later, he joyfully emerged, accompanied by Qin Jinan and Long Tao, as they proceeded to pay their respects to Du Xinwu. At that moment, Du Xinwu sat solemnly in the hall, his demeanor grave as he awaited the encounter with Qin Jinan. However, upon Qin Jinan's entrance alongside Du Xinliu, Du Xinwu's brows knitted tightly together. What youthful vitality! He appeared to be barely past his adolescence, perhaps not yet in his 20s. A martial arts grandmaster under the age of 20. Could he be a mere charlatan from the realm of cultivation? Du Xinwu's frown deepened, a surge of indignation swelling within him. As a prominent figure in a prestigious martial arts family, though not the pinnacle, he ranked among the top 10. How dare someone attempt to deceive him in his presence? This was utterly intolerable. Yet, just as Du Xinwu was about to unleash his wrath, he suddenly froze. For he realized, in the face of Qin Jinan, this martial arts master, feared throughout the realm, instinctively sensed an overwhelming sense of danger, like a mouse encountering a cat. The aura of life and death enveloped him in an instant. How could this be possible? Master, what is wrong? Du Xinliu observed his teacher, Du Xinwu. In a daze, his eyes wide with confusion. However, Du Xinwu did not respond to Du Xinliu. Instead, he managed a wry smile and shook his head, turning to Qin Jinan with clasped fists and inquired, I am Du Xinwu. May I ask your esteemed name? Before Qin Jinan could respond, Du Xinliu interjected, Master. This esteemed senior is named Qin Jinan. Just now, he incapacitated me with a single move, rendering me unable to move. A single move left you immobile? Upon hearing this, Du Xinwu's pupils dilated, and he stood frozen in place. He was acutely aware of Du Xinliu's capabilities. While many could defeat him, to accomplish it in one move was a feat few could claim, not even himself. Are you jesting? Du Xinwu was stupefied, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet he refrained from uttering the words. Though he could not fathom Qin Jinan's true prowess, he instinctively felt that Qin Jinan's strength surpassed his own. Nevertheless, he still believed that Qin Jinan was merely slightly superior. After all, he was renowned as one of the top masters in the world. While the young Qin Jinan appeared to be no more than a boy of less than 20, surely, even with years of training from birth, he could not surpass him. At that moment, Qin Jinan had keenly observed the psychological shifts within Du Xinwu, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he quietly rose and approached the doorway, casually picking up a fallen leaf and flicking it outward. Whoosh! The sound of the leaf slicing through the air echoed as it shot forth like lightning, instantaneously piercing through the mansion's wall and embedding itself deep into the ground. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the once formidable walls of reinforced concrete crumbled as effortlessly as tofu, reduced to mere rubble. More astonishingly, the leaf that penetrated the wall retained its formidable force, piercing the ground several feet deep. Hiss! Du Xinwu, a master of martial arts, witnessed this spectacle with keen eyes and swift reflexes. His expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped in disbelief. How is this even possible? Beside him, Du Xinliu was equally astounded. He swallowed hard and cautiously approached, bending down to touch the collapsed walls, his body trembling. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered out, the flying flower can indeed harm with a mere leaf. Du Xinliu found himself engulfed in shock, staring at the scene wrought by that single leaf, speechless for an extended period. As a practitioner of martial arts, he had always understood that the depictions in martial arts novels were largely fictional, yet now, the very scenarios from those tales were unfolding before his eyes, rendering it almost unbelievable. Simultaneously, Du Xinwu's reverence for Qin Jinan deepened profoundly, the legendary mastery of martial arts, where even the simplest leaf could inflict harm, was indeed a reality. How fortunate I am to witness a true practitioner of the mystical arts in my lifetime. This young friend. No, this esteemed senior. Please forgive my previous rudeness. I humbly ask for your understanding. As Du Xinwu spoke, he solemnly bowed to Chen Jianan. Within him, a vast tumult stirred. He had previously believed he had adequately assessed Chen Jianan's prowess, only to discover he had mastered the legendary techniques beyond his wildest imagination. Yet amidst his astonishment, Du Xinwu began to ponder. If the ability to harm with a leaf is attainable, then perhaps the claims found in martial arts literature about certain techniques allowing one to regain youth when perfected are not mere fabrications. If this holds true, then it becomes conceivable to consider Chen Jianan as a millennia-old entity. At the same time, he recalled recent rumors of a martial arts expert on the front lines who could single-handedly contend with 1,000 foes, even slashing down aircraft with a sword. Previously dismissed as mere gossip, it now seemed plausible. But he wondered, how does this esteemed elder compare to that renowned figure? Of course, the surprise was not the crux of the matter. As a foremost figure from a prestigious family of floriculture, Du Xinwu comprehended the implications of such power possessed by Chen Jianan. In fact, among those present, perhaps he alone truly understood what it meant to face a legendary powerhouse like Chen Jianan. Likewise, Du Xinliu was profoundly shaken by Chen Jianan's strength. As one of the first to encounter him, he had known Chen Jianan to be formidable, yet he had never imagined his capabilities could reach such heights. Good heavens! Esteemed senior, with just this delicate leaf, you can sever the hardest of walls and drive it deep into the earth. How is this possible? Du Xinliu's face was a mask of astonishment, while Chen Jianan responded with serene indifference. This is merely a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Indeed, for Chen Jianan, who has already attained the golden core stage of martial arts, such power is indeed paltry. Should he unleash his full capabilities, it is likely that half of the flower cultivating clan would vanish in an instant. However, to avoid unnecessary troubles and to better conceal his true strength, Chen Jianan has consistently suppressed his cultivation to a level slightly above that of Du Xinwu. Unaware of Chen Jianan's true prowess, Du Xinwu, upon hearing such humility from Chen, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. For you, esteemed elder, this may be but a trivial skill, yet for us, it is the realm we aspire to attain. At this moment, Du Xinwu's emotions surged tumultuously, as he, once a paragon of excellence and considered invincible among his peers, found himself utterly subdued by Chen Jianan. This left him both furious and astonished, while simultaneously enlightening him to the truth that there are always greater heights beyond one's own. He ignited the long-dormant fervor and passion for cultivation within him, resolved to strive forward once more. As a top-tier expert, the number of individuals in the martial world who could rival him was exceedingly scarce. Du Xinwu had taken pride in this, and had gradually closed himself off amidst the accolades he received. Even when hailed as the world's foremost master, he had mistakenly believed he had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. However, upon encountering Chen Jianan, Du Xinwu recognized the foolishness of his past behavior. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, deceiving himself. Reflecting on the title of the world's greatest master, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him. At this moment, Du Xinwu made a decision that left everyone astounded. He resolutely approached Chen Jianan, and with a thud, knelt before him, clasping his fists in earnest supplication. Esteemed elder, I wish to become your disciple and follow you in the study of profound techniques. I implore you to grant me this honor. The request to become a disciple. Du Xinwu's words instantly shocked all present, especially Du Xinliu, whose pupils dilated in disbelief. It is well known that Du Xinwu had been a figure of great renown over a decade ago, a being looked up to by many martial artists. In the years since, his reputation had only soared, with many addressing him as the world's greatest master. Yet now, he sought to take Chen Jianan as his teacher. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the martial world of the divine continent, stirring a tempest. Du Xinliu looked at Du Xinwu, his face a mask of confusion. He remembered clearly that over a decade ago, his master was already a renowned expert, and now Du Xinwu was willing to bow his head and become Chen Jianan's disciple. What could possibly lie behind this turn of events? Noticing Du Xinliu's bewilderment, Du Xinwu replied with a wry smile, "Little six, do you recall how you often asked me about your parents when we were younger?" Du Xinliu pondered this statement, lost in thought. They had never seen their parents since childhood, having been raised solely by their master Du Xinwu. Whenever he inquired about their parents' whereabouts, His master would always remain silent. He had once heard that his mother, renowned for her extraordinary beauty, was forcibly taken away by the royal family of the demon clan, which ultimately led to his father's demise. He had long ceased to hope for a reunion with his mother. However, at this moment, as Du Xinwu brought up the past, could it be? Du Xinwu gazed at his disciple, Du Xinliu, whose eyes brimmed with questions, and with a sigh, he shook his head and said, "Alas, your father was my closest confidant, and your mother caught the eye of the demon emperor, leaving me powerless to intervene. Now, having learned from Master Chun that if you become his disciple, you might cultivate formidable power, enabling you to rescue your mother and avenge your father. What? Such a thing exists?" Du Xinliu was taken aback, his anger igniting within him. "I shall slay those demons and avenge my father." He immediately knelt before Qin Jinan, pleading, "Esteemed elder, please impart to me the martial secrets of my master." Qin Jinan sighed, initially intending to remain uninvolved and decline the matter. He found himself unable to voice his refusal upon witnessing Du Xinliu's heart-wrenching gaze and resolute determination. Alas, Qin Jinan stepped forward to assist the kneeling Du Xinwu, gently uttering, "Rise, esteemed senior. Have you made your promise?" A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Du Xinwu's eyes. Yet, Qin Jinan shook his head and replied, "There is no need for formal apprenticeship. Allow me to impart a few insights. Within half an hour, I assure you, you shall transcend your current limitations." Half an hour? How could this be possible? The path of martial arts is arduous, with each realm resembling an imposing mountain. Whether one can achieve a breakthrough in 6 months remains uncertain. You claim it can be accomplished in merely half an hour? The words of Qin Jinan left all present in a state of astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, requiring a gradual approach and the accumulation of countless years to achieve a breakthrough. Even though both Qin Jinan and Du Xinwu are masters in their own right, the notion that a mere exchange of words could facilitate a transcendence in one's realm seemed utterly fantastical. Nevertheless, Qin Jinan remained unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd, simply offering a serene smile as his gaze settled upon Du Xinwu. "What do you doubt it?" Du Xinwu hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Rationality informed him that a breakthrough within half an hour was unequivocally impossible. Yet, as a respected elder, how could Qin Jinan possibly speak without sincerity? What if his words held truth? After all, his time was limited. Should he miss this opportunity, it would mean an eternal farewell to the one he cherished. With this thought weighing heavily upon him, Du Xinwu resolved to attempt it, regardless of the outcome. He knelt before Qin Jinan once more, respectfully imploring, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." "Excellent," replied Qin Jinan. "You shall find yourself grateful for this choice." Qin Jinan smiled faintly, fully aware that even the heaviest rain cannot nourish a rootless grass, and that despite the vastness of the Tao, it cannot reach those without affinity. If Du Xinwu chose to disbelieve his words, he would not insist. However, now that Du Xinwu had opted to place his trust in him, he was willing to extend his assistance this once. He settled into a cross-legged position, casting aside all distractions. "I shall harness my true essence to aid you in opening the Ren and Du meridians. You need only follow my guidance to penetrate the realm of the Dantian. As you command." Qin Jinan had made up his mind and sat down cross-legged without a hint of hesitation. For a master of martial arts, the only path to achieving the realm of mastery lies in unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, thus enabling the circulation of the celestial cycle, transforming acquired energy into innate energy. This monumental leap is typically a gradual process for ordinary practitioners, requiring a steady accumulation of quantitative changes to achieve qualitative transformation. However, Qin Jinan was no ordinary individual. He was the foremost powerhouse on Earth, wielding an unparalleled strength that no one could rival. Every martial artist aspiring to ascend to the rank of master must continually amass true essence, purify their spirit, until the true essence returns from acquired to innate, breaking through the Ren and Du meridians and connecting the celestial circuits. In this transformative journey, the purity of innate true essence serves to cleanse the sinews and marrow of the practitioner, eliminating impurities from the body, thereby significantly extending the lifespan of the martial artist and even bestowing a rejuvenating effect. Furthermore, the elevated level of internal energy possessed by Qin Jinan amplifies these effects remarkably. Qin Jinan is a practitioner of martial arts at the Golden Core level, a rarity among countless universes and realms, possessing profound internal strength that far exceeds the imagination of ordinary mortals. When Qin Jinan infused his internal energy, imbued with the power of the golden core. Into Du Xinwu's body, it not only instantly opened his run and Du meridians, but also unexpectedly enhanced Du Xinwu's physique to its utmost limits. This act not only rejuvenated Du Xinwu, restoring him to his youthful prime, but also elevated his physical prowess to astounding heights, making him nearly comparable to his esteemed disciple, Du Xinliu. At this moment, Du Xinwu felt as if a raging fire burned within him, his entire being filled with surging power. With a roar, Du Xinwu abruptly rose and struck the ground with a punch. Boom! This scene left both Du Xinwu and his disciple, Du Xinliu, utterly speechless, rendering them momentarily incapable of uttering a word. In an instant, the living room floor cracked and shattered, turning to dust, while the surrounding earth sank several meters, forming a colossal pit. Is this destruction wrought by my hand? Du Xinwu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixated on the gaping chasm before him, shock coursing through him, his lips trembling as he finally managed to utter a few words. One must understand that in this vast and boundless universe, even the most gifted giants of strength cannot achieve such a feat, not to mention humans. Even the most potent energy crystal spirit stones can only unleash such destructive power when at their highest levels. Yet, Du Xinwu, under the enlightening guidance of Chen Jinan, had, in a mere 10 breaths, transformed from an ordinary martial artist into an unparalleled powerhouse capable of uniting his run and Du meridians and condensing true energy. His single punch capable of shaking the earth. At this moment, Du Xinwu gazed at Chen Jinan, the one who had unlocked this new world for him, his expression shifting dramatically. As a martial artist, he understood all too well that he was no longer the man he once was, the once coveted figure among various factions. How formidable must he now be with his tenfold increase in strength? Contemplating this, Du Xinwu could not help but feel a profound respect towards Chen Jinan's prowess. Previously, he had believed himself to be highly skilled. Now, having become a master of innate abilities after receiving Chen Jinan's teachings, he realized that Chen Jinan was far more extraordinary than he had initially perceived. Senior, Du Xinwu looked towards Chen Jinan, words caught in his throat. However, Chen Jinan had already discerned the thoughts within his heart. I conceal my cultivation for this trial. Please keep the secret for me. Chen Jinan conveyed his message through a secret method, his voice barely audible as it reached Du Xinwu's ears. I shall diligently adhere to the teachings of my esteemed predecessor. Du Xinwu responded with a slight nod, feeling the surge of power within him. He then saluted Chen Jinan with a cupped fist, expressing, "The profound kindness and virtue of my esteemed predecessor shall forever be etched in my heart. I am deeply grateful and will never forget." "There is no need for such formality. It is but a trifling matter," came the reply. Chen Jinan gently waved his hand, responding with composure. "Esteemed senior, the junior has just ascended and their realm is not yet stabilized. I must retreat for further cultivation. I kindly request that you allow my disciple, Du Xinliu, to host you. Please do not decline." Du Xinwu once more bowed to Chen Jinan and spoke with utmost respect. Due to his rapid advancement, his foundation was still unsteady. If not consolidated in a timely manner, he feared future progress might be hindered. Thus, after advising his disciple Du Xinliu to ensure Chen Jinan was well entertained, he departed hastily. After Du Xinwu's departure, Du Xinliu found himself at a loss, unable to sit or stand, uncertain how to approach this enigmatic elder. Initially, while he recognized Chen Jinan's extraordinary prowess, he held little reverence due to his master's illustrious reputation within the realm of resistance. However, witnessing his master bow in humility and seek to learn from Chen Jinan naturally instilled within Du Xinliu a profound respect for him, rendering him incapable of any impudent behavior. This situation is easily comprehensible. It is akin to being a privileged heir who befriends someone of considerable wealth, yet unaware of the true extent of their fortune. In such a scenario, interactions remain unencumbered. However, upon discovering that this friend is akin to figures like Jack Ma or Bill Gates, can one still engage in conversation with the same ease? Coughing lightly, the two maintained a prolonged gaze until Du Xinliu broke the silence. For he too was a standout among the younger generation, having accompanied his master to many significant events. Although initially tense, he had now regained his composure. "Senior, is this your first visit to our imperial capital? As mealtime approaches, might I suggest taking you to savor the unique delicacies of our misty city?" Du Xinliu proposed with a somewhat stiff smile, his eyes glimmering with both anticipation and trepidation, for in his eyes, Chen Jianan was a figure capable of determining his fate. Very well. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianan smiled and nodded. He was, after all, a soul hailing from the great celestial empire, with the essence of a true gourmand coursing through his veins. Furthermore, this was his inaugural venture into the realm of the anti-Japanese war, and he was naturally reluctant to forego the opportunity to savor the unique culinary delights of this place. It was illogical to decline such an invitation. Seeing Chen Jianan acquiesce, Du Xinliu felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, the other party was a formidable expert, and any misstep on his part could provoke displeasure, leading to complications. Haha, esteemed senior, when we speak of the culinary wonders of Fog City, we must mention the renowned street delicacy, Chao Tian Min Hot Pot. It is a dish known by all and sundry throughout the entire city. As Du Xinliu observed Chen Jianan's affirmative nod, he enthusiastically began to elaborate on the gastronomic treasures of Fog City, engaging in lively banter until they swiftly arrived at their destination, Chao Tian Min. Chen Jianan caught sight of these three characters and nodded slightly. This place appeared to be a gathering spot for common delicacies, with an array of food stalls lining both banks of the river, where diners of all ages flocked, their faces flushed and slick with sweat as they savored the spicy fare. They found a spot by the riverside to sit, admiring the scenic view while beckoning the waiter to prepare for their meal. Little did they know, their actions had already attracted the attention of others. In a distant, ethereal realm, at an ancient stone table, a short-haired and spirited cultivation girl sat behind Chen Jianan and Du Xinliu, with gritted teeth and fiery eyes. She fixated on the cheerful exchange between Chen Jianan and Du Xinliu. This girl, named Kong Lingwei, hailed from one of the four prominent cultivation families, the Kong family. As the second daughter of her clan, her reputation was somewhat controversial. She wielded her father's formidable prowess to reign over a territory, boasting a prestigious lineage and wealth, embodying the dual glory of both a cultivation family and a wealthy merchant clan, with a haughty and unrestrained demeanor, much like a proud phoenix soaring above the mundane world. However, this illustrious daughter of a cultivation lineage and a wealthy merchant family harbored profound feelings for Du Xinliu. She was both his secret admirer and fervent pursuer. The roots of her affection for Du Xinliu could be traced back to a perilous incident from years ago. At that time, Kong Lingwei found herself in danger, and Du Xinliu heroically intervened, employing unparalleled skills to rescue her. His gallant act of valor, coupled with his naturally handsome visage, captivated her heart at first sight. Initially, Du Xinliu reciprocated her feelings, drawn to her exceptional beauty and noble lineage. However, Kong Lingwei's intense possessiveness led her to regard Du Xinliu as her personal possession, forbidding him from leaving his cultivation abode or mingling with other cultivators. Even the slightest inclination of Du Xinliu's gaze toward the sky would arouse her suspicions of his affections for other practitioners. This oppressive atmosphere eventually drove Du Xinliu to the breaking point, prompting him to end their relationship. Despite the separation being a settled matter, Kong Lingwei refused to let go, persistently monitoring Du Xinliu day and night. The events of today stemmed from this obsession. Chen Jianan and Du Xinliu had been conversing and sparring at the market when they were subsequently invited into a mysterious estate, a development reported to Kong Lingwei by her informants. Consumed by jealousy upon learning of this, she suspected Du Xinliu had developed feelings for Chen Jianan, inciting her rage and prompting her to pursue them. At this moment, witnessing Chen Jianan and Du Xinliu joyfully indulging in a feast of soul cuisine prepared with spiritual fire, Kong Lingwei's fury surged to its zenith. It was worth noting that she had never shared such moments with Du Xinliu herself. Now, as she beheld this scene, her anger flared, and she longed to peel the skin from Chen Jianan and extract her tendons. In an instant, her brows furrowed, and ire flooded her heart. How could Du Xinliu be with that woman? I have invited him multiple times, only to be rebuffed. Yet this newcomer has already grown so close to him. This is utterly detestable. At this moment, Miss Kong's anger reached its zenith. She thought to herself, if Chen Jianan merely possessed Du Xinliu's body without winning his heart, then eliminating Chen Jianan would suffice. However, the current predicament was that her ardent wait had only resulted in a heartless abandonment. And the sight of Chen Jianan laughing and conversing with Du Xinliu incited within her a burgeoning hatred even towards Du Xinliu. As the second daughter of the Kong family, a dual heir of both a prestigious martial arts lineage and a wealthy merchant clan, her years of pursuit of Du Xinliu had been in vain. Yet now, an inconspicuous man, whose appearance was unremarkable and whose cultivation seemed mediocre, a fact that Miss Kong, given her own level of prowess, could not discern, managed to grow so close to Du Xinliu, as if it were Du Xinliu himself who was reaching out to him. Miss Kong was nearly overcome with fury. This was utterly outrageous. She slammed her hand against the railing, but then recalled Du Xinliu's status in their relationship, which tempered her impulsiveness. After all, she had no justification to intervene, and acting rashly would not only invite ridicule but also subject her to a torrent of gossip. Yet, to remain passive while her heart simmered with unbearable anguish was equally intolerable, as if a flame were igniting within her chest. Nevertheless, despite the tempest of emotions, Miss Kong was not one to act impulsively. She understood that a direct confrontation would not only fail to sever the bond between the couple but would likely intensify Du Xinliu's aversion towards her. Hence, after considerable contemplation, she resolved to adopt a more clandestine approach. Just wait and see. With gritted teeth, Miss Kong scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a nearby Linghua hot pot restaurant. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck her, and a sinister smile crept across her lips. I've got it. An ingenious plan to deal with Chun Jianan and Du Xinliu began to form in her mind. I am truly clever. I shall proceed according to my scheme. Miss Kong swiftly summoned the proprietor of the hot pot establishment and whispered her intentions. Meanwhile, Chun Jianan and Du Xinliu remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly become ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated plot, savoring the delectable dishes before them and offering continuous praise. In this realm brimming with spiritual energy, the ingredients were untouched by worldly contamination, and the culinary skills and seasoning rivaled those of modern society, rendering the dishes nothing short of divine, leaving an indelible impression. Before long, the pot of delicacies was nearly depleted. Though Du Xinliu accompanied Chun Jianan, he appeared especially reserved in the presence of this martial arts senior, only symbolically sampling a few bites, while Chun Jianan devoured the majority of the food with gusto. Du Xinliu maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he was considered a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Republic. Yet, the present Chun Jianan was solely preoccupied with his meal, not sparing even a glance at him, let alone engaging in conversation. This left him feeling utterly disregarded. Were it anyone else, Du Xinliu would have long since stormed off, but facing the esteemed elder Chun Jianan, he dared not offend him lightly, and could only silently endure this indignation, unable to suppress his pouting lips. Meanwhile, the indulging Chun Jianan remained blissfully unaware of Du Xinliu's discontent, reveling in the joy of savoring the long-missed culinary delights of the Middle Land. Coming from a world rich in fantastical elements where Western cuisine prevailed, he had long yearned for the flavors of the Middle Land. Today, he was finally able to relish an authentic feast, and the exquisite taste left him feeling utterly rejuvenated. However, the more at ease Chun Jianan became, the heavier Du Xinliu's pent-up frustration grew. He gazed at the table overflowing with delicacies but refrained from unleashing his wrath upon the venerable elder. Redirecting his ire towards the nearby waiter instead, exclaiming loudly, "Bring me the bill." "Hello, the total comes to 5 million spirit stones." A waiter approached, smiling as he relayed the price. "What? 5 million spirit stones?" Du Xinliu was taken aback, incredulous at the exorbitance. In the distant Lingyuan continent, the value of a silver coin was extraordinary. A single ordinary silver coin could sustain an entire family of practitioners for a year, not to mention dining at a humble hot pot stall in the mundane market. Even indulging in a grand feast at the ninefold celestial pavilion deep within the misty hidden mountains would likely require only a few thousand silver coins. 50 million silver coins? Are you jesting with me? Du Xinliu's eyes widened as he questioned the waiter before him. Indeed, the price of this pot of tea is 50 million silver coins, while the rest of the food combined is worth merely 1 silver coin. We have already rounded down the total. You are required to pay 50 million silver coins in total. The waiter gestured towards the 2 gleaming spirit teacups on the table. What? Du Xinliu gasped in shock, realizing that these 2 cups of tea were not what they had ordered, but were instead complimentary offerings prepared for diners to enjoy at their leisure. In this world, it was well known that establishments served spirit tea as a customary courtesy. However, at this moment, Du Xinliu could hardly fathom that these seemingly ordinary cups of spirit tea bore such a staggering price. This is outrageous, charging for tea as well. Du Xinliu's face turned pale. Though youthful and inexperienced, he was not foolish and quickly recognized that he had fallen into someone else's trap. How infuriating! Du Xinliu's expression darkened, his frustration beyond words. He understood that he had evidently been set up, and should this situation escalate, he alone would bear the brunt of ridicule, regardless of the outcome. Humph. Clenching his fists tightly, he forcibly suppressed his anger and bellowed, "Bring your manager to me." Humph. If you lack the means, do not pretend to be affluent. How dare you wish to meet our esteemed proprietor when you cannot settle your bill? The waitress disdainfully rolled her eyes and mocked. Upon hearing these words, Du Xinliu felt a tumult of shame and anger. His cheeks flushed crimson. Just then, a melodious voice unexpectedly pierced through the air, revealing Miss Kong Er. Accompanied by the imperious hot pot restaurant owner, Kong Erlang, approaching with measured steps. "It is you." Upon catching sight of Long Kong trailing behind Miss Kong Er, Chun Xiaoying immediately comprehended that the orchestrator of today's scheme was none other than she. He had never anticipated that the usually attentive and flattering Miss Kong Er would contrive a plot to publicly humiliate him. However, Du Xinliu wrongfully implicated Luo Yu. After all, as the esteemed disciple of the martial arts master Du Xinwu, he enjoyed a prestigious status and was typically the one receiving invitations to banquets. Miss Kong Er could never have dreamed that today, Du Xinliu would be the one to propose treating others. Consequently, she mistakenly believed that Chun Jianan was attempting to curry favor with Du Xinliu, thereby setting this trap to ensnare Chun Jianan. With a self-satisfied glint in her eyes, Miss Kong Er shook her head and feigned disappointment as she gazed at Chun Jianan, mockingly exclaiming, "Alas, being poor is just being poor. Why pretend to be affluent by treating others? And now, look at this, unable even to settle the bill. What a disgrace." Chun Jianan cast a glance at Miss Kong Er, who appeared self-satisfied, choosing to disregard her, and instead directed his attention towards Du Xinliu, jesting, "Ah, it seems he is speaking about you. To call you poor is one thing, but to pretend to be generous and treat others, only to end up embarrassed, is quite another." Du Xinliu, already irked by having been schemed against, found his temper further inflamed upon hearing Miss Kong Er's remarks. When he heard Chun Jianan's reiteration, he was instantly consumed by rage. With a sudden forceful slap on the table, he stood up and pointed an accusing finger at Luo Yu, his voice seething with anger. "Kong Erlang, whom do you accuse of being pretentious? Dare to say that again?" Kong Erlang, taken aback by Du Xinliu's fury, turned pale and hastily clarified, "Senior brother Du. I did not mean you. I was referring to this fellow. Clearly, he is nothing but a pauper yet still invites others to dine. What a disgrace." Before he could finish, Du Xinliu's face darkened, his clenched fists crackling ominously as if ready to strike Kong Erlang at any moment. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the server responsible for the bill, looking quite uncomfortable, interjected, "Miss Kong Er, actually, it was not Mr. Chen treating this time, but rather Mr. Du." It turned out he had just received instructions from his boss to intentionally create difficulties while collecting payment from Du Xinliu's table. Being a novice, he was unaware of Du Xinliu's true identity, mistaking him for an ordinary patron, and thus executed his boss's orders without hesitation. It was only after the exchange of words among Kong Erlang and the others that the server realized he had misunderstood. The target of Kong Erlang and his companions was not Du Xinliu, but rather Chun Jianan. However, before the server could convey this revelation to Kong Erlang, the latter, already fuming, rushed forward, incessantly babbling. "What? Senior brother Du is treating?" Upon receiving this news, Kong Erlang was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief. It is vital to note that Du Xinliu is the direct disciple of the renowned martial arts master Du Xinwu, possessing extraordinary prowess among the younger generation. A figure of Du Xinliu's stature in the martial world would undoubtedly command respect, even from the likes of the Qinglong Empire's Green Gang. Yet, here he was, dining with the unremarkable Chen Jianan, and it was Du Xinliu who had extended the invitation. How could this be possible? Kong Erlang could not suppress his astonishment, almost gasping in disbelief. "Humph, Kong Erlang, do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? What pretense of generosity? You merely wish to witness my humiliation." Du Xinliu glared at Luo Yu, his teeth clenched. As a princess of the Qinglong Empire, she had never endured such indignity, especially not before a martial arts master like Lin Hao, time and again suffering loss of face. Chen Xiaoying's heart was almost ablaze with fury. I'm not like that. Let me explain." Upon learning the truth, Kong Erlang's face turned ashen, nearly brought to tears. This time, he had truly shot himself in the foot, suffering the consequences of his own machinations. Initially, he intended to find an opportunity to embarrass Chen Jianan, yet inadvertently, he ended up making Du Xinliu the subject of ridicule. What a predicament! Gazing into Du Xinliu's eyes, which glimmered with a predatory intensity, Kong Lingwei felt himself freeze in place. This was utterly disastrous. It was bound to provoke the wrath of brother Luo Chun. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Lingfeng's complexion turned as pale as a wilting flower. If only time could be reversed, he vowed to traverse the sands of time and chastise himself. How could you commit such a grave error? Not only did he fail to humiliate Jin Jinan, but he also brought shame upon Chu Xinyue. And now he had become a thorn in her side. This matter vexed Meng Lingfeng to no end. Observing Chu Xinyue's furious demeanor, Meng Lingfeng immediately adopted a submissive posture. "Brother Chu, please allow me to explain." He stammered, repeating the word "I," but was too anxious to continue. However, she was the daughter of a prominent family. Even if she had never personally tamed a wild beast, she had witnessed their ferocity and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Brother Chu, allow me to handle the bill," Meng Lingfeng exclaimed with a charming smile, eager to appease her. "Miss Meng, you are too gracious. It is our honor to host you at our humble establishment. How could we possibly charge you?" The shopkeeper hastily declined, a suave smile on his face. Who would dare touch the finances of the second miss of the Kong family? It was a favor from the heavens that nothing untoward had occurred. "Then, thank you." Although Meng Lingfeng had no intention of paying, he responded with a smile upon seeing the shopkeeper's understanding. "Not necessary." Just as Meng Lingfeng was about to feign refusal to garner Chu Xinyue's favor, she suddenly exclaimed, rising with authority, "Is it merely 5,000 crystal coins? I will write an IOU and ensure it is returned. At that time, I will invite my master, along with the Qing gang and Hongmin brothers, to deliver it. Would you dare refuse?" The shopkeeper trembled at her words, fear coursing through him. Clearly, he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Enough. Witnessing the situation deteriorate, Zhen Jianan had no choice but to stand and intervene, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. "What are we even discussing regarding payment? Does he intend to charge for this meal? We have shown remarkable tolerance in not blaming the food. To demand compensation would be an unreasonable demand." "Food? There is something wrong with the food? How can you say such a thing?" The hot pot shopkeeper could no longer contain himself and interjected. It was one thing to understand if Zhen Jianan accused them of extortion, given their earlier misstep, but everyone knew it was Meng Lingfeng who had exerted pressure. To now claim there was an issue with the ingredients was nothing short of slander. Their hot pot establishment consistently prided itself on pure, untainted ingredients, fair pricing, and exceptional taste, earning widespread acclaim. For Zhen Jianan to insinuate that there was a problem with the ingredients was simply intolerable. At that moment, during the peak dining hour, many patrons were present, and the recent commotion naturally drew considerable attention. The proprietor understood that the situation must be diffused today, otherwise his reputation would suffer, and his business would surely be at risk. Observing the increasing whispers among the customers, he hastily interjected to clarify, "Please refrain from unfounded accusations. All our ingredients are sourced fresh from the market each morning, ensuring their quality. What could possibly be the issue?" The patrons nodded in agreement, for they were regulars and were well aware of the truth in the proprietor's words. However, Zhen Jianan abruptly retorted, "Did I ever claim it was your fault? I am asserting that there is a problem with the food. The food has issues." The proprietor was left bewildered by this assertion. What could he mean? "You ought to know the answer to that," Zhen Jianan replied dismissively. The proprietor, growing increasingly agitated, responded, "Our dishes are crafted from the finest ingredients and prepared by the most skilled chefs. How dare you slander us?" His demeanor turned cold, as he realized that while the previous actions might be construed as extortion, this accusation regarding the quality of the ingredients was outright defamation. For a hot pot restaurant, reputation is paramount. If word spread of any flaws in the ingredients, the repercussions could be dire. "Young man, some words cannot be carelessly spoken. Our establishment is not to be trifled with." With a darkened expression, the proprietor issued a stern warning to Zhen Jianan, simultaneously summoning his staff to encircle him. How fortuitous. I was pondering how to teach him a lesson, and here he is, delivering himself right into my hands. Meng Lingfeng had initially believed that his misidentification had angered Chu Xinyue, making any opportunity to deal with Zhen Jianan seem distant. Now, seeing Zhen Jianan accuse the restaurant of having problematic ingredients, he felt a surge of schadenfreude. Although this plot had been devised to target Long Xian, if Lin Hao seized upon this matter, it could indeed lead to their embarrassment. Now, with Zhen Jianan daring to accuse the hot pot restaurant of ingredient issues, jeopardizing its name. The proprietor would never allow such slander to go unchallenged. With this thought in mind, Meng Lingfeng felt a thrill, convinced that Jin Jiannan was bound to face defeat. "Sir, how can you speak so recklessly?" Chu Xinyue expressed her concern upon hearing Jin Jiannan's words. While the restaurant owner and his associates might not stand a chance against Jin Jiannan, they were still ordinary people. Should a martial artist engage in violence against civilians, the fallout would be severe. Moreover, the restaurant highly values its reputation. Would the proprietor be pleased with such baseless slander? Meng Lingfeng observed Chu Xinyue's attempts at persuasion with a smirk, certain that Jin Jiannan was regretting his words. "Hey, you dare to maliciously defame our hot pot restaurant? That is truly excessive. You should kneel and apologize, or else, if the matter remains unclear, you shall not leave here today." Meng Lingfeng stepped forward, exuding an air of authority as he confronted Jin Jiannan with brazen arrogance. If you insist on forcing me to speak plainly, then I shall reveal the truth without reservation." Rifen Feng strode confidently to the banquet, directing his attention towards the plate of remnants, declaring, "Let us first discuss this piece of meat. It is clearly a product of water infusion, though it may be injected to maintain its vibrant hue once tasted. Its authenticity is utterly compromised. To discern its genuineness, one need only summon an expert in meat, who would recognize its nature at a glance. As for these mushrooms, you assert they are commercially procured cultivated varieties. However, they are undoubtedly foraged from your dense forests. Even if the resemblance between cultivated and wild mushrooms is striking, wild varieties often harbor mild toxins. Regarding the tuber in question, there is no need for elaboration. This is, in fact, yam. While fundamentally there may be no distinction between the two, the place of origin and nomenclature differ. The villagers refer to it as potato, whereas city dwellers call it yam. Being present in this locality, one ought to adhere to the local terminology, and your insistence on labeling it potato is nothing short of deception. Is there no fault in this matter? Rifen Feng articulated the flaws in the dishes with clarity, and the once arrogant hot pot proprietor turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Though Rifen Feng's observations were subtle, each was pointedly accurate, and the proprietor was acutely aware of their truth. What appeared as mere generalizations on the surface were, in fact, incisive critiques. The issues of water-infused meat, the substitution of wild for cultivated mushrooms, and the contention between yam and potato were all vividly clear to him. Yet, he had not anticipated that he would be confronted with such scrutiny over trifling details today. You. The hot pot proprietor stammered, unable to muster a single defense as the murmurs of the onlookers began to swell. How outrageous! To have traveled from afar, only to encounter such a scene. How dare you treat consumers with such disregard? Where is your reputation now? Refund me. I have been a loyal patron for ages. Observing the proprietor's changing countenance, the crowd quickly understood the veracity of Rifen Feng's words, and in an instant, the hot pot establishment erupted with voices. Silence! What is all this commotion? Amidst the fervor, a commanding voice resonated, startling all present. The newcomer was a robust, middle-aged man, his strides akin to a leaping tiger, exuding an air of authority. Adorned with a firearm and wielding an iron axe, resembling the legendary leader of the Axe Gang. Indeed, this was the renowned Li Lai, protector of the local establishments. The attendees, predominantly locals, recognized Li Lai as if he were a cherished gem, and upon his arrival, the clamor and complaints quickly subsided as they instinctively retreated. What has transpired? Speak at once. Li Lai, furrowing his brow and surveying the crowd, turned his inquiry towards the hot pot proprietor. The owner, being well aware of Li Lai's temperament, dared not deceive him and recounted the events truthfully, subsequently bowing in supplication. Brother Lai, it is my fault, blinded by profit. I beseech you to spare my life. The proprietor understood the gravity of his misdeeds today. Though he was the nominal owner of the hot pot establishment, he was, in truth, a member of the Axe Gang, and should his negligence ruin the business, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Perhaps you should take matters into your own hands. Upon hearing the explanation, Li Lai's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such behavior from the proprietor. However, given the proprietor's long-standing loyalty, even without merit, he was still a contributor of labor. After a prolonged silence, Li Lai ultimately permitted the shopkeeper to take his own life to avoid blame. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed repeatedly, as though he had encountered divine intervention. Those unacquainted with the Axe Gang could scarcely fathom the shopkeeper's despair, yet The gang members understood that allowing the shopkeeper to end his own life was a rare act of mercy. Those who brought harm to the gang often faced a gruesome fate, subjected to brutal mutilation, a fate worse than death. The Axe Gang's ruthlessness knew no bounds. And for the shopkeeper, death sometimes offered the only release. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Without hesitation, the shopkeeper pulled the trigger. Flames erupting from the muzzle as the bullet struck his temple. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering on the surrounding floor and walls. This haunting scene plunged the restaurant into a profound silence, leaving everyone paralyzed with shock. Moments later, the stunned crowd was overtaken by waves of nausea. Many turned pale, trembling, especially the women who had never before witnessed such a bloody spectacle. The shopkeeper lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, wearing an expression of disbelief. His vitality ebbed away, blood pooling beneath him, creating a shocking crimson puddle. The air in the restaurant thickened with the acrid scent of blood, suffocating those present. Some attempted to flee the horrifying scene, while others sat frozen in their chairs, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, a server stepped forward, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for today's unfortunate incident. To compensate, all meals are on the house." Upon hearing this, the previously terrified crowd erupted in cheers. How wonderful! Truly a display of generosity from the esteemed leader. Despite the recent horror, the patrons quickly shifted their focus to the prospect of a free meal. After all, who could resist such a delightful opportunity? This meal was worth it. The audience rejoiced and promptly surged toward the exit, eager to seize the valuable opportunity. For no one would turn away from fortune. Once the diners had dispersed, Li Lai's demeanor shifted from geniality to ferocity, his gaze fixed menacingly on Li Xianfeng. "You dare provoke the seven halls? Your audacity is commendable. Speak, will you choose life or death?" Had Li Xianfeng refrained from provoking, Qin Xianyu would have been magnanimous enough to overlook such trifles. However, Li Xianfeng had chosen his own demise, and this transgression could not be laid at Qin Xuanyu's feet. "Get lost." Qin Xianyu flicked his wrist, unleashing a divine radiance that struck Li Xianfeng's axe, forcing him to stagger backward. His form resembling a wounded eagle plummeting to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, leaving deep impressions in the earth. The imprint on the axe revealed the depth of impact, starkly visible. How is this possible? Li Xuanfeng's face contorted with fear, incredulous at the indelible mark left on his axe. "Humph, we originally came to savor fine cuisine, yet an unwelcome intruder has soured our spirits, which is truly detestable." Qin Xuanyu's clenched fist glimmered with a cold light, intent on delivering a lethal blow. However, Li Xianfeng, having long dwelled in the realm of martial arts, recognized his intentions at a glance. "You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the Thunder Axe sect and the local leader here. Should you take my life?" The Thunder Axe sect will not let this matter rest lightly. Faced with the advancing menace of Qin Xianyu, Li Xianfeng cried out in terror, attempting to invoke the protection of the Thunder Axe sect to save his own life. Qin Xianyu has always been resolute in distinguishing between friend and foe. Even if Li Xianfeng were indeed the leader of the Thunder Axe sect, provoking his ire would still result in a swift execution. How much less regard should be given to one so trifling as Li Xianfeng? With a flick of his wrist, the blade glimmered, slicing through the air in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Li Xuanfeng's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to comprehend the peril he faced until his very last moment. "It is done. Let us depart." Qin Xianyu lightly shook his head, hand in hand with Du Xinli, stepping into the night, yet oblivious to the brewing turmoil in the distance. At the headquarters of the Thunder Axe sect, the sect leader, Zhou Xinglan, received the grievous news and was suddenly engulfed in fury. Just moments ago, a minor captain of the Thunder Axe sect had been treacherously murdered. As one of the prominent sects, they had never been subjected to such humiliation. When had they ever endured such disgrace? How could Zhou Xinglan tolerate this? Where are the four guardians? Pay your respects to the sect leader. Accompanied by Zhou Xinglan's urgent call, four figures flashed forth like lightning, bowing before him. The four guardians were the most formidable entities of the Thunder Axe sect. Each a close confidant of Zhou Xinglan, one woman and three valiant men named Qi Wuming, Xinyuan Ao, Duga Tue, and Nangong Yinxia, in the stew shop of Chaodian Pavilion. "One of our Thunder Axe sect members has been killed. You must immediately investigate and ensure that the blood of Li Xianfeng is avenged." Zhou Xinglan's eyes blazed with anger and sorrow as he gritted his teeth. "Understood." Qi Wuming, Xinyuan Ao, Dugu Tue, and Nangong Yinxia accepted the command and swiftly departed towards Chaodian Pavilion. However, this internal strife did not alert Qin Xianyu. He was currently entangled in a troublesome situation. Being harassed. Indeed, the one tormenting him was a corpulent woman, her flesh cascading as if a mountain, each step seeming to shake the very ground beneath. The overweight woman had a sallow complexion and a mouth full of dark teeth, followed by a dozen striking young men who trailed behind her, their expressions weary, uttering not a word, occasionally lifting their gazes to reveal a mix of resentment and helplessness. "Young man, look at your aunt's beauty. Why not join me for a delightful excursion to Ushan?" The woman said, her face aglow, lips licking in a provocative manner. "Get lost." Qin Xianyu furrowed his brow, feeling displeased. TSK, young one, do not drink the wine of respect only to receive the punishment wine. My patience is limited. Upon hearing Qin Xianyu's reprimand, the woman's face contorted with anger as she lunged towards him, intending to seize him. How audacious! One must not resist their elders. Du Xianli, witnessing this, immediately positioned herself in front of Qin Xianyu, hoping to shield him from harm. However, Du Xianli miscalculated. The woman was indeed a skilled practitioner, seemingly superior to Du Xianli in prowess. Although Du Xianli moved first, she was swiftly countered, and with a crackling sound, her hand became ensnared within the woman's ample flesh, while she herself was sent sprawling to the ground. "Come along with me obediently. Tonight I shall help you ward off the chill." The woman chuckled, extending her plump hand towards Qin Xianyu. "It is she, Princess Lanche. What misfortune brings her to the royal city?" "Princess Lanche? What is her background? Pray, elder brother, enlighten me." "She is the sole daughter of the influential minister Lanche, known for her penchant for pursuing handsome men for clandestine affairs." "Is that so?" "Merely a minister. There are far more formidable figures than Lanche. Why is she not restrained?" "Alas, not long ago, Lanche perished at the frontier, honored posthumously as a loyal martyr. Now, this Princess Lanche is the scion of loyalty and valor. Who would dare provoke her? As long as she does not overstep, everyone pretends not to see." With the appearance of the corpulent woman, whispers erupted among the crowd. Qin Xianyu, upon hearing this, found his impression of Princess Lanche increasingly deteriorating. "Go to the underworld!" Qin Xianyu bellowed, the light and shadows flickering. Princess Lanche, rushing towards him, suddenly felt a chill at her waist and glanced down in alarm. Alas! The shriek that followed was the sound of her own voice. Someone had severed her waist with a blade. In an instant, her lower body remained in place while her upper body was propelled forward by inertia. "Ah, someone save me." Though her waist was severed, she did not perish immediately. The excruciating pain compelled Princess Lanche to cry out in agony. At that moment, Qi Wuming, Xin Yuanao, Dugatue, and Nangong Yinxia arrived, just in time to witness Qin Xianyu brushing off the dust from his garments, preparing to distance himself from this repugnant scene. Such a grotesque and corpulent woman dared to covet his affections. Was she not audacious enough to consume the hearts and livers of bears and leopards? The heart and liver of a bear would scarcely suffice. She must consume daily to maintain her excessively greasy appearance. A mortal was cleaved in two, blood pooling red upon the ground, while she lay amidst a repulsive array of pale, yellowing fat that evoked a visceral sense of disgust. The blue-winged demon General Han Qianji, the strategist among the four brothers, displayed a flicker of surprise upon encountering the ghastly sight of the decaying corpse. Yet, in mere moments, he discerned the truth from the murmurs of bystanders. It was indeed the work of the two lords of Lanshao. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he conveyed unspoken thoughts to the other three. Their bond, forged in the fires of shared peril in this otherworldly realm, was as resolute as iron. Just as Yin Qinghong prepared to turn away, Long Patian, swift as a shooting star, obstructed his path, roaring, "You ignorant youth! Do you dare to slay the descendants of our heroic forebears? Are you not a mere lapdog of the vile and treacherous?" Yin Qinghong halted, the accusation chilling him to the bone even in this alternate dimension. Instead of feeling anger, he laughed. "And who might you be, esteemed sir?" "I am the Dragon Roar War King, Motianlei," he declared. "You wretches, rampaging through our sacred lands, desecrating the children of Huaxia, plundering the wealth of our nation. How dare you harm the orphans of heroes before the children of Huaxia, treating our people as though they were not?" As his words settled in, Han Qianji and the others discreetly mingled with the crowd. Upon hearing Long Patian's rallying cry, Han Qianji immediately responded, his voice resonating like thunder. "Indeed, the Eastern barbarians are too arrogant. No one shall insult our divine Huaxia." The masses rallied in agreement, their voices swelling in fervor. The Eastern barbarians bully us too much. Expel them from our borders. Expel them from our borders. Expel them from our borders. Seeing the people's fervent spirit, Long Patian felt invigorated. He took a deep breath. Standing tall and resolute, his voice ringing out with authority. If we relent now, would we not be delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the children of Huaxia? Do not feign ignorance, nor seek aid from the wicked East. I, the Thunder War King, shall act on behalf of heaven today, avenging the people. We shall vanquish demons and uphold the dignity of our kin. This man shall die here and now. Yes, vanquish the demons and uphold the path of righteousness. Slay the Eastern barbarians. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, the crowd surged with passion, their eyes ablaze, fists clenched tightly, with some even picking up stones to hurl at Yan Qinghong. Yan Qinghong fixed his gaze on Han Qianji, the ringleader of the assault, smiling without a trace of anger. Upon meeting his gaze, Han Qianji felt as though he had been bitten by a venomous serpent, drenched in sweat. As if he were trapped in an icy cavern of a wintry mountain, completely frozen and unable to move. Who is this individual that has so effortlessly unraveled my plans? Does he recognize me? Or has he simply exposed my stratagem? Impossible. He is merely a new face, one who has never set foot on my territory. Otherwise, how could my wild eagle hall remain undisturbed? Moreover, my brothers and I have mastered this ruse to perfection, never failing. Recently, a formidable adversary attempted to encroach upon our land, using the people's fury to pave the way for us. I shall not allow a mere fledgling to unveil our schemes. Why then do I feel so weak? Is it fear that has seized me? Absurd. He is but a child, likely a novice, merely posturing. Han Qianji consoled himself, utterly oblivious to the fact that the stones, eggs, and tomatoes were falling around him, missing Yu Qihong entirely. Within a 10-centimeter radius, all objects plummeted to the ground as if a barrier had been erected. Yao Qinghong stood resolute, a smile caressed by the gentle breeze, steadfast as resilient bamboo. Lu Qingfeng watched in distress as Yao Qinghong was unable to defend himself against the accusations, his anxiety intensifying like fuel on a fire. He stepped forward to intercept the projectiles, vociferously defending him. You are mistaken. He is our unparalleled martial arts master, our beacon of hope. He has slain countless malevolent foreign demons on the battlefield, safeguarding our nation. Anyone can spout empty words. I witnessed him commit murder myself. He is a descendant of martyrs. He must be a charlatan. I am no charlatan. I, Lu Qifeng, along with my master Lu Qishan, belong to a renowned family of warriors. And I assure you he alone can save an entire battalion from annihilation. The common folk began to recognize the Lu brothers, slowly developing a sense of doubt. Their reputation was indeed far-reaching, suggesting they were not deceitful individuals. At that moment, Miss Kong, who had been concealed within the crowd, stepped forward. And what of a family of martial artists? I am Lu Qingfeng's unwed fiancée. He has betrayed my trust, beguiling me with his silver tongue. And now he dares to provoke me in my own hot pot restaurant, forcing my establishment to cease operations. Such treachery is heartless. He is a traitor to the nation. A lackey. True martial artists are at the front lines battling enemies. Yet the Lu family has harmed my innocent forebears and deceived me in matters of the heart. Do not be deceived by him, for he is no ordinary man. Kong Lingwei, devastated and enraged by today's events compounded by Lu Qingfeng's previous actions, felt her heart shatter. As a scion of the Kong family, who had permitted anyone to breach her limits, Lu Qingfeng's public humiliation was a direct stab to her heart. To apologize before this dandy in front of everyone would surely become the laughingstock of tomorrow's newspaper headlines. How could she endure such indignity? Furthermore, her previous affections for Lu Qingfeng had gone unreciprocated. Now, she found it unbearable to bow before a stranger, and love had become impossible to sustain. Filled with rage, she detested Lu Qingfeng for playing with her emotions, wishing for the Lu lineage and this dandy to vanish in an instant. Although Kong Lingwei lacked the strength to fight back, she was backed by numerous commoners, the towering figure already taking the lead. It was imperative that these humble folk do not awaken to the truth. She must incite their emotions to besiege this individual. With the many against the few, a single spit could drown him. If a brawl ensued, casualties would be no surprise. Should they dare to resist, would it not be an affront to the common folk? The police would surely apprehend and punish them, branding them as traitors and ensuring their infamous notoriety. As this thought crossed her mind, Miss Kong's fervor intensified. She would never show leniency to these treacherous sellouts. It was appalling that even the families of the heroic martyrs were to be harmed. Tomorrow, The common people would find themselves as fish upon the chopping block. Meanwhile, a secret envoy of Haotian whispered urgently to his confidants, instructing them to hasten to the forbidden pavilion and convey a shocking conspiracy. Filled with the malevolence of traitors and the wanton slaughter of innocents, so many vibrant lives extinguished in silence. In that fleeting moment, the indomitable war sovereign Ji Wuchang grasped the gravity of the situation and raised his voice in a fervent call. Indeed, we must eradicate these traitors to ensure the peace of the populace. The crowd, ignited by passion, roared in thunderous agreement. Yes, the martial sects neglecting their sacred duty of safeguarding the realm must surely be in collusion with the enemy, plotting to conspire against our lineage. Yet we shall not fall prey to their treachery. Do not trust this man. He is a tyrant of the female clan, undoubtedly a villainous character. He has already slaughtered the kin of our martyrs, and tomorrow he may turn his wrath upon us, endangering our wives and children. We must take action first and eliminate the traitors, for the vengeance of our families. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Slay, slay, slay. The emotions of the crowd surged, bodies pressing against one another, each individual yearning to strike a blow against their foes. The Du brothers, overwhelmed by this tidal wave of pressure and unwilling to harm the innocent, could only resist with unwavering determination. They bore wounds and were besieged on all sides. At that moment, the man known as Wang Er, the esteemed Xinyuan Ao, received overwhelming support from the masses, standing tall as if destined to uphold justice, to purge the wicked, and become the guardians of the realm. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Allow me to step forward and rid you of this nefarious villain." With that, he wielded a colossal axe and advanced. This axe bore extraordinary significance, as the Axe Alliance revered strength above all, and Xinyuan Ao's position as deputy leader. One of the four masters was secured by this 500-kilogram iron axe, weighing as much as 5 ordinary adults. He swung the axe with the ease of an arm. Were it not for Ji Wuchang's cunning defeat, he would undoubtedly be the premier among the four. In the face of this axe, even if one evaded its edge, a single strike would be enough to drain their strength and lead to a bloody demise, leaving no one daring to confront him directly. As Xinyuan Ao brandished the axe, his spirit soared to the heavens, causing the populace to retreat in trepidation, fearing the invisible blade that could spell disaster. When the great axe revealed itself, the Du brothers immediately recognized that this was no mere Wang Er. It was, in fact, the second strongest of the Axe Alliance, Xinyuan Ao. It was evident that a meticulous scheme was afoot, intending to frame them as scapegoats for the recently slain Shen Hao, while simultaneously purging the instigators disturbing their alliance. A warning to those daring to challenge them. In an instant, the light of the axe flashed, and the Du brothers had no time to ponder or explain to the ignorant masses that they were mere pawns in a devious plot. Before the colossal axe, they stood resolutely, sacrificing themselves to shield their revered master from its devastating blow. In the fleeting moment between life and death, they could not foresee the fate of their homeland, nor whether anyone would vindicate them and absolve their unjust accusations, lest they bear the shame of treachery and disgrace their ancestors' spirits. An overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfed Du Xinliu's heart. Regret washed over him, lamenting his earlier compassion that had allowed a self-serving and cruel woman to enter their lives. He was further tormented by his failure to heed the master's teachings and refine his martial skills, forever losing the chance to reach the pinnacle of his family's martial legacy. Following a brief moment of joy, the curtain of life descended. He exerted every ounce of strength to push Chen Haonan away, bellowing his final words, "Master, run." With eyes tightly shut, he awaited the axe's descent, prepared for the sound of his skull shattering and the encroaching crimson haze. The life of a warrior is often marked by an end wrought by martial prowess and a departure motivated by righteousness, and in this moment, he felt no remorse. Approximately 5 seconds elapsed, and the sound of the axe slicing through the air drew near, yet pain did not assail him, nor did he see a drop of blood. Could it be that the craftsmanship of the Axe Alliance was so exquisite? Indeed, they were a gang akin to executioners. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the axe suspended just a hair's breadth from his brow, a strand of hair gently cascading down. The one who halted the axe was none other than a single finger. It was an elegant, slender finger, as refined as the brush of a poet, evoking visions of the magnificent verses it had once inscribed. At this moment, it stood as a barrier against the weighty iron axe. This was Chen Haonan's finger. He had saved the lives of the Du brothers. Instantly, the air thickened with disbelief. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend the spectacle before them, questioning whether it was a mirage or a dream. Chen Haonan smiled serenely and said, Heh. With a gentle push of his toes, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, breaking through the heavens, unleashing a circular shockwave that left all in awe. Before anyone could respond, they were swept away by a tempest stronger than any tornado. Lifted and then gently set down 3 yards away. Only the Du brothers remained steadfast. The soaring Xianyuan Ao finally plummeted, crashing down with a thunderous sound as the heavy axe struck the ground, embedding itself deeply in the earth. His eyes widened, and he fell into unconsciousness. Who incited this tumult? Just as the question formed, a squadron of ironclad cavalry burst into view. The police, riding 2-person motorcycles, sped toward the chaotic gathering, witnessing the frenzied crowd shouting and waving their arms as various fruits and vegetables rained down from above, embodying the swell of public outrage. Captain Chen, who rarely responded to reports, especially in his capacity as captain, was informed that the chaos involved the second Miss Kong's entourage. Having benefited privately from the Kong family's patronage, he savored the fine tea they had sent, and upon learning that the individuals involved were outsiders, he received an additional bribe of gold bars from a servant. He resolutely rose to adjust his robe, a man of righteousness leading the crowd forth. Initially, it was presumed to be merely a trivial commotion stirred by uncouth outsiders, yet the uproar from afar proved astonishing. Captain Chen swiftly discerned the situation's anomaly. Instead of rushing in, he discreetly maneuvered to the side, orchestrating the covert return of the chaotic Miss Kong to the Kong residence. It was only when Xianyuan Ao brandished his axe and called out that he comprehended it to be a malicious frame-up. His eyes shifted, and there appeared Ji Wuchang, Dugo Bai, and Nangong Yanran among the remaining trio. Although these foreign individuals were closely guarded by the martial aristocracy of the Tuoba clan, this self-proclaimed noble lineage frequently mocked the police at various gatherings, secretly denouncing them as the emperor's lapdogs and cowards, reproaching them for only oppressing the common folk while neglecting justice. Under the protection of the Han family, the police could only respond with bitter smiles, pretending to be oblivious. What of being a lapdog? What worth does noble integrity hold in the current world? Survival itself is a challenge. Moreover, provoking the Han family and the Copper Axe Society, subjecting them to some hardship serves as a lesson worth remembering in these chaotic times, where treachery reigns supreme. Yet, before long, the leader of the Copper Axe Society, known as Tuoba Ao, raised his axe to strike, while the 2 impetuous youths, Tuoba Run and Tuoba E, astonishingly stepped forward amidst the flashing blades to protect the stranger, bravely facing the sharp axe. Should that axe strike true, it would claim a vibrant life. Even if the foreigner were to perish, who could forget that Tuoba E was the cherished love of the second Miss Han? Who would wish to cradle him lest he be harmed? Today, Miss Han, ablaze with fury, sought to punish them, should anything happen to young Master Tuoba. She might soften her heart upon reflection, and how would the reckoning unfold? Was he not destined to be the first to suffer misfortune? Captain Chen promptly drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the sky, hoping to halt the chaos within. However, at this moment, the resolute Tuoba Ao was consumed by thoughts of slaughter, rendering him impervious to the cacophony of gunfire surrounding him. Captain Chen, in a fit of urgency, proclaimed loudly, "Arrest the ruffians! Who dares to commit such malevolence?" Oddly, as his words echoed, the entire crowd fell into a profound silence, as tranquil as autumn waters. A hint of satisfaction flickered across Captain Chen's face. It seemed that his authority had not diminished with the passage of time. Capable of instilling fear even from 100 meters away, he adjusted his belt and strode forward, signaling others to follow him. Just as he was about to utter another phrase, a furious wind surged like a colossal wave, shaking the earth beneath him. The street was suddenly engulfed in chaos as the tempest swept through, compelling Captain Chen to grasp the wall for support, narrowly avoiding being swept away. His attire was disheveled, his hat lost to the gust, and his mouth filled with grit. Upon regaining his footing, Captain Chen spat out the sand in frustration, bellowing, "Who is responsible for this brawl?" The atmosphere turned utterly silent. The gathered crowd was thoroughly intimidated. Upon hearing the shout, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was the police. The officers had arrived to apprehend them. Those quick to react scrambled to their feet, seeking refuge in the surroundings, fearful of being caught and taken to the station, where they might languish for a week or 2, requiring a ransom for their release. Yet they dared not move too swiftly, lest they draw attention, and instead, they quietly retreated to the periphery while the officers were still regaining their composure. Observing the commotion, Chun Jingnan and his companions saw a disheveled officer before them. It was Captain Chun from the precinct. Tuoba E was the first to recognize him as one of the few officers who inspired a sense of goodwill, despite his ineffectiveness. Each time he encountered others, he was always polite, engaging even with ordinary citizens in gentle conversation, his face invariably adorned with a warm smile. Qinjing arched an eyebrow, remaining still, intending to observe the captain's intentions. Should he lack discernment and attempt an immediate arrest, it would be evident that the court was in disarray. This city, shrouded in haze, might indeed be ill-suited for him. It was teeming with cunning individuals, each self-assured in their own delusions. And he would have no reason to linger any longer. Meanwhile, Captain Qin regretted his words as soon as they left his lips. He was not blind. The recent whirlwind of aggression was far beyond what Tuoba and his companion could conjure. Otherwise, the Tuoba clan would have long since dominated with such extraordinary prowess. This unprecedented ability must undoubtedly belong to the mysterious outsider, a true deity. Greetings. Greetings. Captain Qin promptly changed his approach, adjusting his demeanor while hastily advancing towards Qin Jingnan, eager to extend his hand. Good day, sir. I am a humble squad leader from the police department of this haze-laden city. Upon hearing of a brawl by the riverside, I hasten here as a guardian of peace, determined to restore order and eradicate malevolence. Qin Jingnan, upon hearing this, found it amusing but refrained from interjecting. Oh dear. Look at my hands, covered in sand. My oversight has caused you inconvenience. Captain Qin sought to alleviate the tension himself. I hope you weren't startled. From where did you come? Encountering such an incident upon your arrival in the smog-laden city is truly a lapse in our hospitality. Qin Jingnan remained silent, his gaze shifting to the unconscious Tuoba Ao lying on the ground. Captain Qin suddenly came to his senses, striking his forehead. How could I forget my responsibilities? He gestured for his subordinates to swiftly carry away Tuoba Ao. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly escort the perpetrator back to the precinct for interrogation. The few officers under his command hurriedly adjusted their attire, and as they lifted the body, they sensed something amiss. They exchanged a glance with Captain Qin but chose to remain silent, obediently escorting the individual away. Qin Jingnan casually remarked, I am Qin Jingnan. Just returned from the front lines where I fought against the enemy. At the invitation of Chairman Chiang Kai-shek, I am here to receive the commendation for my heroism in the war against Japan. Tuoba added. Captain Qin immediately understood, his smile becoming even more amiable. I see now why you look so familiar. You are the great hero lauded in the newspapers. You are indeed our national hero. Your remarkable feat of single-handedly opposing 1,000,000 foes is truly commendable. The leader of the Qingyi, upon seeing Han Lingshuang, seemed to have cast aside his anger and hurriedly approached with a smile. Young Master Han is undoubtedly the valiant leader of our clan. Everyone admires your grandeur. He refrained from mentioning the recent slander and the pain of being stoned. What is unseen is not considered a fact. Look, it is getting late. Ah, Qin brother, your robe is in such disarray. Come with me to the government office to change into a new garment. Today's troubles are mere misfortunes of fate. Allow me to resolve this and gift you a new outfit. Oh no, that is unnecessary. We can simply return home and tidy ourselves. Cough. How can I let a hero travel in such a state? Are you to walk home? Moreover, young Master Han must visit the speaker to receive his commendation. How can I allow a noble to miss such important matters because of you? Well, it just so happens I am heading to the government office as well. Shortly, there will be an official to escort you to the speaker's residence. While speaking, he guided the group outward. All right. Step aside. Do not obstruct our hero. We must not delay important matters. Han Lingshuang, with a demeanor as vast as the ocean, chose not to hold it against them, but warned, should you impede us further, the government will surely hold accountable those who disrupt public order. At this proclamation, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating. Seeing that the crowd no longer pressed in, Han Lingshuang allowed the leader of the Qingyi to lead the way. Upon reaching the so-called exclusive carriage, everyone fell silent. The whirlwind that had swept through not only took away humans, but also stripped the carriage of its leather, seats, and even wheels. I shall find you another carriage. Just wait a moment. The leader of the Qingyi found himself at a loss. He had no strategy for such a situation and feared angering Han Lingshuang. He quickly dispatched a young soldier to search for an available carriage. There is no need to trouble yourself, Han Lingshuang interjected, halting his actions. But the distance to the government office is still quite far. Allow me to guide you. Huh? Han Lingshuang was somewhat taken aback. You will lead us? You mean to show the way? Do you know the route to the government office better than I? Just indicate the direction. Why is that? Is this hero suffering from amnesia or a lapse in memory? Is there perhaps a hindrance to his intellect? To everyone's astonishment, the next moment, they rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. How is this possible? All the officials were stunned, rooted to the spot. Are we truly in the sky? Is this what they say about the lightness of skilled masters in the martial world? But how could one soar into the air like a flying machine? And it was not just one person, but a whole group ascending. This martial arts master has truly ascended to the heavens. Unexpectedly, the garments of the crowd became entangled, as Han Ling Shuang soared alongside them, suspended several dozen feet above the ground. All eyes were fixed upon this astonishing sight, with onlookers transfixed, fearing that even the slightest movement might send them plummeting to the earth below. The sound of the increasing break value echoed in Han Ling Shuang's ears, filling her with satisfaction. Not only was she a celestial being elevated to the heavens, but the common folk also believed they were ensnared in an illusion until they noticed those around them gazing skyward, realizing that indeed, someone was soaring above. One by one, they knelt in reverence, marveling at the divine manifestation. Some remained skeptical, questioning the very existence of the figures aloft. What nonsense! Have you ever seen a person ascend to the heavens? Surely it is but a figment of your imagination. How could a dozen ascend together? They must be mere paper lanterns or kites. Perhaps I am still dreaming. Upon hearing such remarks, Han Ling Shuang felt no anger. Instead, a playful spirit took hold of her. She led them through the air, diving and soaring, sometimes high, sometimes low, gliding perilously close to the doubters, leaving them dizzy and reluctant to resist for fear of being cast down. Those who disbelieved this wondrous spectacle watched in disbelief as the figures brushed past, questioning the very nature of their existence. Were they winged beings? Had celestial beings truly descended to earth? No. The so-called deities were clad in the uniforms of lawmen. Could that father and son duo be from the Du family, collectively imbibing an elixir of immortality? Han Ling Shuang reveled in her lofty position, laughing heartily amidst the heavens. Meanwhile, the Blue Wing commander struggled to maintain composure, hoping to swiftly guide them back to solid ground. After a few moments of tumult, they finally descended upon the precinct. Upon touching the earth, the immediate reaction was one of nausea, an overwhelming wave of retching that threatened to expel their very insides. Only Han Lingfeng appeared unaffected, his graceful demeanor untouched by the dust of the earth, capturing the astonished gazes of passers-by. The Blue Wing commander took considerable time to regain his composure, inviting Han Lingfeng into the inner chamber to sit, preparing the finest tea in hopes of properly attending to this celestial figure, anticipating that he might speak favorably of him to the esteemed presiding officer. Han Lingfeng appreciated the perceptive nature of the commander, refraining from creating any difficulties. However, there were always those restless souls. A stout, boisterous man appeared to saunter by carelessly, swinging the weapon at his waist, causing Han Lingfeng's cup to be knocked from his hand, spilling its contents entirely. "You!" The Blue Wing commander erupted in fury, ready to chastise the man for his lack of decorum, yet he suppressed his anger. This individual was the nephew of the presiding officer's wife, having leveraged familial connections and cunning to infiltrate the precinct, brazenly occupying the position of deputy commander. "Ah, little Qing, I did not notice. How disrespectful of me," the deputy commander said. "Who is this person? They seem rather familiar." He leaned closer, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Han Lingfeng, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. "Have we not met at the Jade Flute Pavilion before? Just moments ago, I led a team to apprehend the nefarious individuals attempting to incite public outrage." Alas, that establishment, the Jade Flute Pavilion. Han Lingfeng's countenance was as grim as a pot's bottom, beads of sweat cascading down. What manner of place is the Jade Flute Pavilion? It is a venue of carnal pleasures. To liken him, Han Lingfeng, to a debauched man of such a place is indeed a grave affront to his honor. He had witnessed Han Lingfeng's valor firsthand. Should he unleash his fury, though he cared little for the life or death of that foolish deputy commander? The fate of the police station remained uncertain. The deputy commander, they even unearthed a gold bar from him. This could very well be a significant case. It is imperative that you take a look. Oh, only then did the deputy commander turn around, consenting to accompany Commander Qingyi on a brief excursion. "Young Master Han, please bear with us for a moment. Do take a moment to rest." They hastily served another platter of delicacies, hoping to soothe Han Lingfeng's troubled spirit. Ultimately, they had foolishly led the deputy commander out, discarding the recently acquired gold, which caused Commander Qingyi great distress. "Deputy Commander, you have truly misunderstood. This man is the hero who, just 2 days prior, was reported in the newspapers for slaying 100,000 enemy troops. And he is to be presented to the speaker shortly." "Understood." The deputy commander fiddled with the gold in his hand. "You did not comprehend earlier. Commander Chen Huang gazed at the obtuse deputy, unable to restrain his words, determined to clarify everything. I know he's a valiant man. But to slay 100,000 enemies? The deputy commander scoffed derisively, his disdain palpable. Such a warrior was a ludicrous notion, akin to a divine apparition. Sacrificing himself merely for glory? However, within Chen Huang's eyes lay the secrets of the miraculous deeds he had witnessed. Do you truly believe Director Changwei offers sincere praise? Huh. The deputy commander chuckled mockingly, then disregarded the young man who had been fooled by this matter, turning to leave. You are merely spectators of this farcical satire, observing how shamelessly the military can behave. As he spoke, he took a few steps, then returned deliberately to overturn the platter of snacks on Chen Huang's table. His mocking words accompanied by a mischievous expression. Oh dear. Look at me. What has become of me lately? Perhaps I have been so captivated by your presence. The deputy commander grinned playfully, unable to help himself. My brother, you bear a striking resemblance to that little blue one from the Jade Bamboo Pavilion. What a delightful essence. Chen Huangnan, in disbelief, sprinted out of the yamen. What was at stake? A battle for survival. The tale of Wuhai City left him with a bitter smile. Since his arrival in this land, he had been met with disdain and malicious obstacles. Once labeled a cunning little fox who beguiled minds, he now found himself erroneously perceived as a soul-selling figure in the realm of pleasure. The inhabitants of Wuhai City were indeed quick-witted, employing every possible means to insult him. He could not help but feel a growing curiosity about the director of the Longwei Division, wondering how he managed to lead such a self-proclaimed intelligent group of fools. At this moment, dealing with the insatiable fat man took precedence. Just as the deputy's finger was about to graze his face, Chen Huangnan made his move. There was no thunderous commotion. In gratitude for the captain's perceptiveness, he deftly struck out, aiming for the deputy's chest, before the other could regain his senses. A bloodied heart was already reflected in the deputy's eyes. A heart? It took him a moment to comprehend the excruciating pain in his chest. Looking down to find a gaping hole, several ribs fractured and visible. No, this cannot be real. The deputy murmured in panic. I am unaware of last night's experience. Yet I can only imagine the foul blood and decay residing in your heart, and it likely tastes no better. Suddenly, the deputy came to a dreadful realization, and instinctively retaliated, wildly lunging at Chen Huang and in an attempt to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his heart. My own. The echo of his cries reverberated throughout the yamen, as bystanders witnessed the deputy, face contorted in rage, charging toward a young scholar, his chest drenched in blood. Yet, the young man remained unfazed, clutching a pulsing heart that gleamed like a precious gem. The heart throbbed incessantly, blood gushing from its wound, cascading along his fingers, leaving a trail of dark crimson until it fell to the ground. The crowd, still in shock, instinctively drew their weapons, aiming at the assailant. A cacophony of clashing blades ensued, and as the smoke began to dissipate, the scholar stood resolute and scathed, while arrows rained down around him. The deputy, however, collapsed. Having been struck, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his words becoming a muddled murmur. The heart, my heart. His gaze fixated on the heart that had detached from his body, until his vision blurred. In the next moment, Chen Huangnan tightened his grip, shattering the heart into bloody fragments. Chen Huangnan let out a soft hum, casting the remnants of flesh towards the deputy officer. It became clear, such stinginess. Merely borrowing to take a glance, now it returns to its rightful owner. He retrieved a pristine white handkerchief, meticulously wiping away the bloodstains from his hands, allowing it to drift gently towards the closed eyes of the deputy officer. Chen Huangnan imitated the smile of the deputy minister, saying, Deputy Minister, please do not glare at me. I might become bashful. At this moment, the individuals within the government office recognized the gravity of the situation and scattered in all directions, no longer daring to wield their weapons. This was no ordinary person. Arrows failed to pierce, and iron armor remained unscathed. The ability to seize hearts with bare hands. The ease of conversing between life and death was a testament to the calmness acquired through bloodshed. Could this possibly be a malevolent spirit dispatched from the depths of the underworld, come to claim lives? If they did not flee now, the next victim might very well be themselves. Chen Huangyan ceased to obstruct, recalling that Commander Chen had departed early at a critical juncture. It mattered little. Seeking the governor was equally feasible. Chen Huangyan swiftly entered the third floor of the governor's mansion, where the governor was preparing to discreetly escape through a secret passage. However, he was abruptly seized from behind by a pair of hands. The assailant moved with incredible speed, unstoppable in their advance. Instantly, The governor regained his composure. To reach the third floor in such a flash implied either meticulous planning or the existence of an inside informant. A seasoned veteran like the governor was not easily deceived. Yet he had remained oblivious to the imminent threat. Without resistance, he decided to feign fear, raising his hands above his head and slowly turning around. In that very moment, he unleashed a cloud of white powder, concealed a small sword in his sleeve, and thrust it fiercely at the person behind him. While his feet slid back and his other hand fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Yet, this ruse proved utterly ineffective. The powder billowed toward him. But Chun Huangnan remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of poisoning. The thrust of the small sword met an impenetrable barrier, shattering upon impact. The 3 bullets clattered harmlessly to the ground, leaving Chen Huangnan unscathed. At this juncture, Chen Huangnan had no time to entertain trivial tactics. He seized the governor by the neck, lifting him off the ground. The governor attempted to speak but could not utter a single word. His dagger and gun were rendered futile. The grip around his neck was like iron, unyielding and steadfast. His face flushed crimson as he gradually realized that this young man possessed no vulnerabilities, while he himself was gasping for breath, wisely opting to cease his resistance. What more was there? Proceed. The governor struggled to shake his head. Do you recognize the family of the commissioner? The master of the command pavilion remained silent. And Chan Xuanyu exerted a bit more pressure, prompting the governor to nod vigorously in response. Lead the way. The master of the command pavilion hurriedly nodded in agreement. Chen Xinyu cast a sidelong glance and added, Just now, your deputy's heart has been shattered by my hand. Do you dare to sniff out the truth? The lord of the pavilion was unable to contemplate such intricacies and perceived this statement merely as intimidation, nodding repeatedly in response. Do not rush. Think it through before you point. With that, he seized the lord of the Fate Pavilion and leaped from the 3rd floor window. The lord was on the brink of asphyxiation. And now, forced to plummet from a height of 10 zhong, he swiftly darted toward a nearby table, clutching its edge and gasping for breath. His mind racing with escape plans. To his horror, he beheld a lifeless body sprawled on the tabletop, its chest shattered, unmistakably that of his own deputy. At that moment, he recalled Qin Xuanyu's words and felt a chill creep down his neck, as if blood had been left behind. He compelled himself to remain composed. Turning to meet Qin Xianyu's indifferent gaze, which was fixated upon his throat, making him instinctively wish to conceal it. With unfinished words, his form was abruptly lifted, soaring into the heavens. As the winds howled around him, the sword Saint Chun Qingxian hastened to the abode of the central figure, Chu Hengyu, only to discover that others had arrived before him. These were not ordinary individuals. They included Kong Xuanzhen, the patriarch of the Kong family among the 4 great merchant clans, Zhou Xuanji, the enigmatic leader of the Dark Knight Gang, and the former border commander, Lan Xiaodian. Their presence was summoned by one man, Chen Qingxian. The merchants valued nothing but vanity. Without honor, there could be no trust, and without trust, trade would wither, rendering even gifts futile. Kong Xuanzhen waved his jade pipe, his words laden with profound significance. Chu Hengyu offered no response, merely gazing in silence. Alliance leader, Zhou Xuanji interjected, in the realm of rivers and lakes. One must first act with righteousness to win hearts. Certain matters are beyond the political sphere, yet we can shoulder the burden. However, now with our arms severed and our strength diminished, should there be no change in fortune, I shall be powerless to maneuver. He struck the tea table with a palm, his tone resolute. If the court does not lend aid to swiftly capture the culprit, I fear the situation will spiral further out of control. Chu Hengyu furrowed his brows tightly, letting out a heavy sigh, yet still refraining from providing a clear answer. Lan Xiaodian, the veteran general, spoke up with a booming voice. My grandson, Lan Jinying, bravely sacrificed himself to protect the frontier, and he has but one daughter, my only granddaughter. Who is this Chen Qingxian that he dares to? The old general was filled with rage, breathing heavily. I am not yet departed for the underworld. The Lan family still stands strong, with 1,000,000 iron cavalry guarding our homeland, leaving no room for complacency. His voice reverberated through the hall, instilling awe among the assembly. Without sponsorship, one might seek alternatives. Amidst the turmoil of the fog-laden city, relocation for safety was possible, but if the 1,000,000-strong army were to retreat from the battlefield, the enemies would surely ravage the land, leading to national peril. In that moment, he would not only bear the weight of the dire situation but would also become the despised ruler blamed for the demise of the nation. Chu Hengyu stood by the window, gazing out at the vast, illusory sea of fog. The sky today was exceptionally clear, with the sun blazing. allowing his gaze to pierce through the cloud sea into the distance. This Qian is the national war god, conferred by our dynasty, said to have single-handedly faced the demonic army of tens of thousands. The gathered crowd understood the implications behind the words spoken. Kong Xuanzhen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly remarked, "Is the Lord of Chu so gullible as to take the words of a factional ally at face value? If such a person truly existed, why would there be a prolonged resistance spanning years? Why would we require assistance?" Nevertheless, the exhilaration of victory was undeniable. It invigorated morale. At this moment, our dynasty is in dire need of heroes like Qian Xian, who bravely bear the flag and charge forth. His deeds have already garnered national acclaim. Should they be tarnished, how will the world perceive him? How could such a paragon be unjustly accused of taking lives? Are the sacrifices made by our valiant sons for the nation to be deemed less significant than those of a liar? He epitomizes the martyrdom of our people. Lan Xiaotian struck the ground with his cane, emphasizing the word nationality. Qin Qingshuan's contributions are substantial, and he holds promise for our dynasty's future endeavors. Today, Qin Qingshian has been summoned to assume the position of military saint within the party, filling the void left by Lan Jin. The atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly tense. The three leaders were acutely aware that the leverage they held could counterbalance Qin Qingshian, yet once he ascended to political prominence, their influence would wane. Chu Hongyu might resort to accusations of party division and treason to impose severe penalties upon them. In this moment, a hard stance would only lead to mutual destruction. They could only accept their predicament in silence. Kong Xuanzhen was the first to shake his head, bidding farewell as he stood, expressing his intention to return and rigorously educate the reckless Meng Lang, while also hoping for Chu's leniency towards the media. After all, youth is often impulsive, and he anticipated an opportunity to apologize in the future. As for the grand wedding feast at the Du residence, it would be hosted soon, and he hoped the esteemed guests would grace them with their presence. Certainly, Chu Hongyu replied with a smile as he accepted Kong Xuanzhen's aged cigar, recognizing the refined taste of the Kong patriarch as ever. We, the passionate souls of the martial world, often allow our fervor to cloud our judgment. Look, my subordinates have caused you trouble. Zhou Xuanji then rose to assist Chu Hongyu in extinguishing the cigar end and lighting it anew. While the valor of youth is commendable, one must discern the gravity of actions in the future. Otherwise, noble deeds may backfire. He inhaled deeply, planning to instruct that they be released tomorrow, and, as they departed, to allow them a taste of his household's culinary delights to ease their worries. "Thank you, my lord," even when faced with veiled admonishments. Receiving the care of your esteemed chef for his subordinates serves as a subtle warning, a blend of grace and authority. However, Lan Xiaotian remained ungrateful yet helpless. His identity as a warlord prevented him from acquiring the infamous label of betrayal, especially in light of his recent loss and family turmoil. Now was not the time for confrontation. Yet, he could not swallow his indignation and, with a face full of anger, exited without uttering a word. Chu Hongyu, however, rose courteously to accompany him to the hall's exit, acknowledging the old general's profound sense of duty and loyalty to the nation. As long as the Lan family serves, our dynasty shall exert its utmost effort in support. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. In these turbulent times, Chu Hongyu recognized that stabilizing the Lan family's internal and external standing indeed required external support, provided they firmly stood by the party's principles. The trio had scarcely moved when a guard rushed in with alarming news. "My lord, it is not good." As Chu Hongyu's expression darkened, he realized that he could not send off his three esteemed guests amidst such chaos. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he could only await their departure to discuss matters further. The soldier, aware of his inappropriate timing, stood rigidly in silence, his anxiety palpable. "Honorable leaders, please take your time. I shall host a banquet on another day, with a formal invitation delivered to you at that time. Today, pressing matters require my attention, and I cannot prolong your stay," Chu Hongyu said, turning to the trio with a polite smile and an apology, gesturing towards a soldier. "Li Weibing, escort these gentlemen respectfully." "Understood." Once the guests vanished down the corridor, Chu Hongyu returned to the hall with the soldier. "Speak." The soldier was drenched in sweat, urgency apparent in his voice as he relayed, "We have received an urgent report. The police station has suffered extensive destruction at the hands of Qin Qingshian. The deputy was killed, and the chief has been captured. Qin Qingshian is now at our doorstep. The gravity of the situation could not be ignored. Is this a time for jest? Take him away. Let it not be said that I harbor fools in my domain." Before he could finish, the steward rose. arms crossed behind his back, whispering, "Take him to the medical valley. Let him awaken to the profound mysteries within his mind. We must not allow outsiders to mock us." Claiming I maintain inept individuals in the political realm. Understood. The soldier responded swiftly, moving to seize the young man. Esteemed steward, he arrived by harnessing the wind technique. He truly descended from the sky. The youth protested fervently. However, the steward remained unfazed, retrieving a scroll to review the day's secrets. In his position, even if the rumors of Qin Jinan's arrival were true, he would first let the situation unfold, as the troubles at hand were already overwhelming. He wished not to hear more of his name at this moment. Regarding the police department, it was merely a haven for pampered young gentlemen who produced troubles rather than solutions. Small matters escalated while significant issues were obscured, all in an effort to preserve their status through empty bravado. Now, the deceased might very well be bullied again, reaping the consequences of their actions. Serves them right. If he truly cared about the political landscape, how could he permit these schemers to revel in their freedom? Fog City, a place rife with chaos, could only be governed in disorder, balanced by a group of ambiguous and timid individuals. Meanwhile, Qin Jinan had already stealthily arrived at the entrance of the Chang residence with the head of the police department. Confronted by the mechanisms of defense, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he calmly announced his name and guided the leader to be forthright about his origins. The guards were perplexed, indeed. There were whispers of the courageous Qin Jinan visiting Fog City today, yet no invitation had been presented, a most unusual entrance, as if he had descended from the heavens. Although none recognized Qin Jinan's true visage, the familiar face of the police chief he escorted was well known. "We are here to visit the steward. Please relay this message." The chief endeavored to maintain his composure. The guards hesitated, weighing their options, and ultimately allowed the two to enter the guardhouse to await further instructions from higher authorities. The upper echelons were in disarray, having already received notifications from the police station, unsure if the leader was being coerced, yet they confirmed the urgency of the police's situation. They understood that this arrival could either herald a hero or a villain. As Qin Jinan took flight, the air defense troops had already caught sight of him and reported the sighting. However, the steward was skeptical of the matter. When the escort captain personally went to inform him, the steward refused to receive any visitors. Fortunately, Qin Jinan appeared to harbor no ill intentions and chose to comply with the steward's orders to delay, instructing the guards at the entrance to maintain vigilant surveillance and to apprehend him immediately upon any unusual activity. The guards had no choice but to inform Qin Jinan that the steward was currently entertaining guests and would relay the message later. Qin Jinan did not persist relentlessly, devoid of any intention to cause difficulty. However, even after a span of 10 minutes, entry remained elusive. After the burning of half a stick of incense, with no announcement forthcoming, it was instead observed that Kong, Zhou, and Lan emerged from their vehicle. The head of the Kong family warmly greeted Qin Jinan and, on behalf of his young daughter, expressed his apologies, proposing her hand in marriage to Du Xinliu. In the spirit of reciprocity, and considering the autonomy of marriage, Qin Jinan, recognizing his sensibility, chose not to pursue the matter further. At the moment of parting, he inquired softly, "Might I ask if there are any visitors for you today?" "Esteemed steward?" The head of the Kong family, momentarily taken aback, replied with a smile. "I am here in the company of the highly regarded leader of the Axe Gang and the head of the Lan clan." Qin Jinan furrowed his brow, and from the discourse, it was evident that the meeting had long since concluded without an invitation for his input. Could it be an intentional provocation? Yet, judging by the altered demeanor of the Kong family head, that does not seem to be the case. The truth shall soon be revealed. Zhou Tianxing refrained from any confrontation. Choosing not to intervene, he recognized Qin Jinan's immense potential and wished to avoid animosity. The underworld has always been at odds with the righteous path, rendering unnecessary any display of cordiality. Thus he feigned ignorance and quietly withdrew. However, old Master Lan was not one to be trifled with. He deliberately awaited the conclusion of others' words before commanding the vehicle to approach slowly. Just as they were about to depart, the car suddenly veered, hurtling directly towards Qin Jinan. Qin Jinan swiftly retreated, deftly evading the oncoming car's momentum. The vehicle, having sped forward, abruptly halted, and the elder from the Lan family slightly lifted the curtain of the carriage, feigning surprise as he regarded Qin Jinan. "My young friend possesses remarkable agility and understands the art of avoidance. However, one must recognize that a fish cannot obstruct a boat. This is merely the blunder of an inexperienced driver." Their gazes collided, a palpable tension rising between them, and in an instant, The yellow sand swirled around, leaves rustling and scattering in the fierce wind. The elder's murderous intent stemmed from decades of bloodshed amidst the clash of blades. Yet at this moment, he sensed that the young man before him held a subtle advantage. Beads of sweat trickled down. Who exactly is this individual? And how has he acquired such profound lethal intent at such a tender age? Chun Ji-nan moved gracefully, his steps as light as clouds drifting on water. In the face of the surging Longian, he remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of deadly intent. With each stride, he intensified the pressure on Lan Lao, his murderous energy crashing like waves, gradually diminishing the opponent's momentum. This was not merely walking upon the earth. It was a relentless advance towards the very heart of Longian. The tension in his chest mounted, as if bearing an immense burden, drawing tighter and tighter, on the brink of exploding in every direction. Chun Ji-nan paused beside the car, gently caressing its surface. With a smile, he remarked, "I am a novice, still somewhat unpracticed." Lan Jiang instantly discerned Chun Ji-nan's intentions. However, the lethal aura that enveloped him rendered him utterly paralyzed, unable to respond in the slightest. As the words left his lips, Chun Ji-nan flicked his index finger, and the small sedan was unexpectedly propelled into the air. It spun several times before crashing to the ground, igniting a shower of sparks. The surrounding guards stood in stunned silence, for that was a vehicle occupied by two robust men. Moments prior, no one had been near the car. It was as if an invisible force had sent it flying at Chun Ji-nan's casual touch. "Save him. Quickly, rescue the elder of the Lan family. He is inside the car." The guards were thrown into chaos, rushing to aid the elder Lan. They had witnessed the unfolding disaster, should a fire erupt. If anything happened to the elder, no one present would escape unscathed. They would all perish. While the guards exerted every effort to provide assistance, Song Xian seized the unfortunate governor, who attempted to flee amidst the turmoil, locking his grip tightly around the man's throat. "Do you know where the leader is?" he inquired coldly. Usually he is at the Jianma Pavilion, reading manuscripts," the governor replied weakly. "Lead the way. Quickly." The captain of the guards had been watching Song Xian intently. Upon witnessing his actions, a sense of alarm surged within him. "Stop him. Everyone, prevent his escape. Do not let him get away." Fully armed guards swarmed like a hive of bees, raising their weapons to capture this uninvited guest who dared intrude upon the Chang family. However, as Song Xuannan's toes touched the ground, the earth trembled, causing those who approached to fall painfully to the ground, writhing in agony, unable to rise again. "Deploy hot weaponry. Now." But the governor is still in his grasp. There is no time to hesitate. He is broken in. Who can capture him now? The captain shouted, seizing a junior guard by the collar. In an instant, another wave of guards charged from 50 paces away, kneeling to fire in a line. "Open fire." In an instant, the air was filled with deafening explosions. As the smoke cleared, not only was Song Xian unscathed, but the governor remained unharmed under his protection. "Continue firing. Block him. Do not allow him to approach." A torrential downpour of bullets rained down, yet Song Xian displayed growing impatience. Faced with such attacks, if they were merely bullets, he could easily disregard them. However, he still needed to protect the one who mattered to him. With a flat palm raised, he clenched his fist downward, absorbing the falling projectiles as if by some miraculous art. With a flick of his wrist, the bullets sped back, hurtling towards the guards, forcing them to roll and evade. Fortunately, Song Xian harbored no intent to kill. He merely sought to repel his adversaries. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of the leader, Quan Lan. The initial crash of the car had already alerted him to the situation. Approaching the window and concealing himself behind the curtain, he witnessed the young hero hoisting the governor while sending over a dozen guards tumbling with a single step, all the while demonstrating extraordinary martial prowess by deflecting dozens of bullets. His eyes narrowed, thoughts racing like lightning. Was the martial skill spoken of in the rivers and lakes truly as remarkable as rumored? Is it possible for someone to barehandedly intercept a bullet? Could it be that a true warrior stands alone, capable of slaying 1,000 foes? If only I could command a legion with such prowess. Suddenly, the vice captain burst in, eager to whisk Quan Lan away. "Leader, the situation is critical. We must retreat." Yet, the composed leader remained unmoved. "What's the rush? Remain calm." Quan Lan adjusted his attire, leisurely stepping out, pausing before the mirror at the entrance. The vice captain regarded him anxiously, his worry like a raging fire. "Follow me." Quan Lan proceeded towards the staircase. "Leader, the emergency exit is this way. The assailant is closing in." "Hush, that is no mere assailant. He overturned Lord Lang's carriage." "Is that not madness? Has he harmed anyone?" "Well, He is extending us goodwill. He is a distinguished guest. Let us prepare to greet him. In stark contrast to Quanlin's tranquility, the captain seethed with fury. Who is this divine figure? Has he connived with the heavens? How can he withstand bullets with his bare flesh? Such tales are unheard of. What use are those firearms? Why not train the populace in martial arts and drive the specters from our land? The captain gritted his teeth, forcefully casting his hat aside. Bring out the cannons. I refuse to believe we cannot stop him. Captain, where would our defense team acquire cannons? Then, let us take to the helicopter. A direct airstrike. No. That is unfeasible. It would obliterate the Commonwealth. We cannot bear that responsibility. What do you propose? Speak. The captain nearly shoved his subordinate out the window. Captain, please. Do not be agitated. Protecting the leader is paramount. Indeed, ensuring the leader's safety is our priority. The captain struggled to regain his composure. Surely, if the assailant's target was the leader, their first duty was to ensure his safe withdrawal. Once the leader boarded the aircraft, even if the adversary wielded strength akin to missiles, could they intercept a projectile midair? Just then, the aircraft took off. The rotors roared like thunder, accompanied by the howling wind, as the helicopter ascended into the azure sky. Report to the vice captain. Report to the vice captain. The captain activated the communicator, inquiring directly about the leader's status. Is the leader safe? Yes, vice captain. The leader is temporarily secure, but... The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Bombard them. He resolved to achieve victory through explosives. Upon receiving the order, the helicopter soared over 50 meters, missiles locked onto the target, aimed directly at Song Xianan. Sensing the approaching helicopter, Song Xianan casually discarded the former governor, who had already been overwhelmed by terror and now lay unconscious on the ground. With a slight bend of his knees, Song Xianan suddenly lunged upward, like a rocket, hurtling towards the incoming missile. His speed was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, as he unleashed thousands of strikes with both hands, generating sparks from the friction of the air, forcefully diverting the missile from its original trajectory. As the missile veered off course, it plummeted into the sea, sending forth a colossal spray that stirred the waters and, following a thunderous explosion, unleashed towering waves that swept ashore, engulfing the already battered road in chaos. Song Xianan ascended into the air, his fingers barely grazing as he altered the trajectory of another missile, propelling it towards the distant mountains. A deafening roar ensued, shaking the very mountains, causing hearts to race like drums. In that moment, Song Xianan leapt into the air, kicking aside the soldier stationed at the helicopter's door, and vaulted into the cabin. Leader. The captain let out a heart-wrenching cry. Who permitted you to launch the missile? Just as the commander, anxious and breathless, stood frozen, a familiar voice crackled through the intercom. Master? Are you unharmed? Did the insurgents cause you any injury? Fool. The master waved his sleeve, causing the phone to crash to the ground, which the nearby deputy commander hastily caught. The master is well. We have not boarded the aircraft, the deputy commander replied with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Not boarded? The commander questioned. Where are you then? We are underground, mere moments away from being protected by your defensive measures. The deputy commander responded cautiously, casting a glance at the master. No one had anticipated that the master would seek refuge aboard the scheduled flight, nor had they realized that he had not boarded at all. Quickly, escort the master out through the secret passage. The commander contemplated briefly before promptly denying. No. The underground palace is not a safe place. It would be wiser to escape via a secluded path. But the master refuses to leave. What do you mean? He insists on personally greeting the esteemed guest. Inside the helicopter, Chun Xianan had evidently discovered that the master was not present. He had initially believed that the aircraft's takeoff signified the departure of a significant individual, especially since the guard commander had not closed the windows during their command. Their conversation had reached his ears, unmistakably revealing that this was the master he had been searching for. If the master was not on the plane, then where could he possibly be? Gazing down upon the earth, a distinguished middle-aged man stepped out of the residence, followed closely by a young man dressed similarly to the guards. The middle-aged man looked up at the circling aircraft and called out, Could it be Chen Xiaoxia? I have heard of your great name. Indeed, you are a young hero. If I am not mistaken, you are the one I seek. Might you descend and speak with me? Although his voice could not traverse the dozens of meters separating them, it resonated clearly within Chun Xuanan's ears. Chun Xuanan's robe flared as he leaped from the helicopter, plunging to the ground like a meteor, stirring up a swirling cloud of dust and scattering debris in all directions. The deputy leader, trailing behind the sect master, instinctively took a step back, clearing his throat several times. Meanwhile, the sect master stood proudly, a beaming smile gracing his face as he regarded the young man before him with a kind and benevolent gaze. Chun Xian gazed around with a hint of discomfort, and then spoke. I am Chun Xian, summoned here to seek your esteemed guidance. Well said. Indeed, your cultivation is profound. The youth are formidable. The sect leader extended his hand in welcome, saying, Come, let us retire to my reception room, where we may savor today's exquisite tea and engage in discourse. His demeanor was unexpectedly amiable. Had it not been for his prior deliberate coldness, Chen would have felt as though he were a cherished junior of the sect leader. The leader had indeed softened. Having said this, he ushered Chen into the manor. At this moment, the nation was embroiled in turmoil, foreign forces rampaging across our sacred land, employing every conceivable means. The strength of our army was, truth be told, somewhat lacking. The populace harbored a profound distrust in the government, a consequence of the prevailing circumstances. The losses were not merely territorial. They encompassed livelihoods, resources, and untold wealth. Yet, the dawn of victory remained elusive, leaving the people despondent, compelled to drift with the tides of fate. Living in the moment had become the norm, where virtue was often exploited by vice, and the strong preyed upon the weak. Please, take a seat. Chen Xian could comprehend this reality, yet he was too formidable. Even in this age of diminishing propriety, absolute strength could shatter all equilibrium, rendering one invincible in the world. It had been long since he had faced insurmountable challenges. Perhaps the regime was not as dire as he had envisioned. Yet here you are. You have brought with you the prospect of triumph. You are the victory we have long awaited. We, the party, and the entire nation have yearned for this moment for far too long. The sect leader exhibited a slight emotional fluctuation, rising to pace the hall. Though he held the title of sect leader, there were countless matters beyond his control. Even the citizens no longer place their faith in him. Yet they believe in you, in the one who brings victory, who will expel the invaders from our shores. You are not only a paragon of loyalty and righteousness, but also a talented hero capable of guiding the nation through its crisis. Chun Xian nodded, offering no comment, for he indeed possessed such capability. Today, the three great families, Kong, Zhou, and Lan, gathered to discuss the domestic situation. The commander of the Lan family, Lan Che, had recently perished on the front lines, leaving the Eastern Front defenseless against the impending invasion of the Japanese pirates, who were poised to assault Wiching with ferocity and cruelty. Should this occur, the resulting devastation would be unimaginable, leaving countless graves in its wake and extinguishing any hope for revival in the Middle Kingdom. At this critical juncture, someone must rise to the occasion, wielding their sword to repel the invaders. The fate of the nation rests upon the shoulders of every citizen. As the gravity of the situation resonated deeply, the sect leader gestured emphatically, locking his gaze onto Chen Xian. Chen Xian, I know you are a hero, a true son of China. The survival of countless lives, the vast expanse of our land. Do you dare shoulder this monumental responsibility? His words struck at the very core of Chun Xuannan's being. The history he once knew was confined to textbooks, yet upon confronting reality, he understood that history is far more tragic than mere words can convey. He had never intended to become entrenched in conflict, seeking only the chaotic power necessary to traverse to another world and live freely. Even without his intervention, this realm could ultimately secure victory. Yet, as a Chinese man, he felt a profound connection to his homeland. I am more than willing, he began, but before he could finish, a solid figure burst in. Sect leader, are you unharmed? The captain of the guards rushed in, immediately shielding the sect leader, brandishing his weapon at Chen Xian. The bullet struck the ground, yet Chen Xian remained unscathed. What are you doing? The sect leader exclaimed in fury. He had chosen this captain for his exceptional skills and unwavering loyalty, never anticipating such a lack of awareness. Having moved Chen Xian with his eloquence, they were on the verge of reaching a consensus when this man's actions disrupted everything. Sect leader, I cannot allow him to harm you, the captain declared resolutely, determined to protect the leader at all costs. Chen Xian slowly rose to his feet. Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of this individual. He is the future spirit of our clan's battles. How could he possibly bring harm upon me? Such a notion is beyond the comprehension of your petty guarding heart. Marshal Tang Wei roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Shin Juhan did not express anger. Instead, he offered a nonchalant smile, as if everything was foreseen. He embodies loyalty and courage, yet he has not grasped the entirety of the situation. I pledge my allegiance to the realm. This journey is undertaken for that purpose. The war spirit? Is it he? The captain of the guard, standing in opposition, casts a vigilant glance, fearing that this man might suddenly strike, taking the marshal hostage. He is a ruthless killer, a fiend. With a single blow, he shattered the heart and lungs of the Deputy Director of Public Security. This individual is exceedingly perilous. I shall not allow him to harm the marshal in the slightest, unless he treads over my corpse to advance. Marshal Tang Wei Yuan's gaze intensified, excitement flickering in his eyes. This indicates that Warrior Qin possesses extraordinary abilities. With the enemy closing in, personal grievances must not take precedence. The survival of the nation should be our utmost concern. Your vision is too narrow, the captain then realized, scratching his head in embarrassment. However, we have been suppressed for many years. What can one person achieve? That Lanza cannot defeat the enemy alone, can he? Can one individual truly quell all invaders? It is not merely a matter of solitary combat. Marshal Tang Wei Yuan stepped in front of the captain of the guard. Can General Qin forge an elite fighting force for our nation, leading the charge against the enemy? In terms of awakening latent potential, Qin Junhan has, in the briefest moment, significantly enhanced the martial prowess of the Du father and son. While training an army is indeed a laborious endeavor, engaging in battle individually will further amplify one's destructive capacity. No need for others. I alone will suffice. Qin Junhan approached the window, pushed it open, and turned away without looking back, leaving behind a remark, "Prepare a feast for my return in 7 days." With that, he leaped into the sky, twisting and turning, his figure vanishing into a warplane that was swiftly approaching. Advance to the front lines, engage in battle. The warplane, devoid of organic compartments, trembled as it ascended into the air, heading towards the tumultuous front lines of conflict. How could this be? The entire army is doomed. Lieutenant Colonel Jiro, a Japanese commander, was filled with shock and disbelief upon hearing the reports from the front. Impossible. This cannot be. Infuriating. We're finished. Fools. Stupid imbeciles. Just days prior, they were on the brink of occupying central China, yet an enigmatic youth had emerged to assist the 8th Route Army in obliterating the enemy forces, resulting in severe reprimands from the emperor. Not only did his capable operatives suffer heavy casualties, but his military authority also diminished by more than half. The only way to appease the emperor was through the ritual suicide of his deputy, after which he managed to crush the strongholds in the north that had long resisted capture and eliminate the renowned Kuomintang general, Lan Sha, thus redeeming himself and regaining his position at the heart of imperial military power, reclaiming command of his forces. However, now that merciless beast had resurfaced, was he deliberately targeting him, consistently choosing to confront his subordinates? Could it be that an insider had leaked information, exposing the positioning of the imperial forces? How many had he brought? The lieutenant colonel clenched his teeth. Only he had come. One person? Are you mocking me? Can a mere mortal stand against the might of the great Japanese empire's weaponry? Or do you think we are a bunch of imbeciles? The lieutenant colonel swung his arm in exasperation. In the midst of this crisis, how dare you report such a falsehood? It is indeed true. I would not dare deceive you, Lieutenant Colonel. It was he alone who annihilated 100,000 enemy troops. Have you forgotten? He claims to fight alone. Can you not see the vast army lurking behind him? That Li Yunlong, that detestable Long Tao. The lieutenant colonel, consumed by rage, spat as he berated. Either you are a spy, or why would you speak well of him? No, I am wronged, my lord. The guard trembled as he knelt, fully aware that being labeled a spy in Japan would lead to unspeakable torment. To confess would invite tortures worse than death, while denial would result in skinning and dismemberment. Take him away. Drag him out. The sentinels, upon hearing the command, quickly led away the poor soldier, drenched in tears and sweat, his pants thoroughly soiled from fear. The lieutenant colonel anxiously paced back and forth in the room, ultimately deciding to personally head to the front lines, for he wished to witness firsthand the mysterious circumstances under which his countless subordinates had silently perished. At that moment, Qin Junhan had been relentlessly assaulting the Japanese encampment for 2 days and nights, without a drop of water or a grain of rice. He relied solely on his bare hands to dismember the enemy, extracting hearts, severing heads, and ripping out spines, covered in blood. He remained invincible and unafraid in the face of the enemy's firearms and aircraft. Initially, the Japanese sentinels, upon spotting a Chinese individual at the front, thought they were hallucinating. How could someone from the Flowery Kingdom with such fierce determination dare to infiltrate their camp? Only when he approached directly did everyone realize that there was indeed a fearless Chinese man boldly entering the wolf's den. Initially, they sought to amuse themselves by mocking this individual, deriding him as a Chinaman pig, and relishing the sight of his flight. They intended to use him as a target for their training. However, He responded with utter indifference, continuing to march forward unperturbed. The amusement of the Japanese soldiers dissipated, and they drew their guns, poised to extinguish his life. Yet, none of their shots found their mark, prompting laughter among their comrades. At such close range, to miss entirely was an indication of their failing eyesight. Surely it was time for them to retire. They then resorted to knives, but soon realized something was amiss. None could strike this individual from the Flowery Kingdom. He maintained his pace, seemingly unbothered by the bullets whizzing by him, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. 20 meters, 10 meters. It became evident to them that the issue lay not in their aim, but rather in his utter disregard for the bullets. The projectiles, upon nearing him, were deflected away. Was he human or divine? He exhibited no fear of bullets. A chill ran through the hearts of the Japanese soldiers, defying their disbelief. They charged at him with knives. The clash of metal rang out as their blades met him, shattering one by one. Could this truly be the legendary indestructible physique? At that moment, no one could quell the confusion in their minds, for Qin Junhan had raised his hand. His palm transformed into a blade, effortlessly severing the heads of 8 Japanese soldiers in one swift motion. Onlookers were left speechless. What manner of human weapon was he? Capable of transforming his body into a lethal instrument of decapitation, Qin Junhan slowly turned his head, extending his palm forward, causing the air to solidify into a razor-sharp blade that instantaneously reaped the lives of distant soldiers. How infuriating! What is happening? The lieutenant colonel, in disbelief, resolved to advance to the front lines. As the carriage progressed midway, it encountered a group of fleeing Japanese soldiers. Where are they headed? What is the situation at the front? A warrior captured a soldier, demanding answers in a harsh tone. Oh, demon! Inhuman! The soldier trembled, tears streaming down his face. The commander, disgusted by his filth, struck him down with a single blow, extinguishing his life. The cowardly deserters shall face justice on the spot. He then unleashed a barrage towards the fleeing soldiers, but the warning proved ineffective. The soldiers merely altered their escape routes, none daring to return to the battlefield. General, this situation seems untenable. Perhaps we should report to the emperor, suggested a concerned attendant guiding the horses. Return? To inform the emperor that my soldiers are scattered? I would rather meet my end now. The commander comprehended the perilous nature of the situation, heading towards the forefront, where danger loomed large. The fleeing soldiers were not merely fearful, they had succumbed to madness. They no longer understood human speech, nor could they perceive threats. This indicated an overwhelming terror beyond death that drove them to flee recklessly, straight to the front lines. At the very least, one must glimpse the situation. Right on. As the carriage advanced, corpses of foreign soldiers lay sprawled on either side of the path, limbs severed, with figures crawling across the ground, trailing streams of blood behind them. None of these souls survived. Strangely, while both sides had casualties in battle, there was no trace of our kin, only the lifeless bodies of the enemy. As they approached the front lines, the earth began to crack, scattering debris, revealing more remnants along the way, the brutality escalating. Some warriors clutched their dismembered limbs, attempting to reassemble them in vain, while others, left with only half their bodies, their intestines exposed, struggled towards the unknown. The commander and his guards, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, had witnessed the most brutal scenes. The slaughter of cities and annihilation of villages were mere trifles. Yet, as they beheld this intense will to survive, an inexplicable sense of resonance and dread grew within them, urging them to flee. Mere inches from the front lines, the 2 men dismounted and crawled over a hill, lying atop the corpses to survey the battlefield. Soldiers congregated like dark clouds, the camp's whereabouts elusive. A cacophony of chaos and crowding. A protective circle formed at the periphery, soldiers blocking any attempts to escape, while those attempting to flee were mercilessly cut down. Yet, amidst the tumultuous breakout, none were spared. In the center of the circle stood a man, his upper body bare and drenched in blood, his lower garments still dripping with thick, dark red liquid, his features now indistinct. He stood amidst the remnants of shattered cannons and rifles, and within a 10-meter radius. No one dared to approach him. From a distance, they exchanged fire, yet their weapons were futile against him. With each step he took, the crowd instinctively recoiled, until they found themselves with nowhere to escape, paralyzed by fear, only to be torn asunder thereafter. With each life that Qin Junhan extinguished, he cast the bodies onto a mountain of corpses, where more twitching remains rolled down from its summit. It had been a while since he had personally unleashed a massacre. Only by immersing himself in the blood of these otherworldly beasts could the hatred within him find the slightest reprieve. At this moment, a guard responsible for gathering intelligence, returned, breathless and incoherent in his report. This individual had fought tirelessly for 2 consecutive days and nights, unyielding even amidst the barrage of artillery and aircraft. Any attempt to retreat would be met with annihilation. The tactic of overwhelming numbers could not approach, and while a few individuals might escape, a large-scale withdrawal would see their leaders slaughtered, with the hasty fleeing buried beneath the earth, the mound beneath their feet a grave of countless white bones. In desperation, the Supreme Commander dispatched a death squad to encircle the soldiers, hoping to prevent their sacrifice and to buy time until reinforcements arrived. Marshal Yuan, is this humanity? The god of slaughter. We cannot remain here. The soldiers are beyond salvation. Witnessing this scene, the general was also struck with terror. For the man resembled the fearsome 8-headed serpent from the legends of foreign tribes. He toyed maliciously with all the soldiers present, savoring their struggles for survival without granting them the mercy of release from their torment. Retreat. Quickly depart. The general prayed to vanish before being discovered by him. Yet it was too late. As the guard uttered the title of marshal, the keen-eared Qin Jianan had already locked onto his target, leaping over the mountain of corpses. He propelled himself powerfully, instantly surging over the hills and standing behind the general. The two turned to face this relentless harbinger of death. They understood that the soldiers were mere bait, and that they, as the prey, had fallen deeply into the trap. Are you the general? Qin Jianan's lips curled into a silent, cold smile. The oncoming aura of death and decay caused the 2 enemy commanders to experience excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground. A great victory. Chairman of the Elder Council. Another resounding triumph. The Demon King has sent word. Prepare to sign the surrender documents. The chairman leaped up excitedly from his sofa. 7 days prior, had anyone suggested that the tide of battle could turn in such a short time, he would not have believed it. Yet after Qin Jianan fled the estate, joyous reports of reclaimed territories arrived hourly. Initially, he thought he had misheard. But the intelligence flowed in ceaselessly, and the front lines continued to advance without pause. On the 4th day, the alien emperor had expressed intentions to surrender. He would wait. For Qin Jianan had not ceased his assault. In the following days, the alien forces retreated completely, their core armies returning to their homeland. However, Qin Jianan learned of this development among the captives, and, wielding his might, carved a deep chasm that buried the rear guard of the enemy beneath the soil of China. He then flew directly to their homeland, uprooting the 4 major islands and placing them beside the Tianjin port, making these foreign lands an inseparable part of the Chinese territory. Subsequently, he directly invaded the enemy's royal palace, relocating their 4 islands to Chinese soil, merging them into one, becoming an enduring part of the illustrious heritage of Huaxia. Since the fall of that nation, the divine realm has merged with Huaxia. The royal family found themselves with no escape, compelled to adhere to the stringent treaties imposed by the governor of Yanhua, submitting to acknowledge their status as part of the Chinese territory. The people of Japan were mandated to study the Chinese language and literature, and war criminals were relegated to the depths of captivity, stripped of all freedom. Destined to labor for China for a century, subject to the whims of others. The court and the populace were astounded, unable to believe the scene before them, as if it were a mere dream. Yet the governor understood that this was reality, a consequence of the formidable might of Qin Nanhua. Guards, prepare a banquet to celebrate my valiant warriors. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Nanhua beheld a world that appeared somewhat hazy. The previous night, in his capacity as the commander of the Chinese anti-Japanese allied forces, he had compelled the ruler of the East to sign a declaration of eternal subjugation, thereby incorporating the East into the Chinese domain. In Changfu, the celebratory feast sparkled like a myriad of stars, with heroes from all corners gathering to commemorate this astonishing victory. The Lan family had yet to reveal its elder, having branched off during his convalescence. During the old man's recovery, the Lan family's power had splintered. No longer the formidable political entity it once was. The gathered individuals revered Qin Nanhua as if he were a celestial being, or more accurately, a god of war. They eagerly approached him with toasts, hoping to establish connections and garner blessings in a state of mild inebriation. Even someone as resilient as Qin Nanhua felt the intoxicating effects. Observing this, the governor wisely intervened, guiding him to the 2nd floor for respite, personally closing the door to ward off any ill-intentioned intruders. Amidst the faint scent of sandalwood, and after 7 days of relentless combat, he succumbed to a deep slumber. It had been long since he experienced such tranquil sleep. Ever since being chosen by the divine pantheon as the god of chaos, each day had been filled with various struggles, and even in passivity, he could not evade misfortune. A sense of weariness towards this existence began to take root within him. The feeling of mediocrity had become a distant memory, and his extraordinary physique had long forgotten the essence of deep rest. At dawn, Chen Nanhua departed quietly, graciously declining Chiang Kai-shek's entreaties. Initially intending to leverage his influence over martial arts to swiftly acquire chaotic points, he now felt no pressing need. Thanks to the accumulation from multiple realities, he had already amassed a wealth of chaotic points. Thus he saw no urgency in fulfilling his mission. This journey was to allow him to explore the world. He aspired to traverse the globe, bestowing martial arts secrets upon those with whom he felt a connection, observing the clouds over picturesque landscapes, and scattering the essence of martial arts throughout the realms. Rumors began to circulate that fortunate individuals, having stumbled upon cliffs, encountered supreme martial arts secrets, and that invincible masters generously bestowed their teachings upon others. After comparisons were made, the extraordinary occurrences were all attributed to one man, Chen Nanhua, whose heroic stance during the resistance had reverberated throughout the world, leading him to be regarded as the progenitor of martial arts. In due course, humanity grew stronger, and martial arts spread across the stars. The name of Chen Nanhua became widely celebrated across countless planets. Though he wandered through myriad realms as the god of chaos, he never forgot his deep-rooted affection for China. While traversing the globe to impart martial arts, Chen Nanhua did not confine himself to his identity. He imparted teachings to anyone who piqued his interest. However, this did not signify a neglect of China. He declined Chiang Kai-shek's invitation but dedicated an entire month to instructing Du Xingyan, enabling him to achieve the strength of a half-step saint. Only because this world is singular and unyielding, it finds it challenging to transcend the void, constrained to merely a fragmented step into the abyss. The global martial arts scene is burgeoning, and the land of Huaxia has already embraced such formidable warriors, akin to gifted hands guiding novices to soar. Were it not for sheer foolishness, sweeping through the masses would indeed be as effortless as turning one's palm. It is said that in a competitive world, stagnation equates to regression. Taking a step forward ensures a lead. Huaxia has long positioned itself upon the shoulders of giants, emerging as a leader from the very beginning, causing the world to bow in reverence as time progressed, until the Earth enters the era of the Galactic Federation, where the universal language becomes that of Huaxia. These matters are merely tales of the past. During his century-long sojourn, Chen Nanhua no longer soared above all beings as in the previous realms, but instead concealed his identity within the mortal world, indulging in carefree revelry. However, as technology advanced, he found himself repeatedly thrust into the public eye, which grew increasingly tiresome, prompting his decision to depart. His spirit, it was time to venture into the next new realm. Shaking his head in farewell to the past, Chen Nanhua stepped into a new dimension. Enveloped in beams of light, he was instantaneously transported to a new world. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. Where is this? As he conducted a search, he discovered that he was situated in a zombie-infested dimension. Zombies. A sense of unease washed over Chen Nanhua, perhaps stemming from the intersection of the unknown and the familiar, or perhaps from the ominous aura of this place. He had anticipated that traversing several dimensions might be necessary to enter such a world, and he harbored a persistent feeling that he had overlooked something significant. Scanning for dimensional background. As the inquiry progressed, he learned that this was the year 2333 in the blue sphere, a result of the previous dimension's transformation. Due to the activation of an emergency protocol, he had been thrust into this realm. Last night, a meteor shower had descended, unearthing an underground laboratory from the era of resistance. A gas leak had caused the populace to turn into zombies, and the infection had spread throughout the maze city, extending its reach to all corners. Wait, did you say maze city? Chen Nanhua pondered for a moment. What constitutes a human experimentation laboratory? It is a remnant from the era of the War of Resistance, clandestinely established by the then governing officials, left behind in their retreat. Who were the subjects of such experiments? The valiant heroes of the War of Resistance, who, through their indomitable spirit, altered the course of battle, leading to the triumph of China. Who was it? Chen Nanhua was taken aback and hastily inquired, how long did the War of Resistance persist in this world? 8 years. He exhaled, relieved that it seemed unrelated to him. It was merely a parallel world, devoid of his presence, yet reminiscent of his own. In the age of chaos. How fascinating. Let us observe the civilizations that are ripe for decay. Clang. The following selectable realms of existence: realm of demonic spirits, turbulent seas, primordial lands, fantastical skies in an instant. Thousands of worlds flickered and converged before Chen Guanlan's eyes. sacred soil of beasts, dominance of spiritual essence, alchemical star sea, enigmatic abyss, domain of extraordinary abilities. This space is overrun by soul-devouring malevolent puppets with a significantly advanced level of technology. Thus, selecting the alchemical star sea would yield little benefit. Hence, Qin Guanlan delicately arched his elegant brows, resolutely choosing the path of his destined return. In the realm of extraordinary powers, it is evident that the virus has spread throughout the city. Under the cover of night, crimson flames rage, while the cacophony of car horns and alarms intertwines, allowing one to hear the anguished cries and screams of humanity, even from behind closed windows. Qin Guanlan, however, could not venture into the outside world, for the extraordinary powers he wielded were overwhelmingly vast. Only through profound absorption could he prevent them from spiraling out of control. A mere misstep could potentially shatter the earth beneath him, leaving it ravaged by his immense strength. By the time he had fully integrated his abilities, his eyes gleamed anew. Yet the outside had transformed into a purgatory of zombies, with wandering souls haunting every street and alley, the once thriving human realm now utterly desolate, devoid of both the living and intact edifices. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. Attuned to the vibrations of his spirit, the soul-hungry, malevolent puppets incessantly whispered within his consciousness, so hungry, igniting within him a flicker of hunger, despite his powers rendering him largely indifferent to material needs. He also discerned the voices of a man and a woman. This building has been thoroughly searched. We should return. No, previous attempts yielded nothing. And my companions are growing restless. If we cannot find food or medicine, they will abandon us. Lu Ming murmured, soothingly. Jean, this building still possesses unbroken windows. Perhaps there are still living beings concealed within. Yet even those who might be alive could have succumbed to starvation after 2 weeks. Li Jin trailed behind, harboring grievances, blaming Lu Ming for selecting this particular structure, while from a distance, the heavy footsteps of the malevolent puppets echoed ominously. We are merely short on provisions, treated as expendable. With one less person, they can conserve a tin of food. A woman and a frail bespectacled boy, how can we expect to return with supplies? Li Jin said little, tightening her grip on the hilt of her knife, silently following Lu Ming, straining to listen for any sound, missing not a single whisper of the wind or rustle of grass. The zombies moved toward the sound, lured by the chime, allowing the two to search several rooms. Though they found no food, they did uncover some medicinal herbs, evidently left behind by fleeing occupants. Fortunately, this building had yet to be plundered, and perhaps on a higher floor, they might fortuitously discover sustenance, ensuring they would not be forsaken by their group. Li Jin restrained Lu Ming, saying, we have found medicine. We should leave. The malevolent puppets will return soon. They are everywhere, and we cannot escape. The boy, stealing his resolve, replied, no, if we can find food. We might discreetly save a bit. Supplies have become increasingly scarce. How long has it been since you tasted meat? Li Jin lowered her head, peering out the window. The malevolent puppets wandered blindly in the streets, searching for the source of the sounds, showing no intention of retreat. At this moment, to ask her to withdraw alone was futile. Let us go. In times of peril, we must flee. Do not be reckless. Fear not, follow me. They crawled to the 4th floor, where the corridor lay silent, devoid of any malevolent puppets. Both felt a sense of relief, fortunate to find a partially ajar door to their right, likely left unattended by the owner, potentially hiding provisions within. Lu Ming gently pushed the door open. The curtains were drawn, and in the darkness, nothing was visible. He switched on his flashlight and leaned in to look, only to be met with a horrific visage. Run! The malevolent puppet, awakened by the light, screamed and charged toward them. Lu Ming dragged the girl in a frantic escape, racing upward as the zombies, sensing the presence of the living, pursued relentlessly. The pair reached the rooftop, turning the corner to find a balcony before them. There was no retreat left. Yet, as they turned, a shadow appeared. It was yet another soul-eating puppet. The stairwell was teeming with these malevolent beings, responding to the noise and returning inside, leaving them with no means of escape. Are you searching for food? Inquired the soul-eating puppet near the balcony. He is not merely a soul-eating puppet. Li Jin felt that perhaps heaven had not entirely forsaken them, still granting them a semblance of safety. The boy was suddenly enlightened. There was still a flicker of life on this floor. Could it be untainted by the virus? Hesitating slightly, he wondered how he had survived amidst so many soul-eating puppets, questioning whether he had already been devoured. No, there is food here. Do you want it? Qin Guanlan replied, having no immediate need for sustenance. Was he mad? Distributing food? Did he possess an abundance? However, out of consideration for the other's goodwill, Lu Ming nonetheless cautioned, "If you have food, it is too late to share now. Come again for it next time." The soul-eating puppets were drawing near. They should first seek refuge on the balcony. Upon finishing his words, he stepped forward to open the balcony door, only to discover it was locked. "Aren't you in dire need of food? If you don't find it, you will be abandoned." Qin Guanlan tilted his head in inquiry. Lu Ming struck at the lock with a knife and a hammer, yet it remained unyielding. Sweat pouring down as the soul-eating puppets encroached. "Speaking of this is futile," Lu Ming exclaimed in frustration. "Are you insane? The soul-eating puppets are right below us. We must hide now. You lack even a weapon for defense. We should find a way to escape." "I fear not the soul-eating puppets," Qin Guanlan chuckled. The audacity of his laughter infuriated Lu Ming. This person must have lost his mind. They were merely ordinary individuals. The soul-eating puppets were devoid of reason, unafraid of death. Impressive. Not even afraid of the soul-eating puppets. Go defeat them then. Feed them with your flesh and blood. Lu Ming, the embodiment of strength, exerted all his effort to pull Yu Qingyu, yet he could not budge her an inch. Instead, his spirit blade clattered to the ground in the chaos, the metallic sound piercing the stillness. All eyes widened at the sight of the fallen azure blade, as the footsteps of the undead drew near the corner, their gaze piercing through the gloom, catching a glimpse of a tattered zombie garment. In an instant, Ziyan sees Lu Xian's battle robe, growling, "Forget about him. He surely knows nothing of these malevolent spirits. He may already be consumed by fear." She pulled him into the shadows of the flowers, seeking concealment. Without their spiritual weapon, they could only hide in the obscurity, hoping for the protection of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Yu Xian stood silently in the corridor, the specter of death drawing near. There was no escape for him. His two friends, unwilling to witness the horror, closed their eyes and awaited the tense silence to pass. With a resounding thud, the hiss faded, and the corridor returned to an eerie stillness. It felt as though an eternity had passed, with no sound of shuffling or gnawing to be heard. Their patience had reached its limit as they cautiously revealed their gazes, encountering the familiar visage of Yu Qingyu. They stifled their mouths, suppressing their wildly racing hearts. And upon recognizing Yu Qingyu, they finally exhaled in relief. "That spirit beast?" Lu Xian murmured tentatively. The truth was evident. It was indeed Yu Qingyu standing tall. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to assess the situation. The pair exchanged glances, silently supporting one another as they cautiously advanced. The corridor remained devoid of any presence, save for a piece of debris clinging to the wall, slowly descending. The zombie's head had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of murky crimson where its neck had been severed. Yu Qingyu lightly spread his hands, a barely perceptible sigh escaping him. "I inadvertently shattered it due to improper control of my power," he remarked. Lu Xian and Ziyan looked at each other, then turned to the severely disfigured Yu Qingyu. Their expressions one of astonishment, as if confronted by a specter, their mouths agape in shock, wide enough to swallow an egg, their faces betraying their incredulity. Lu Ming and Li Jin found it impossible to recall how they had followed Qin Jianan through the desolate ruins of the apocalypse to survive. Their daggers had remained in use throughout. Qin Jianan, with a mere slap of his left hand and a pointed finger of his right, dispatched the zombie skulls as easily as one might swat a ball, their bones scattering like petals in the wind. Initially, the two had harbored trepidation, awkwardly brandishing their small knives. But eventually, they tucked them away, offering only their numb applause to the divinely bestowed valor of their father. This was not a battle against zombies. It felt more like a father playing a casual game of basketball with his children. They swept through room after room of ruins, wherever Qin Jianan touched. The tightly shut doors would collapse. Their pockets filled with food and medicine could scarcely satisfy them. Just as they prepared to retreat at the staircase, Qin Jianan, with remarkable composure, came to a halt. "Father, O Divine One, why have you stopped?" Lu Ming hurriedly inquired, drawing closer. Qin Jianan raised an eyebrow. Feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency, it was far too laborious to scour the streets one by one. "So where to go?" Lu Ming, caught off guard, replied clumsily. "The rooftop." Ah. Lu Ming, overwhelmed with tears, collapsed in fright, while Qin Jin was knocked unconscious. "Be quiet, you're giving me a headache. Lead the way," Qin Jianan commanded, gently tapping his forehead. "But I can't fly. I have a fear of heights." Lu Ming stammered in utter confusion, saliva flying. Qin Jianan disdainfully wiped his hands, exclaiming, "How filthy." "Silence. Hurry and direct me to end this torment." "But I cannot see," came the retort. "I am nearsighted. We are soaring too high." Qin Jianan suddenly dove, skimming just above the heads of the zombies. The horde felt a chill at the nape of their necks. tilting their heads in anticipation, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. The sound of their eager swallowing filled the air, their eyes gleaming with ecstatic hunger as they reached out, yearning to embrace the elusive flesh target. Lu Ming cried out, clutching tightly to Chun Jianan's legs as they ascended. There, it's too high? They're licking my feet. Have we truly run low on supplies? I'm not certain. Only 2 newcomers were dispatched to the Western District today to forage. Isn't that tantamount to sending them to their doom? Isn't it? It was rumored that the entire team would set out tomorrow to search for provisions in the Southern District. A food shortage was nearly guaranteed. The 2 night watch guards, their blades ever at the ready, found themselves enveloped in a heavy silence. Listen, something's coming. In an instant. They drew their blades and crouched, concealing themselves within the shadows of the wall. Despite the area having been previously cleared, stray zombies still lurked about. We're back. We've returned with food. The figures emerging were not the feared zombies, but rather the 2 newcomers returning from the treacherous Western District. The guards exchanged incredulous glances. How could such newcomers be so formidable as to traverse the perilous West and return unscathed? They dared not let their guard down. Raising their weapons toward Lu Ming and his companions. Stop. Routine inspection. Remove your clothing. Lu Ming and Li Jin complied without resistance, allowing for a thorough examination to confirm their well-being and lack of infection. Once the verification was complete, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, accompanied by genuine smiles. You truly did it. You dared to venture into the Western District. The guards praised, patting them on the shoulder. Li Jin smirked slightly, grasping the unspoken implication. No one had expected them to return alive. Yet Lu Ming remained buoyant. Yes. Thank goodness for this divine being. He saved our lives. He is remarkably skilled. Lu Ming eagerly opened his backpack to display the provisions. Look, all of this was found under his guidance. At this point, the guards finally noticed the young man trailing behind, raising their weapons in caution once more. He was so unassuming that he had nearly been overlooked. A new recruit? One guard asked, stepping back, gun still aimed. Yes, he is my brother. Lu Ming responded proudly. He is incredibly powerful. He can slay zombies barehanded. You're all aware of the rules, aren't you? The guard raised his voice, interrupting Lu Ming. But he truly is impressive. Regardless of his prowess, rules must be adhered to. The guard pointed to the scattered food. Surrender all food and equipment for inspection. This is necessary. You will redistribute after meeting with the captain. To mitigate the risk of infection, Chun Jianan complied with the inspection, for he had nothing of concern upon his person. In stark contrast, Lu Ming and Li Jin wore somber expressions. Even after returning with an abundance of provisions, the team remained skeptical of their intentions. We possessed a greater arsenal of food and weaponry, yet upon surrendering our supplies, we were left with naught but a battered fruit knife and a few loaves of bread. Li Jin muttered in indignation. Never mind, divine being, shortly I shall take you to meet the captain. With your remarkable abilities, the captain will surely value your contributions. Chun Jianan nodded indifferently, choosing not to shatter his beautiful dream. When the others arrived, Captain Shen Yin was engaged in a thorough analysis of the map for the upcoming assault on the Southern District. The damaged roads and paralyzed traffic ignited a heated debate regarding whether to venture south by vehicle. Not taking the car? We might as well be torn to shreds along the way. Dreaming of reaching the Southern District is pure folly. Yet, this was the only vehicle available. If we perished there, who would bring the car back? If it were to break down, what means would we have to escape? At that point, we might not even have the chance to leave. I concurred with Xin Yan's statement, advocating for driving to the Southern District, as it would at least enhance our chances. Should we all meet our demise, which remaining forces would be available to absorb our shattered ranks? Moreover, even if the vehicle were to malfunction, this expedition might yield a few abandoned cars left unattended. I disagree. There is no need to drive. It would merely become a burden. Qin Jianan suddenly interjected into the conversation. Shen Yin furrowed his brows as he regarded the unremarkable individual before him, admonishing, "Who are you? This is a military meeting. Kindly take your leave." The guard promptly reported, "Captain, this is the new recruit brought back by Lu Ming and Li Jin." Oh, Shen Yan's expression softened slightly. Have Lu Ming and Li Jin returned? Are they injured? They are unscathed. The escort has delivered provisions, including food and medicine. A smile broke across Shen Yan's face. Excellent. I made no mistake in accepting you. You have not disappointed me. At first, you thought we might be harmed, but Li Jin responded tactfully, "Indeed, our strength is limited. And we owe our lives to Mr. Qin Jianan." Yes, it was the nameless hero who guided us to the source of life, Lu Xingyu declared candidly. brimming with admiration for Xing Chenhan. His prowess is unparalleled. He dispatches zombies as effortlessly as swatting away willow fluff. One strike, and none escape. As he spoke, he illustrated fierce movements with his hands. Even the world's most formidable warrior, Xing Chenyan, wore a sullen expression, clearly unconvinced by such flattery. You are merely novices. Tomorrow's mission will be undertaken by our elite. Youngsters like you have no place to speak. What are the rules? Huh? Xing Chenyan scoffed, glancing sideways with evident derision. Force's order. The surrounding team members erupted in raucous laughter, rising to their feet, their bodies marred with scars and sinewy muscles, resembling bears and tigers. The unfortunate Xing Chenhan was encircled, akin to a fawn caught in a wolf pack, yet he showed no fear. Instead, his laughter rang louder, surpassing their arrogance. Ha ha. Let us have a contest to see whose strength prevails. The rules, announced with trepidation by the scarred, muscle-bound man known as Steel Dragon, were straightforward. Within half an hour, whoever could scavenge the most resources from this derelict building would be declared the victor. This ruin was the only area near their settlement teeming with zombies. Rumored to be inhabited by a multitude of retired soldiers, their skills formidable post-transformation, with few ever returning once they entered. Of course, Captain Xing Chenyan was among the rare survivors. The stakes of the competition were direct and crude. The victor would claim the new team as their own. As they entered the building, Xing Chenyan coldly tossed a knife, as if bestowing a favor. Consider yourself fortunate. Some supplies are concealed within. Take this knife as a token of goodwill. And what about you? Xing Chenhan replied, casually placing his hands in his pockets, showing no intent to bend down and retrieve it. Humph. Xing Chenyan dismissed him, having encountered too many such youths. My aim here is not for you, but to seek a suitable weapon. Should danger arise, do not approach me, and do not expect my assistance. This is your choice. I am not obliged to save you. At long last, Xing Chenhan withdrew his finger from his pocket, stifling a yawn. Do not take offense. My heart is as vast as the ocean. Should you seek my assistance, I would readily understand, for you are indeed so frail. The dagger remained on the ground, as he had no intention of yielding to this Xing Chenyan and retrieving his weapon. Observing his obstinacy, Xing Chenyan turned to depart. Do as you wish. I have delivered my part. Life and death are yours to bear. All is at your discretion. Xing Chenhan remained rooted in place until approximately 2 minutes after Xing Chenyan had embarked, before finally stepping forward into the shrouded darkness. Is Lu Xing truly capable? Pondered a young man, friendly with Lu Xingyu. No matter how formidable he may be, he stands no chance against the warriors turned zombies. He suggested that Lu apologize to Brother Yearn, who was known for his magnanimity, believing he would not quibble with a mere newcomer. Indeed, how foolish it is to sacrifice one's life for pride. The others chimed in. Quickly persuade him. There is still room for regret before entering. Our brother, Yearn, is a stalwart who has wrested sustenance from the hands of zombies. This venture is utterly devoid of hope. Would it not be a futile sacrifice? A man, with a pair of devious eyes, approached with a chuckle. One cannot state it thus. Some individuals are blissfully unaware of their limitations, reveling in their minor successes and eagerly courting their own demise. Perhaps we should oblige them. This man, known as the Gold Digger Rat, was notorious for his nefarious deeds before the apocalypse, and his keen instincts now warranted the protection of Steel Dragon. With little interest in anything beyond asserting his authority over the weak, he was always the first to flee when danger approached, though the others dared not voice their anger. Many of their food supplies had been secured through him, rendering him a trusted ally of Steel Dragon. He gently stroked his pointed chin, revealing a sinister grin. After all, with one less fool, we can divide the spoils more generously. Furthermore, the provisions he previously procured need not be returned. Unable to contain his fury, Lu Xingyu pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, You are the one who led Brother Yin to abandon us for the Western District. Not a morsel of food was left behind. You are intent on dooming us. What of your conscience? What are you, anyway? Am I not encouraging you? The Gold Digger Rat retorted, devoid of remorse, adopting a self-righteous pose with arms crossed and head held high. If we had not taken all the food, would you have discovered such resources? And what if we fail to return? What then? Will you let us starve? Lu Xingyu shot back, indignant. Starve? Not with a companion like you, right? The Gold Digger Rat smirked, revealing his golden teeth. In dire straits, one can consume anything. Of course, there's no need to waste food on the corpses. Lu Xingyu, ready to confront him, was calmly restrained by Li Lingyun. He is merely provoking you. Do you wish to be expelled from the team over a quarrel? Filled with indignation, yet recognizing the reality, Lu Xingyu shook off Li Lingyun's hand, crossing his arms and glowering at the gold digger rat. Do not become too complacent, gold digger rat. Li Lingyun turned to him, her voice icy. Every member of my team has witnessed Brother Yan's strength. If he is unable to defend us, we will protect our benefactor ourselves. You have yet to witness the formidable might of the hero. The price of ignorance and naivety is to be taken aback without prior warning. Ha ha ha. The gold-digging rat approached the defiant young girl, whose fiery temper was evident. You remain unaware that Brother Yin hails from a special task force. How many times have you fought alongside him? How can you judge the size of a tiger by merely glimpsing a few hairs? He reached out to touch Li Lingyun's chin, but was met with a sudden, evasive jerk of her head. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter at the scene. Lu Xingyu, infuriated once more, declared that even if Brother Yin is formidable, he cannot surpass the hero. The hero can shatter a zombie's skull with a single hand. He soars through the skies. He possesses extraordinary power, beyond that of mere mortals. Indeed, he is no ordinary being, he is extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed throughout the room. The feigned expressions of surprise only served to further anger Lu Xingyu, whose face turned as fiery as a blazing orb. What if the hero triumphs? If victorious, you must retract every word and apologize to all of us. To the hero, the gold-digging rat crossed his arms, exaggeratingly widening his eyes. Oh, how terrifying it is that the hero is so powerful. Is mere apology sufficient? Or should you prostrate and call him master? Humph, it is better to understand reverence. Yet, the exploration mouse interrupted Lu Xian's speech. Should Brother Yin emerge victorious, you shall strip off your garments and roll out of this team before everyone. And you. It extended its claws toward Lin Qingwu, still able to remain by her brother's side and serve him well, demonstrating my generosity. Such humiliation toward a young girl is utterly beastly. Lu Xian was ablaze with fury, ready to charge forward once more. Very well. Lin Qingwu responded without hesitation, raising her eyes to glare at the exploration mouse with unwavering determination. I anticipate your kneeling and calling me master. This is disastrous. I was careless. The time limit for the competition is brief, a mere half hour. The task is far too straightforward. Conversely, if Brother Yin does not return within this span, his chances of survival dwindle significantly. Brother Yin, laden with numerous treasures, stealthily ascended from the lower levels to the third floor. There lies his target. An old friend infected by the virus, once an enforcer, now hiding weapons and ammunition at home. His friend, burdened by heavy pressure, had succumbed to intoxication during his days off. Therefore, Brother Yin prepared a flask of fine wine, placing it around the corner, then used a bow and stone to create a noise to lure his friend. Seizing this opportunity, he stealthily entered the room in search of weapons. Unexpectedly, the wine failed to serve its intended purpose. Even the sound of the shattered bottle hitting the floor went unheard. In a moment of distraction, he found himself ambushed by a deceived zombie, which tightly embraced him. Amidst the struggle, their foreheads collided with the edge of the table, leaving them momentarily dizzy. The zombie, oblivious to pain, seized the opportunity while Brother Yin was dazed and lunged toward his face. Boom. The door suddenly crashed open with a tremendous noise, and the zombie turned to the source of the sound outside. Apologies for the intrusion. I'm looking for something. Please, continue with your affairs. Chen Jinan held a white porcelain wine jug, moving about his surroundings as if in the comfort of his own abode, rummaging through drawers and cabinets with ease. He was exceedingly fastidious. Each morsel of food had to be inspected for its expiration date, while garments were scrutinized by scent to ascertain their cleanliness. In his attempts to utilize various utensils, he inadvertently shattered a cast iron pot and damaged a drawer, even dismantling a safe in the process. Both he and the zombie were taken aback by the chaos. A gun. Amidst the shattered remnants of the safe, flames of desire ignited within him as he spotted the coveted object. He forcefully kicked away the zombie that restrained him and dashed towards the safe, hoping to retrieve the firearm before the undead could close in. The zombie, realizing the shift in focus, redirected its attention towards Chen Jinan, letting out a series of furious roars. Though it had succumbed to death and ostensibly lost its sanity, some primal instinct compelled it to perceive the one who wreaked havoc as the true menace. It resolved to consume him first. In a swift motion, he successfully acquired the weapon and collapsed to the ground, aiming it at the approaching zombie. Bang! Yet, nothing transpired, not even a bullet hole, only drawing the creature's attention. Its head slowly turned to face the black maw of the gun pointed at it. Alas, the weapon was devoid of ammunition. With a furious roar, The zombie's muscles bulged menacingly as it lunged towards him. A look of despair twisted on his face. The proximity of death left him with no means of escape. In the next instant, a splatter of cold liquid rained down upon him, and he realized he had not succumbed to the bite after all. It turned out that Chen Jinan had seized the zombie. Chen Jinan raised his left hand, and with a swift motion, crack, the zombie's head was instantly shattered, its remnants slamming against the wall, leaving behind a grotesque mass of decaying flesh and vibrant green blood trickling down the surface. The flames of his lips parted involuntarily, his eyes widening in astonishment as he instinctively shrank back. "I am merely a benevolent soul," Chen Jinan remarked with a smile. "Yet you were clearly pleading for my assistance just moments ago." Chen Jinan extended his hand towards the flames and inquired, "Can you rise?" The flames recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Did you just shatter my skull with your bare hands?" "Indeed, that was I," he replied. "Who exactly are you? You are nothing like a human. Such extraordinary strength cannot possibly exist in this world. I have encountered various prodigies and oddities, yet none have deviated from the bounds of humanity. You surpass all human limitations. Could you be?" "No, that cannot be. Zombies do not possess the ability to articulate. Moreover, we inspected you yesterday, and you bore no wounds." The flames promptly dismissed their own suspicions. "It is merely a form of extraordinary ability," Chen Jinan stated with a nonchalant gesture. "Extraordinary ability? Do such beings truly exist in this world?" The flames murmured, incredulous. "It is impossible. I once served in the Academy of Sciences and am well aware that extraordinary abilities are not real. You must simply possess slightly greater strength." Without explanation, Chen Jinan extended his hand, previously brushed, towards the flames, and with a gentle wave, the fire gracefully ascended from the ground. At that moment, the flames were so astonished they could not close their mouths, and yet Chen Jinan stood a full 15 feet away, with merely a beckoning gesture. He felt an irresistible force lifting him from the ground. This world truly possessed extraordinary abilities. He was indeed more than just immensely strong. He could somehow seize individuals out of thin air. Time was running short. Why hadn't they emerged yet? Could there have been an accident? I seemed to hear the roars of zombies. Perhaps a newcomer was struck by one. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hallway, tall and slender, wrapped snugly, moving steadily without a sign of injury. The leader of the flames has emerged. Look quickly. Surely he has returned with treasures. Just look at the abundance of his backpack. Has anyone seen the other young brother? Could something have gone awry? The treasure mouse revealed a smug smile, its golden teeth glistening with brilliance. "Little girl, the wager is set. It's best to concede. Wait for me in the room tonight." As he spoke, he attempted to embrace Lin Qingwu. She pushed him away, declaring him a true hero. "Your short-sightedness is astounding. The wager is one you cannot escape. How could it possibly be him? Face reality." The treasure mouse casually turned back, indicating, "Look at all these large and small bundles. Who but the leader of the flames could have such bounty?" "Wait." He abruptly turned back, nearly twisting his neck 18 degrees. Astonished to find that the newcomer was not the flames, but that little brat Chen Jinan. Impossible. Did he harm the leader of the flames inside? How could he have amassed so many supplies? The treasure mouse gritted his teeth. Yet in an instant, the figure of the flames also appeared in the side of the crowd, forcing the treasure mouse to swallow his words. "Ah, it must be that Brother Fire saved him. He is assisting in carrying the bags, and boasting about competing with our leader? Ha ha." The treasure mouse laughed arrogantly, coldly fixing his gaze on Lin Qingwu. "Your defeat is inevitable. Ha, merely a few foolish souls unwilling to awaken." The arrogant Yun Xiang and the steadfast Jian Ming remained unyielding. Among the team, whispers circulated. The current situation indicated that the previously obscure newcomer had returned unscathed, carrying resources more abundant than anticipated. How could this be? After hearing the treasure fox's commentary, the crowd suddenly understood. It was clear, the Fire Emperor must have acted with compassion to rescue this individual. With his fragile physique, how could he possibly defeat the captain? Feng Wushuang and the fierce Feng Chun stood before the imposing figure of Lei Outyin, the scarred judge, conversing for a moment before Lei Outyin turned to announce to the crowd, "The victor is Feng Wushuang." Upon this proclamation, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. "No, it's impossible. Someone has surpassed Feng Chun," Lei Outyin stated solemnly. "In our battle team, strength reigns supreme. From this moment forth, Feng Wushuang shall become our leader." "Impossible. I absolutely refuse to accept this." The muscular members of the team voiced their vehement protests, incredulous that this individual had employed nefarious tactics to deceive their captain. Indeed, he resorted to conspiracy. Yes, that is the truth. The chorus echoed in agreement. The fiery Feng Shen furrowed his brow, commanding, "Calm down. I have truly lost to Captain Feng Wuxuang. There is no conspiracy. The outcome is determined. I willingly accept defeat." The Iron Men, their eyes aflame, retorted, "I refuse to believe it. Captain, you are far too merciful. You deceiver." Before his words could fully escape, a swarm of them surged forward, intent on attacking Feng Wuxuang. "Gods!" Both Yun Xiang and Jian Ming exclaimed in unison. Although they were aware of Feng Wuxuang's sufficient strength to handle such a situation, an instinctive trepidation gripped them in this moment of crisis. These individuals were utterly shameless. Even the Fire Emperor had admitted defeat, yet they still sought to conspire from behind. Feng Shen, mere steps away, unhesitatingly positioned himself between his out-of-control comrades and Feng Wuxuang, resolutely determined to shield Feng Wuxuang from their wrathful assault. This was not solely an act of silent protection for Feng Wuxuang. He could not bear to witness his brethren inadvertently harm the innocent. Fortunately, the anticipated chaos did not materialize. A barrier of energy formed approximately 3 meters away from the three, repelling the frenzied mob. Emitting a series of resounding impacts akin to collisions with a transparent crystal wall. Bang, bang, bang. The throng collided against the energy barrier, blood flowing freely as their faces contorted in agony. Feng Shen, witnessing the plight of his companions, could no longer bear to watch. What had transpired? Unclear, indeed. Did you see it clearly? Am I imagining things? The new member, without lifting a finger, had vanquished our elite. Someone pinch me. Perhaps I am merely dreaming. However, the subsequent events jolted those still entranced in a dreamlike state into full awareness. Feng Wuxuang extended his left hand from his pocket, directly aiming at the prostrate energy barrier, replicating the motion he had previously demonstrated to Feng Chun. With a gentle lift of his finger, the dozen or so robust men were inexplicably elevated into the air. Suspended 2 meters high, he then turned his palm to push leftward, and the strong men descended in an orderly fashion like raindrops, forming a towering wall of humanity, reminiscent of a human tower performance. Help! The foremost giant found himself trapped at the bottom, the weight of the others causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness, only managing to emit a faint sound from his throat. A sudden hush enveloped the scene. No one dared to question the extraordinary spectacle before them. After all, such a colossal mass of muscle loomed right in front of them. This newcomer possessed extraordinary power. Seizing the moment of silence, Feng Shen hastily spoke. "Just now, I was attacked by zombies within the building, and it was Captain Feng Wuxuang who saved me. You all witnessed it. Captain Feng Wuxuang possesses absolute strength to lead us in our quest for survival in this apocalyptic world. From this day forth, I relinquish my position as captain and transfer my duties to him. He's your new captain. Any dissenters may withdraw now. There will be no compulsion." People exchanged glances, some feeling utterly bewildered. How could the world possibly possess superpowers? Previously, the captain of the Blazing Dust had shown them great mercy. Many owed him a debt of gratitude. Yet now they spoke of retreat so easily? However, the undeniable reality before them could not be ignored. This newcomer was indeed mightier than the Blazing Dust. Are there any questions? If not, disperse. The crowd erupted in a flurry of voices as a brave soul raised their hand to inquire of Feng Wuxuang. "Captain Feng, how shall we manage the distribution of provisions for the team?" Just as before, Feng Wuxuang replied, "Captain Feng, did you just employ a superpower? Can we learn it as well?" Feng Wuxuang arched an eyebrow, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and spreading them wide. "Indeed. Daily affairs will still be overseen by the Blazing Dust. I shall solely focus on combat and teach you how to harness superpowers." "Captain, what precisely are these superpowers? Can we learn to manipulate objects as you do?" Determined by individual interest and potential, there are various paths to superpowers available for study. Feng Wuxuang raised his left hand, and a burst of flame erupted forth. "You can learn to control fire." He then lifted his right hand, and amidst a hissing crackle, a glistening block of ice formed. "You can also learn to control ice." "Of course," Feng Wuxuang declared, holding fire in his left hand and ice in his right, defying gravity as he floated a meter high without any external assistance. "If you wish to learn to fly, it merely requires the right talent." The crowd gazed in awe at this man, their eyes shimmering with reverence and hope. Superpowers truly exist in this world, and he is prepared to teach us. We need not fear zombies any longer, nor dread death. Oh, divine being. Captain, Captain. Undoubtedly, the most exhilarated were Yun Xiang and Jian Ming. Their fists clenched as they shouted, Oh, divine being. Captain, Captain. We wish to learn superpowers. Learn superpowers. The emotions of the crowd ignited in an instant, fists raised high. Swaying in the air, the atmosphere charged with fervor. Meanwhile, in a corner, an individual was stealthily attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. However, it was too late. In the raucous crowd, the furtive figure attracted far too much attention. Treasure Fox, you shall not escape. Yun Xiang bellowed. The Treasure Fox, exposed, hurriedly dashed for the door, only to collide with the solid muscle of Lei Ao Tian, his vision blurring and stars dancing before his eyes. The crowd converged, encircling him. What has transpired? The crowd parted to create a pathway for Feng Lei Shu, as Lu Ying and Lu Jin anxiously recounted the events of the gamble. It is common to bully the weak and fear the strong, yet today, they dared to insult a woman's dignity. Lei Qi's fury surged. I have repeatedly given you counsel, yet you remain obstinately ignorant. Captain, spare me, brother Lei. I merely wished to jest with her. I meant no harm. The Feng Lei Shu clung desperately to Lei Qi's battle boots, pleading for mercy. I beseech you to be magnanimous and grant me reprieve. From this moment forth, I shall never again dare to speak recklessly. I am determined to diligently gather supplies to atone for my transgressions, beginning tomorrow, whenever a mistake is made. Wind Thunder Mouse pleads in such a manner, yet today's incident has undoubtedly crossed the threshold of Lei Qi's patience. He coldly pushed him away. Accept your punishment for your defeat. It's up to you to navigate this. Indeed, he has been even more impudent towards me. This is no jest. It is unforgivable. Lu Jin eagerly concurred, sensing Lei Qi's disinterest in offering protection. Wind Thunder Mouse's eyes glimmered with cunning as he lunged towards Chun Yinlan, seeking to feign weakness once more, only to be effortlessly evaded by her. Captain, Captain, I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and did not appreciate your noble character. It was my fault from the start. I implore you, Great One, to overlook the faults of a lesser being, remembering my past dedication to the team. Please grant me forgiveness just this once. Wind Thunder Mouse prostrated himself on the ground, desperately clutching Qin Yinlan's leg in a show of humility. Qin Yinlan calmly withdrew her leg and spoke slowly. Do tell me, I am indeed magnanimous. It would not be out of the question to let you go. He. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Wind Thunder Mouse promptly sprang up with joy. However, unexpectedly, a weight as heavy as stone forcefully pressed him back down, causing him to crash to the ground once more, his forehead striking the earth with a dull thud that reverberated through the air. Just utter the word ancestor, and I shall let you off. Qin Yinlan squatted before Wind Thunder Mouse, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Wind Thunder Mouse's complexion shifted from a deep gray to a fiery red, then to a pallid hue. As he exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from the ground, the veins in his neck bulged, and his hands had dug into the mud until they bled. He knew he had been thoroughly subdued by Qin Yinlan's extraordinary abilities, feeling utterly helpless. What he faced was no ordinary person, but an inescapable shackle. When dealing with the police, he had numerous ways to extricate himself, yet in the presence of such powers and under the scrutiny of the crowd, he found himself with no alternatives. Wind Thunder Mouse bit his lip, his pride shattered like broken glass, trampled before the eyes of many victims. Even if everything were to calm down afterward, he would find it impossible to remain in this base. Why must I call you ancestor? Qin Yinlan inquired. Laughter erupted among the surrounding team members, mockery echoing all around. Those who had long suffered under Wind Thunder Mouse's tyranny reveled in witnessing his downfall, relishing the opportunity for revenge. Formerly loyal followers now discreetly hid among the crowd, fearful of being implicated in this turmoil and forced to kneel as well. Wind Thunder Mouse understood that should he refuse to utter those two words, he would be unable to escape this humiliating predicament. He would be subjected to prolonged public scrutiny and endure even more ridicule. With great effort, he forced out those two words, his voice trembling. Ancestor. Louder. We did not hear you. Lu Ying stoked the flames from the side. Did everyone hear that? We didn't hear it. We didn't hear it. Wind Thunder Mouse glared furiously at Lu Ying, his eyes ablaze, wishing to rend him apart. Yet Qin Yinlan did not relent in her pressure upon him. Ancestor. He raised his voice to repeat it. What did you say? I didn't catch that, ancestor. Lu Ying taunted. Ha 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 ha. We didn't hear, ancestor. The crowd echoed in agreement. Ancestors. The Wind Thunder Rat bellowed, his voice overpowering the surrounding clamor. His face flushed, heavy breaths escaped him, and his chest heaved like tumultuous waves. At last, Chen Yinlan rose, her expression devoid of emotion as she scrutinized the prostrate Wind Thunder Rat. Your sins are forgiven. In that instant, the weight upon him dissipated, and he collapsed in despondence, greedily gasping for air while the onlookers regarded him with indifference. After a prolonged silence, he struggled to rise, not daring to cast a glance at Chen Yinlan or Lei Qi, and stumbled away, the crowd parting silently to let him through. Their disdainful gazes following him. Someone carelessly tossed his belongings at his feet, and he bent down awkwardly to retrieve them. Behind him, Lei Qi suddenly spoke. Do you wish to stay? The captain has already pardoned you. As long as you truly repent, I guarantee your safety this time. Despite his many misdeeds, the Wind Thunder Rat had salvaged numerous lives through the food he had discovered. His laughter, however, was no longer boisterous, but rather reminiscent of the hollow wailing of a wind instrument. I will return. The day after the captain's handover, the group, still under Chen Yinlan's leadership, arrived at the periphery of the zombie-infested southern district. The area appeared tranquil and serene, yet beneath its seemingly safe facade lay hidden dangers. In this densely populated region, the abundance of food and medical resources attracted not only humans but also lurking hordes of zombies, ready to strike at the slightest misstep, potentially leading to a gruesome demise. Yet today, the southern district was not solely occupied by Chen Yinlan's team. A jeep had also arrived, coming to a precarious halt beside the elite squad. As the window rolled down, a bald young man adorned with tattoos and sunglasses whistled at Lei Qi. Hey, isn't that young Master Yin? Have you come to deliver meals to our little treasures in the southern district? The newcomer was known as Qi Han, the leader of a nearby team from the southern outskirts, their territory commonly referred to as the Southern Night Domain. Brother Qi Han. The one engaging with Chun Yin was Gao Fan, the leader of the team, a former street thug with deep familial ties. Even before the outbreak of the zombie virus, he had been entangled in a feud with Chun Yin. Following the rise of the undead, the two factions had clashed repeatedly, with Gao Fan's group often emerging slightly victorious, employing unscrupulous tactics that left Chun Yin and his companions suffering, evading them at all costs. Yet paradoxically, they relished in provocation. Captain, these are mere ruffians. There is no need to pay them mind. Let us proceed into the city. Chun Jiannan noted the past entanglements and concurred with Chun Yin's suggestion, leading the team forward, gripping the flying sword and talismans he had obtained during their recent search in the tower, heading towards the urban area. Hey, Gao Fan, dissatisfied with being disregarded, revved the engine of his flying sword, calling out to them, don't leave yet. Let's go together, brothers. Where did that extraordinary flying sword come from? Hand it over to our southern knight for safekeeping. Would it not be a waste to slay demons and vanquish evil with such a treasure? His gaze was greedy, fixated on the weapons held by Qin Jiannan and the others, yet they had already slipped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Very well. We should also head into the city, two middle-aged men in the jeep said in low voices, with a well-proportioned stature, each wielding a long sword forged from cold iron. They donned skin-tight robes of magic, exuding an aura of commanding authority with every movement. Should Chun Yin be present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as his old friends. Bai Hao and Si Ran, now valiant soldiers of the special military formation. Ah, indeed. However, this vehicle may only traverse the outer ring. Venturing further would lead us into the disaster zone, teeming with zombies. The jeep may not withstand such peril. Gao Fan responded with a forced smile, bowing deeply. Simply await our return at that location. Once we acquire the items, we shall seek you out, Bai Hao stated with an icy demeanor. If we have not returned by the following day, you are free to find your own way home, Si Ran added. Understood. We do possess a modicum of loyalty. Waiting is no trouble at all. Look, I have prepared a week's worth of provisions for our training. Rest assured, esteemed sirs, there is no need for concern. Gao Fan enthusiastically patted his chest, his commitment unwavering. Bai Hao and Si Ran had journeyed from the northern stronghold with the intent of procuring essential items from the Fog City. Should they receive a recommendation from these two, perhaps they could swiftly become trusted confidants of the commander, thereby alleviating the dire circumstances faced by their Southern Night Division. Thus, Gao Fan resolved to make a grand impression before them, hoping to secure a letter of recommendation, ensuring a worry-free future. As for Chun Jiannan, he had heeded his own counsel and refrained from taking the vehicle. Indeed, the automobile served little purpose here. Although the southern region was plagued by an overwhelming zombie infestation, the initial perils were soon mitigated. During critical moments, both comrades and the zombies in battle appeared to be under divine protection, soaring away from danger. Chen Jiannan stood quietly at the rear, activating barriers to shield his teammates while occasionally extending a helping hand to rescue those who faltered. Unfazed by the specter of death, the team grew to revere Chen Jiannan's strategic prowess even more, fiercely slashing at the zombies, their combat prowess surging. The battles intensifying. Meanwhile, Chen Jiannan did not lose sight of their original objective. As the team engaged in combat with the zombies, he closely followed, gathering useful food, potions, daily necessities, and even furniture, all of which floated dreamily towards the shadowy portal behind him. As the team progressed, they soon arrived at the base of a towering edifice where 5 resplendent golden characters adorned the entrance, Fog City Governor's mansion. This place was heavily guarded and devoid of treasures. Should they proceed? Chen Yin turned to consult Chen Jiannan for his opinion. Chen Jiannan felt a flicker of interest. As a member of the municipal government, the confidential documents he harbored might possess some value. Yet to him, they were insignificant. He himself was the greatest anomaly in this realm. Hey, a voice interjected abruptly, do you really believe you are still amidst a distinguished military formation? To consider storming the governor's mansion with a ragtag group is rather presumptuous. Yearn, by how? What brings you here? Chen Yin recognized the familiar voice and immediately understood. Was there a mission at hand? National secrets must not be spoken of. By how glanced over, casting a warning glare at Yearn, indicating that he had spoken too freely. Chen Yin gazed at Chen Jiannan, observing his shake of the head. Through their mental communication, he replied, it is unwise. Their strength is insufficient to confront the entities within. Do you require assistance? Although my prowess has diminished, I assure you I shall not hinder your efforts. Furthermore, our captain possesses the strength to move mountains and rivers, capable of safeguarding us on our journey. The bonds of old friendship compelled Chen Yin to worry for his long-standing companions, unwilling to witness their demise amidst calamity. A mocking laughter erupted from Yearn. Drawing closer to Chen Yin, do you still believe you are the same special forces soldier as before? We have injected enhancement serums. Ordinary zombies are utterly ineffective against me. He retorted, I warned you long ago. Withdrawing from the special military unit would lead to irrevocable regret. Ah, Captain, I hear you are now working as a bodyguard. Regressing to sell your life to the progeny of the powerful? At this very moment, you still seek to protect these scions of aristocracy. Chen Yin furrowed his brows and pushed him away, declaring, we judge individuals by their capabilities. My captain is certainly not a wealthy heir. He is the most formidable person I have ever encountered. Ha ha. Yearn burst into laughter, his voice sharp. Are you referring to him? That pretty boy? After your retirement, you will either become a bodyguard or end up in a lunatic asylum. Enough. By how exclaimed, lifting the still laughing Yearn who was leaning against his shoulder. He addressed the crowd. There is no need to waste time with outsiders here. The commander-in-chief awaits our news. He then strode towards the building shrouded in darkness. Yearn brushed past Chen Yin and the others, disdainfully colliding with Chen Yin, forcing him to retreat and press against the wall. I hope that when we meet again, you still remain human. Otherwise, I shall execute you without mercy. Chen Yin fixed his gaze upon him, biting his lip in silent response. The darkness enveloped the silhouettes of the two. The onlookers regarded Chen Yin, at a loss as to how to console their humiliated old friend. Chen Jiannan tilted his chin slightly and inquired, do you still recall the fire control technique I taught you last night? Chen Yin, puzzled, responded, I remember. But I am unable to conjure even a flicker of flame. My training has been brief. This is not due to a lack of combat experience. Xiao Jinyan, hands clasped behind his back, ventured into the depths of shadow, saying, let us seek a suitable arena for trials, to challenge more formidable foes. The group exchanged glances. And one by one, they followed, melding into the thickening night. To the east, approximately at the 16 o'clock position, there lay a target. Muli, wielding a spiritual sensing device, silently conveyed information to Yin Wujin through gestures. The two shared a tacit nod, counting down 3, 2, 1, like a feather caught in a breeze. Muli darted forth, deftly evading detection, gracefully maneuvering into a darkened corner. The zombie-esque gaze locked onto him, but as it hesitated, Yin Wujin had already approached stealthily. Wielding the cold, gleaming soul refinement sword to sever its head, placing the corpse gently on the ground before swiftly keeping pace with Muli. Having encountered several physically formidable zombies, they were fortunate that, after consuming a secret potion from the research hall, ordinary zombies could hardly shake their resilience, let alone spread the virus. In a world ravaged by the undead, the mutated warriors stood as invincible champions. After several twists and turns, They finally arrived at the library housing the confidential documents. This place concealed the most meticulously guarded paper scrolls, which, to prevent leaks, had never been processed through computational devices but had been carefully examined and transcribed over time. The door to the secure room was immensely sturdy, akin to a bank vault, not easily breached. However, as members of a clandestine organization, the two had long been trained to overcome such defenses. The challenge lay not in opening the door, but in discerning the extent of the potential crisis lurking behind it, as numerous zombies could be concealed there. Muli approached the narrow gap of the secret door, relying on a mystical radar to probe and determine the number of zombies. The display revealed nothing. This could be a boon or a bane. The absence of readings might indicate no zombies were present, but it could also signify a malfunction in the radar. The secret scrolls lay just behind the door, and they resolved to take the risk. Muli swiftly deciphered the password, while Yen Wujin simultaneously set a spiritual alarm, designed to divert the attention of any lurking zombies. As dust danced in the air, the door creaked open slowly. In tandem, a sharp alarm blared, and Muli and Yen Wujin held their breath, bracing for a potential assault. Yet, nothing transpired. Today, as fortune seemed to favor them, with their refining tools in hand. The pair stood back to back, using the soul-lighting flashlight to illuminate their path, cautiously stepping into the secure room. Just as they crossed the threshold, the secret door slammed shut, and the room instantly lit up. The abrupt turn of events startled them, their backs pressed against a solid surface. Turning their heads, they beheld a row of massive preservation cabinets, within which zombies stared back at them with wide, unblinking eyes. Yen Wujin recognized one among them as the earliest of the infected, one that had appeared when the zombie plague first began to manifest. At that time, people had paid it no heed, dismissing it as a rabid patient, even reporting it to local newspapers. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all the corpses were the initial victims of the virus. But who had imprisoned them? Who had concealed them within the secure room beneath the governor's office? Muli and Yen Wuji exchanged glances, fully aware that further speculation was unwise. Their purpose this time was solely to retrieve the confidential scroll, and any unrelated matters should remain undisturbed. A low, muffled sound reverberated within the secret chamber, prompting the two to grip their weapons tightly and pursue the source of the noise, only to discover it was merely an empty chair facing them. Drawing on their extensive training, they swiftly turned around. In close proximity, a grotesque zombie lunged forward with a menacing embrace. Yen Wuji decisively delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie staggering 3 paces back as they rolled on the ground to evade the attack. The zombie howled and writhed, lifting its head. The three formed an unusual triangular standoff. At that moment, Muli noticed something peculiar about the zombie. A greenish slime dripped from its mouth, and where it fell, the ground instantly sank into small craters. "Captain, this zombie is extraordinary. We cannot engage it head-on. We must proceed with caution." Before he could finish, the creature lunged at Yen Wuji once more. He grabbed a nearby chair to shield himself, but was unable to prevent the zombie's saliva from dripping into his palm. In an instant, the back of his hand turned a dark hue, emitting a noxious green vapor, as his hand began to corrode. The vile liquid seeped into his skin, invading his veins. In a moment, the veins of Yen Wuji's arm were tainted with a sinister darkness. Yen Wuji, in the face of life and death, he resolutely severed his left hand, but it was already too late. He met Mu Li's horrified gaze, raising the blade to pierce his own temple. Yen Wuji. His anguished cry resonated, yet the loss of life was irrevocable. The zombie turned towards the sound, locking onto Mu Li's position, and charged forth in an instant. Faced with this threat, he swiftly darted into the library, utilizing the stacks of books as cover, crouching low as he moved stealthily. The zombie prowled within the hall, the sounds of its presence echoing continuously. Muli could not afford to be careless. Without Yen Wuji, he could not defeat this malevolent undead. His immediate priority was to locate the documents and escape this place. Moments later, the zombie came to a halt, the absence of life causing it to descend once more into slumber. Muli crept forward, following the guidance to the designated shelf, swiftly identifying the tome he sought. He extracted it with utmost care, striving to maintain silence. The document slid out gradually, finally resting securely in his grasp. Yet, as the tome was fully withdrawn, a pair of eyes emerged from behind the bookshelf. It was the zombie. A roar erupted. The creature's furious howl transcended reason, shattering the glassware within the chamber in an instant. The zombies on the walls tumbled down one by one, slowly rising again, as Muli rushed towards the soul exit. He realized he was ensnared in a dire predicament. Since his entry, the door had sealed itself automatically. In the frenzy, his attempts at the code proved futile. Outside, a horde of zombies surged forth. His clothing had been torn by sharp claws. Though his skin remained intact, crimson blood flowed freely. He was injured, scratched by the undead. He sprinted towards the zombie, resolved to incapacitate this mutated foe's essence, at least to secure a chance for those who might come after him. A thunderous boom. After the deafening sound, the heavy iron door trembled and collapsed, swinging wide open. The weighty door crashed to the ground, shattering several wretched souls. Blood and mud flying chaotically in a scene of unspeakable horror. The enigmatic wind will spiraled within the chamber, stirring a tempest of scattered jade tablets. Retreat swiftly, Jing Han commanded. Though tainted by the malevolent forces, there remained a glimmer of hope for his companions to escape this infernal realm. Where is Jing Han? Where is Wukong? The first to enter was the Qinglan Pavilion team, with none other than Shun Jinan at the helm. Shun Imo stepped forward to support the faltering Jing Han. Wukong had already sacrificed his life in the battle against the malevolent spirits. His trembling voice revealed Shun Jinan's inner astonishment. Wukong, the paragon of their team, who had no equal, had fallen to the hands of evil. I am powerless to reverse my fate, soon to transform into a monster. Jing Han, convinced of Shun Jinan's trustworthiness, hoped that this bond of old would enable him to fulfill his final wish. This is a confidential document. You must personally deliver it to the sect leader. The task of delivering the message should fall upon you. You are aware of the rules. Tears shimmered in Shun Jinan's eyes as she felt a piercing pain upon hearing such a bequest. But my time is short. Yes, you must see it through yourself. We cannot afford any delay. Shun Jinan could not help but interrupt. She understood that they were in a perilous situation. My affairs require no further discussion from you. Were it not for the man before her, Shun Jinan would not be entangled in this predicament, and he might perish here today. Which ignited a tide of fury within her. Although he envied Shun Jinan for living a mundane life, he never wished for her departure. Is this how you treat your savior? Shun Jinan arched her delicate brows, questioning him. Which savior? The audacity of his words was astonishing. At the brink of death, he still coveted the blessings of others. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an approaching malevolent spirit, oozing putrid green liquid, charging fiercely towards them. Be careful. Jing Han was the first to sense the danger. The scene mirrored the tragedy of their former comrade Wukong, signaling that this mission was doomed to failure. At that moment, the malevolent spirit halted as if it had collided with an invisible barrier, contorting and struggling. Shun Jinan extended her left hand slightly, and flames, like a soaring dragon, enveloped the spirit, incinerating it in an instant. Moments later, only charred remains lay upon the ground, reduced to ashes. How is this possible? Jing Han pointed at Shun Jinan, his hand trembling and voice hoarse. We consumed elixirs that merely strengthened our bodies, yet you can wield fire. How are you not akin to a demon? Shun Jinan brushed away the residual smoke from her palm, merely a bit of spiritual power. Such extraordinary abilities are not mere illusions. Could it be that the flames originated from some concealed weapon within her grasp? Shun Jinan's spiritual perception did not surprise him. She extended her right hand. With a crisp crack, the advancing malevolent spirit froze as if struck by ice and snow. Encased in transparent frost from its toes to its head, even the drool at its mouth solidifying into icy droplets. At this moment, Jing Han was utterly convinced. He coughed blood incessantly and murmured, "My insides are rotting." He gazed at the blood on his hands and whispered, "Shun Imo, the confidential order is entrusted to you. This is my only wish." His hands tightened and then loosened. He apologized. "I am sorry." Nearly 7 feet tall, Shun Jinan could not contain her tears, which fell upon Jing Han's cheek before cascading to the ground. You lament too soon. Who can declare that he has already departed this world? Shun Jinan's words left both of them in a state of bewilderment. What did she mean? Captain, is there truly a way to save him? In the brief silence that enveloped Jing Han, he replied with a wry smile, if there existed a miraculous method to dispel the malevolent spirits that erode the soul, how could we be plagued by the rampant zombies? Your prowess is formidable. You value righteousness and affection. So I kindly request you to take care of this companion in the days to come. The soul virus spreads rapidly, and Jing Han's complexion gradually turned ashen. If you must take my life, I implore you, do not let me succumb to the fate of becoming a malevolent spirit. He placed the blade into Shinmo's palm. His gaze filled with earnestness. The hand that grasped the knife trembled slightly as Shinmo raised it, preparing to strike. Do it. Yet, the blade never touched flesh, for it was intercepted by Shun Jinan. Shinmo's wrist was seized, and his gaze instinctively fell upon Shinjin Nan. "Captain, please save him. I beg you." Shinmo prostrated himself, his reverence for Shinjin Nan escalating with each moment, transforming from a proud youth to a transcendent immortal, a savior, and now a dependable captain. He had utterly surrendered to Shinjin Nan. If the latter claimed to be a deity or an otherworldly being, he would harbor no doubts. If the captain could save Jing Han, then surely there was hope to defy fate and rescue him from the brink of death. Shinjin Nan raised a hand, aiding Shinmo to his feet. His right hand brushed across Jing Han's forehead, a gentle halo descending to envelop him entirely. The previously unconscious Jing Han gradually slipped into a deep slumber. Where am I? Have I returned to the dust? Why is there light shining upon me? He floated toward the singular beam of light in the distance. He has awakened. It is true. Shinmo exclaimed joyfully. Jing Han turned his head in confusion. Catching sight of Shinmo's profile and realizing he was leaning against him as the team ventured outward from the city. "Where is this? Have you also suffered misfortune? What of Wukong?" Jing Han inquired, perplexed. "You have not perished. It was the captain who saved you, Jing Han. Come to your senses. Indeed, it is time to refer to me as your benefactor. Furthermore, let us each adhere to our responsibilities and refrain from encroaching upon my disciples' duties." Shinjin Nan concurred. "I have not been corrupted by dark forces. I have truly returned to life." Jing Han raised his hand, its hue still that of mortal flesh, and he felt warmth coursing through him, as if bathed in a nurturing spring. "Thank you. I shall never forget this profound grace." He attempted to turn and bow in gratitude, but found his wrist slightly moving and was unable to rise, trapped upon Shinmo's back. "Understood. Let us discuss this further outside." The group advanced into the city with an air of unwavering resolve, the team members swiftly vanquishing demons and monsters, forging ahead. Ling Feng beheld this assembly of cultivators for the first time. They were no longer mere physical powerhouses, but wielders of extraordinary abilities. Was this not the norm of the world? Had the power of cultivation become so commonplace? He had once believed that through the special elixir he developed, his physical strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals, a rare achievement. Yet, in the face of these celestial techniques, his accomplishments seemed merely akin to superficial enhancement. As the radiant sun consistently shielded him, it manifested the ability to control fire, resembling a formidable barrier of flames. Though not as precise as the techniques mastered by Bingwen Nan, its power was nonetheless impressive. The radiant sun had developed a unique set of combat techniques through practice, including fireballs, fiery curtains, searing arrows, and violent impacts, all of which broadened Ling Feng's horizons. However, what astonished him the most was Bingwen Nan. While others engaged in their respective battles, it was the radiant sun that silently provided support, serving as the unyielding rock behind the group. The shield he conjured with subtlety resembled a ghostly shadow, allowing the zombies to crash against it, only to have their heads explode upon contact, leaving others oblivious to the secrets concealed within. Bingwen Nan's presence was akin to a divine hand mending vulnerabilities. Any slight misstep was swiftly rectified by his thunderous means, everything remaining firmly within his grasp, whether it be human or zombie. The terrifying land of southern zombies, in Bingwen Nan's eyes, appeared to be a paradise for honing their team. Observing the prowess displayed by Bingwen Nan, Ling Feng's gaze sparkled with admiration. It was evident that these companions were merely ordinary individuals. His understanding of the radiant sun was profound, as he had never delved into the path of cultivation. According to earlier investigations at the base, the radiant sun led a team composed of individuals with varying talents, adhering to conventional methods, which is why they chose to collaborate with the Nani group rather than his former colleagues. The root of all these changes lay with Bingwen Nan, suggesting that the path of cultivation was indeed feasible. If everyone could cultivate and acquire the healing spell he possessed, would there still be a need to fear the zombie virus? Soon, zombies could be purged from human habitation. Radiant Sun, do you have the desire to align with the base? Your team comprises many ordinary people, and I am willing to facilitate your acceptance into the base. Ling Feng inquired thoughtfully. Initially, this was indeed a consideration for the Radiant Sun, but with Bingwen Nan, they had already attained the strength for independent survival. Bingwen Nan, should we agree? Without much contemplation, for Bingwen Nan, the presence of many naturally ensured safety, and daily confrontations with zombies would prevent moral decay. Very well. I shall take your kindness and recommend you. Upon hearing the Radiant Sun's consent, Ling Feng smiled with relief. Does your captain have any objections? The captain is already aware and has agreed to my response. Despite the chaos of 1,000 miles, he managed to catch whispers, truly deserving of being the extraordinary one. Awe and reverence coexisted in Ling Feng's eyes as Bing Wenan turned to him with a slight nod. Extremely perceptive. He can sense my gaze. Surely, he would become the leader of the base in the future. Boss. They seem to have returned to the team. Captain Gufan of the Nani team. Reclining comfortably in his chair with his legs propped on the steering wheel, straightened up immediately upon hearing the report. Have the two officials returned? It doesn't seem so. They are empty-handed, probably having failed to find the necessary supplies. What do they have to do with me? I have no intention of conflict today. Gufan lazily leaned back against the chair. Moreover, there is nothing to gain from it. What they have in hand is merely trivial. Their scrap has no value. And in 2 days, the ammunition will be depleted. In a few days, when Ling Feng introduces them to the base, will we still be worried about lacking firearms? Something seems amiss. Gufan's expression darkened, and Ling Guanyuan was also present. He was riding atop Qiyang. What did you say? Let me see. Gufan eagerly snatched the binoculars, stretching his neck to gaze out the window. Indeed, it was Ling Feng, engaging in lively conversation with Qiyang. As if they had reached an amicable resolution. Captain, shall we go up to greet them? Greet them? Gufan cast aside the binoculars in disdain. Why should we welcome them? Ling Feng has turned towards the enemy. There is no need to invite trouble upon ourselves. They were once comrades. Our bond from 2 days prior holds no weight now. Once Ling Feng leads them into the base, our days of comfort will come to an end. No. Gufan's face turned ashen. They must not be allowed to return. The entrance to the city is not far. Once we traverse the stretch, we shall find peace. Free from the disturbances of the undead. A keen-eyed team member spotted the entrance ahead and signaled to the others. Let me down. Let me down. Ling Feng attempted to dismount from Qiyang's back. Are you all right? Can you walk? Qiyang's brow furrowed with concern. I'm fine now, thanks to you, Captain. I feel as if I have nearly regained my ability to move. The power of Bing Wenan is remarkable. Not only did it rescue him from the depths of viral infection, but it also allowed for rapid recovery in a short span of time. He even felt as though his physical capabilities were further enhancing, reminiscent of the exhilaration felt upon first receiving the essence. We are nearing the South Night convoy. Let us part ways here. You brothers should return and regroup. I will report to the headquarters next week to send a convoy for you. He felt indebted to Bing Wenan for the journey, aware that South Night had some distance from them and wished to avoid conflict between the two parties. However, the South Night team had vanished. A strengthened team member interjected with a reminder. Vanished? Ling Feng was perplexed. What happened? They had agreed to wait in place. Could it be that they encountered zombies and hid? No, they departed 10 minutes ago. Bing Wenan, with a broader perspective, remained focused and noticed the South Night team decisively leaving along the path they had come. Ling Feng was momentarily speechless, angrily striking his fist against the wall. These ungrateful wretches. They should have severed ties long ago. Do not worry, wait for us for a day. We have little luggage, and when the time comes, we shall go directly to the base without needing to ride with them. Qiyang maintained a broad mindset, having grown accustomed to the habits of the South Night team. I can only trouble you all. Wait, it seems that the South Night team is looking back with binoculars. Bing Wenan's gaze had yet to return, and he felt a subtle sense of unease about this situation. Over there, Gufan peered through the binoculars to see if they had entered the trap set for them, only to accidentally lock eyes with Bing Wenan. Startled, the binoculars slipped from his grasp. Has this person perceived my gaze? Impossible. At such a distance. Not even the keenest vision could penetrate so deeply. It must simply be a coincidence. Oh dear. Oh dear. As I lifted my head from the throbbing pain in my hand, shards of a shattered telescope grazed me. A soldier shouted, Captain. We are still 5 spirit miles away from the center. If we go any farther, we will step outside the protective barrier. The enemy has breached the circle. Exploded. A crimson spirit talisman suddenly ignited, exuding an aura reminiscent of fireworks, not the flames conjured by the Lord of Fire. A disciple with a keen sense of smell sensed something amiss and exclaimed, It's the residue of a high-tier explosive pill. This is bad. Everyone, get down. Thunderous explosions reverberated through the southern district, a fiery tempest swirling around them, leaving them with no escape route. Yet, above their heads, a golden circular shield ascended, as if divine protection enveloped them, warding off the relentless destruction. As the thick smoke and embers settled, they opened their eyes to a landscape of charred earth. Surrounded by towers reduced to ashes, shattered glass cascading like a starry river, and some colossal structures cleaved in two. Only within the semicircular shield did they find their sanctuary. retaining its former beauty, untouched by the chaos. Their astonished gazes turned to Chinhanyu. This was the aftermath of a chain reaction from a high-tier explosive pill, capable of toppling skyscrapers. They stood in the heart of calamity, yet remained unscathed. As warning bells rang, the crowd instinctively crouched, shielding their mouths and noses. While this man stood resolute within the protective barrier, unwavering as a mountain, they looked up in reverence as if beholding a celestial being. The divine presence brushed gently against each forehead, imbuing them with a faint golden aura, mending their ruptured eardrums with a soothing warmth that enveloped their bodies and souls. It felt as though an immortal had touched their heads, bestowing upon them the gift of longevity. In that moment, the profound shock, reverence, and awe contained within those words stirred deeply within their hearts. In the future, countless extraordinary beings might emerge, some even rivaling deities. Yet, in their hearts, Chinhanyu was their one and only true god. Before they could fully recover from the explosive disaster, a greater threat loomed closer. The city's undead beasts were stirred by the thunderous roar. They howled with excitement, as if infused with adrenaline, shattering glass, bursting through doors, and sprinting through the streets. Leaping from towering heights, they were devoid of pain. As long as they had feet, they would charge forward heedlessly, and with hands, they would crawl frantically. All the undead surged toward the direction of Chinhanyu's team, akin to wolves scenting flesh, their eyes shimmering with a ghostly green glow. From afar, Gaoan and his companions heard the explosion. Without the aid of a telescope, they gazed towards the distant inferno and rising smoke, witnessing buildings within a 10-mile radius collapse into ruins. Their vehicle narrowly escaped being overturned by the shockwave, thanks to Gao Ang's extraordinary skills with a swift maneuver. He brought it to a steady halt in the middle of the road, avoiding disaster. Goodness, how could the power of that explosive pill be so formidable? Where on earth did it originate? Raising his hand to rub his smooth head, Gaoang inquired, as if in a forsaken warehouse of a construction company. Unprepared for the power that rendered his subordinates trembling, their necks retracting, yet their hearts still pounding with trepidation. A construction site, Gaoang's mind raced. As he firmly grasped the battered head of his subordinate, admonishing sharply, that is intended for demolishing buildings. Have you simply brought it back without a second glance? Big brother, we do not recognize that mark. I was traveling alongside those explosive goods. Are you trying to get me killed? Gaoang bellowed. Recalling his own night spent in the company of explosives, his fury seeking an outlet, while the man still cowered in fear. Get down. Walk back on your own. With a swift motion, he expelled his subordinate from the vehicle. The subordinate repeatedly knocked on the car door, pleading, "Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. It was all the fault of those corpse beasts. What am I to do now? Does it matter that we are not in the South District? It's an excellent opportunity to hone your skills." Just as Gaoang was about to accelerate, a piercing cry for help erupted from behind. "Boss, boss." Suddenly, the cries morphed into screams. Gaoang turned to witness a swarm of corpse beasts surging towards the safe haven, overpowering his subordinate and sinking their gaping maws into his throat. Fueled by rage, Gaoang pressed the accelerator. "Captain!" His subordinate fell into the dust, as the road's edge became inundated with the approaching corpse beasts, engulfing his figure. On the other hand, Chinhanyu's team appeared pallid, encircled by hundreds of corpse beasts. The recent explosion had evidently shaken the city. Although the barrier remained unyielding, countless green eyes fixated upon them, as if poised to leap forth and shatter the remaining sanctuary into shards. Silence reigned amidst the chaos, while the corpse beasts roamed aimlessly. Some lurked quietly by the roadside. Others lay low against the ground, and some even scaled walls or ascended to higher grounds. Their gaze was fixated upon this sanctuary. The entire team remained utterly silent, not daring to stir even slightly. They shared an unspoken intuition that the moment their breaths intensified, those predators would pounce, tearing everything asunder. Chinhanyu remained composed. Having witnessed the chaos of vast battlefields with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, a mere few hundred corpse beasts were insignificant in his eyes. It seemed imperative to first address this troublesome horde. Accompanied by the deep, ragged breaths of the corpse beasts, a seemingly casual remark shattered the tranquility. Like the flick of a switch, all the corpse beasts surged toward the golden barrier like a tidal wave, some even leaping directly onto it, clinging to the barrier like a rock. In an instant, the barrier transformed into a cage forged by the corpse beasts. As the clawed monstrosities flailed their limbs, pressing their bodies against it, gnashing their fangs, their gleaming green eyes fixated on each individual within the barrier, as if savoring the taste of their blood and flesh. Everyone was momentarily paralyzed by this harrowing sight. Retreating until they formed a circular defense around Chinhanyu in the center, seemingly the only source of solace amidst the turmoil. The barrier held fast against the onslaught of the corpse beasts, yet it could not shield them from the encroaching dread. A shadow loomed over each person, awaiting the arrival of death, while the corpse beasts too bided their time, anticipating the moment when the barrier could withstand no more, eager to feast on the impending banquet. Are you familiar with the theory of sharks? In truth, sharks do not possess a particular appetite for human flesh, rather. They are merely intrigued by the texture of such beings. When one finds themselves in a hellish ocean, the moment any living essence escapes, the lurking monstrosities are drawn near, vying for the unique flavor of the soul's essence. Should they possess the capacity for speech, the ocean would resonate with their taunts, exclaiming, "What is this? A taste? How vile!" Bodies would be shattered, blood staining the cerulean waves, and those consumed would perish in silence, reduced to mere fodder for the malevolent spirits until naught but their essence remains. The malevolent spirits do not indiscriminately devour all life. They, much like the lurking monstrosities, are driven by an instinctual frenzy to consume souls. Most wicked entities, after their initial taste, swiftly pursue their next prey, and once their corporeal forms transmute into malevolent apparitions, they soon lose interest. Yet, how does one contend with thousands, even tens of thousands, of such malevolent spirits? Those who witness this scene would likely shudder at the thought of being torn apart by the multitude of fiends. In the midst of fervent bloodlust, one could swiftly become nothing but a bleached skeleton. The malevolent spirits surged like a tide, and even though the protective barrier was brimming with their ghastly presence, they continued their relentless assault, forming an increasingly grotesque vortex. The pounding echoed like the wails of tormented souls, shaking the barrier and causing the hearts of the onlookers to plummet. One could even witness the lowest tier of malevolent spirits being crushed, their once frozen blood transforming into a greenish pool, while some shattered forms expelled their viscera, creating a sticky, chilling scene. The small barrier sheltered the crowd, however. The enemies surrounding them numbered far beyond the thousands. Indeed, they represented the entirety of the southern region's malevolence, with otherworldly beings from distant lands also hastening toward them. It was time, Chen Xuanji silently contemplated. He slowly raised his right hand, suspended in the air, and gently touched the barrier. In an instant, 1,000 miles of ice surged from his palm, an immense frost sweeping forth, solidifying and ensnaring the malevolent spirits crawling upon the barrier. As the malevolent spirits struggled against the barrier, they became ensnared among their kind, rendered immobile. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, the freezing continued unabated. The mountains of evil energy and towering edifices of the earth were rapidly encased in ice and snow, until the entire southern region, and indeed the whole city, was instantaneously sealed within a vast prison of cold. In other areas, those besieged by the malevolent spirits, the strugglers, the defiers, the ones evading phantoms, watched in horror as the ground was frosted over, their demonic foes firmly encased in crystalline ice. Even the subordinates of the transforming Gofen found themselves locked in frozen postures. All of this was merely a prelude. Retracting his right hand, Chen Shuji raised his left once more against the barrier. In an instant, a blazing inferno illuminated the heavens, and the explosive force shattered the horde of malevolent spirits, reducing them to fragmented ice remains. The flames surged towards the heavens, searing like vermilion, igniting the horizon into a blood-red blaze. The onlookers gazed in awe at the magnificent clouds of smoke, involuntarily marveling at the stunningly beautiful catastrophe unfolding before them. As the flames gradually subsided, the barrier regained its pristine clarity, revealing to all the unparalleled beauty of an icy world, where the forms of the malevolent spirits had transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. Snow fell from the heavens, cascading down like a funeral of ice crystals upon the heads of the evil beings. It seemed as though the heavens responded to Chinshuji's summons, as thunderous roars descended from the sky, striking the barrier with tremendous force and then retaliating against the horde of malevolent spirits. Subsequently, dark clouds converged over the city, and lightning, sharp as blades, rained down, piercing through every frozen malevolent spirit until they were obliterated without a trace. At this moment, you may return home. Chun Shuji casually lowered his hand, a serene smile gracing his face as he looked upon the crowd with the leisurely demeanor of an afternoon stroll. Before they could articulate their thoughts, their bodies were lifted into the air, soaring skyward alongside Chin Shuji toward the territory of their battle team. Meanwhile, on the other side, the northern base received alarming reports from the Fog City, immediately igniting a fervor. "Commander, A colossal explosion and a massive onslaught of malevolent spirits have erupted in the Fog City. Reports indicate, Commander, that meteorological stations have detected that the Fog City has plunged into an extreme polar chill of several degrees below zero, with dense storm clouds forming. Commander, new intelligence. Radar detection shows that the Fog City is devoid of any traces of evil life. Commander, play the footage. The latest satellite replay data. Immediately. What in the world has transpired in the Fog City? The commander bellowed. Instantly, the monitoring room was shrouded in darkness, the massive screen displaying scenes from hours prior. All eyes fixated on Shuji, ensnared in a silence akin to death. Is it him? So remarkably youthful. Indeed, it appears he possesses no overwhelming prowess. Could it truly be that he alone eradicated the malevolent spirits of the Fog City? How could one man possibly vanquish so many? Look, they are a full team. Yet among them are elderly, children, and women. But surely there are formidable individuals among them. Perhaps this man is of the wise type. Much like our commanding central leader, needing only to orchestrate. After the restoration of peace in the Foggy City, Xuanji and his companions returned to the community. Meanwhile, Yearn received an urgent phone call, urging him to persuade Xuanji and the others to settle in the base. It was promised that all conditions could be negotiated. Should they agree? Xuanji nodded in agreement and presented two requests. First, he insisted that the base ensure all team members, regardless of age or health, possess the right to housing. Second, he expressed a desire to establish a superpower academy. Upon hearing the first request, the base readily acquiesced, recognizing that the expansion of their forces was not solely reliant on the youth but also necessitated the proper accommodation of the families of these warriors, arranging for them to manage logistics. As long as Xuanji's team approached with sincerity and had not succumbed to corruption, they were willing to accept them. However, the second request caused hesitation among the decision-makers. In these turbulent times, with survival at the forefront of everyone's mind, resources for education were scarce. There were no suitable facilities, let alone qualified teachers. Nevertheless, Xuanji was devoted to learning, not seeking power or profit, aspiring to be a principal. After a brief pause, they consented to his request but stipulated that the specifics of the academy would require a face-to-face discussion with Xuanji, followed by a vetting of teaching staff. And implementation would proceed only after the majority agreed. In the tranquil moments before many beings achieved enlightenment, embarking on this journey was not without merit. After all, nurturing exceptional talent was of paramount importance. At that time, bestowing upon him the esteemed title of headmaster of Taishan would suffice. A consensus was reached, and both sides set forth on their grand visions. Hanyu verified the results of everyone's cultivation of spiritual energy and began to deepen the specialized training. Meanwhile, efforts were made to elevate the reputation of this unparalleled warrior, recounting his deeds and dispatching forces to consolidate the Mist Valley, signifying allegiance. 5 days later, Hanyu led a convoy that surged forth like a twisting dragon, arriving at the encampment. The quantity of supplies presented left everyone astounded, and the entire team passed through rigorous scrutiny in succession. They then followed Si-Han's lead into this temporary city of cultivation. The camp was fortified with stringent defenses. 5 miles away lay the first line of defense electric netting, while 3 miles distant stood earthen walls topped with molten fat and sharp stones. The inner walls boasted not only the most advanced identity spiritual recognition systems and round-the-clock surveillance, but also smooth iron sheathing, rendering it impossible for any demonic entities to ascend. Constructing such a meticulous defensive line within a month was indeed an extraordinary achievement. The governor personally welcomed him at the entrance. The governor, a scholarly gentleman in his 50s, donned glasses and, despite his diminutive stature, exuded warmth devoid of any mundane aura. "Young hero Hanyu, we have awaited your arrival with great anticipation," he exclaimed, shaking hands enthusiastically. He continued, "Your team's accommodations have been meticulously arranged. The frail and women reside within the inner city, while the able-bodied men are settled in the outer city to ensure their safety. Furthermore, there is a free spirit transportation service within the base, facilitating convenient travel and communication. Once integrated into the base, your team will no longer exist as a separate entity. All will merge, reorganized by capability, to prevent internal strife and chaos." Hanyu was unfazed, his mind still focused on the academy. "How does one evaluate the qualifications of the academy?" he inquired. "This matter has long been arranged. It has come to my attention that you have already engaged in relevant practices within your team. If your disciple can triumph over the sorcerers we have appointed in the realm of spiritual magic, there will be no cause for concern. Of course, should the majority express their approval, the establishment of the academy may be ratified through voting, the governor replied. Sorcerers? Sihan's heart tightened, and he asked, Captain, does your team include any artifact refiners? He had noted that Shun Hanyu's team was comprised of exceptionally talented individuals. Yet he had not discerned anyone skilled in the refinement of magical artifacts. Could it be that there were hidden talents among them yet to be unveiled? None. Shin Hanyu clarified, sensing the misunderstanding. Our team focuses exclusively on the cultivation of spiritual power. Spiritual power? So the academy you wish to establish is? The governor faltered, realizing the significant misconception. Indeed, it is the Academy of Spiritual Power, Shun Hanyu interjected. A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, and an awkward tension spread among the crowd. This farce seemed to escalate, as they dedicated themselves tirelessly to enhancing their spiritual power solely to uphold their captain's honor. Only to be informed that they were to compete in coding and discuss scriptures? My apologies, it seems our communication was insufficient. The governor hastily attempted to ease the situation. Oh dear, my memory. Aha. Since it is the Academy of Spiritual Power, there is no need for scrutiny. Everyone has complete faith in your abilities. However, can ordinary cultivators also engage with the spiritual power? Are there any taboos? There are no taboos, and the examination is waived. My subordinates are already prepared and eager to demonstrate their skills, which will undoubtedly be more persuasive and also enhance the value of our cultivation, Shin Hanyu assured. Excellent. The governor exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, the youth is spirited. I shall make no preparations and will instead select a few modified 6 restriction prisoners to entertain us. Modified 6 restriction prisoners? The once confident crowd now felt an unsettling tremor within. Despite their best efforts to control their spiritual power, they had only faced demonic creatures thus far. Now, they were confronted with living beings. Would they be able to act decisively? Moreover, given that these individuals were modified prisoners, they could very well harbor a propensity for violence. Not to be underestimated. Rest assured, our contest will be conducted with restraint, the governor reassured, sensing the unease among them. If it becomes perilous, I shall withdraw immediately. And Captain Shin may intervene accordingly. The practice of spiritual cultivation is by no means inferior to the power of the reagents studied by sorcerers. Though I have witnessed Shun Hanyu's strength firsthand, can this spiritual power truly be disseminated throughout the world? It only requires individuals to adapt to the reagents, presenting no barriers. The crowd was also eager to witness which would ultimately prevail, spiritual power or reagents. No problem, we are always ready to respond, Shin Hanyu affirmed. A gentle breeze lifting the hair from his forehead, revealing his calm and profound gaze. In the arena of the camp, onlookers sat atop a grand platform. Observing as Shin Hanyu's team and the governor positioned themselves on either side, with 4 immense screens of spiritual light ensuring visibility for all. The governor waved his hand, signaling for 3 men to be escorted out through the rear entrance by guards. One had a crooked mouth, towering at nearly 8 feet, with a gaunt physique. When not smiling, the corners of his lips often slanted, and his laughter carried an eerie, unsettling quality. Another, named Lishan, approached a height of nearly 6.5 feet, broad-shouldered and lumbering like a bear, making it impossible for the soldiers escorting him to keep pace. The third, Jinxiu, appeared to be an unremarkable scholar, lacking glasses and not particularly imposing. He seemed like a lost student from an academic institution, and no one could fathom why he was present. The governor's authority was deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. Even though these men were not the formidable prisoners of the 6 precepts, he firmly believed that such arrangements were undoubtedly justified. However, the presence of Shun Hanyu's team was perplexing. While the governor sent forth men, Shun Hanyu had chosen a woman, an elderly man, and even a child. Was this madness? Were they attempting to elicit pity through the use of the weak, knowing they could not win? Was it a naive attempt at psychological warfare? The opponent was, after all, the 6 precept prisoners. The woman appeared somewhat resolute, but the old man trembled, and the child was on the verge of tears. Were they truly intended to face off against each other? A myriad of emotions churned within the governor. He had anticipated that Shun Hanyu would cultivate formidable spiritual warriors. Yet this strategy was indeed surprising. What was the meaning of self-sabotage? The governor could envision the audience's emotional responses, and they might even question Shin Hanyu's capabilities. The authenticity of the intelligence regarding the camp would surely come under scrutiny as well. This matter required careful consideration. it was prudent to accompany them with at least 2 elite spiritualists. Yearn, the deputy's abilities, warranted such caution. If carelessly provoked, it could lead to disastrous enmity. There was no need for further concern. They were indeed the best candidates. Yearn replied resolutely. Very well, it has come to this. The commander need not say more. Should Yearn falter, it would at least provide an opportunity to showcase the potency of the enhancement agents, which is also the path she aspires to pursue. In the first confrontation, the participant was a powerful practitioner, while Yearn had selected the seemingly ordinary young woman, Li Ju, as her ally. Ever since Li Ju was rescued by Yearn, she had exhibited remarkable composure, making the most rational choices amid fear or anger. Perhaps in the mundane realm of school life, she was merely an unassuming top student. However, when her academic prowess emerged, Li Ju's exceptional insight and rapid progress in cultivation left her peers astounded. Even more astonishing was her choice to learn the control of giant spirit power, intending to shatter a zombie's skull with a single strike. This modern woman's mindset left Yearn and with no grounds for criticism. As the powerful practitioner stepped onto the stage and saw the frail female disciple before him, he broke into a hearty smile. Miss, I cannot bring myself to fight a woman. What am I to do? But once I engage, there is no turning back to the underworld. Though I am a woman, I do not require your pity. It is your actions that are difficult to reconcile with those of a villain. How did you become a repeat offender? Li Ju asked, her guard subtly raised. Me? The powerful practitioner scratched his head. It was purely accidental, quite unexpected. I inadvertently injured someone and found myself imprisoned. Later, they often bullied me. And in a moment of rage, I severed a companion's head. The crowd murmured, to remove a head. What immense strength it must require. The young girl has chosen the wrong opponent. How many are there? Li Ju swiftly redirected her thoughts. The act of killing a prisoner should not warrant such a severe punishment, for it could be deemed a matter of self-defense. I had forgotten. I drew my weapon on anyone who approached, until there was no one left to confront. I indeed acted out of self-preservation. Who would have anticipated such a harsh verdict? Even in these dire times, I remain imprisoned. Murmurs arose among the crowd. This formidable warrior, how could he be anything but a ruthless assassin? The onlookers jeered, hoping this cruel and oblivious individual would soon face defeat and refrain from causing harm to the innocent girl before him. Li Ju's eyes shimmered with determination. I understood. The issue lies not in whether you have taken a life, but in the essence of your being, which is steeped in malevolence. You exhibit no remorse for the slaughter, merely adhering to the rules with mechanical precision. But I acted in legitimate self-defense. They attacked me first. I was injured. The aggressor must be punished, and the killer must face death. Li Ju stated, acknowledging the former, yet the world punishes wicked deeds with violence. You, I have told you. Why will you not believe me? The warrior, filled with rage, contorted his face in frustration, at a loss for words. You are but a naive little girl. He charged toward Li Ju, leaving heavy footprints in his wake. His massive hand aimed directly at her face. I acted in self-defense. I have done nothing wrong. This blow carried the force of a tempest. Should it land, Li Ju's head might meet the same fate as that of her former cellmate, forever severed from her body. The crowd gasped in horror, for they had not expected the seemingly simple man to unleash such ferocity, striking at a girl. Was her life truly hanging by a thread? Would Yearn extend a helping hand? The gaze of the onlookers was fixed upon him, yet he exhibited no inclination to act. Reality proved his wisdom, for his lethal strike was deftly intercepted by Li Ju with a mere lift of her hand, with her left arm slightly raised and no exertion of full strength. Her demeanor remained as tranquil as a casual greeting. Astonishingly, this seemingly insignificant gesture thwarted the full force of a mighty cultivator's palm. In the next moment, Li Ju subtly elevated her palm and casually swiped at the oncoming hand. The spectators presumed she was merely deflecting, yet the cultivator's hand was dislodged with an audible crack. The entire limb tore apart, crashing to the ground with a muffled thud, landing at Li Ju's feet. Her expression was as serene as still water as she lightly stepped down. Bang! The cultivator's head burst open, shattering beneath her foot. Turning away, she did not cast a glance at the remnants on the ground, but instead walked towards Yearn, cheerfully waving her hand. Captain, I miscalculated the force and inadvertently crushed it. Yearn discerned her mimicry and smiled helplessly. The audience fell into a stunned silence, their gaze fixed upon this extraordinary teacher-student duo, left only with an unspoken awe. In the first round, Li Ju emerged victorious. No one in the world could believe the spectacle before them. The most ferocious of the three malevolent spirit cultivators had been defeated in a single blow by a seemingly frail young girl. In an instant, the outcome had been determined. Amidst their negotiations, a mere moment had passed, a sudden reversal. Could this be the legendary power of cultivation? Yet, she had not invoked the paths of water and fire. How could she possess such immense strength, rivaling that of a great bear? This was surely beyond the capabilities of ordinary mortals. It was the realm of spiritual resonance. A transcendent force. Ordinary individuals could only gaze in envy. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinary and unparalleled divine ability. Although most accepted this extraordinary event, a few still harbored doubts, believing Qin Jiahan to be a grand deceiver. His so-called cultivation was merely a manipulation of the masses, teaching them to refine their physical forms. With no trace of genuine celestial techniques. No matter how skilled, Qin Jiahan could not enlighten a cultivator. He was merely a charlatan masquerading as a sage. Some obscure techniques might enhance one's physical constitution, akin to an alchemist catalyzing latent potential, but this could never be compared to true divine power. When the referee announced Qin Jiahan's team as the winners, discussions erupted throughout the arena, with each person expressing their opinion. However, only 30% of the crowd supported the Academy of Creation. The majority believed that spending time on such illusory methods to augment strength was inferior to relying on potions that could reveal one's capabilities overnight, effortlessly. Despite the limited support, the second match commenced as scheduled, pitting the crooked-necked man against the old cultivator. The crooked-necked man leapt onto the stage, arrogantly waving to the crowd, as if performing for a monkey, reveling in the cheers that only fueled his hubris. Meanwhile, Qin Jiahan's team sent forth the old cultivator. He staggered and wobbled, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend the platform, nearly tumbling over. The kind-hearted audience held their breath in concern, while the hardliners jeered mercilessly. "Get off the stage, you old fool. Scram. We want to see a fierce battle, not your frail self crossing the street." What if the elderly man were to stumble? It was clear that any mistake would cost him the chance of victory. The crooked-necked man was indeed a notorious villain. Having once roamed the world with righteous intentions before descending into a life of crime, where he established a nefarious force in prison, wreaking havoc far and wide, and no one dared to underestimate him. Old man, you must understand, I am no coward who cowers in fear. I shall show no mercy. Do not tremble. If you are so frightened that you lose control, perhaps bowing your head might spare your life. Ha 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 ha. His arrogant laughter echoed through the training ground, causing the old man to tremble even more violently in response to his malicious cackles. "What did you say? Call me Grandpa, by your head. And I promise you won't suffer too greatly in death. Call out. Call Grandpa." The elderly man's voice was hoarse and tremulous. "Grandfather." A profound silence enveloped the arena. "Do you wish to mock the old man?" The crooked-necked one, having disowned the ruse, was consumed by fury and charged at the old master. "You old fool. Prepare to meet your end." Yet, before he could draw near, the old master spoke. "Grandson, sit down." With a resounding thud, the crooked-necked one lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground. "You think, I say," the old master at this moment appeared solemn and dignified. "Grandson, sit down." Once more, the crooked-necked one fell heavily, his head striking the earth, creating a deep crater. "Grandson, sit down. Grandson, sit down. Grandson, sit down." Initially, the crooked-necked one attempted to seize the moment of the old master's brief respite to launch a surprise attack, choking him to silence. Yet, the elder astonishingly spoke numerous phrases without faltering, his voice resonating powerfully, leaving the crooked-necked one dazed and unsteady. Finally, seizing the instant the elder inhaled, the crooked-necked one summoned all his strength to charge forth, grasping the elder's throat, nearly twisting his neck. At that moment, the elder's speech was obstructed, but a command emanated from his abdomen. "Grandson, rest in peace." With a blur in his vision, the crooked-necked one lost consciousness. This elder was indeed a master of ventriloquism. The referee began to count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The victor, the disciple of Qin Jiahan. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Hearing this, the old master resumed his indifferent demeanor, trembling as he descended from the stage. Meanwhile, the crooked-necked one was carried away by the cleanup crew, stumbling along the way, succumbing to sleep without a hint of awareness. At that moment, everyone understood that the elder wielded a form of commanding prowess. A single utterance of grandson rendered the other unable to resist. Perhaps there was a hidden covenant binding them, such as the address of grandfather, which none could verify. From then on, no one would dare to address this elder as grandfather lightly. Instantly, the support for the establishment of a superpower cultivation academy surged to 3/4. However, the remaining 1/5 comprised learned individuals who remained skeptical of such supernatural abilities. Hypnotic techniques were not unprecedented. Yet the phenomenon of conscious awareness being unable to act autonomously was unparalleled, perhaps an upgraded version of mental manipulation? Viewed in this light, it was not surprising. Merely a matter of exploiting gaps in scientific understanding, hardly worth noting. They may have opportunities in the future to discuss this mastery with Xinjiahan. But to anticipate using it against zombies? Did they truly expect the undead to address them as grandfather? Thus, they opted to oppose. Under the gaze of the crowd, the two contestants for the third match made their entrance. One was a diminutive child scarcely a meter tall, and the other, a filthy recluse. Their arrival evoked a wave of murmurs. In this realm of cultivation, the appearance of a child barely exceeding a foot in height captured the cautious attention of the cultivators. And no one dared to belittle or ridicule. In the team led by Qin Yuanan, there exists a seemingly delicate woman whose strength surpasses that of rugged men. Complemented by an elder adept at manipulating the minds of others. Who could have anticipated that this unassuming child harbors such formidable capabilities? Contrary to expectations, the standoff is devoid of the anticipated flashes of swordplay. The child remains remarkably docile, and the reclusive scholar appears amiable and benevolent. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, he attempts to muster a stiff smile in an effort to befriend the child, even offering a piece of candy. Yet, the child graciously declines. Beware, my friend. This candy may be laced with poison. Without uttering a word, the child's thoughts flow into the minds of the onlookers like a clear spring. How is this possible? Is it not another form of secretive communication? No, this technique cannot traverse such distances to reach the hearts of all present. The cultivators murmur amongst themselves. Did you hear that voice? I heard it too, but what is it about? The crux does not lie in the words, but rather in the assertion that the candy is indeed toxic. Toxic? Did this scholar truly offer poison to a child from the outset? What reason could he have for being labeled a criminal across the 6 realms? According to my uncle, this man is, in fact, a serial killer. Observe how he appears gentle on the surface yet harbors malevolence. The number of his victims exceeds 20. The crowd stirs with agitation, realizing that this seemingly ordinary scholar is, in truth, a bloodthirsty demon, not merely an accidental assailant or a defender. He revels in the act of taking lives. Thus, the child faces this fiend with remarkable composure. Yet, how does this boy discern the poison within the candy? Indeed, this child is exceptionally astute. The scholar feigns ignorance, lowering his head with an awkward smile, insisting that the candy contains no poison. I have resided in this place for too long. Where could such a substance be found? Behold, this is merely an ordinary sweet. And to prove my words, I shall consume it. With that, he swallows the candy whole. What audacity! Is he truly consuming a potentially toxic substance? Could it be that the candy is indeed harmless? Is the child attempting to provoke him? In truth, he has not verified its safety. Doubts resurface in the minds of the onlookers as they hold their breath, anticipating the moment when the poison would manifest. Yet, as the two remain silent, gazing at each other for what seems like an eternity, each stationed at their respective sides, the atmosphere resembles that of a casual encounter between online acquaintances rather than a deadly confrontation. Ultimately, the scholar exhibits no signs of poisoning. As you can see, there is no toxicity, he states, rummaging through his pocket for some time before producing another packet of candy, which he proceeds to savor piece by piece. It is merely a token of goodwill, devoid of ulterior motives. His words are laden with contrition as he extends his hands, placing the remaining candy between them before cautiously retreating to his original position. I still have plenty, all may be yours. I hold great affection for children. Indeed, it is harmless. This indicates that he is merely an ordinary scholar without weapons. What should we do? He appears adorably innocent. Could he truly be a killer? Have we mistakenly accused the wrong person? The child is being excessively unreasonable. Such poor upbringing. At the very least, he should apologize for his misjudgment. How could he be so impolite? Nevertheless, the child remains unmoved, maintaining a vigilant stance. But my friend, the candy you did not select has been consumed by you. The ones you previously ingested were secretly swapped, and the candies you offered me are all laced with poison. His words reverberated once more throughout the surroundings. Or perhaps, would you care to loosen your garments and indulge in another morsel? The recluse stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment. In such a situation, how could one possibly be exposed? Yet, do you not harbor affection for me? Is this truly beyond your capacity? The recluse felt exceedingly awkward, rooted to the spot without any recourse. This child is utterly outrageous, lacking the slightest decorum. Is it appropriate to compel someone to reveal their body? Truly. A mischievous rascal. Hasn't his leader imparted any wisdom upon him? Where is his regard for others? Is he provoking everyone? This individual does not resemble a criminal. He must be misunderstood. How audacious to behave so brazenly at such a tender age. Apologies, though young. I know better than to underestimate malevolence. It is not a lack of respect. I simply wish to avoid the toxic candy that may trigger an adverse reaction. How can this be possible? I had just picked it up moments ago. Though youthful, one must not treat me with such disdain. The recluse struggled to contain his anger, defending himself. However, it was I who personally retrieved it, unprotected by the mystical finger, thereby allowing the poison to invade my system. The mystical finger. How could this child be aware of such a treasure? He is but 4 years old. Upon closer examination, the crowd indeed noted a peculiar hue in the recluse's hands. Where did you acquire the mystical finger? That filthy object. How could one so young possess such cruelty? It is merely worn to protect against sun exposure. At this juncture, the audience found it increasingly difficult to ascertain the truth, and the excitement surrounding this spiritual contest began to wane, as reflected in the declining viewership on the large screen. Is that so? Yet your sentiments do not align with this notion. The child is remarkably astute. When he perishes, he will surely do so with a beauty akin to a wilting flower. I shall fashion a pendant from his heart. The inner musings of the recluse echoed in the ears of the onlookers. This child is indeed clever. His demise will surely be beautiful. And I shall use his heart as a chest ornament. What thoughts are they eavesdropping on? What words did this recluse utter moments ago? Has he lost his sanity? To desire the heart of a child as a trophy, a twisted murderer. Indeed, we have all been deceived. Am I the only one to perceive the extraordinary powers tested in this competition? Before his words could fully escape, he beckoned. Come forth, little practitioner. Delight in these sweet candies. Upon contact, it shall be the moment I claim you as my own. Our stomachs shall dance together amidst this multitude of practitioners and delectable treats. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the recluse instinctively licked his lips. An action others might dismiss as a mere reflex. Yet, his uncontainable thoughts had been laid bare for all to witness. Utterly repugnant. Die. Pervert. Slay him. Exterminate this murderous fiend. The recluse sensed the rising clamor, a slight tremor coursing through him. Why are the others so exhilarated? Can they feel my deep emotions? The sight of their anger is truly exquisite. Not so, my dear brother. It is your inner voice. Everyone has heard it. You have laid yourself bare, twisted murderer. The reclusive youth bowed his head, remaining silent for a long moment, with no inner thoughts to share, as the crowd's accusations continued unabated. It was only when the clamor gradually subsided that he lifted his gaze to the assembly. Alas, he could not ensnare you. It seems I must rely on martial prowess instead. A serene smile lingered on his face, yet no one dared regard him as a gentle lamb any longer, but rather as an unsettling embodiment of calm. Before the onlookers could react, the youth from the quiet chamber surged forward like a tempest, closing the distance to the boy in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such speed, even for practitioners, was extraordinary, akin to teleportation. Earlier, neither had displayed any remarkable might, yet this individual appeared to have fully awakened his latent potential, inspiring those who beheld him and igniting a yearning within them to possess such power. Amidst the swirling confusion of the crowd, the boy remained composed and unflappable. In the moment the youth from the quiet chamber swung his fist, a brilliant golden radiance emerged to thwart him. The boy had manifested a protective barrier. He wielded more than a single method of defense. Why do you resort to brute force against me, fellow practitioner? Are you not aware that the power of thought can also manifest as a shield? Before his words could fully escape his lips, the youth's fist, imbued with all his strength, struck the barrier. Yet he was met with a backlash, sent reeling backwards. After a brief pause, the youth from the quiet chamber gasped for breath as he rose, his mask torn away to reveal a fierce countenance. And he charged forward in a fit of rage once more. However, regardless of how fiercely he attacked, each onslaught returned to him as if he were striking into the void. In the command hall, the spectators were both astonished and agitated. Previously, they might have dismissed the two practitioners, viewing mind reading as merely a form of communication. Yet this barrier was different. It was a bulwark, a mere trifling matter. Yet within the team, there existed one capable of erecting such a barrier, ensuring that the undead would remain forever outside, significantly enhancing the team's safety. Should he be nurtured into a formidable being, within the confines of this barrier, what realms would not lie within his reach, untouched by intruders? In 3 minutes, I require the complete profile of this child. The commander declared urgently, rising swiftly. Such a young child had already mastered a remarkably potent protective barrier, capable of withstanding the ferocious assault of a genetically enhanced adversary. When he matures and delves deeper into the arts, what an indomitable guardian he shall become. It is imperative to recruit him into our sect and secure his allegiance to this place at the earliest opportunity. The members of Qin Jinnan's team exhibited expressions of astonishment. Though they all hailed from the same master, each had chosen their own preferred fields, resulting in a superficial understanding of their teammates' abilities, particularly those left behind in the base due to age or infirmity. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed extraordinary power? No wonder Qin Jin chose not to send his disciple Chen Yin into battle. This brash young man, with his airs of arrogance, coupled with his mind-reading abilities and barrier techniques, was clearly a miniature version of Qin Jinan. Could he perhaps be Qin Jinnan's offspring? The others exchanged peculiar glances and instinctively turned their eyes toward the captain. How could the astute Qin Jinan remain oblivious to the convoluted speculations swirling in the minds of his companions? Clearing his throat theatrically, Qin Jinan brought his disciples back to the present, but their thoughts remained tumultuous. The focus of the arena shifted back to the unfolding battle when suddenly a dramatic turn of events occurred. The youth in the quiet chamber launched a fierce assault on the barrier, enduring numerous defeats, yet persisting with relentless vigor. His body marred with wounds that were disheartening to behold. The young man felt a flicker of fatigue, rubbing his sleepy eyelids. As he opened his eyes, a cloud of fine sand rushed toward him. In the fleeting moment of attack, the youth seized a hidden shard. The barrier retaliated, and the shard penetrated the defenses, aiming directly at the boy. If that shard struck, the boy's sight would be irrevocably lost. Surprisingly, it was the youth in the quiet chamber who first cried out. In that dire moment, the boy instinctively activated his empathic transmission, pouring all his mental waves into the mind of the youth in the quiet chamber. The boy's maturity stemmed from years of attuning to the thoughts of those around him, leading to an early development of his intellect. The audience, numbering in the thousands, erupted with millions of simultaneous exclamations, all of which he had just perceived. Yet, the boy was already accustomed to such overwhelming sensations, remaining largely unfazed. For the youth in the quiet chamber, however, that was an unbearable burden. One of the symptoms of mental disarray was the cacophony of incessant noise in the ears. At that moment, the youth's mind was inundated with a multitude of voices, causing him to faint. His brain suffered damage, teetering on the brink of death. Just then, Qin Jinan entered the barrier, gently brushing his palm over the boy's head. A soft golden light enveloped them, and the pain vanished from the boy's visage, allowing him to gradually regain his composure, opening his eyes to reveal a clear and unscathed gaze. This was the power of healing. He had indeed mastered the art of restoration. Truly, he was the leader of a superpowered team. The crowd could no longer contain themselves, rising in unison to chant his name. Qin Jinan, Qin Jinan, Qin Jinan. As the cheers echoed, the referee examined the condition of the youth in the quiet chamber, confirming his demise, and promptly announced, in the third match, Qin Jinnan's team emerges victorious. In an instant, crimson flames erupted from Qin Jinnan's palm, reducing the youth in the quiet chamber to ashes. Good heavens! He was a master of fire manipulation. The audience, enlightened, eagerly pressed their buttons. Support surged rapidly, reaching a staggering 100%. The proposal was unanimously approved, paving the way for the establishment of the superpowered academy. On the arena, applause thundered, and the competition concluded flawlessly. In the base's conference room, the chief commander grasped Qin Jinnan's hand with fervor, repeatedly exclaiming, "We sincerely thank you for your generosity. We wholeheartedly support the founding of the superpowered academy." Qin Jinnan received the accolades with calmness, responding, "It is equally an honor. Your decision is indeed sagacious. To be candid, our circumstances were dire prior to your arrival." The commander's words bore a heavy weight. In the south, the mist has gathered the undead, while in the north, various formidable factions dominate, most of which remain ungoverned by the court, each ruled by a powerful overlord. Recently, plans were set in motion to establish contact with these bases in pursuit of negotiations. However, each faction has developed their own hormones, leaving us without a guarantee of victory. Thus, we have secretly deployed missions to seek further research related to these hormones, striving to enhance our odds of triumph. Qin Jinan smiled. "This matter is easily resolved. Our sect's warrior team shall undoubtedly exert our utmost efforts. Have you seen? That is none other than the delegation of the Northern Region's Immortal Mansion, a band of utter incompetence. Upon hearing this, they have actually come to meet our esteemed master in the name of negotiation. What a farce indeed. How can it be a negotiation? Is it not the case that the feeble immortal mansion of the northern region seeks our allegiance? Surely so, ha 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 ha. Chun Jianan, accompanied by numerous companions, journeyed with the envoy from the northern region to the southern region's celestial abode, only to be met with blatant derision. In stark contrast to the cautious deliberations of the north, this land was marked by a more rugged disposition, eager to ensure that the world heard their mockery, unleashing laughter only as the visitors drew near. Several impassioned youths were on the verge of charging forward to confront the jeers, but their leader, Li Jing, restrained them. Understanding that their mission was one of diplomacy, instigating a conflict would undoubtedly draw the ire of the onlookers. Indeed, following a contest of strength, Li Jing's calm wisdom earned him the favor of the supreme leader, elevating him to the ranks of the celestial abode's elite and designating him as the head of the diplomatic delegation. How utterly disdainful of the masses. The young men were aflame with fervor, itching for a challenge. Li Jing cast a pleading glance towards his mentor, the former captain, Chun Jianan. Silence reigned. With a mere flick of his wrist, Chun Jianan dissipated the troubling clamor into nothingness, leaving the inhabitants of the southern celestial abode in a state of astonishment. Why can I not articulate my thoughts? What you utter, I cannot comprehend. Have I become deaf to your words? Chun Jianan discreetly silenced their voices. At this moment, atop the tower, a bald man sat alone, one foot perched on the edge, with one leg dangling in midair. The tattoos on his arms revealed his true identity. He was Gao Fan, a member of the Southern Night Cultivators team. Ultimately, he had arrived. He gently stroked his smooth head. After the zombie frenzy was quelled by Chen Jianan, the Northern Domain's immortal mansion dispatched a great army intending to recruit various teams from the Fog City. Gao Fan understood that he could not remain unscathed in the Northern Domain. He had orchestrated schemes against Shi Ran and Chen Jianan, which had already sown deep enmities. Now, should he be absorbed into the Northern Domain, his identity would be exposed, leading to an inevitable fate of imprisonment. Thus, he led his team to flee southward under the cover of night, fortuitously establishing a foothold in this realm. In the Southern Domain, strength was the sole criterion. The leader, Shirley, paid no heed to worldly disturbances. Within his territory, anyone capable of defeating their adversaries, be they thieves, swindlers, or villains, could secure a place. Here, force dictated the law. The ruthless Gao Fan, leading the equally fierce Southern Night team, swiftly drove out the indigenous populace and firmly established their presence in the vast Southern Domain. Though not as prosperous as the Northern Domain, Shirley granted powerful individuals a certain number of spirit elixirs as rewards for their allegiance. These elixirs were far from the gentler offerings of the Northern Domain. Life or death depended solely on oneself. However, those capable of withstanding immense pressure could attain physiques rivaling that of deities, undoubtedly aiding them in thriving within this brutal world of the survival of the fittest. Gao Fan was among the greatest beneficiaries, his enhanced physique astonishing, swiftly replacing Shirley as the dominant force in the Southern Immortal residence. The Northern Domain's envoy was dispatched at his behest, yet he harbored no intentions of peace. He merely sought to step out from the formidable shadow of Chen Jianan. After all, men with ambitions are always ravenous for the pinnacle. Last time, you escaped by sheer luck. This time, we shall confront each other head-on. Gao Fan leaped to his feet, his figure vanishing into the morning mist. If Gao Fan represented the left arm, coincidentally, the right arm belonged to none other than the Shadow Mouse. After consuming the spirit elixir, the Shadow Mouse's physique merely reached a conventional standard. Yet it developed a sixth sense. Its acute intuition regarding resources and combat was heightened to an extraordinary level. It effortlessly gathered a formidable group of subordinates to serve him, while its keen senses allowed it to evade assassination attempts and death traps time and again. The news of Chen Jianan's team visiting filled him with unease. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for these individuals who had subjected him to humiliation, forcing him to bow to the strong in order to safely reach the celestial abode of the Southern Domain. Simultaneously, an intense instinct urged him, more fiercely than ever, to flee and avoid confrontation with Chen Jianan's team. Upon the publication of the envoy list, he spotted Li Jing's name, indeed, that unrestrained woman. He resolved to disregard his instincts and personally exact vengeance upon these insufferable beings. Lord, the envoy from the Northern Domain has arrived, reported the envoy mouse, standing respectfully beside the stone bed. Oh, Shirley toyed with the Taiji diagram in his hand, an emblem of wisdom that could quell his mounting desire for bloodshed. You may entertain them as you see fit. However, it appears some leaders within our ranks may resist compliance and wish to spar, fearing that excessive force could lead to the demise of the northern envoy, resulting in a loss of face. That is of no consequence. Shirley cast aside the Taiji diagram, sprawling across the bed, yearning only for sleep. The diagram could no longer pacify his bloodlust. This place adhered to the law of the jungle, where might reigned supreme. The decision to negotiate or to wage war was inconsequential. To seize my position, huh? What significance does mere humiliation hold? It is bloodshed that I crave. Covering his eyes. The sanguine glint in his gaze was unmistakable as he clutched his belly and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Boring. Be gone. The envoy mouse, accustomed to his leader's madness, bowed and withdrew. Let them act as they please. Their methods matter not. Indeed, my brothers can no longer contain themselves. After severing the call from his subordinate, the envoy mouse received permission, and those lurking in the shadows moved onto the streets. They had learned their lesson. Refraining from verbal insults, instead fixating their lewd and contemptuous gazes upon Qin Jianan and his companions, particularly Li Jing, as if she were being stripped bare in public. Trembling with rage. As tensions reached their breaking point, a colossal figure, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 zhang and weighing nearly 300 jin, obstructed the path, sporting a cunning grin. This place is my domain, you may pass, but the women's garments must remain. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers from the southern sect understood the implications, and mocking laughter filled the air, creating an invisible web of pressure that ensnared the newcomers. Lin Qing once again suppressed his eager disciples from intervening. Do you know whom you are daring to confront? We are a grand envoy personally invited by the commander-in-chief. Forgive my ignorance, but is there such a commander-in-chief present here? Laughed a gaunt passerby, who respectfully replied, Leader, surely he refers to our sect master. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who remained silent yet amused, claiming to be the commander-in-chief. Truly, the north is filled with rubbish. Indeed, just empty titles. I cannot abide these effete scholars. A man should speak with his fists. With a swift gesture, Qin Jianan silenced the laughter, intensifying the atmosphere. Lin Qing, unable to conceal her anger, thought to herself, a madman remains a madman, ignorant of propriety. Is he even aware of the insult he has hurled at the sect leader? The robust figure let out a booming laugh that reverberated through the street, declaring, Apologies, little girl. Here, we revere the strong. Power is the very essence of righteousness. As for the sect leader, I'm afraid my superior insists on extending a warm hospitality to you. How else can we demonstrate our sincerity and fervor? Any interference in the sect leader's affairs is strictly prohibited. Realizing the looming threat, Lin Qing and her companions pondered. Isn't this supposed to be a peaceful negotiation? How can the southern sect be in such disarray, with their subordinates acting with such impunity? It appeared that peaceful dialogue was futile, and only a display of force would suffice. Brother, we must rely on our martial prowess and seek an audience with their sect leader directly. It seems the newcomers do not come with good intentions. As you say, act according to your heart. Inform me when you require my assistance. Qin Jianan gently patted Lin Qing's head, his demeanor composed. Lin Qing felt her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and excitement as she replied, I shall heed your command. With her emotions now steadied, she turned to face the imposing adversary. What if we insist on crossing? Lin Qing removed her cloak and handed it to her companion, gesturing for them to step back. Oh, such a charming appearance. Are you certain you do not wish to summon a man to assist you? The burly man waved his hands, and the crowd shifted, clearing a space for the two to engage in battle. Then it seems you shall remain here forever. As the gentle breeze fluttered their garments, a fierce confrontation erupted. Within mere moments, fists clashed relentlessly, the sounds echoing like a series of thunderous explosions in their ears. Qin Jianan and his companions could no longer restrain their murmurs. This rotund individual possesses considerable strength, having yet to be defeated. Indeed, Sister Lin can fell a fierce warrior with a single strike. The southern sects are utterly astonished. The sight of a hefty man, over 2.5 meters tall with 300 years of cultivation, clashing with a petite girl under 1.70 meters is nothing short of striking. Moreover, this man, enhanced by drugs, is merely a minor leader. Yet he has failed to swiftly vanquish the young woman. Have they forgotten thee today? They yearn to engage in fervent discussion, yet are silenced by Qin Jianan's unspoken command. Though anxiety pervades the hearts of the group, Qin Jianan remains composed, discerning that Lin Qing has reserved 8/10 of her strength, exhibiting remarkable ease. Meanwhile, the hefty man is drenched in sweat, his complexion alternating between blue and purple, enduring unbearable pain. How can this be? How can this girl be so formidable? Has she also been enhanced by drugs? Impossible. The substances developed in the northern region can at best reinforce clothing defenses. Certainly not acting as similar catalysts. Who on earth is she? As they exchange blows once more, the two swiftly separated. The man gasps for breath, appearing relatively uninjured. Yet his arm is shattered, the pain piercing to the core. In contrast, Lin Qing appears unperturbed, casually rotating her wrist to stretch her muscles. This contest must come to an end. She calmly raises her gaze to the burly man, and though her expression remains unchanged, he, intimidated, takes a step back. Since you respect strength, allow me to use my power to amend your words. The rotund man retreats step by step, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes trembling. If this continues, only death awaits. In a panic, he raises his hand and shouts, "Everyone, come forth. Kill this wretched girl." Yet before he can finish, he turns and flees. At the sound of his command, the others instinctively step forward, swiftly engulfing the hefty man's figure. Alas, escape is futile. With a forceful stomp, Qin Jiannan brought all to a standstill. In a hushed tone, he commanded, "Advance." As he stomped once more, the crowd regained their mobility. The fleeting moment suspended as if in a dream. Before they could register their astonishment, furious cultivators surged forth behind them, each one unleashing their fury upon the disciples of the southern sect, like wolves on the hunt. Nearby, a colossal column of water crashed down, dispatching 4 or 5 adversaries in an instant. In another vicinity, one of the envoys darted through the air like lightning, weaving between 6 or 7 foes, his flying daggers finding their mark in the throats of his targets. In the distance, thick vines erupted from the ground, coiling like serpents to strangle the masses, slicing through flesh and bone. Beside this chaos stood a young man with a smile, manipulating shadows on the ground to orchestrate a brutal self-slaughter among the throng. Lin Qing shifted his form, positioning himself before the rotund figure. With 5 fingers pressed to the ground for balance, he lowered his body almost entirely. One leg bent like a cat ready to pounce, the other igniting with flames, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, locking onto the line between life and death. The plump man, in a state of panic, stumbled backward and fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face, urine staining his trousers. As he frantically bowed his head, "Oh, ancestral spirits, I am blind and did not recognize you. I beseech you, grant me mercy. My lord, I have erred." Yet, in the moment he raised his head, Lin Qing struck with the swiftness of a tempest, delivering a fierce kick to his chin, sending the man's head flying. "My apologies," Lin Qing said, standing a short distance away, retracting his foot as it gradually bent at the knee. "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Thus, the scene of slaughter approached its conclusion. Those who had fled had already escaped, while the unfortunate souls who could not elude their fate lay scattered across the streets, blocking the thoroughfare. In the blink of an eye, Qin Jiannan's body, consumed by fear, rage, and anguish, turned to ashes, dissipating into the mist. The desolate streets lay empty, with only the crisp wind weaving its way through, while the inhabitants of the southern fortress held their breath, concealing themselves in trepidation as they furtively observed the harbingers of death advancing towards the towering ancient spire that kissed the clouds. Are you certain? The elixir's injection could very well transform one into a mere corpse puppet in an instant. The treasure mouse delicately placed a pill upon the table, nudging it closer to Gao Fan. "My actions require no concern from you." Gao Fan abruptly snatched it away, his cold gaze piercing through the treasure mouse, who merely needed to remain at his post. Once a nameless street pickpocket before the cataclysm, he had formerly served under the notorious Gao Fan. However, times had changed, and their statuses now stood in stark contrast. A smirk of disdain flickered in Gao Fan's mind, perceiving him as nothing more than a pitiful insect beneath his wings. The treasure mouse, understanding the unspoken tension, refrained from further words. "My past grievances with Qin Jiannan have long been settled. He will not trouble you. Yet you," leaning closer, he whispered, "are entangled in an unending fate with him," before retreating to his original position. "This elixir was procured at great peril, not intended for those like Qin Jiannan. How much leverage do you possess to truly affect Shirley's standing? The benefits you deserve will come to you. Just wait and see." With that, Gao Fan turned away, striding forth with unyielding confidence. The treasure mouse clenched his fist beneath the table, quietly channeling his strength. While he publicly denounced Qin Jiannan as an ordinary man, his true aim was directed at this seemingly inconspicuous figure. Of course, should he manage to profit from this situation, it would be even more advantageous. "Boss, the hormonal reagents have been delivered to Gao Fan. Do not trouble me with such matters. Handle it yourselves." Maintain control of the situation and address any zombies immediately. Do not expose my identity. Yes, boss. On the other end of the line. Only the sound of a dial tone remained. In retreat, Chinjeron's team swiftly arrived at the ancient tower, where they beheld a solitary figure before it, exuding an aura that demanded attention. So, you have come, he mused, his fingers gliding over his smooth forehead, filled with a sense of profound reflection. Ultimately, he had chosen to appear. The others, recognizing the gravity of the moment, discreetly withdrew, granting the two an arena for confrontation. Who are you? Chinjeron clearly failed to recall this individual. Ha 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 ha. The laughter rang out, deafening and unrestrained, as Gao Fan doubled over with mirth. You inquire of me? You do not even know who I am after I have decimated your team? Did Qin Yin not enlighten you? Chinjeron furrowed her brow, pondering that insignificant individuals are not worthy of remembrance. Insignificant? A trace of ferocity flickered across Gao Fan's face. Are a few bombs trivial to you? Is an entire city overrun with zombies inconsequential? Everyone is merely a negligible character. To speak candidly, I am quite eager to discern whether, in your eyes, the lives of your companions are also of little importance. I am Gao Fan, the Gao Fan of the South Wild Squad, who has been rendered homeless and teetering on the brink of death due to your team. Were it not for you, I would have long since journeyed northward, devoid of needing to barter the lives of my comrades for mere survival at the southern outpost. Of no consequence, we have come to negotiate with your leader. Kindly grant us passage, will you? Chinjeron had no recollection of him, though he had caused harm to others. In the tumultuous storms of bloodshed she had endured across myriad worlds, a mere ambush was but a trifling affair. Very well. The long-simmering rage within Gao Fan erupted in an instant, as memories of fallen brothers and the solitude of his elevated position surged violently in his mind. If you do not recognize me, then today I shall ensure you remember my name. Arrogance! Chinjeron lifted her leg, intending to depart. In a heartbeat, Gao Fan had darted to her side, delivering a fierce punch, like a tempest enveloped in raging flames. Chinjeron instantly activated his protective armor. However, at the moment when Gao Fan's iron fist collided with the armor, tiny fissures erupted from the point of contact. Moments later, the armor shattered. Everyone, including Chinjeron, was left astounded. He was the first to breach Chinjeron's protective gear. The defense that had withstood thousands of zombies suddenly revealed numerous vulnerabilities. With merely a single punch, it was shattered. Could it be that he too possesses extraordinary abilities? Does that hormone truly wield such miraculous power? Will Chinjeron ultimately face defeat? Yet, in a fleeting moment of hesitation, Chinjeron, having not encountered such a formidable adversary in ages, swiftly conjured layers of protective barriers around himself. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless onslaught from Gao Fan continued, crashing against Chinjeron's formidable defenses. At last, all shields succumbed to the force of his fists. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a devastating blow. The onlookers shut their eyes, unwilling to witness this fateful moment. Today, Chinjeron may very well meet his demise here. Boom. The punch struck with such might that it stirred a small whirlwind. As the dust settled, the figures of the two combatants became visible. The crowd anticipated Chinjeron's fall, counting silently in their minds. However, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds passed, and Chinjeron remained unyielding. Gao Fan, utterly exhausted, collapsed before him. You are Gao Fan? Chinjeron crouched down and kicked aside his hand. I'll remember you this time. Your strength is commendable. It turned out that the impact of that colossal punch had not elicited any feedback from his muscles, as if he had struck the hardest metal known to man. No, it was even beyond the strength of adamantine. Gao Fan's fists could effortlessly shatter the toughest diamonds. Yet this blow did not break Chinjeron's form. Instead, it reverberated through his bones. He fell to his knees, powerless, at Chinjeron's feet. Just how powerful is this man? Is he human, or an entity that transcends humanity? Is it truly impossible to surpass the limits of the extraordinary? What, then, is the purpose of their relentless training day and night? If even hormonal enhancements cannot prevail, who could possibly defeat him? Perhaps even their leader would find it impossible to subdue him. Coughing, Gao Fan spat blood, attempting to struggle, but fell again. A slender tube lodged in his throat. I still have one dose of hormones left. There may yet be a chance to turn the tide. I have no idea what effect this injection will have. I might even transform into a zombie on the spot. But in that moment of injection, he recalled the warning from the treasure mouse that this hormone was originally intended for vying for leadership, and now, with his body riddled with fractures, he might be replaced before he even secured his position. The surrounding crowd was indistinguishable in their belief, the atmosphere rife with peril, and he was utterly isolated. Even if he were to become a mere puppet, he must gamble everything on this last chance. He painstakingly extracted the remaining liquid from the tube, which slipped from his fingers and rolled on the ground for several turns. His form swayed as he walked, treading on frost, grinding glass with his teeth, swallowing the shards of this merciless substance. Forward he went, Chun Lingshu never looking back. The crowd remained engulfed in the shock of what had just transpired, unable to calm their tumultuous minds. Such was the power of Marshal Chen. Faced with Gao Han's formidable wall, that powerful man, the backbone of the southern base, he had been vanquished without a hint of effort. They had always believed that Chen Lingshu's shield, cultivated through the path of healing, could allow him to soar through the heavens while controlling flames and winter's chill solely for self-preservation. Despite possessing extraordinary power, the mortal body remains fragile as the wings of a cicada, unable to rival those who have fortified their physiques. Furthermore, on the arena of combat, his disciples seldom engage in close-quarters confrontations. Only Li Qingwei, relying on sheer strength, managed to secure victory with a single maneuver. The harsh reality brutally refuted all such conjectures. The shield surrounding Chen Lingshu appears to serve merely to fend off dust and prevent the intrusion of impurities. Upon reflection, this notion holds a semblance of truth. How could such a formidable physique, capable of conjuring ice that instantaneously encases a being in frost and flames that incinerate all into oblivion, be frail? Indeed, before inflicting harm upon others, one must first endure the repercussions oneself. This extraordinary path is, in essence, a journey of bodily cultivation. The gazes of the onlookers upon Chun Lingshu shimmered like stars, flickering incessantly as if beholding a divine apparition, regarding him as a manifestation of miracles. This transcendent being, akin to an immortal, commanded their utmost reverence. A profound sense of pride blossomed within every heart. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing shriek erupted, and a demon stealthily appeared behind Chen Lingshu, ensnaring him with relentless tenacity. Its sharp fangs sank mercilessly into his shoulder, crimson blood gradually dripping from the bite mark. This demon was none other than Gao Han, revitalized after receiving a second dose of the potion. However, the crowd's concern was not merely for this incident, but rather in disbelief that Chen Lingshu had sustained an injury. He had been tainted by the demon's bite. Would he succumb to becoming a demon himself? Oh heavens! If even Chen Lingshu were to fall into that endless darkness, who in this world could possibly restrain him? What a lamentable fate for all living things! Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Chen Lingshu cast the demon aside, sending it tumbling like a leaf caught in the wind. Simultaneously, golden light began to emanate from the wound, gently enveloping it, and in the blink of an eye, the injury restored to its original state. This was a miraculous healing technique. A young man, who had once explored the base alongside Chen Lingshu, recognized the power, exclaiming that the commander could cure the initial stages of demon virus infection, having witnessed him breathe new life into those on the brink of becoming demons. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Regardless of who fell victim to the poison, they fervently wished for Chun Lingshu to remain pure and untainted. However, the demon was undeterred. Upon landing, it swiftly adjusted its stance and, in an instant, charged towards Chen Lingshu with unimaginable speed. Gao Han's velocity had already resembled that of a flying arrow, and after the second dose, his garments billowed as if ignited by flames. Though the spectators were unable to discern his exact movements, sparks flew before their eyes. This time, the demon did not need to strike the shield. It slipped into Chen Lingshu's protective circle the moment the barrier materialized, drawing near to his face. It clutched Chen Lingshu's head tightly and bit down fiercely. Chen Lingshu began to unleash his extraordinary abilities. The moment his lips made contact with the skin, he had already teleported to another location. However, the demon swiftly followed in pursuit. Chen Lingshu ascended directly into the sky, teleporting to a high altitude. The demon, with a powerful push from its feet, also soared skyward. The fleeting images of man and beast danced within the confined space, weaving through dimensions with rapid grace. Spectators could only behold a kaleidoscope of light and shadow, their eyes filled with the spectacle of the demon and Chen Lingshu, eliciting waves of astonishment from the crowd. The demon began to exhibit signs of anxiety as it caught the scent of the surrounding onlookers and heard their gasps of astonishment. It became painfully aware that Chen Lingshu was deliberately luring it, prompting the demon to decide to savor the taste of fresh flesh. Consequently, it turned and charged towards the crowd. In that moment, Chen Lingshu initiated his attack. A massive wall of ice rose imposingly before him. The demon attempted to shatter the icy barrier with its fists, only to discover its hardness surpassed even that of Qin Lingshu's physique. Abandoning its futile struggle, the demon swiftly ascended, leaping several meters high with each thrust of its feet against the ice wall. Yet, as it ascended, the ice wall surged upwards relentlessly. One rose. The other extended, until the ice wall reached a staggering height, towering into the clouds. Ultimately, the apex of the wall became as thin as a gossamer wing. The demon charged forward, crashing against the 1,000-meter barrier. At last, it broke free from this formidable obstruction. It plummeted swiftly, reaching out towards the unwitting spectators. However, there was no one in the crowd. Behind the ice wall lay an empty void. Where had the people gone? The demon realized something was amiss and hurriedly scraped down the thick ice wall. It finally landed safely on the ground, crouching low as it sniffed the scattered scents. Its gaze fixating on the other side of the ice wall. Unbeknownst to the demon, while it had been climbing, Qin Lingshu had already utilized the ice wall to isolate it from the audience, constructing a hidden sanctuary for their protection. Thus, it was time to conclude this encounter. Qin Lingshu, who had originally been somewhat intrigued by the demon's antics, had not encountered such a fleet creature in ages and deemed it a worthy exercise. However, the demon had erred by encroaching upon his followers. Though entertaining, it was regrettably time to end this match. The once stagnant ice wall suddenly widened. But this time its target was the demon. The demon fled desperately, faster than before. Yet all was in vain, for the speed of the ice wall nearly doubled. Pursuing with increasing ferocity, the demon realized it could not escape its impending doom, as it found itself surrounded on all sides by layers of ice. In a final act of defiance, it leaped towards Qin Lingshu, its fingers sharp as claws, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, attempting to seize the flesh from Qin Lingshu's body. Yet Qin Lingshu did not evade or flinch. He merely regarded the demon with a tranquil gaze, as if observing mere flora by the roadside. That indifferent expression ignited fury within the demon, which could not comprehend why such a placid gaze provoked an inferno within. Even as its heart lay frozen and stagnant, the demon's speed transformed into a blizzard of icy fury, and suddenly, a thunderous round of applause erupted, shattering the serene beauty of the frozen expanse. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Shi Xianfeng stood atop the ancient tower. His eyes slightly squinted as he gazed into the distance at Chen Yuanhan, shielding himself from the scorching sunlight. This was indeed a spectacle of the highest caliber. Chen Yuanhan slowly turned his head, gazing at the unexpectedly arrived young cultivator. A deep crimson light gradually seeped from Shi Xuanfeng's eyes, without hesitation. He covered them with his hand, as if to shield himself from the searing vision. This scene ignited a fervent desire within me to engage in a contest of prowess. Pray tell, who might you be? From a height of 1,000 zhang, Chen Yuanhan looked down, exuding an aura of authority without oppression. Shi Xianfeng licked the corner of his lips, declaring, "The very target you seek is none other than myself." Chen Yuanhan gracefully descended to the ground, standing before Shirshin Peak, the leader of the southern frontier base. A refined smile graced his lips, expressing his delight at the presence of Commander Chen Yuanhan from the Northern Domain delegation. "Welcome," he said, as Shirshin Peak extended his hand. Chen Yuanhan politely reciprocated the gesture, but suddenly, a formidable force surged through the handshake. Yet, Chen Yuanhan's expression remained unchanged, as he countered with an even greater strength, firmly grasping his opponent's hand. The two engaged in a contest of power, with Shirshin Peak's face flushing crimson, contorted like a painting. In contrast, Chen Yuanhan maintained a composed demeanor, displaying not a hint of anxiety. No need for excessive formalities. As Chen Yuanhan released his grip at the critical moment when the stone could shatter, his opponent surprisingly displayed no anger. Instead, he appeared even more triumphant. Attempting to clasp Chen Yuanhan's shoulder, he was caught off guard as Chen swiftly evaded, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, forcing him to settle for a pat on the back instead. "I have awaited you for quite some time. Ha ha ha." Stone Xianfeng laughed heartily. "Let us descend to discuss further." With that, he leaped down, plummeting from the towering peak of 100 zhang, disappearing without a trace. Chen Yuanhan closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them. The delegation from the northern base was finally granted a formal audience. However, the reception was rather meager. Within the grand reception room, only the two of them were present, devoid of any additional guards or subordinates. Shi Xianfeng occupied the sole chair, while the other individual was none other than the familiar figure of the Curious Spirit Mouse. "Curious Spirit Mouse, indeed it is you," Li Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. "What treachery is this?" The Curious Spirit Mouse did not turn to face Li Shuang, nor did it utter a word. "Oh, an acquaintance from days gone by," Shi Xianfeng remarked with interest, casually crossing his legs. "Chief, The past grievances have now dissipated. The curious spirit mouse stepped forward and bowed to report. Alas, there are many regrets. Whether these regrets stemmed from old grievances or new reconciliations was difficult to discern. Observing the curious spirit mouse's words, Li Shuang chose not to linger on the past. She bore the weighty responsibilities of the northern domain. Greetings, Lord Shi Xianfeng, Li Shuang said as she stepped forward to pay her respects, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I am Li Shuang, the leader of the northern delegation. And this is our esteemed authority, Qin Yuan Han. I have heard of you. Shi Xianfeng nodded, his interest piqued, gesturing towards the side. Your prowess is remarkable. Would you consider switching allegiances? With the recent passing of Gao Fan, we would welcome your contribution. Naturally, the compensation would be of the highest standard. At these words, the expressions of those present turned ashen. Before the opening remarks were even completed, this man audaciously attempted to entice another to defect, completely disregarding their presence. Yet, if Qin Yuan Han were to entertain such thoughts, what would ensue? If I were to join the northern camp, I have two conditions. First, provide my team with the finest resources, including those who are weak or disabled. Second, establish an extraordinary academy to allow more individuals to pursue their studies. Qin Yuanhan did not outright refuse, but instead articulated his demands. It was clear that these two conditions could not be fulfilled in the southern region, where strength reigned supreme. Shi Xianfeng scoffed, retreating to his original position, leaning back against the chair, and dismissively turning his attention away, his hands rapidly twisting a cube. Reckless. Everyone thought in unison. Noticing that Shi Xianfeng had no intention of continuing the conversation, Qin Yuanhan paused for a moment before continuing today. We gather here to seek common ground, to forge an alliance for the extermination of the undead, and to promote extraordinary cultivation in the southern region. Shi Xianfeng remained unresponsive, his expression impassive. The atmosphere fell into a tense stalemate. Qin Yuan, steeling himself, continued the discourse. In response, the Northern Domain expressed its willingness to dispatch an extraordinary task force as pioneers, distributing resources for the extermination of the undead equally, and generously providing access to esteemed academic resources on abilities. In the future, in accordance with governmental structure, an official title would be bestowed upon the captain, and confidential hormonal research would be publicly shared for collaborative analysis. Upon hearing this, Shi Xianfeng abruptly rose and strode away, fatigue overwhelming him. No one could have anticipated the extent of his stubbornness. He dismissed the envoy with the pretext of needing rest. You, Li Shuang seethed with indignation. I am an envoy from the Northern Domain, sincerely seeking to discuss the momentous matter of an alliance. What grievances do you harbor? Speak plainly. Is it necessary to insult us? Do you seek to incite war? In a landscape rife with zombies, where survival was perilous, could he truly be so self-serving? Shi Xianfeng halted, and as all eyes were fixed upon him, hoping he would retract his decree, he instantaneously appeared before Li Shuang, causing her to nearly recoil in fright. My dear lady, you possess remarkable courage. Surely, you have traversed great distances to arrive here? Even so, what of it? Though the man before her bore no semblance of menace, smiling amiably, Li Shuang sensed his scrutinizing gaze drifting along her neck, poised to strike at any moment. You are not naive, I trust. You must comprehend the workings of our domain, which diverges significantly from the governance you are accustomed to. What you suggested earlier is utterly ludicrous. If I were to acquiesce, would it not be more straightforward to entice your superior with such terms? Shi Xianfeng erupted into hearty laughter, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. You are far too naive. Indeed, the southern frontier adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Unless you confront me directly, I shall not entertain any trifles. Thus, the bestowal of official titles, the slaying of foes, and the sharing of educational resources are of little consequence to us. Each day, we struggle for survival. Who has the leisure to ponder such lofty principles? Recently, we uncovered confidential documents concerning the undead in the Fog City, which pertain to hormonal enhancements of human potential. Hormones? Shi Xianfeng laughed uproariously once more, collapsing to the ground in mirth, his laughter reverberating against the walls. Surely, only your region has failed to develop potent hormones. You dare to administer a diluted version to soldiers and certain prisoners. Do you think we, the strong, have survived to this day by mere chance? Here, 1 in 10 has undergone the baptism of hormones. Your so-called secrets are merely our commonplace vaccines. Thus, as the situation unfolded, Li Lingfu could not help but feel a pang of self-reproach for her momentary indignation. When she proposed the idea of a contest, Shi Qifeng suddenly ceased his movements. as if he had been anticipating this moment, eagerly accepting the challenge. The exploration rod pressed a button, and the walls of the VIP room silently parted, revealing a magnificent training arena behind them, where thunderous cheers cascaded like a torrential storm. Please, everyone. All present stood agape, witnessing this spectacle. How had the suddenly appearing audience managed to infiltrate without a sound? Had they stealthily entered amidst their jovial banter? Gazes shifted towards Li Lingfu, and she too discerned that this was a cunning trap. Shi Qifeng appeared indifferent, yet in truth, it was merely a ploy to provoke her into uttering those words. He himself, however, was easily lured into a trap and inadvertently betrayed his esteemed mentor with his indiscreet speech. Qin Jing'an did not reproach her. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder and strode calmly into the arena. He understood that this battle was inevitable. Perhaps a demonstration of strength meant to showcase his prowess from the southern base. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the combat arena of the southern base. Today's challenger is the valiant Qin Jing'an from the northern region. A wave of jeers immediately engulfed the crowd as they regarded this newcomer from the north with disdain. What merit was there in defeating a mere overweight opponent, daring to challenge their esteemed leader? It was nothing short of a farce. He had audaciously initiated a hellish challenge upon his entrance. Devoted fans of Shi Qifeng hurled rotten eggs and vegetables in an attempt to strike the stage, only to be intercepted by an electric net, igniting into ashes. They yearned for glory and proximity to their leader, but were unwilling to gamble their lives, harboring only silent resentment. And now, answering the challenge was none other than the reigning champion of the southern base. Boasting an impressive record of 7,481 victories, Lord Shi Qifeng. With a radiant smile, Shi Qifeng waved to the crowd, his visage blooming like a flower. Instantly, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with the audience rising, shaking their fists, and chanting in unison. He was their deity, the sovereign of war. Hereby, I declare the commencement of the 7,481st contest for the leadership. I urge everyone to place your bets. The audience buzzed with excitement as betting odds flashed on the screen. An astonishing ratio of 1,000 to 1. With the scant odds favoring Qin Jing and merely a statistical embellishment by the house, all bets were stacked in favor of Shi Qifeng. Li Jie, shall we place another wager? Someone hesitantly inquired. Without time to shield her face, Li Lingfu clenched her teeth and declared, Bet. Why not? Put all our money on our master. The staff, taken aback by their chosen wager, initially paused before breaking into a peculiar grin. Hehehe, this is not unfamiliar territory. Often, people attempt to come back by wagering the least. But I advise you, do not gamble against our leader. That's a one-way ticket. You might recoup something selling a wife. But hehehe. Upon hearing this, the crowd gripped his collar, eager for confrontation. Yet, Li Lingfu rushed forward, slamming her money onto the table, causing it to splinter under the weight. All in, we bet on Qin Jing'an. Without a backward glance, she strode away. The staff, startled, hurried to gather the scattered money, muttering, these women are not to be trifled with. What are they shouting about? They're just hoping you'll bet more. In the leader's duel, we merely collect a commission. How could we refuse free money? Humph. Once someone gathers enough capital, they too will seek enhancements. We fear no one. Meanwhile, the battle in the training arena commenced. You take the first move? Shi Qifeng cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. Whenever you're ready. Qin Jing'an stood with his hands clasped, unmoved. How arrogant. Haha. Shi Qifeng, exhilarated, felt the rush of adrenaline surging through his veins. I like this. Before he could finish his exuberant exclamation, Shi Qifeng's iron fist was already upon Qin Jing'an's nose. His speed astonishingly surpassed that of Gao Fan in his zombie state by a full measure, and this was not even his peak. It is no wonder that for so long, no one has managed to dislodge him from his throne. Perhaps he is indeed the unparalleled powerhouse among the major bases. The audience erupted in joyous cheers, celebrating victory, for they all knew that should Shi Qifeng unleash such velocity, it would surely result in a fatal blow. Only the Shadow Mouse observed the unfolding events with quiet contemplation, taking a deep breath. Indeed, how could that lad Gao Fan contend with the Grand Leader? Is this the true might of the Grand Leader? If the intelligence is accurate, Qin Jing'an could last for 10 minutes. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for me to take matters into my own hands. He turned and walked towards the edge of the arena. At that moment, the jubilant cheers from the crowd abruptly ceased. In that fleeting instant of confrontation, an unprecedented duel unfolded as Shi Qifeng's fist accurately struck Qin Jing'an's face. Was Qin Jing'an actually sent flying? No, it was an illusion, a mere projection. He had indeed evaded Shi Qifeng's attack. This marked Shi Qifeng's first defeat. Unbelievable. Just as the spectators stood in stunned silence, a massive barrier of ice materialized at Shi Qingfeng's location, seemingly conjured from thin air. From whence did this source of ice originate? No one knew, as if it were a divine gift. What had transpired? Was Shi Qingfeng about to collide with this icy wall? Yet in an instant, two figures appeared unscathed in another corner of the training ground. Is this the power that transcends humanity? Shi Qingfeng gazed at his clenched fist, marveling at how swiftly the ice wall had appeared, without a trace of its formation detectable. He had narrowly avoided it, yet his hand was frozen, firmly pressed against the icy surface, and it was only through his extraordinary speed that he managed to extricate himself. He mused, how wondrous it is, just a fraction short of something remarkable. With that, he brought his arms together and shattered the ice wall that even Gao Fan in his zombie form could not destroy. The Grand Leader spoke of extraordinary abilities? Indeed. Such powers exist in this world. No, it cannot be. He must have transported the ice from somewhere. What extraordinary speed. Chen Jingnan exhibited little concern, having discerned the extent of Shi Qingfeng's abilities through subtle probing. After all, he was merely a quintet of zombie-like Gao Fan. Consequently, he slightly relaxed his power, preparing to engage in playful banter with Shi Qingfeng. Just like that, a hint of challenge emerged. Then I shall intensify my efforts. As the words fell, a thick fog surged forth. Chen Jingnan's speed was so remarkable that it generated visual afterimages. The entire training arena was filled with hundreds of Chen Jingnan's apparitions. Shadowy clones? The onlookers were left in astonishment, their perceptions shattered. Does extraordinary power truly exist in this world? Or could this spectacle merely be a figment of my imagination? How could one individual's likeness be so pervasive? Am I ensnared in a dream? In the stillness of the arena, Chen Jingnan distinctly heard the incremental rise of the destruction level. Destruction level, increasing by 1. Destruction level, rising again. Destruction level, further amplifying. Illusory forms? Is this the essence of his Tao power? Which is the true body, and which merely an illusion? What lies behind this enigma? If I strike out, will they dissolve in an instant? Qin Yan's thoughts raced like a tempest. No longer hesitating, he resolved to test his mettle. With that thought, Qin Yan dashed forth like a bolt of lightning, appearing at the opposite end of the arena in an instant, launching a powerful punch at the distant Lin Xianan. It struck. The solid sensation that responded to his fist quelled his doubts, yet he soon witnessed Lin Xuanan's figure dissipate into mist. Did I miss? An illusion? Yet I can distinctly feel that I struck. Qin Yan clenched his fists, savoring the subtle differences in that blow. He then sprinted across the arena, a shooting star tracing the paths of every clone. A wondrous phenomenon ensued. Each collision seemingly made contact with flesh, only to vanish into thin air. However, the moment he distanced himself, the clones reappeared. Despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to encounter a single tangible presence. Where, then, was Lin Xianan? Was this entire affair merely an illusion? Where was the true body concealed? The onlookers erupted in murmurs. He was the sovereign, a godlike figure of the southern sect. The duel had stretched across several heartbeats, yet they had not subdued the youth from the north? Could it be that those from the northern domain possess astonishing strength? No. No, that cannot be. Even if they had improved, how could they rival the esteemed lord? Furthermore, those incompetent beings from the northern sect, it is impossible for them to surpass the southern cultivation by even a hair's breadth. Surely, the sovereign is merely toying with them. Although most held steadfast to their beliefs, a few powerful vice sect leaders had begun to sense the anomaly. What was the name of that youth from the north? Lin Xianan, wasn't it? Perhaps he is not merely superficial? With just one move, he has managed to wound the lord. Moreover, the lord has been compelled to exert himself throughout the arena. He has unleashed hundreds of punches. Clearly, he is being restrained. Could it be that the lord's cultivation has regressed of late? If so, might I have an opportunity to challenge him? Who does not aspire to become a leader? However, only Qin Yan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that these shadow clones were neither entirely real nor entirely illusory. They were not mere shadows. They were the hundreds of afterimages left by Lin Xuanan's rapid flashes. While an ordinary person's peak speed may allow for a semblance of coexistence between their true form and their phantoms, Lin Xianan had executed hundreds of instantaneous movements. In the next moment, he repeatedly teleported. Thus, he conjured hundreds of clones, all of which were indeed real, not mere illusions. No wonder I couldn't land a hit. These clones could transform into afterimages at any moment. Understanding this intricacy, the path to unraveling it became clear. Qin Yan smiled with satisfaction. Although he had been unable to strike effectively at first and appeared somewhat disheveled, he had ultimately discerned the weaknesses present. This individual, endowed with extraordinary power, possessed unique attributes. Yet he was far from formidable. Once more, Yearn charged towards the nearest Lin Xianan, unleashing a powerful punch. It missed, vanished. Yet, Yearn did not falter. He surged through the disappearing Lin Xianan, barreling towards the ground. In an instant, the earth split open, creating vast chasms. Debris flew in every direction under the force of Yearn's might, hurtling towards Lin Xianan with lethal speed, akin to the edge of a blade. This was precisely the effect he aimed to create. By simultaneously attacking multiple clones, there had to be a portion of his strength that would strike true. Piercing through to the core, all he needed was to seize that fleeting opportunity, and Lin Xianan would undoubtedly find himself at a loss. Yearn's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, resolute in his determination to expose Lin Xianan's true location and bring this fierce battle to an end. Yet, once again, he misjudged the situation. The stones passed right through Lin Xianan's clones, falling harmlessly to the ground. None had struck true. All were mere projections. The numerous Lin Xianan figures chuckled lightly, tilting their heads and raising their hands in unison, their actions identical, even the curvature of their smiles perfectly matched. You are astute. Quickly finding a counter, but alas, I have long since seen through your tactics. It was impossible. Countless Lin Xianan figures flickered and danced in Yearn's vision, creating a moment where it seemed as if he was ensnared in an illusion. Did this youth possess such power? Yearn's gaze burned with intensity, blood seemingly on the verge of seeping forth. Why could he not discern the truth of his techniques? Was he stronger than I? Impossible. No. Absolutely impossible. I'm the strongest. He rampaged through the surroundings, leaving the ground in ruins, with only vast craters remaining, the original form unrecognizable. No. I am the emperor of the southern sect. I am the mightiest ruler in the world. His expression was no longer calm, and the smile had vanished completely. Once could be seen his humility, twice perhaps a coincidence. But the third time, he could no longer deceive himself into thinking it was mere chance. Yearn relished combat. Thriving on the thrill of genuine confrontation, whether through bone-crushing strikes or cunning stratagems. Today, he felt stifled. Exceptionally stifled. Unable to identify the reasons for his deception. Unable to find a breakthrough. He could not land a blow. Before the gaze of tens of thousands. The Southern Clan's member was reduced to a mere jester in a circus, toyed with by an inconspicuous character. He struggled within the blazing inferno of his heart. This is a disgrace. Where is Lin Xianan? Why can I not find him? Everything is a lie, all a fabrication, all a deception. Where are you? I am here. Lin Xianan tucked his hands back into his pockets. Why can't I be struck down? Because I am a cultivator. I possess the secret art of telepathy. He pointed to his ear. I can hear your thoughts with clarity. The secret technique of a cultivator is indeed formidable. Isn't it? Yearn's movements abruptly halted. Is there truly such power as a secret technique? To be defeated by such a force? Merely a bit stronger in strength, a tad faster. I could achieve that too. How can ice and fire contend with pure power? Why have I succumbed to the chaotic force of telepathy? No. Impossible. Does anyone truly believe they can vanquish me? Ha ha. Yearn laughed uncontrollably. Telepathy, is it? Then let me demonstrate what absolute power is. Victory is within my grasp. The crowd gritted their teeth, holding their breath, awaiting the moment of upheaval. Yet, they remained unaware that they were gradually transforming into something extraordinary. Boom. A thunderous explosion, as if the heavens were collapsing, dust swirling, stones flying. Leaving only two solitary figures, the illusion of Yearn dissipated like frost. Could it be that he has been defeated? Bang. A violent tremor. One person unable to sustain himself, crashing to the ground. Upon seeing the victor's face, it was Yearn. The defeated, Shirley. Shirley, you have lost. Yearn approached the exhausted Shirley with measured steps, and Shirley's eyes flickered with renewed spirit. Had he perhaps confused the nature of reality? Yearn narrowed his gaze, stating, I reveal my extraordinary power solely to inspire your future cultivation. However, when it comes to raw strength, in this world, none can rival me, Yearn. Defeated. Shirley had been vanquished. Their leader from the southern continent had unexpectedly lost a match. The arena fell into a chilling silence. As if struck by disbelief, unable to accept what their eyes had witnessed. How could this be? Even the undefeated champion with 4,000 victories could fall from grace. Was the principle of survival for the strong in the southern continent flawed? Or were those potent elixirs ultimately powerless? How could an unknown cultivator from the northern continent emerge victorious? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, exchanging silent glances. Was the southern continent on the verge of being absorbed into the northern continent? What would become of the days filled with clashing blades and the struggles for survival? How could they explain the betrayal of comrades and the shared experiences of life and death? Thoughts drifted towards the future, envisioning a new leader for the southern continent. A fusion of South and North would see northern laws imposed upon this land. Outsiders would compel them to labor diligently, forbidding conflict and promoting respect for the elderly and love for the young. The hearts of the southern people felt as if struck with a heavy blow. Burdened with immense sorrow, those who had shed blood, even if they escaped captivity, how could they suppress their urge to hunt? Was there truly no escape? Was leaving the southern continent their only option? But where could they find a place that would accept such infamous individuals? Upon glancing at the betting odds, a wave of anxiety surged through the crowd as the situation grew more dire. With Shirley's victory seemingly within reach, countless individuals risked everything, placing their hopes on him. The disparity was staggering, with odds of 1,000 to 0.2. Even the northern participants held a portion of the odds. Many from the southern continent saw their years of savings vanish in an instant. Could the southern continent ever regain its footing? With resources lost, how could they survive? No. This was a scam. They needed to reclaim their stakes. The crowd erupted in fervor, a cacophony of outrage. Some, filled with rage, wished to flay Shirley to vent their frustrations. Others hurled curses at Xinjiang, spewing invective without restraint. Some even leapt from the high platform, meeting a tragic end. More gathered to demand refunds from the organizers. Amidst the chaos, the northern participants seized the opportunity to flee, seizing wealth while they could, unwilling to let the gamblers prevail. Where were the organizers? Where was my money? Where are my possessions? You are frauds. Return my belongings. Indeed. Refund us. Hand over our silver. Money. Return to us. The staff found themselves encircled, unable to voice their despair, collapsing in panic upon the ground. I truly have nothing. Gentlemen, I am utterly broke. I too invested everything. Now I am left with not a single coin. I do not care. Where are the responsible parties? Are you planning to abscond with the funds? No. How could we dare? We no longer possess the treasures, and the steward, the treasure mouse, vanished shortly after the contest commenced. Truly, he is nowhere to be found. The staff, pale and ashen, appear as though struck by a thunderbolt. The treasure mouse? I long suspected it was that insidious, avaricious rodent. Our leader must have fallen victim to your treachery, leading to our dismal defeat. You seek to steal our wealth. This statement struck at the heart of the crowd's suspicions, and they unanimously believed they had identified the culprit. Where is the treasure mouse? Surrender him. Hand over the treasure mouse, or we shall take your life with sword and blade. Treasure mouse. Return our money. Treasure mouse. Return our money. The cries rose in fervor, soon echoing far and wide, the call for the treasure mouse reverberating through the heavens. At this moment, where could the treasure mouse possibly be? What a magnificent scene it is, with so many robust and fierce individuals. He stood before the transparent window, surveying the roaring crowd within the tower. A smile of indulgent pleasure gracing his features. Alas, it is time to bid farewell. He began to enumerate the names of each person present. Wang Qi, you took the last morsel of bread from me. Li Danlong, you forced me to kneel at your feet. Wu Liya, you encroached upon my territory. As he recited each name, his madness became increasingly apparent. His teeth clenched in fury against them. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for these filthy individuals. For this sullied South Continent, and especially for Xinjiang, the very demon who had summoned all calamities. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind, and his expression softened. Our great and wise leader, the beloved deity of the South Continent, Lord Shur, why did you falter? I believed you would triumph. If that were indeed the case, becoming my deputy would not be a bad prospect. You would be responsible for gathering resources, a most splendid collaboration. You are so powerful. You surely could unearth boundless wealth. Yet, toward Shirley, the treasure mouse felt a tumult of emotions. He despised everyone stronger than himself, but bore a particular loathing for Shirley and for the submission he had shown to him. Nevertheless, Shirley did not treat him harshly, sparing him from the brutality of the law of the jungle, much like Chun Yin had once sheltered him in the fog-laden city. Yet, he understood that both were alike, valuing only the ability to procure resources. Once deemed useless, he would be cast aside like chaff. Now that Shirley has failed, he too would be abandoned. This South Continent no longer offers a refuge. What cannot be possessed is better reduced to ashes. Ha, 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 ha. The treasure mouse erupted into uncontrollable laughter, the controller consumed within him, and then, leaping from the towering height, only the faintest sound of impact echoed back into the void. A miasma of ghostly poison wafted through the martial hall. Amidst the tumult of rage, some had already begun to froth at the mouth, yet the crowd, overwhelmed with excitement, remained oblivious. It was not until the soulless corpses lunged at nearby individuals, violently gnashing their teeth, that the people finally screamed in terror. An increasing number of souls have succumbed to the fate of the undead, these ghastly beings preying upon the increasingly feeble bodies of the living. As crimson blood flows like a malevolent river within the halls, heads, entrails, and sinews lie scattered in disarray, enveloping the scene in a shroud of chaos and desolation. The hormone-fueled assailants awaken from the stench, their senses dulled by an overwhelming surge of hormones. Yet the surroundings are tightly sealed, with exits seemingly abundant. Yet escape feels utterly unattainable. Where's the controller? Where lies the switch to the toxic fog of hormones? The panicked crowd frantically seeks a path to salvation. Yet the controller has vanished, obliterated like a treasure-seeking rat. Shirley, please save them. Shirley clutched Chen Yunfan's sleeve tightly, beseeching, "They're your subjects." What concern are they to me? And your place of cultivation holds little allure, Chen Yunfan responded, unwavering, offering no affirmations. "I implore you to save them, master." Shirley gazed at him for a long time, finally summoning the courage to plead. Ha, 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 ha. Chen Yunfan laughed heartily, then exited the scene. The light in Shirley's eyes dimmed, and his clenched fists felt empty and devoid of hope. Chen Yunfan paused momentarily, suddenly exclaiming, "Enough? How can I bear to witness my future disciples perish here?" Cries of anguish filled the air, yet the team from the northern region pressed on, displaying neither fatigue nor signs of poisoning as they carved a bloody path through the throngs of zombies. Eventually, they stepped into a secluded chamber, once a haven for rest, and took a brief respite. "Sisterly, what on earth has transpired? Why have zombies suddenly appeared in the base? Is there someone orchestrating this from the shadows?" A young man in the group inquired. "No, this is not the result of a covert operation," a nearby individual interjected. "I clearly saw some who had not been attacked, appearing vibrant just moments before, only to begin convulsing and rolling their eyes, subsequently transforming into zombies." A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd. How could individuals from the southern region inexplicably contract the zombie plague? "If my conjecture is correct," an older man spoke, "the symptoms they exhibit bear a striking resemblance to those of the soul-devouring virus that erupted suddenly in the mysterious Fog City years ago. I witnessed firsthand how mortals inhaling the zombie toxin swiftly mutated. Indeed, that is an enhanced form of the soul-devouring toxic mist," Li Yu elucidated, addressing the group's confusion. "Do you all remember Shi Wuming? He led us to the northern region base. Shi Wuming, the very individual saved by Chen Yunfan, now mingled within the ranks of the superpowered team, seemingly holding a minor position at the northern region base. He was, in fact, a member of the northern region special forces, infiltrating the Fog City to obtain classified information regarding the zombie virus, information that also pertained to the hormones we are all familiar with. The hormones currently employed by many bases are actually derived from the modified soul-devouring toxic mist. When misused, they can transform individuals into zombies. So, those who have turned into zombies did so due to the excessive application of hormones. The crowd was astounded. Will we also become zombies? Is there no antidote left? Li Yu fell silent for a moment before responding. "As long as Master is present, you will be safe." Though Shirley sought Chen Yunfan's aid, one couldn't help but wonder if he truly possessed the ability to save those afflicted. It seemed improbable. Such faith felt blind. Yet reason whispered that continuing down this path would surely lead Chen Yunfan to the same grim fate of transformation. Moreover, he was uncertain when he had inhaled the soul-devouring toxic mist. He felt his strength gradually waning. Was he also nearing the brink of becoming a soulless creature? How regrettable it was. He longed for one last battle, even wished to test himself against that force which had bested him before. One should feel joy in finding an equally matched opponent, yet his heart was filled with discontent. Why was it that acknowledging one's lack of invincibility led to such inner turmoil? When had the joy of combat faded, leaving only a thirst for slaughter? Though he masqueraded as an ordinary citizen daily, within him lay a profound arrogance, unable to face even a single setback. He reminisced about the days of rigorous training and the joyous moments spent with his peers in the early stages of his martial journey. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that his companions had long vanished, and since the onset of the hormones, he had not engaged in any training. In those days, how joyous it had been. Exhausted, Shirley raised his arm, shielding his eyes as tears cascaded down his cheeks. The wall above the electric net lay in ruins. The cause unknown, a wretched soul had been cast down from the high platform during the chaos, yet soon after, it rose again, utterly unscathed. He yearned to return to the pinnacle, but after several futile attempts, he realized how insurmountable the height had become. At that moment, Its nose quivered, slowly turning toward Shirley, who lay amidst the debris, eyeing its prey. Hungry, human flesh, hungry. Suddenly, the wretched soul surged forward, pouncing upon the helpless Shirley. Unleashing a series of ghastly howls, Shirley sensed the imminent danger, yet found himself unable to escape. The effects of the hormones had rendered his defenses utterly ineffective. It seemed there was no need to await his transformation into a corpse. He might succumb to death first. Qin Yu Fan had hoped he would endure just a little longer, if only he could flee from this place. Such a formidable adversary should not perish here. Shirley closed his once bright eyes, now shrouded in darkness, as the wretched howls echoed in his ears. The moment the creature's claws grazed his skin, everything froze. Boom. Crash. The wretched soul collapsed beside Shirley. What had transpired? He strained to open his eyes, yearning to comprehend this unimaginable reversal. Perhaps someone had come to his rescue? Yet, his limbs were devoid of any strength to move. Simultaneously, similar phenomena unfolded throughout the hall. The sound of the delegation's team pounding on the door abruptly ceased. The sun hung high in the sky. In an instant, Shirji was liberated from the brink of death. The rotting corpse that had assailed him was swept away by a hand of destruction. In a fleeting moment, sacred light enveloped his being, cleansing the malevolent spirit virus that had been corroding him. Alongside this surge of power within him, he felt it gradually ebb away. With great effort, he pried his eyes open, finding himself amidst a golden sanctuary. This radiance was both gentle and resilient, reminiscent of a mother's tender embrace and a father's steadfast protection. Following the light, he glimpsed a figure standing proudly among the clouds, resplendent and awe-inspiring. Like a divine being from the heavens, it was undoubtedly the sun god. Shirji basked in the warm illumination, as if returning to the very source of life. Sinking deeply into a dreamlike state, the suffering souls, after undergoing purification, either sank into a deep slumber or briefly closed their eyes, caught between dreams and wakefulness. The awakened survivors felt the relief wash over them, their hearts soaring. They cheered and rushed out of their refuge, hurrying toward the square, yearning to bask in the light once more. The embassy's team surged forth with the crowd. Li Ju lifted her gaze to the horizon, where the radiant Qin Jianan left everyone in awe. That was our leader, our mentor, and also the principal, Qin Jianan. Li Ju's voice, initially a whisper, grew stronger, ultimately transforming into a fervent shout. A single tear glided down her cheek, and she remained oblivious to the fact that her eyes brimmed with tears. Turning to look back, she saw that everyone else was equally moved, their eyes glistening with emotion, their hearts in tumult. Qin Jianan! Qin Jianan! Qin Jianan! The sound danced like a butterfly, creating ripples among the crowd, ultimately converging into a tumultuous wave of fervor. In that fleeting moment, all surrendered, bowing in reverence towards the divine Qin Jianan. Qin Jianan! Qin Jianan! Beneath the ruins, a satisfied smile blossomed on the lips of Shirji. Beyond the towering spire, the adventurous mouse gazed skyward with a dazed expression. As the enveloping mist quietly dissipated, sunlight pierced through the clouds, tenderly caressing this long-dormant, shadowy land. A new era has begun. It is said that while education certainly deserves support, our humble outpost is truly unable to bear such burdens. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha, it is indeed somewhat taxing. After Qin Jianan rescued the southern base, Shirji regained consciousness and took back the power staff. This seemingly aimless leader unexpectedly displayed remarkable abilities, decisively reforming the base's system and earning the recognition of his master, or rather, his benefactor, Qin Jianan. Each individual in the southern base was profoundly captivated by Qin Jianan, viewing him as a new source of faith. The establishment of a superpower academy received unanimous support, with many becoming infatuated, competing fervently for admission, even resorting to violence over it. Ultimately, those who clashed were all imprisoned in the tower, which had transformed into a place of confinement. Anyone entering would be tormented by the fear of becoming a zombie and would undergo a reawakening under Qin Jianan's miraculous influence, receiving profound spiritual enlightenment. After learning about superpowers from Qin Jianan, Shirji also acquired the ability to manipulate this nightmare, demonstrating extraordinary responsiveness and rapid progress. However, should he neglect practice, he would inevitably be surpassed by others. Following the cessation of conflict between the South and the North, various smaller bases sought to ally together against the two dominant powers. Yet, when it came to the establishment of the Superpower Academy, most bases exhibited discomfort and an inability to cope. In summary, there were two main concerns. First, the threat of zombies remained unresolved, with everyone preoccupied with self-preservation and resource acquisition. Second, Establishing a school required substantial resources, which were scarce and hard to maintain. When faced with the proposal to unite against the zombies and share resources, the leaders nodded in agreement, but when the subject of the academy was raised, they all shook their heads in unison, claiming it was unfeasible and that even if established, no one would enroll. Both the northern commander and Shurji of the southern base felt a surge of anger. Were the demands of this deity merely to reap benefits without suffering losses? The frail commander slammed his hand on the table in fury. It seems there is a lack of sincerity. Let the alliance be discarded. He remarked, you see, we indeed lack the necessary conditions. With a cold laugh, Shurji retorted, engaging in reasoned discourse with you is a futile endeavor. Let me make it clear. If you wish to proceed, go back and establish the school immediately. If not, prepare to face us after we defeat you. How to subdue? Only through force. The deputy of the southern base maintained his philosophy of violent aesthetics. The onlookers shrank back, hesitant to speak, their attitudes clearly resistant to signing the agreement, fearing both zombies and the inability to establish a school. At this moment, with a creak, the doors swung open and Shinjinon entered. If I can resolve all these issues, will you accept the Superpower Academy? Yes? He asked, tilting his head slightly, sunlight streaming from behind him, casting an imposing aura that left the leaders unable to meet his gaze. Master, Principal Chin. Both the commander and Shurji stood to welcome him. What you propose is beyond our resolution. If we could solve it, the apocalypse would not have descended upon us, a leader of a mid-level base stammered, only to be intimidated into silence by Shurji's piercing gaze, hastily taking a seat. How could such problems be resolved? Is it not placing unreasonable demands on the strong? This Shinjinon is nothing short of a tyrant. Why must we participate in this assembly? Who could have imagined that the leaders from both the north and south would be so entranced by this arrogant madman? The Academy of Supernatural Powers must harbor ulterior motives, seeking to control us. The collective thoughts of the crowd reverberated in Shinjinon's mind, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Yet, what could be done? He ultimately chose to forgive them, for they were merely ignorant of the truth. Tyrant, madman. I can comprehend your apprehensions. How could he possibly hear my innermost thoughts? The two individuals mentioned turned pale, wishing fervently to bury their heads in the table. They endeavored to empty their minds, no longer daring to entertain wild thoughts. Thus, let their actions speak for themselves. Shun Jianan turned swiftly, his garments fluttering, producing a rustling sound. He strode purposefully towards the entrance, leapt onto the railing, and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Chapter 175, The Aerial Catastrophe and Aerial Assault. An alarm echoed from the northwest outpost as a guard burst into the security room, stumbling unsteadily upon entry. What aerial attack? Zombies cannot fly. The captain of the guard felt a momentary pang of anxiety, wanting to strike the timid patrolling soldier, who recoiled in fear. Ultimately, he refrained, his brow furrowed in confusion as he seized a pair of binoculars and cast a glance beyond the encampment. As he adjusted the lens, a dark figure was indeed observed drifting across the distant skyline, seemingly alive. What is this peculiar phenomenon? Could it be a mutated zombie? He glanced at the eager patrolling soldier beside him and raised the binoculars once more, fine-tuning the focus. Lo and behold, it was not a zombie at all. A real person, soaring through the sky in unprecedented sight. Shifting his gaze upward, he could clearly see the individual's face, who even bestowed a knowing smile upon the camp leader, gently waving an arm. Startled, the leader fell back in fright, scrambling to escape the door. An aerial assault. An aerial assault. Arm your bows. Aim at the sky. Having endured numerous life and death encounters, the guard squad had witnessed various bizarre antics of zombies. Yet it was the first time they heard their captain issue such an extraordinary warning of an aerial attack. What on earth was happening? Had the captain lost his mind? What aerial assault could exist in this apocalyptic world? Nevertheless, driven by long-standing faith and obedience, the soldiers raised their bows to aim high. Indeed, there was a figure flying in the sky. It was true, an actual aerial assault. Perhaps it was a mutated zombie? The soldiers dared not let their guard down and began to draw their bows and shoot. However, after a considerable time, the figure remained in midair, untouched by any of their arrows. Could this zombie be evading their shots? Furthermore, the figure drew nearer, ascending higher, well beyond the reach of their arrows. Was this not a futile expenditure of their ammunition? With no choice but to lower their bows, the warriors exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately resting on the captain. Brimming with uncertainty, the guard captain noted their confusion, but being merely a small fortress, they had no powerful bows or crossbows. These arrows were originally salvaged from an abandoned police station. They could only focus intently on the individual in the sky, who gradually flew closer, hovering motionless above the fortress. In a state of urgency, the captain quickly contacted the command center to report this astonishing anomaly. The message reached the central command, inciting chaos. Such an extraordinary phenomenon occurring precisely while the leaders were convening. No one was able to make a decision. "Oh, esteemed presence in the sky, welcome to the Northwest Camp. Let us have a proper discussion, shall we? Please descend." Ultimately, the commander opted to utilize the loudspeaker in an attempt to negotiate with the figure. However, Chun Jinian was unconcerned with their indecision, surveying the entire base from his lofty vantage point. He searched for the optimal location and finally noticed the expansive square in front of the command center. Chun Jinian nodded slightly, extending his hands in a gentle gesture. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as stones emerged from the depths of the command center's square. A thunderous roar reverberated, nearly rendering the staff deaf. The ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake, causing everyone to fall to the ground, papers scattering in disarray. Those standing by the window clung desperately to the frames for stability. Suddenly, a slab of stone rose upright, obstructing their view. At last, as the cacophony subsided, a school materialized before the command center's entrance. People rushed out in panic, unable to believe their eyes. How could this be? A school had appeared out of nowhere. Surely, this was not a dream. They began slapping those beside them, the sound of their hands ringing out in a chorus. Ouch, that truly hurt. Yet, why did it still feel like a dream? The most astonished was the staff member by the window, who witnessed this marvel firsthand. His head struck the glass with a dull thud. Oh, it was not a dream after all. He then fainted to the ground. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Each branch leader was taken aback to see Chun Jinian soaring through the sky. Once they regained their composure, worry set in. Did he possess real power, and would he cause them trouble? Their anxiety was quickly alleviated, for the leader of the northern base regarded them with a sympathetic gaze. While the second-in-command of the southern base, Shirley, glared at them with a piercing intensity. What a mess. They had stirred up a tremendous problem. You thoughtless bunch. Faces fell into expressions of distress and silence reigned. Suddenly, the phone rang. The crisp sound echoed in the conference room, drawing everyone's attention to the unfortunate soul who would answer it. The leader, feeling awkward, attempted to feign ignorance, but the eyes of the others were fixed upon him. Reluctantly, he answered the call, secretly vowing to demote this unfortunate individual upon his return. Subordinate. Subordinate. It's me, he said bluntly, irritation evident in his tone. Subordinate. A school has suddenly appeared in the command center square. The voice on the other end was filled with dread. What? The leader, puzzled, found it hard to believe such a ridiculous claim. Could a school sprout forth like a ginseng fruit tree? Was it an apple tree? Such nonsense. Or was it the speaker's mind that was unhinged? It is true. Leader, the school's entrance bears the word Super Ability Academy. The others exchanged glances. Could this be the place Chun Jinian had mentioned earlier? Would he truly fly to the camp area to establish an academy? At that moment, a second call came through. Big brother, that person flew over and built a school in our warehouse. You must return quickly, or our homes will be ruined. The remaining leaders received similar calls, all reporting the inexplicable emergence of a school. The leader commanded, you must return at once. A school has been conjured from thin air. But how would they confront the impending zombie crisis? It was indeed a daunting task. For ordinary people, eradicating zombies was akin to scaling the heavens. Do you think battling zombies is akin to swatting flies? They possess no sensitivity to pain, are impervious to irritation, and fear nothing. Only the destruction of their brains can halt their relentless advance. Before inflicting damage upon their craniums, one merely needs to suffer an assault from their claws or fangs to become yet another zombie. Even the most timid of homebuddies, with a blade poised perilously near a zombie's neck, may find themselves incapable of delivering a fatal blow. As for the physically robust, they may require a life-and-death struggle to escape the clutches of doom. Martial artists, soldiers, and those skilled in combat understand the intricacies of conflict and weaponry, utilizing their advantages to vanquish the undead. Those who rely on hormones are themselves perilously close to becoming zombies. However, Chun Jinian is different. He is an extraordinary being, possessing not just one, but multiple superpowers, mastering flames, frost, thunder, and even telepathy. He can directly assault the brain and wields the miraculous ability to heal infections caused by the zombie virus. Each of these capabilities can effortlessly eradicate the undead. No one in this world can rival the original, supreme cultivator of this realm. The heavens and earth tremble. His arrival will shatter the understanding of all beings and reshape the laws of existence. He is the supreme entity, akin to a deity. Qin Xianlan manifested the essence of the mystical arts, establishing a cultivation academy from the void, then exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he restrained his aura. Raising his head to gaze at the vast starry sky, his eyes blazing like torches, piercing the heavens. No longer ethereal. He surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, soaring into the clouds. The fierce winds accelerated his ascent, and his body shimmered with specks of luminescence, reminiscent of true flames dancing around him. The protective light of his essence radiated brilliantly as Qin Xianlan, cloaked in golden brilliance, ascended with fervor. The biting celestial winds tousled his hair, revealing his resolute and valiant visage. The tempestuous gales pressed his garments tightly against his form, akin to wings slicing through the storm. Reaching the pinnacle, his attire ignited like raging flames, instantaneously turning to ash and smoke, leaving only his bare bones, proudly retreating towards the horizon. The air grew increasingly thin, and the sky gradually darkened. The silhouettes of birds and beasts vanished, leaving only scattered glimmers, akin to the flickering lights of survival sought by humanity in a world on the brink, illuminating a faint hope amidst the shadows of despair. Qin Xianlan ascended without pause, and the heavens swiftly turned pitch black. There was no need to hold his breath. The life force in the air had become so insubstantial it was nearly imperceptible. Earth's connection to him weakened, while his speed soared, akin to a soaring dragon. The traces of a diminutive civilization had vanished from sight. The rushing rivers transformed into mere ribbons, and the vast landscape reduced to a mere corner of a chessboard. The azure waves enveloped the universe, while typhoons surged like ice swirling within a painted scroll. These once catastrophic perils that had threatened humanity were now mere embellishments on a candy wrapper, easily overlooked. All beings were like specks of dust, utterly insignificant. They prided themselves on ruling the earth, unaware that they were but inconsequential microbes within the earth's cells. In an instant, Qin Xianlan grasped myriad truths, yet they dissipated like a fleeting dream. Memories of countless worlds surfaced before him, those indistinct visages, those peculiar realms, each strikingly different yet astonishingly similar. He recalled none of his past life. How did mortals navigate their trivial existence? The familiarity of his initial entry into this realm was vivid. The layout of the room bore an uncanny resemblance to his original world. Alas, those joys and sorrows were now beyond his reach. With a gentle extension of his fingers, the universe lay within his palm, and the fragile earth seemed no more than this. Not just the undead, with but a slight exertion, humanity, beasts, flora. And even this planet could be reduced to ashes. It was as though he suddenly comprehended why the former cultivators had succumbed to the horde of zombies. In the first world, he guided others in the pursuit of enlightenment, seeking the essence of simplicity. In the next realm, he bestowed magic upon people, awakening their pure desires. Upon another traversal, he imparted wisdom amidst the primordial forces. In yet another world, he chronicled the secrets of martial arts through historical tomes. Now, confronted with the calamity of the undead, he finally discerned. This realm encompasses not merely human conflicts, but also myriad minuscule life forms that coexist in symbiosis. They exist independently of humanity yet thrive alongside it. Though they are children of the earth, they represent a grander existence, unnoticed by humankind. This world is but a fragment of the vast cosmos, and this cosmos is but a mere facet of the endless dimensions. Qin Xianlan, the unparalleled sovereign of the realm of cultivation, an immortal lord of countless dimensions. He inquired, "What compels me to shatter the order of this mortal realm? What significance do humans possess amidst the cosmic grains of sand? Am I merely blinded by my entanglement in the earthly realm?" The system remained silent. Yet he gently curled his lips in a faint smile. In his previous life as a cultivation emperor, did he not also perceive the truth? It appears that humanity is but a parasitic virus birthed by the earth. The intent to annihilate humankind only invites the downfall of deities and mortals alike. Such is the ultimate fate. What, then, is the nature of his exalted status? Why does the divine soul traverse myriad realms, while the vessel that bears the divine essence cannot endure perpetually? Is it human? Is it divine? Or is it a spiritual entity forged from the essence of many, in a world of perpetual destruction and rebirth? Is the purpose merely to establish an existence founded upon this divine status? Qin Xianlan was disinclined to ponder deeply or seek the source of power. He simply wished to survive, regardless of his identity, be it human, divine, or otherwise. He yearned to endure until the next realm and beyond, to more expansive worlds and unfathomable stars. Cleansing his mind, he inhaled the vastness of the starry sea and unexpectedly sensed a faint breath of life. Closing his eyes, he silently vowed to eradicate the zombies. When he opened his eyes again, clarity filled his gaze. He placed his palms against his temples, invoking a seldom-used secret technique to peer into the hearts of the undead. Hungry, so hungry, echoed the thoughts of billions of zombies, all resonating with the singular voice of hunger. Fresh blood and tender flesh were their fervent desires. They could not consume mundane food, yet craved the essence of living beings for sustenance. The warmth and hue of life became a maddening feast for them. Cold, stagnant blood and rigid limbs stirred their bloodthirsty cravings. A lone zombie wandered the street, its tattered clothing swaying as its stiff legs moved like wooden sticks. Its powerless hands hung limply, seemingly awaiting something. Its head was matted with blood, eyes a ghastly pale, one ear missing, and its decaying mouth oozed a viscous substance, perhaps saliva, or the ichor of decay. The remnants of its human form revealed that it had once been a social elite, now reduced to a novice in the hunt for sustenance. After months without tasting the essence of life, it could only meander through the streets. Yet today, it caught a whiff of vitality. A gentle breeze carried the distant scent, lingering tantalizingly at its nostrils. Compelled, it followed the aroma. At the end of the alley, two young apprentices were attempting to pry open a shop. Since the zombie apocalypse began, they had secluded themselves in the mountains, living off the land. Amidst a collective hunger, they gathered to elect two adventurers to seek out the lost spiritual seeds, hoping to encounter a small sect that could help them settle in this realm. This area was one the young disciples had observed from the cliffs. As long as they adhered to their plan, they should not disturb the wandering souls. However, their assumptions had clearly misjudged the keen sense of smell possessed by the undead. Several miles away from the urban district, the zombies, having long been deprived of human scent, followed the trail of life. The closer they approached, the more faint sounds became guiding banners for the undead. Silently, they crept behind the two unsuspecting youths, their footsteps as light as a whisper, masked by the subtle vibrations of the iron gate. Oblivious, the two youths stepped into danger. "How are your injuries?" At that moment, a soft voice materialized in the mind of the wandering soul. Human voice? There are humans here? It halted its advance. "No worries. Thanks to your assistance, I'm very grateful." Yet that voice was not present. The wandering soul turned anxiously, seeking that almost tangible breath of life nearby. "That lazy one, all it does is slack off." Came a reprimanding voice from another direction. Life was implied. The wandering soul looked around in confusion, searching for the humans. Taking a few steps forward, a sharp cry for help abruptly halted the journey. The voice, emanating from the opposite direction, was equally close at hand. "Please, I beg you, save me. The soul of death approaches." Following closely, a high-pitched voice echoed from above. The soul of death gazed vacantly at the void, utterly devoid of hope. "Ganin, today, I shall surely eradicate you. I am willing. I would do anything." The list for the adjustment of cultivation hormones has now been disseminated to everyone. Wow. Is this truly the Extraordinary Academy? Is this the place to harness extraordinary powers? I refuse to listen to your excuses any longer. Face the consequences of your actions. In an instant, a cacophony of voices filled the mind of the soul of death, emanating from individuals of all ages, seemingly scattered from all directions. The soul of death shook its head frantically, rushing towards the sound, only to be diverted to another direction. Yet when it arrived, all it found was an oppressive silence. Deceived, its eyes began to glow crimson. A beastly roar rumbled from its throat, yet the warning fell on deaf ears, and the voices persisted. Countless sounds, hundreds, thousands, surged like a tidal wave, creating a deafening roar around the soul of death. Not the chaos of a marketplace, but each note was distinct, akin to facing countless mouths speaking at once. The soul of death clutched its head. Having endured to this point, it could bear the clamor no longer, and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Its howl roused the hidden disciples of the cultivators in the street corner. The soul of death. In a moment of panic, they found themselves at a loss, yet they did not scatter aimlessly in fear of stirring up greater commotion. Like phantoms, they moved silently, evading the gaze of the soul of death, entering a building and securely locking the iron door behind them, too frightened to open their eyes to witness the scene outside. 5 minutes passed, and the roar of the soul of death in the center of the street grew increasingly chilling. The sound pierced like a drill through the skull. The shrieks intensified, eventually descending into a profound silence. Cautiously, they peered through the cracks of the window to see the soul of death sprawled motionless in the middle of the road. What bizarre occurrence had transpired? Two young disciples exchanged glances, yet hesitated to open the door, uncertain if the soul of death was merely feigning death. 30 minutes later, the fallen soul of death showed no signs of awakening. Prolonging this stalemate was not a viable strategy, so the two youths ultimately resolved to investigate. Perhaps emboldened by their naivety, they were woefully inexperienced in combat against the soul of death, exposing themselves as they stepped beyond the confines of the iron door. They gently pulled the door, fixated on the lifeless soul of death, prepared to flee back to safety at a moment's notice. Yet the soul of death remained still. The two held tightly to each other's hands, offering mutual support as they cautiously approached the soul of death. It exhibited no response. This prompted one of the young disciples to inquire, "Is it truly dead?" "Impossible. I believe it is merely asleep. Just moments ago, it was full of life. Able to move and call out, with no one else around. How could it have perished?" Another young man immediately responded, expressing an undeniable truth. "How could one suddenly perish without reason? We should hasten our return," he urged. The young disciple trembled with fear, voicing his concern that if it were to awaken, they would be utterly defenseless. The two shared a tacit understanding. There was no time to linger. They stealthily moved a short distance before gathering their resolve and sprinting away. Yet, the tranquil path they had traversed was now marred. The commotion they created, coupled with their breath, attracted nearly 100 restless souls. Despite their utmost efforts to flee, they stumbled and fell together. Turning to look, they were horrified to find a still corpse of a lost soul lying on the ground. "Ah, how could this be?" The two fledgling cultivators screamed in shock, realizing that they had unwittingly stepped upon a cursed body, a demonized being. The presence of a demonized creature sent them into a panicked flight. But their weary bodies struggled to escape the swift onslaught of the demonized beast. It would devour their very souls, consuming their celestial hearts. Strangely, the pace of the demonized creature surprisingly lagged behind their staggering retreat. They slowed their steps, trembling as they glanced back. What an eerie scene this was. Had the demonized being lost its sanity? Why did it not continue its pursuit? Upon turning to look, they found it lying motionless in its original position. Cautiously, they helped each other to their feet, exchanging bewildered glances. Why was the demonized creature so still? Could it be that it had met its end? Driven by an instinct to investigate, they cautiously approached its side. First, they gently touched it with their toes, but it showed no response. A gentle kick sent its body rolling aside. There was not a hint of life. It was indistinguishable from ordinary bones. It was truly dead. Indeed, it no longer moved. Such an opportunity could not be missed. They finally dared to circle around, examining this rare occurrence. "Senior, look, the head of this demonized being. It appears to have exploded." One of the youths noted something amiss. From its ears and nostrils oozed a thick, white substance, undoubtedly its demonic blood. The twins exchanged astonished glances, pondering the secrets hidden behind this occurrence. As they retraced their steps, they encountered other demonized beings along the way, all exhibiting the same state. None survived. All had perished in the same manner, their demonic essence shattered, their bodies exploded. Over time, the demonized beings became commonplace to them. Undoubtedly, they were all souls lost to the void, devoid of any fear. Just before returning to their stronghold, they even took a commemorative photo beside the fallen demonized creature to document this miracle. Yet, who or what had vanquished these demonized beings? Similar scenes have unfolded across various regions. The once besieged cultivators watched in astonishment as the demonized beings suddenly found themselves at a loss, followed by their anguished cries, culminating in a catastrophic explosion of demonic energy. The crimson frenzy left them lifeless on the ground. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by this unexpected victory. How could such an event transpire? Was it their doing? The astonishing news spread rapidly through the communication networks, reaching the Alliance's core. "What did you say? The demonized beings have collectively perished. Even their demonic energy has detonated? Death without warning. In an instant." Everyone felt as though they were engulfed in a thick fog. Within the conference room, only a select few discerned the underlying mystery. It was Chen Jing who fulfilled his promise. He truly eradicated all the demonized beings. Is he even human? Constructing the Celestial Academy was a mere trifle. Yet he has managed to annihilate the global demonized population in one fell swoop. How did he accomplish this? Shortly thereafter, Chen Jing's disciple, who also mastered the heart sound secret art, enlightened the crowd. It was due to the heart sound technique. The intricacies of the heart sound technique surpass our imagination. The heart sound technique? Isn't it merely a method to perceive the human heart? How is it related to the annihilation of the demonized beings? Indeed, the heart sound technique extends beyond merely hearing the heart. Likewise, the thoughts of the demonized beings can also be perceived. Their minds, though simplistic, can can still be reached. Can even the thoughts of the demonized beings be thoroughly investigated? Then, what benefit lies in reading their minds? A child displayed a hint of disdain, suggesting that these individuals were far too limited in their thinking. We can also implant thoughts. Even the demonized beings are not exempt. Consider this. If a computer's processing exceeds its limits, it will crash. Similarly, if the dull minds of the demonized beings are inundated with the thoughts of millions, they would surely burst like fireworks. Enlightenment dawned upon the crowd. So, the heart sound technique possesses such extraordinary utility. It is utterly inconceivable. But can it truly be executed? With billions of thoughts compounding, and the number of demonized beings also in the billions, would this not be an unparalleled feat? This individual's powers transcend the ordinary realm of ability. It is as if a celestial being has descended. It is not merely the voices of millions, but the collective heartbeats of all humanity. Chun Jingnan quietly appeared in the conference room, softly stating, "With all the demonized beings eradicated, it is time for you to fulfill your promises, is it not?" The people looked on in confusion. The Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Shirley could not help but remind them. Indeed, establish as many as you desire. The astute leaders grasped the implications first. Such a formidable innate power. If their sect were to cultivate such talent first, their chances of success would undoubtedly surpass those of other factions in the future. Invite us to your base, and we shall extend the finest hospitality to you and your faculty. Observing this, others quickly expressed their eagerness, vying for the invitation. Come to us first. We have a complete cultivation environment and exclusive experimental zones. Our resources are abundant. Moreover, our disciples are numerous and beautiful, ensuring perfect partnerships. Everything they claim is attainable. A throng of people surged around Xinjiang, vying for priority, regardless of which base they visited. The promotion of the Superpower Academy faced no obstacles. This was once the dwelling of our extraordinary predecessor, Xinjiang, allowing all to experience his relentless diligence. The site is now open for free exploration, but one must be cautious not to cause damage, as reflections on the visit must be submitted upon return. The tour guide exerted every effort to communicate, yet the students were already unable to contain their eagerness, each brandishing small vials in excitement. I have collected it. I have captured the essence of the divine. My vial is larger. I can capture more essence. In the future, my cultivation will undoubtedly reach new heights. It is unclear when the legends of the cultivation world began to spread. Those who have absorbed the essence from Xinjiang's abode will, upon their initial awakening, acquire remarkably superior abilities. Thus, Xinjiang's former residence has become an essential pilgrimage site for many aspiring cultivators before they embark on their spiritual journey. Numerous foreign friends have traveled vast distances solely to inhale the celestial aura. In this era, superpowers have become mainstream, and the strength of a nation is determined by the prowess of its cultivators. Naturally, the Eastern Union, where Chun Jingnan once resided, stands as the most formidable force. All extraordinary doctrines are adorned with his likeness. Chun Jingnan, after ensuring the stable operation of all academic institutions, entrusted the administration to a young disciple adept in the art of heart sound. Henceforth, the selection of the principal necessitated proficiency in this technique. Unburdened, he activated the Wheel of Fate, propelling himself into another realm, unexpectedly arriving in the territory of the Great Qing dynasty. Such an unforeseen turn of events was beyond Qin Shingshuan's foresight. Perhaps it was destined by some unseen force. This was the early Qing era, already entrenched in isolationist policies. And the seclusion of this world evoked a profound sense of confinement. The divine words ignited a fervor within Qin Xian, illuminating his choices: arcane civilization, celestial path civilization, beast civilization, mechanical civilization. Although the present realm bore a martial spirit, the path of chivalry had been rendered obsolete. The future of the Qing dynasty indeed appeared bleak. Thus, he resolved to embrace the mechanical civilization to quell his inner turmoil. Were it not for the corruption of the Qing, why should the Middle Kingdom endure years of humiliation? Consequently, Qin Xian resolutely opted for mechanical civilization, seeking an outlet for his pent-up resentment. He reveled in the destruction value he had accumulated, exchanging it for the weapons and materials essential for his workshop, while also delving into the secrets of crafting. The rewards of 1,000,000 destruction points brought him immense satisfaction, promising a lively future for the Qing dynasty. Have you heard? The military is currently enlisting, and with peace reigning, the reasons remain unclear. You might not be aware, but the competition among the 8 banners is relentless. The emperor seeks to balance power and strengthen the nation. The populace buzzed with discussion, piquing Chen Qingshuan's considerable interest. Upon investigation, he found himself in the late years of Emperor Kangxi's reign, amidst the chaotic struggle for succession among the 9 sons. A historical upheaval he found himself fortunate to witness. "Good sir, where does one register for the enlistment?" Chen Qingxian inquired, tapping a nearby elder engaged in conversation. The state of the Qing was a matter he was determined to influence. Integrating modern mechanical civilization might elevate his destruction value further. The Eastern military camp was still recruiting, and young men who acted swiftly could still have a chance. The elder's guidance solidified Chen Qingshuan's resolve, and without further inquiry, he hastened away, leaving the elder in astonishment, as if witnessing a soaring celestial being, yet rationally dismissing it. Upon arriving at the Eastern military camp, he found the recruitment ongoing and joined the ranks without hesitation. The surrounding individuals regarded the young man with surprise. Many young recruits had recently come forth, likely due to humble circumstances. "I perceive this individual conducts himself with honor. Perhaps he harbors ambitions for his country and aims to achieve greatness," the crowd murmured. While Chen Qingxian remained silent, he understood that his stay here would not be prolonged. Only by equipping the Qing with modern technology could he fulfill his objectives. As for the struggle among the 9 sons, it indeed captivated Chen Qingshuan's attention. However, being well-versed in history, he comprehended the broader picture. Thus, his sole focus remained on amassing destruction value. Name, age? Before Chen Qingxian reached the recruiter, they posed a few simple inquiries. Age, a malleable concept, was met with the response, "Chen Qingxian, 20 springs and autumns." No one paid much attention, and thus, Chen Qingxian entered the military camp. "This is our Eastern Army territory. Recruitment aims to strengthen us for the future. I trust that each of you will fulfill your duties with loyalty and responsibility." The commander spoke candidly, and soon the soldiers were distributed their uniforms. Chen Qingxian received 2 garments, and with a sense of resignation, pondered. It was rumored that the national treasury was depleted, and the soldiers' welfare was naturally poor. The fabric was coarse, likely a result of cost-cutting measures. As discussions ensued, Chen Qingxian reflected that indeed, during the Kangxi era, the treasury faced dire straits, largely due to the emperor's lavish spending. However, he had a plan to manufacture modern weaponry for export, which would surely bring in a wealth of silver. "General, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here," came the report, igniting great excitement within the general. To be favored by the Crown Prince would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future. "I wish to see the newcomers," declared Yinjun, who had said little. Having come at the emperor's behest to select candidates, "Allow me a moment to choose a few," he instructed, awaiting the Crown Prince's arrival. The general looked towards Yinjun and promptly stepped aside. With the emperor and Crown Prince present, no one dared to delay. "You 3, come with me. Perform well, and if chosen by His Royal Highness, a life of wealth and honor awaits you." The selected individuals were filled with excitement, believing that being noticed meant a brighter future. Soon, Chen Qingxian and the others stood before Yinjun. "Your Royal Highness, the candidates have been brought forth," the general announced with utmost respect. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness." Chen Qingxian and others bowed deeply, adhering to the customary etiquette, even if adults held no genuine reverence in their hearts. They conformed to societal norms. "You, and you, the one over there, please remain, the rest may withdraw." He gestured casually, and Chen Qingxian found himself prominently among them. Although a sense of caution lingered within him regarding this matter, the opportunity to engage with Kangxi promised substantial benefits for the advancement of frozen weaponry. The others sighed and departed, while those remaining gazed enviously, silently wishing for their own fortunes. Qingyan rose, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, and spoke candidly. Henceforth, Qi Feng accompanied Qingyan on their journey, his heart brimming with a sense of uncertain anticipation. Along the way, an unexpected ambush transpired. Assassins struck, instantly igniting tension among the group. A shadow descended from the sky, swiftly encircling their carriage. Qi Feng observed intently, fully aware that this marked his pivotal moment. "Protect His Royal Highness." The guards drew their sharp swords. The situation, though perilous, left Qingyan unfazed. Yet, with the enemy vastly outnumbering them, the circumstances were dire. At that moment, a mysterious short weapon suddenly appeared in Qingfeng's hand, unleashing a fierce assault upon the encroaching shadows. Initially, the cloaked figures remained oblivious until they collapsed. Astonished by this arcane device, "Is this perhaps more formidable than a concealed weapon?" Qingyan exclaimed with excitement, approaching Qingfeng to examine the divine instrument he wielded, his mind sketching the silhouette of a blood-dripping device. In the Qing dynasty, royal offspring were somewhat versed in martial skills, and it was not surprising that Qing Yin perceived this as a terrifying concealed weapon. Your Highness, this is no ordinary concealed weapon, but a merciless and unparalleled artifact. Qi Feng stated evenly, seeking to elevate the item's worth. He referred to it as the most ruthless of instruments, aiming to amplify its renown. I never imagined such a peculiar object existed in this world. Where did you acquire it? Qing Yin inquired with immense excitement, envisioning that if this artifact were presented to his father, the day of unification would draw near. Your Highness, this is a treasured heirloom of my family, and it can be mass-produced, though the materials are exceedingly rare, Qing Feng replied with a smile. With Qing Yin's endorsement, the world would surely come to revere this artifact even more. Excellent, excellent. Present this artifact to my father, and you shall be richly rewarded. My promises are never in vain. Qing Yin decisively affirmed, and upon hearing this, Qing Feng promptly cradled the divine weapon and its accompanying ammunition, placing it before Qing Yin. Your Highness, this weapon is extremely perilous. The bullets must be loaded within it. There is a safety mechanism here. Once disengaged, simply lock onto the target, and you will strike with ease. Qing Yin gazed at the weapon in his hands as if it were a precious treasure, his respect deepening. The surrounding guards were convinced that with this artifact in hand, the world was imminently theirs. Following Qing Feng's instructions, Qing Yin operated the weapon, and the bullet swiftly left the chamber, toppling a tree 100 steps away in an instant. Splendid. Upon our return to the palace, I shall bestow abundant rewards upon you. Qing Yin rejoiced, seemingly forgetting the earlier incident with the assassins. In Qing Feng's heart, he understood that everything was unfolding according to plan. Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring this artifact. It will undoubtedly aid our great Qing in unifying the realm. The guards congratulated. Filled with trepidation, they bore witness to the power of the divine weapon, now wielding it in their hands, rendering them invincible. Qing Feng stood to one side, contemplating that had the Qing dynasty embraced modern technology, it would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. He envisioned scholars donned in robes, developing the latest scientific advancements, and a swell of pride surged within him. Moments later, Qi Feng hurried back to the palace. It was during this time that Emperor Kangxi received news of his son's assassination attempt and swiftly summoned Liang Jiugong to Yuqing Palace, requesting Qing Yin to enter the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Bao Cheng, upon hearing the news of your attack today, are you injured? Kangxi inquired with concern and his gaze directed at Qing Yin. Observing the emperor's deep regard for his son, Qi Feng felt a surge of emotion. Your Majesty, I am unharmed. Thanks to the assistance of this gallant hero, I have returned safely. Qing Yin replied respectfully, then gestured for Qing Feng to display the divine weapon. Kangxi gazed curiously at the object before him. Father, this is the coldest and most merciless artifact in existence, striking true every time, surpassing all hidden weapons, leaving no chance for the wounded to escape. Qing Yin excitedly recounted the details, while Kangxi furrowed his brow, torn between skepticism regarding the weapon's power and the undeniable conviction in his son's words. Is this truly the case? Does such a divine weapon exist in the world? As a wise sovereign, Kangxi found it hard to believe. Yet he felt a flicker of doubt regarding his son's assertions. This matter is indisputable. I have tested it, and it has proven infallible within 100 paces. Eager to demonstrate again, Qing Yin pressed forward, while Kangxi pondered how a commoner would dare deceive the emperor with falsehoods. Guided by Qing Yin, Kangxi proceeded to the training grounds, where all the princes had gathered, with Qing Feng quietly attending to them. Liang, please place a stone tablet over there, and it must be sufficiently large. Qing Yin instructed Liang Jiugong to set up a massive stone 100 paces away, astonishing everyone present. Kangxi acquiesced, and Liang Jiugong swiftly set to work. At that moment, Qing Yin handed the divine weapon to Qi Feng. Father, let him demonstrate its might. The truth will become evident. With Kangxi's nod of approval, Qing Feng keenly observed the expressions of the other princes, aware that each imperial son bore his own charm. Kangxi then commanded Qing Feng to perform the demonstration. Without hesitation, Qing Feng drew the weapon and aimed at the colossal stone as if it were an effortless task. In full view of the assembly, Qing Feng took aim and fired, striking the stone, which immediately fractured with a visible crack. Kangxi was utterly astonished, and the entire gathering was left in shock. In an instant, the secret of the divine weapon became known to all, and Qi Feng secretly rejoiced as his status soared. Indeed, it is a divine weapon. May it bless our great Qing. Kangxi exclaimed with great excitement, while Qi Feng reverently returned the weapon to a tray as everyone scrutinized it cautiously. Rumors suggested that such artifacts were ancestral heirlooms. Would you be willing to bestow the design upon us? Kangxi's gaze fixed upon Qin Feng, recognizing that this son was composed, extraordinary, and possessed a demeanor surpassing that of many noble descendants. Your Majesty, this humble subject is willing to offer the design. Qin Feng produced the drawings, knowing that even if he provided the blueprints, they would be unable to replicate such exquisite craftsmanship. Perhaps it will take several years to realize. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Feng does not harbor any worries that Kangxi would resort to murder over the manuscript. Some matters are best kept within one's own grasp for security. When the genuine Qin Han presented his extraordinary artifact, Emperor Chongqian was filled with unparalleled joy. Immediately bestowing upon Qin Han the esteemed title of a sixth-tier immortal under the auspices of the Heavenly One sect. Henceforth, you shall serve at the side of the Crown Prince, with the responsibility of forging divine weapons entrusted entirely to you, and the Crown Prince must also oversee this matter. Cooperating with the fourth prince's colleagues, Emperor Chongqian decisively made his pronouncement. Qin Han's gaze subtly fixed on the distant fourth prince, who indeed exuded the aura of a ruler. I, your humble servant, accept the command. The commoner shall comply. Utterly insincere. The current Qin Han had deeply integrated into the intricate framework of the Dashuan dynasty. Thus, Qin Han smoothly settled into the Yalan Palace. As the first individual of non-courtier status to enter the palace, such exceptional treatment was indeed a rare opportunity. Due to the contention over the divine weapon, the princes engaged in incessant disputes, and it was undeniable that they all regarded this divine weapon as a conduit of celestial power, possessing immense might and striking with the swiftness of lightning. Each individual here harbored even greater ambitions regarding the divine weapon. Qin Han was suddenly lost in thought, envisioning a future where rockets traversed the vast expanse of the great Xian realm, where spacecraft soared through the skies, and where spears, artillery, and elixirs of divine missiles coexisted. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of anticipation that this world could still accommodate his playful spirit. The emergence of modern technological marvels amidst the ancient backdrop filled him with eagerness. After all, many of his concerns had already taken root here. Qin Han, for today's events, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your efforts, my father would not be as joyous today, the ever-enthusiastic Yi proclaimed, his heart surging with excitement. Unbeknownst to others, the one whom Emperor Chongqian cherished most was indeed Yi, and being able to alleviate his father's worries brought him immense solace. The Crown Prince is too kind. My actions were merely in service of the greater good of our great Xian. Qin Han presented himself with humility, garnering the admiration of several elder brothers nearby. Witnessing this, Yi felt an even greater respect for his discerning eye and recognizing talent. Brother, is he truly the remarkable individual you discovered in the military camp? Your judgment in selecting talent is exceptional, he remarked. Yin Qian, observing the scene unfold, contemplated the Crown Prince's strategic acumen. At this moment, the other princes concealed their thoughts, rendering the interactions among the sons of Emperor Chongqian remarkably harmonious. Fourth brother, you must understand that when I first witnessed the might of that divine weapon, I was utterly astounded. Later, when he stepped forward to demonstrate its operation, I became convinced that should our father, the Emperor, desire to expand his territory in the future, he would encounter no obstacles. Yi joyfully shared with Yin Qian. Qin Han could not help but chuckle at this. Indeed, the Crown Prince exhibited considerable talent, which was quite reassuring. As far as his memory served him, Yi had yet to be swayed by Suerta's influence at this point. Having settled in the palace, Qin Han returned to his residence for solitude. As for the discussions among the princes and the Crown Prince, he chose to let them unfold without interference. Upon returning to his quarters and surveying his surroundings, Qin Han felt quite satisfied. The small independent building was a testament to the Crown Prince's thoughtful care. Regarding the divine weapon, Qin Han decided to keep it from the eyes of the others for the time being. However, he was eager to experiment with the spiritual stone cannonballs, as they resembled ordinary stones that could be discarded at will. These advanced technologies had yet to be introduced to the military camp, but they had already stirred considerable excitement within the palace. In a few days, it was likely that the military would respond to the news. You appear remarkably at ease. I wonder why you selflessly offer this divine weapon, Liang Jiogong suddenly interjected, evoking a sense of amusement in Qin Han. Although Liang Jiogong held the position of supervisor in the Qingxian Palace, Qin Han, well-versed in history, knew that this was due to Emperor Chongquan's concerns about Yi being coveted by Suertu and others, prompting him to place Liang Jiogong at his side. Supervisor Liang, Your words seem to echo the Emperor's sentiments. My intentions are equally clear. I indeed possess the crafting techniques for the divine weapon. However, the complexities involved have delayed their presentation, Qin Han responded. In the face of palace intrigues, he was reluctant to become overly involved. If possible, he preferred to venture into the military camp to assemble a team to begin crafting such items. Yet, many matters were beyond his control. Emperor Chongqian was inherently a man of doubts. Otherwise, his historical acclaim would not have solidified his reputation as a wise ruler. However, the ensuing struggle among the 9 dragons for succession added a touch of blemish to his legacy as he neared the end of his life. Yang Chokda listened to Qin Zuanqin's words, discerning the underlying intentions, and swiftly departed from the Baoqing palace. This individual possesses a profound scheming mind. Keep a close watch on these individuals, ensuring that he does not manipulate Yongqing. If this person can indeed exert his utmost to assist us, then you should encourage Yongqing to cooperate to the best of his abilities, he instructed. Such talent possessing a divine weapon? Qin Yi mused, suspecting that there might be more than one such artifact. He speculated that Qin Xianqin likely concealed even more treasures, thus cautioning against hasty actions. I share the same sentiment. Observing his demeanor, it appears he merely wishes for the divine weapon to gain widespread recognition. Perhaps we should temporarily acquiesce to his desires and proceed accordingly? Liang Chouda cautiously inquired of Xian Yi. Despite years of service to the Emperor Xuanye, he often found it challenging to fathom the depths of the sovereign's heart. You may proceed as you see fit. By the way, there seems to be some unrest in Suatua recently. You must remain vigilant in the Baoqing Palace to prevent him from uttering any inappropriate remarks to Yongqing. As you command, Your Highness. I shall ensure the safety of the Crown Prince with utmost diligence. Liang Chongda promptly accepted the order. In truth, Sima was merely a distant relative of the late Empress. With no other connections, yet he persistently exerted pressure on Yongqing day after day. Even though Liang Chongda's heart was as tranquil as still water, he could not help but empathize with the Crown Prince's concerns. After the passing of the late Empress, Yongqing had been under the care of Xuanye, with Liang Chongda being the most devoted among his guardians. After Qin Xianjin had spent a few days with Yongqing, the latter led him to an expansive area. Qin Xianjin, do you find this place sufficiently vast? His Majesty has granted permission for you to establish a site for crafting divine weapons here. The subsequent arrangements are entirely in your hands. Should you require any materials, just inform me, and I shall ensure they are procured. Yongxi gestured towards the vast expanse, speaking in a measured tone. To a royal descendant, such an expansive territory was akin to a substantial hunting ground. How could one be stingy with a mere patch of land? Your Highness, this is ample enough. What matters most to me is the purity of the raw materials. If the materials are inadequate, numerous complications will follow. Common materials cannot withstand the pressures and are prone to catastrophic failures during the manufacturing process. Nevertheless, Qin Xianjin could deftly navigate such dangers, yet others must first evade risks in their forging endeavors. Rest assured, I will personally report this matter to His Majesty, and the necessary funds will be allocated to assist you. Yongxi spoke candidly, to which Qin Xianjin silently nodded, acknowledging his concerns. Qin Xianjin gazed intently at the site, then seized a brush to commence the design of the armory. Yongxi, though somewhat taken aback, remained silent. Regardless of Qin Xianjin's actions, he would steadfastly offer his support. Your Highness, this is merely the preliminary site plan, and it is essential to adhere to the blueprint during construction. Furthermore, the site must be utterly impervious, and the materials required must be of the highest quality. Qin Xianjin earnestly explained to Yongxi, who entrusted the blueprints to his close attendants, instructing them to carry out the task. There is no need for concern. Your fourth brother has already begun to engage with the Ministry of Revenue, taking responsibility for the financial matters. Once the divine weapon is completed, everything will proceed more smoothly, and I trust that Father Emperor will comprehend this. Creating such a miraculous artifact will undoubtedly facilitate the unification of the realm, far surpassing the efficacy of bows and swords. Although Yongxi is still young and inexperienced in the ways of the battlefield, he has heard numerous accounts of warfare. During this period, Xuanye has also found the military situation quite challenging, and it won't be long before he personally leads the expedition. Witnessing the divine weapon, an earnest anticipation welled up within Xuanye's heart. Qin Xianjin, however, refrained from revealing his thoughts. The current financial situation of the court is strained, compounded by Xuanye's extravagant spending. It is likely that the establishment of the arms factory will lead to even greater helplessness. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has made arrangements, I shall not pry further. I will merely await the outcome. By the way, Your Highness, if it is not too much trouble, I kindly ask you to assist me in sourcing such materials. At this moment, Qin Xianjin drew the shape of the stone material for Yongxi, which served merely as a pretext. His true aim was to create fire thunder and artillery shells. Upon seeing this, Yongxi did not dwell on it too much, but found the matter rather exhilarating. Rest assured, I shall immediately send someone to search, Yongxi replied, filled with joy, hoping to alleviate Xuanye's burdens. Once the matter was concluded, Qin Xianjin produced a German-made hand grenade, which was exceedingly simple to operate. Your Highness, please observe the object in my hand. Qin Xianjin smiled at Yongxi, pulled the trigger of the grenade, and then cast it away. In an instant, the sound of an explosion echoed, and a massive crater formed within a 2-meter radius. Such formidable power could be deemed a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Today, my eyes have been opened. Yongxi responded in astonishment, while Qin Xianjin remained composed. However, the potency of this item was indeed immense. The materials I requested His Highness the Crown Prince to seek were intended for the forging of such divine artifacts, which, when deployed, could swiftly dismantle the enemy. Qin Xianjin provided a leisurely explanation to Yongxi, leaving the rest to their imagination, for he had already fulfilled his duties. Well, very well, I shall reward you handsomely. Upon returning to the palace, await your commendation. Faced with Qin Xianjin, Yongxi felt a sense of exhilaration. Acquiring this divine artifact was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Qing dynasty. At that moment, Qin Xianjin presented Yongxi with 5 additional grenades. As the stockpile in the armory had reached mountainous proportions, the removal of these few would not pose a significant threat. Yongxi stowed away the 5 grenades and promptly carried them into the palace. Upon seeing his son approach with grenades in hand, Xuanye inquired about the details and was immediately astounded by the formidable power of the artifact. Summon the Minister of War at once, and let them witness the might of this divine weapon. Henceforth, the Ministry of War must ensure the proper application of this artifact. Originally, Xuanye had intended to postpone discussions with the Ministry of War, but now, armed with grenades, he could hardly wait to demonstrate their power. When the Deputy Minister of War held the elixir, he was deeply shaken, and the Qing Emperor Kangxi elucidated the marvels of this elixir, stirring a wave of excitement within the Deputy Minister. Your Majesty, this immortal pill is a blessing bestowed upon us by the great Qing. The old face of the Deputy Minister, lined with wrinkles, was filled with reverence. Hearing this, Kangxi felt a surge of joy and immediately bestowed countless treasures upon Qin Qianyuan. However, Qin Qianyuan paid little heed to the Emperor's generosity as he was leisurely wandering in the moonlight garden of the palace. Qin Qianyuan, had you not revealed such a miraculous elixir today, I fear His Majesty would not have summoned me, your humble Deputy Minister. Your future prospects are truly beyond estimation. Yunyi expressed joyfully, envisioning the impending shifts in the dynamics of the Qing